Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 10 GT Chapter 145 I am not a spy. Is this monster a huge chakra container? Glossi carefully transformed the martial arts mind into chakra and output it outwards, while observing the huge vicious monster with the martial arts eye. Or, it is not a chakra container at all, but everything chakra in this world belongs to it. At this moment, Glossi suddenly recalled what Jiraiya had said. Jiraiya said that there were originally no tail beasts in this world, but there was only one super terrifying existence. They are the collection of all chakras and tail beasts, and the source of all power in the world. If this is the case, everything can be explained. But in this way, what is the purpose of Uchiha Obito and the Akatsuki organization to collect the tail beasts? Do they even want to resurrect the legendary monster, and then use the power of that monster to rule the entire world? Glossi shook his head secretly in his heart. He had talked with Uchiha Obito several times, and he could clearly feel that the other party was not someone with such ambitions. Otherwise, he would not agree to cooperate with Uchiha Obito. However, Glossi felt that the leader Zero on the face of Akatsuki had the ambition to use the power of the tail beast to rule the world. For the time being, I don't care so much, let's just wait and see the changes, he secretly said in his heart. In the blink of an eye, one day passed. Boss, it seems that an enemy is approaching our assembly area. Suddenly, an absolute voice sounded from the silent cave. Is there an enemy? Deidara asked in surprise. And it's still a very tricky enemy, Ju said in a deep voice while turning his gaze to Glossi. His name is Might Guy. Who is he? Ling asked faintly, without making any waves. He is Jonin from Konoha village. He is good at using physical skills. He is very powerful and should not be underestimated. Suddenly, a low and soft voice rang. His face is handsome, especially the scarlet eyes that are particularly eye-catching. It is the three Guyu Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi. It's just a trivial Jonin, how strong can it be? Kisame said disdainfully, carrying a broadsword. Advertisement. He is the only descendant of the Blue Beast, among the legendary Noah 8 Colors ninja, Glossi said lightly. Kinoa 8 Colors. Blue Beast. Hearing these two names, everyone present except Uchiha Itachi and Zero changed their faces and was surprised. Obviously, even for the powerhouses of their level, Kinoa 8 Colors also has a great deterrent. I use Shang Zhuan technique, Ling said after a moment of thought. In that case, let me go, Hidan said. I haven't been able to find Jinchuriki, I am in a hurry. No, let me go, Kisame said. There is a little bit of personal grievances between me and him, which just happens to be settled. Really? Zero nodded and said. You who have the strongest chakra in Aka are the most suitable for this technique, Kisame, let you go. However, even this will cost 30% of the investigation. Be careful. Yes, boss. Kisame laughed, his hands were sealed, and the whole person's momentum suddenly weakened a lot. Is this a kind of ninjutsu similar to projection? Glossi asked secretly. Projection, also known as Mirror of Thousand Miles, is a brilliant martial art that only super powerful talents can use. It allows the operator to manifest his own image within a few miles or even tens of miles away, and possess certain combat effectiveness. The stronger the caster, the stronger the combat power possessed by the projection. When Glossi in the previous life was the god of war, he could use the Mirror of Thousands of Miles across tens of thousands of miles, and he also possessed more than 90% of his body's combat power, which was the most terrifying. What he didn't expect was that the leader of the Akatsuki organization would actually use ninjutsu similar to the Image of Thousand Miles. And it's really troublesome, another group of enemies have come. At this moment, Jude said again. Deidara, this time you are very arrogant, Petty said, staring at Deidara coldly. No, it's not. Deidara was taken aback and quickly explained. This time, Jinchuriki is much stronger than before, so. Okay, don't say it. Zero interrupted Deidara and said. Who is going this time? Advertisement, it's my turn now, right? Hidan said. This group is also the ninja of Konoha village, Ju said. Okay, let Uchiha Itachi go. Zero's pupil contracted for a while, and said lightly. Also, Glossi, go with you. Am I going too? Glossi was taken aback for a moment, he obviously didn't expect the Zero meeting to point his general. The ninjas of Konoha village will naturally be solved by the rebellious ninjas of Konoha village, Ling said. Good. Glossi nodded. He knew that Zero was still wary of him, and wanted him to fight head-on with the ninjas of Konoha village to test whether he was the real Konoha who defected. After all, there are not a few examples of using this kind of bitterness in history. In that case, let's go, Uchiha Itachi said to Glossi. Glossi only felt a flower in front of him, and his spiritual consciousness came from the cave to a deep forest. Uchiha Itachi stood by, looking at him with scarlet eyes deep. Why look at me? Glossi asked with a grin. What is the purpose of your joining Akatsuki organization? Uchiha Itachi asked. What's the purpose of your joining the Chao organization? Glossi asked rhetorically. I'm a spy. Uchiha Itachi said directly without any circumstance. I was ordered by Lord 3rd Hokage to sneak into the Akatsuki organization in order to get their information from the closest distance. What about you? Not a spy. Glossi smiled and said, I'm so sorry that I let you down. Chapter 146. Do you want to kill him? Well, I expected this a long time ago. There is no disappointment or disappointment. Uchiha Itachi said lightly with scarlet eyes and deep eyes looking at Glossi. You expected it a long time ago? Glossi asked. Not bad, Uchiha Itachi said. Since Master Third Hokage has sent me to perform the task, it is impossible to send a second person to perform the same task. His voice was very flat, but his words revealed a strong, almost overwhelming confidence. Obviously, he is an extremely confident person, and this confidence comes from his great strength. In that case, why do you even ask me? Glossi said. Because. I'm afraid I killed the wrong person, Uchiha Itachi said as he said, his eyes suddenly flashed, and a trembling force suddenly enveloped Glossi. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Almost at the same time, the ground under Glossi's feet trembled violently. One after another long and sharp soil guns came out from the ground, and they pierced Glossi's feet, crotch, and lower abdomen, spicy and incomparable. So fast speed of printing. Glossi said in admiration. He raised his left foot to take a step backwards, and his whole person was like a fluttering catkins, leaving his original position in an instant. He didn't move much, but he escaped Uchiha Itachi's attack just right. You. Uchiha Itachi's scarlet eyes shot brightly, staring at Glossi unblinkingly, with a surprised look on his face. Obviously, he didn't expect Glossi to avoid his attack so easily. Your speed of congealing is the fastest among people I have ever seen, Glossi said lightly. I have to say that Uchiha Itachi is extremely capable, and he has achieved the best ultimate in the most basic thing like link printing. The speed of his Jian reached an astonishing 7 per second. If it weren't for Guluxi's martial arts heavenly eye, I am afraid that he would not be able to see through it, and then make judgments and dodge in advance. You have a problem with your eyes. Uchiha Itachi quickly noticed the strangeness of Glossi's eyes and said in a deep voice. I have a problem with my eyes. I also said there is a problem with your eyes. Glossi curled his lips and said. What? Only the Uchiha clan is allowed to have pupil surgery, but are others not allowed to have pupil surgery? You. Uchiha Itachi stopped talking. Advertisement. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps in the distance of the woods. Someone is here, it's 4. Glossi smiled and said. Do you still want to continue? If that's the case, I don't mind deciding the outcome with me before dealing with them. I never cared about winning or losing things, Uchiha Itachi said. I just want to confirm your strength, it doesn't mean anything else, please don't get me wrong. I never cared about this kind of thing either, Glossi said with a smile. It's the best, Uchiha Itachi said. At the same time, the footsteps in the woods got closer and closer, less than 10 meters away from them. Everyone, stop. A loud shout came from the woods. It was obvious that the people inside had found Glossi and Uchiha Itachi. It's a nostalgic voice, Glossi murmured. Is Hitaki Kakashi the leader this time? Konoha village is really Konoha village. Just got Sand Shinobi village's help and sent 2 masters, Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi. They really did their best, Uchiha Itachi also said. It's you? Hitaki Kakashi stared at Uchiha Itachi and Glossi, and said in shock. I never expected that even Rock Lee would join the Akatsuki organization. Behind Hitaki Kakashi stood an angry Uzumaki Naruto and a shocked Haruno Sakura. In addition to the two of them, there is also a very old woman. She has a steady footstep and a dignified breath. She knows that she is an incredible master at first glance. Is this the heritage of the older generation in Sand Shinobi village? Glossi secretly asked in his heart. My name is Glossi, not Rock Lee. Glossi said lightly. This is the last time I emphasize this kind of thing, please remember. Rock Lee, why did you become like this? Why betray the village? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but yelled. He had been advised by Glossi, and because of the great transformation of his mood, he laid a solid foundation for him to become stronger in the future. Advertisement therefore, he still admires Glossi very much in his heart. Even if more than 2 years passed, he still missed Glossi's kindness to him. People are different from person to person. The journey of life that people have to walk is also completely different, Glossi said. So, don't ask any more stupid questions. Because, even if you ask, I don't bother to answer you. You. Uzumaki Naruto was speechless. Naruto, don't ask anymore. Hitaki Kakashi took a deep look at Uzumaki Naruto and said. Now it's completely different from before. Don't say anything so naive. Who is he? Unlike Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura stared at Uchiha Itachi from the beginning, and she asked in a trembling voice. With these eyes, is he from that family? The old woman muttered with a solemn expression. Uchiha Itachi. Hitaki Kakashi said in a deep voice. Is he Uchiha Itachi? The man Sasuke has always wanted to kill? Haruno Sakura's body trembled with excessive excitement. Oh, this kid is the kid who killed the whole family, the old woman said softly. It's been a long time, Kakashi, Naruto. Uchiha Itachi said lightly. Did you take Gaara away? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. I'm going to knock you down and save Gaara. It's up to you. Uchiha Itachi didn't say a word. Glossi stepped up from the side and said. Uzumaki Naruto, you can't even protect yourself. It's ridiculous that you still want to rescue Gaara. You. Uzumaki Naruto was furious, but could not speak, because he knew that Glossi's strength was far above him. Hitaki Kakashi, you know that our organization is hunting tail beasts all over the world, but you still came here with Uzumaki Naruto. Are you trying to kill him? Glossi looked at Hitaki Kakashi and asked. Chapter 147 The Secret of Sharingan. Hitaki Kakashi couldn't help his face change drastically when he heard what Glossi said. In fact, he was very opposed to bringing Uzumaki Naruto to this mission. However, due to the persistence of 5th Hokage Sama Senju Tsunade and Uzumaki Naruto's repeated assurances that he had followed Jiraiya's practice for such a long period of time, his strength has grown so much that he could only succumb to their pressure. And now, Glossi brought up the matter again in front of everyone, which naturally made him frightened. Uchiha Itachi, that was the one who killed all the people called the strongest in the ninja world, with the power of one person, and opened up the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. And Glossi is also notorious. He killed dozens of elite, Anbu, and Root members when he defected to the village, and even the cage-level powerhouse Mitokado Homura died in his hands. If Uchiha Itachi and Glossi join forces, let alone rescue Gaara, I am afraid that even Uzumaki Naruto will be ruined here. It's fortunate to have the older generation of strong people in San Shinobi Village with me, otherwise it would be really bad this time. Hitaki Kakashi unconsciously looked at the old woman next to him, feeling very grateful. If I didn't guess wrong, this should be the old man of San Shinobi Village. Glossi smiled and said, "How may I call you?" "My name is Chiandai, so call me Chiandai mother-in-law," the old woman said in a deep voice. 1,000 generations of mother-in-law, Glossi nodded. Mother-in-law, who was the second master of San Shinobi Village more than 20 years ago, moved the world under the name of superb puppet art. Uchiha Itachi said suddenly and slowly. Sasori of the Red Sand, she was trained by herself. It's really rare, there are still people who know my name. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations whispered. As for the Uchiha clan, I haven't played against Sharingan for a long time. Sharingan. Really tricky. Haruno Sakura's excitement calmed down at this time, and he muttered. You don't need to make a fuss too much, I know a few ways to deal with this kind of pupil technique. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations continued. Advertisement, what should I do? Uzumaki Naruto asked. 1-on-1, you must escape. 2-on-1, attacking the rear. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations said. What does this mean? Haruno Sakura asked. 1-on-1, you must run away. As the name suggests, when a person confronts an enemy with Sharingan, it is best to run away immediately because there is no chance of winning at all, said the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. However, in the case of 2-to-1, even if one person has an illusion, the other person can bypass the back and attack him so that he can dispel the illusion. Even if that doesn't work, attacking his companion can also help him dispel the illusion. In other words, since we have 4 people here, we can send one person to attract his attention, and others will bypass Sharingan's blind spot and attack him, mother-in-law said. That's it. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura suddenly realized. In that case, let me be the one who attracts the attention. Uzumaki Naruto geared up and rushed forward. Wait a minute. Hitaki Kakashi jumped in front of Uzumaki Naruto and stopped him. What's wrong, Mrs. Kakashi? Uzumaki Naruto asked puzzledly. Is it because I have a problem with Sharingan's tactics? Mother-in-law Chidai also asked. There is really no problem with ordinary illusion, but if the opponent is Uchiha Itachi, it is more difficult, Hitaki Kakashi said. Why? Chiandai mother-in-law asked. His eyes are not ordinary Sharingan, but the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Hitaki Kakashi said. Mangekyo Sharingan is many times stronger than ordinary Sharingan. If anyone is caught in this pupil technique, they will fall into it in an instant. That is to say, even if it is only a moment in real time, the person who has the technique seems to have passed a few times. Hours or even days, it is a terrible blow to the spirit. How did you know? Chiandai mother-in-law asked in surprise. Because I have been in his Mangekyo Sharingan illusion, and have been in his illusion for 3 days. Hitaki Kakashi said ashamed. After that, I haven't regained consciousness for a whole week. This is not a question of solution or incomprehension, and... Advertisement. Speaking of this, Hitaki Kakashi turned his gaze to Glossi and said word by word. Moreover, the kid next to Uchiha Itachi is also very strong, not much weaker than Uchiha Itachi. What? Is it so strong? The 1,000 generation mother-in-law said shockingly. Sir Mitokado Homura in our village, should you know? Hitaki Kakashi said. Master Mitokado Homura died in his hands. Really, the little ghosts nowadays are more scary than the other, and it's not our time anymore. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations said with emotion. It's really troublesome, so what should we do now? It's really Kakashi, but it can be analyzed to this level after hitting my Tsukuyomi once. Uchiha Itachi said approvingly. I don't just know these. Hitaki Kakashi said. After you use that pupil technique, you will become very tired, so you want to end the battle immediately and leave. That trick will consume a lot of chakra, and it also bears a considerable risk for your eyes, bar. After only one match, the analysis was so careful, Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice. Uchiha Itachi, how far has your eyesight deteriorated since that battle? Hitaki Kakashi asked coldly while removing the forehead protector that blocked his left eye. You. Uchiha Itachi's expression turned cold, but he quickly recovered his composure. Kakashi, you know so clearly, have you opened that kind of eyes? Okay, I'm fed up with the nonsense between you. Suddenly, at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto rushed up suddenly, stabbing Uchiha Itachi with Kuma in his hand. Uzumaki Naruto, your uncle. Glossi hadn't moved, just wanted to learn more about Sharingan's secrets from Hitaki Kakashi, but Uzumaki Naruto would destroy it. His anger didn't come out at all. A swimming technique came in front of Uzumaki Naruto, kicked Uzumaki Naruto's abdomen fiercely, and kicked it out for more than 3 meters. Chapter 148 One Punch Break Rakery. With this kick, Glossi was angry, really without any mercy from his subordinates. Boom! With a loud noise, Uzumaki Naruto was like a fired cannonball. It flew backwards at a speed several times faster than it rushed, and slammed into the ground. The ground was dusty and embarrassed. Pull. Body replacement technique. However, when Uzumaki Naruto was about to hit the ground, he finally reflected that he had come to Jin with both hands and shouted loudly. When, with a clear and sweet voice, a piece of wood similar in length to Uzumaki Naruto appeared out of thin air, replacing Uzumaki Naruto with Glossi's blow. The piece of wood was kicked to pieces by the terrible force, and the sawdust was flying all over the sky with shocking momentum. Hi. Seeing this scene, Haruno Sakura and Kaidai mother-in-law both took a breath at the same time, and their faces were shocked. The two of them know very well about Uzumaki Naruto's strength, knowing that although he still has the title of Genin for the time being, his strength is not weak enough to be comparable to the elite Chunin. However, such a powerful Uzumaki Naruto was kicked back by Glossi, and there was no room for resistance. How to make them not shocked? Back then, the man who surpassed all his peers and overpowered Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke to win the Chunin exam, how strong is he now? Sure enough, it's exactly the same as I expected, Hitaki Kakashi said with an extremely solemn expression. You are stronger and more unfathomable than you were before. Hitaki Kakashi, everyone is making progress, but you are the only one who is stagnant. What is going on? Glossi asked Hitaki Kakashi intently. As far as I know, you were hailed as the super genius of the entire Konoha village, and you were promoted to Jonin at the age of 12. Why are you still at the level of Jonin after more than 10 years? Hitaki Kakashi, the son of Konoha's White Fangfang, Hitaki Tsukumo, what are you afraid of? Glossi shouted loudly after raising the pitch too high. Boy, it's none of your business. Hitaki Kakashi seemed to have been stabbed in the pain by Glossi. The light in his eyes immediately cooled down, and he said sternly. Is it the battle of Shenwu Kunchao back then? Fire style. Great fireball technique. Hitaki Kakashi slammed his hands quickly, shouting loudly. The speed of his Jiayin was so fast that his hands left shadows in the air. Uzumaki Naruto, Chiyo's mother-in-law, and Haruno Sakura were stunned and dumbfounded in such a scene. Advertisement obviously, this is the first time the three of them have seen Hitaki Kakashi who has gone all out to kill. Boom! In an instant, blazing flames spread, and a giant great fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared out of thin air, covering the whole world, and hitting Glossi and Uchiha Itachi overwhelmingly. A terrible flame scorched the earth, and wherever it passed, all the flowers and trees were turned into ashes, and even the earth was scorched black, which shows how powerful this move is. Water style. Water barrier. Glossi's expression was indifferent, his hands were sealed, and he whispered. Wow! With a clear sound of water, a curtain of water like a waterfall fell from the sky, instantly disconnecting Glossi from the huge fireball grid. Chi! The horrible flames scorched the curtain of water, and large swaths of mist rose into the air. Fire and water are incompatible, and their casters are even more hostile. When they meet together, they will naturally fight for each other. This kid is so powerful. Uchiha Itachi stood by with his arms folded, his scarlet eyes looked at Glossi intently, and said to himself. With the powerful pupil power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, it can be clearly seen that Glossi took the upper hand in the duel between the two and suppressed Hitaki Kakashi. Chi. The huge fireball violently collided with the water curtain, and more intense water mist continued to skyrocket, blocking people's sight. Water style. Mist shinobi technique. At this moment, Hitaki Kakashi's voice came from the thick water mist. Almost at the same time, large swaths of smoke appeared out of thin air, suddenly making this place where the vision was blurred even more dim. Oh, what's going on? Uzumaki Naruto yelled in horror. Naruto, I am here. Haruno Sakura also shouted. Don't panic, this is Kakashi's technique. At this moment, the mother-in-law Chiandai walked out from the side and whispered to the two people. Advertisement, what a fun ninjutsu, Glossi said in admiration. His martial arts heavenly eyes are already great, and his insight is extremely powerful. Although Hitaki Kakashi's mist shinobi technique is very powerful, it still can't block his sight. He could clearly capture the location of the 4 Hitaki Kakashi, but instead of immediately attacking him, he made a bewildered appearance. He wanted to see how strong the pupils of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan were. Could he see through the dense smoke? As this mist shinobi technique. Uchiha Itachi's deep voice came from the thick fog. In order to prevent myself from illusion, this technique does have a certain effect. However, for me who owns Mangekyo Sharingan, it also has some effect. What's the use? Forget about peekaboo tricks, Kakashi. Well, that's what I said. Hitaki Kakashi replied. However, this technique is useless for you, but it doesn't mean it is useless for other people. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands quickly formed seals. Rakery. Hitaki Kakashi displayed his most proud of his original ninjutsu, and then rushed to Glossi, who was standing there and looking around, with a confused face at the fastest speed. Everyone thought that Hitaki Kakashi was using the Mist Shinobi technique to deal with Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, but they never thought that his target was Glossi. Brush. Hitaki Kakashi's speed was so fast that he came close to Glossi in an instant. His eyes were cold, and his murderous intent was boiling. The Rakery with his right hand was actually aimed at the heart of Glossi's left chest, and he wanted to kill Glossi with a single blow. Successful. The thousand-generation mother-in-law exclaimed loudly. This kid won't just die like this, right? Uchiha Itachi stared at Glossi unblinkingly, but he didn't mean to help. However, just when everyone thought that Glossi was bound to die, Glossi turned his head and sneered cruelly at Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Glossi slammed his right fist, slamming it at Hitaki Kakashi's Rakery. Puff. With a soft sound, Hitaki Kakashi's original S-class ninjutsu, Rakery, which was astonishingly lethal, was hit by Glossi and lost all its luster, and it was extremely bleak. Chapter 149 I will do it alone. Crack. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying sound of bone fragmentation sounded, and a heart-piercing pain centered on Hitaki Kakashi's right hand, spreading to every corner of the body in an instant. The terrible pain made the mental willpower as tough as Hitaki Kakashi could not help but snorted, and his whole body trembled. Su. You discovered my whereabouts long ago? Hitaki Kakashi hissed, holding back the severe pain. Yes, I found out a long time ago, Glossi said with a grin. Moreover, what I found is much more than that. What else did you find? Hitaki Kakashi asked. Let your real body come out and talk to me. As Glossi said, he slammed his right fist and hit Hitaki Kakashi's head, sending the blood and brain of it miserable. However, those blood and brains soon turned into blazing thunderlights, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. A lightning-style clone wants to hide it from me, Glossi said lightly. Come out. He cast his sharp gaze behind a thick old tree more than 10 years away. It's really the most outstanding genius in Konoha Village's history. Even my lightning-style clone can be seen through. Hitaki Kakashi exclaimed. Although your eyes are not Sharingan, I don't think it will be any weaker than Sharingan, right? His left eye is Sharingan, a mature 3-go jade, with very strong pupils, staring at Glossi's eyes unblinkingly. Obviously, he noticed the unusualness of Glossi's eyes. Glossi said with a smile. Hitaki Kakashi, I think you should remove this Mist Shinobi technique. Even your eye can easily see through, let alone me and Uchiha Itachi? Well, it is. Hitaki Kakashi groaned for a moment, and said, Open. He quickly sealed with both hands. In an instant, the thick mist that permeated the world disappeared without a trace, and the air regained its clarity. Ms. Kakashi, what happened? Uzumaki Naruto saw that the fog had cleared, thinking that Hitaki Kakashi had been defeated. Uzumaki Naruto cried out worriedly. Your technique was broken? Chiandai mother-in-law also asked. The three of them did not dare to neglect, and immediately leaned towards Hitaki Kakashi with the fastest speed. Whether it's Glossi or Uchiha Itachi, everyone is strong, and once they are alone, their lives will be in danger. If you get together, there are still some possibilities for self-protection. Advertisement. No, I did it myself. Hitaki Kakashi said. That technique has no effect on them, but it will threaten your actions. So, I unlocked him. So that's it. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations nodded. So what should we do now? There is no way, I have to force it. Hitaki Kakashi said in a deep voice. Forced? The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations frowned immediately. As far as the strength of the two of them is concerned, we have no chance of winning. Moreover, I am afraid that we will. As she spoke, she looked at Uzumaki Naruto from the corner of her eyes. It was obvious that she was worried that if she failed, she would take Uzumaki Naruto in instead. In that case, some of the gains outweigh the losses. Don't worry, we have no problem. Hitaki Kakashi said. After all, the two of them are not the main body, and it is impossible for them to exert 100% combat power. Oh, did you even see this? Glossi said in surprise. Sharingan's insight is not as good as the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, but it can also see through the chakra in the human body. Hitaki Kakashi said. Uchiha Itachi, the chakra you have now is far less than the last time you met, only about 1/3, I don't know if I am right. Kakashi, you are right. Uchiha Itachi, who has been silent, nodded and said. But, what about that? Do you think you can get through it with just a few of you? Yes, I think we can. Hitaki Kakashi snapped. In that case, you can try it. Uchiha Itachi said lightly. He stood there quietly, without any energy fluctuations on his body, but he exuded a breathtaking aura from the inside out, which even Glossi secretly admired. Mother-in-law, please. Hitaki Kakashi took a deep look at the mother-in-law and said. Well, leave it to me. Mother-in-law nodded, and took 2 steps forward, standing side by side with Hitaki Kakashi. A powerful aura that only belonged to the cage-level powerhouses was filled in an instant. Sure enough, cage-level powerhouse? Glossi said with a grin. Uchiha Itachi, you don't want to make a move, I am enough. Do you want to do it alone? Uchiha Itachi was taken aback for a moment, with a look of astonishment on his face. Obviously, he didn't expect Glossi to say such a sentence. Not bad, Glossi said lightly. This is the first time I have seen this technique of the leader, so let me experience the power of this technique. Okay, whatever you want. Uchiha Itachi nodded. In fact, he also wanted to take the opportunity to see Glossi's strength. Advertisement. Do you want to fight the four of us alone? Hitaki Kakashi frowned and asked. Yes, Glossi said. You are too arrogant, Uzumaki Naruto yelled. I'm arrogant? He. Glossi said with a smile. Uzumaki Naruto, just 2 years have passed. Have you forgotten my horror? You. Uzumaki Naruto was speechless. He immediately recalled the scene where he was kicked by Glossi just now, and he couldn't help being cold all over his body, and the self-confidence he had just built after following Jiraiya for 2 years was completely destroyed in an instant. Uzumaki Naruto, maybe you don't know yet. Glossi laughed suddenly and said. Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, both of them are now Kage-level masters. What? Hearing these words, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Hitaki Kakashi all changed their expressions, their faces full of shock and incredible. It's only been more than 2 years, have they grown to such a point? If all this is true, what terrifying strength does Glossi, who is stronger than the two of them, possess? Transformation. When the three of them were in a daze, Glossi shouted in a low voice. Woo! In an instant, like a gust of wind, like lightning, the stars are moving, and the horror is boundless. Glossi was like a ghost, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters in the middle, and came to Hitaki Kakashi in front of the four in an instant. His right hand sticks out gently, with a graceful and flawless posture, as if he is playing a piano, and he taps towards the chest of the four Hitaki Kakashi. Ah! Ah! With 2 screams, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura flew out together, blood spurting in their mouths, and no one was known before they fell to the ground. Although Hitaki Kakashi and Chinde's mother-in-law avoided the past, their eyes were so shocked, they stared at Glossi, their faces full of weirdness. Chapter 150. The puppet is really fragile, too fast. That kind of speed is too fast. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as the speed of the wind and the movement of the stars. The speed is more terrifying and fierce than the shattering technique they have seen before, making people creepy and shuddering. Because, based on the insights of the 2 generations of mother-in-law and Hitaki Kakashi, it can be naturally distinguished that this movement of Glossi is purely physical behavior, rather than the so-called swimming technique. How can it be possible to achieve such an appalling speed only by relying on the power of the physical body? Is it really a level that can be achieved by manpower? It was not just the grandmother Chidai and Hitaki Kakashi who were shocked, but even Uchiha Itachi, who was watching the battle silently next to him, had a surprised expression on his face, feeling very unbelievable. Naruto, little Sakura, Hitaki Kakashi exclaimed, yelling worriedly. Leave it to me. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations whispered. Her hands moved quickly, one after another chakra silk thread spread from her fingertips, and instantly connected to Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations controlled their bodies to react, and fell to the ground without any risk. However, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura both lost consciousness at this time, closed their eyes tightly, and became unconscious. It actually killed both Naruto and Sakura in one move, this. Hitaki Kakashi only felt cold, like being in the wind of winter, completely cold. You know, in the past 2 years or so, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura have made rapid progress. Although they have not yet experienced the real Chunin assessment, their strength has long been comparable to the elite Chunin. Especially Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya, who follows one of the Sannin, has learned a lot and is difficult to deal with. However, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura were beaten to death by Glossi in one move. People don't know what is this amazing and terrifying combat power? Kakashi, are you really sure that he can only display 30% of his body's combat power? The 1,000-generation mother-in-law stared at Glossi, her expression extremely solemn, and said in a deep voice. This. Hitaki Kakashi said with an uncertain look on his face. I can be sure that they only have 30% of chakra, but their strength. Advertisement, okay, I see. Mother-in-law Chiendai nodded and said, in that case, we will treat them as 100% combat-powered opponents and go all out. Go all out? Hitaki Kakashi murmured. Well, that's good, if we two don't fight as hard as we can, I'm afraid all of us will die here. After all, the opponents are both of them. The grandmother Chiendai looked very solemn, and slowly took out 2 ninjutsu scrolls from her bag behind her. She shook her hand to open them, and then shouted, open. Bang. Bang. With 2 soft sounds, 2 ninjutsu scrolls burst open, and 2 humanoid puppets, a man and a woman, appeared in front of everyone. Their appearance is lifelike, and when viewed from a distance, they look like 2 real people. Puppet. Is this a puppet? Glossi said lightly. I always thought that the human puppet was Sasori's original creation. So you have been involved in this a long time ago. You are the one who taught him to make the human puppet, right? No, you are wrong. The grandmother of the 1,000 generations shook her head and said, although they are all puppets, they were not made by me. They are all made by Sasori. Are they also made by Sasori? Glossi asked in surprise. They also have names, called Father and Mother, said the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations. As the name suggests, they were originally Sasori's parents. For some reason, they were killed in the hands of Hitaki Shumo, Konoha's White Fang. Their bodies were transported back to San Shinobi, and Sasori made them puppets. They were killed by my father. Hitaki Kakashi couldn't help but change his face, and said in shock. Back then, his father Hitaki Sakumo was known as Konoha's White Fangfong, and claimed to be able to compete with 3rd Hokage, making all enemies fearful and killing countless enemies on the battlefield. And now, he met two at once, and his status is still very high. He is the descendant of the grandmother of San Shinobi Village's grandmother, Chiandai. Are they Sasori's father and mother? Glossi frowned and said, in that case, I will grab them and give them to Sasori. Advertisement, what's the relationship between you and Sasori? Where is Sasori now? Mother-in-law asked excitedly. Excuse me. Glossi said, if you don't say it, I will force you to say it. The thousand-generation mother-in-law shouted. She swiftly moved her hands quickly, and almost at the same time, the two humanoid puppets also moved. They suddenly jumped into the air, and then rushed towards Glossi fiercely. Clang! Clang! With two clear metal sounds, the father puppet held a long sword, and the mother puppet held a long knife, one left and the other right, and they fought Glossi together. Moreover, there are 5 slender and sharp barbed wire fences between the two, shining coldly, and you can see that the attack power is amazing. Swipe! Swipe! The two puppets were extremely fast under the control of a thousand-generation mother-in-law, and they came to Glossi in the blink of an eye. They cooperated tacitly, the male left and the female right, and the 5 iron wires of the arm were slammed like an indestructible dagger. Innocuous. I have to say that things like puppets are really fragile, Glossi murmured, looking up at the sky. He raised his hands all of a sudden, and grasped the entangled iron wire with great precision. Then, with a violent pull with both hands, he immediately tore off the 5 wires. Why? How is this possible? The mother-in-law of the thousand generations suddenly widened her eyes, staring at Glossi, her face full of incredible. You know, those 5 iron wires are made of San Shinobi's most terrifying weapon, sand iron. They were made by Third Kazekage when he was still alive. They were almost indestructible and unbreakable. However, now they were torn apart by Glossi with a pair of fleshy palms. This is incredible. Chapter 151 Kakashi's left eye, shocked, absolutely shocked. Shocked, absolutely shocked. The mother-in-law of the thousand generations couldn't believe her eyes. There are people in this world who can use flesh and blood palms to forcibly break the iron wire made of sand and iron. Isn't he a monster? If not, how could a living person have such a terrifying body? Millennium mother-in-law, be very careful, that kid is a standard monster. His body is extremely powerful, and he can resist almost any ninjutsu below S grade. Hitaki Kakashi reminded loudly. Why? Hardly resist any ninjutsu below the S grade. Mother-in-law's face changed again, and it became even more ugly. Yes. Hitaki Kakashi said solemnly. When he defected from the village, he used his body to resist various ninjutsu many times and was unharmed. Except for the attacks of Lord 3rd Hokage and Lord Shimura Danzo, he basically would not evade. You're talking about 3 years ago, right? The mother-in-law of the thousand generations said in a deep voice. Speaking of which, isn't his current strength even more terrifying? In theory, this is indeed the case. Hitaki Kakashi said. I seriously doubt that even S-rank ninjutsu can cause him harm. I'm afraid your premonition is true, Chiandai mother-in-law murmured. Hey, the two of you are distracted. Just as the mother-in-law Chidai and Hitaki Kakashi were talking, Glossi stepped forward to father and mother at his feet. The two puppets rushed away. That's okay. The thousand-generation mother-in-law was shocked when she saw this, and hurriedly waved her hands to manipulate. Brush. Woo! 2 sharp cold lights flashed, a sharp long knife and a sharp long sword pierced the void, and slashed towards Glossi fiercely, quickly, accurately and fiercely, just like 2 living masters of physical skills. Reappearance, imposing momentum. Glossi raised his right hand and shot out in rapid succession, with 2 crisp sounds of dang and dang, breaking instantly with one sword and one sword. He didn't suffer any obstacles, and rushed to the 2 puppets in an instant. Advertisement, bring me back. The mother-in-law of the thousand generations desperately pulled her hands to the back, trying to take the 2 puppets back. Leave all of them, Glossi said lightly. He leaned forward with his right hand, and the raised hand suddenly turned into a large hand with a radius of several meters, and immediately covered the 2 puppets. What ability is this? Hitaki Kakashi said in horror. He stared at the 3-tomo Sharingan, staring at Glossi, and said in horror. It's over, the 2 puppets can't be collected. The mother-in-law of the thousand generations looked like earth. From the moment Glossi's big hand covered the 2 puppets, the grandmother Chiandai felt that the connection between herself and the 2 puppets was severed. And the connection between the puppet master and the puppet is severed, which means that he has completely lost control of the puppet. Fung! Glossi shouted in a low voice. Shoo, shoo. 2 dazzling lights flashed, and the father and mother puppets disappeared and were sealed in the scroll again. Glossi put the 2 scrolls in his suitcase, and he prepared to give them to Sasori when he returned. Thank you, puppet. Glossi smiled and said. You. The thousand-generation mother-in-law only felt a strong pressure on her face. At this moment, she unexpectedly discovered that the threat of this kid in front of them was not in the slightest under the famous Uchiha Itachi. Although this kid didn't show any abilities or ninjutsu from the beginning to the end, just relying on his powerful body was enough to make them helpless. His physical strength may have surpassed Guy, Hitaki Kakashi said in a deep voice. Guy? You mean, Blue Beast, Might Guy? Said the grandmother of a thousand generations. Although I have never fought him, I can foresee that his physique is definitely not the opponent of this kid in front of me. His physique has surpassed the limits of human beings. I very much doubt that he is a monster possessing a human body. Perhaps. Hitaki Kakashi said non-committal. Mother-in-law, please back down and let me deal with him. As he said, he closed the Sharingan with his left eye tightly, and then opened it suddenly. A powerful and strange aura permeated for an instant. Open. His Sharingan suddenly turned into a pattern resembling a windmill. Advertisement. Is that so? Uchiha Itachi looked solemn and whispered. You are not from the Uchiha family, but you started Mangekyo Sharingan, Hitaki Kakashi. You are really a genius. Finally, are you ready to use your own assassin? Glossi grinned and said. He was not surprised because he knew from Uchiha Obito that the other eye was in Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi said coldly. Rock Lee, oh no, Glossi, you should feel very honored, because you are the first person worthy of me to use this power. Really? Glossi said lightly. Kamui, Hitaki Kakashi pointed his left eye to Glossi's head and shouted. In an instant, a powerful and weird force enveloped Glossi. The space was violently shaking, and an extremely dangerous aura locked Glossi's head, terrifying and boundless. This kind of power. Glossi's face changed slightly. At this moment, Glossi understood the abilities of Hitaki Kakashi, the Mangekyo Sharingan. If Uchiha Obito's right eye ability is an absolute defense against the hollow of the body, then Hitaki Kakashi's left eye ability is a distortion of space, directly launching an irresistible attack on the target. Once hit, he will undoubtedly die. Boom! After understanding this, Glossi didn't hesitate and directly exerted force with his feet. The whole body was ejected fiercely like a cannonball, and he came to Hitaki Kakashi in an instant. Destroy this eye. Glossi secretly said in his heart. He used his right hand to exterminate the sky and poked Hitaki Kakashi's left eye lightly. 2 Mangekyo Sharingan, 1 main attack and 1 main defense. Once they are combined into one, they are perfectly seamless and invincible in the world. Glossi definitely didn't want that to happen. Chapter 152 Uchiha Obito Action. Glossi and Uchiha Obito are now in a cooperative relationship, but he also knows that sooner or later they will have a battle. Uchiha Obito is so troublesome with only one right eye. If he retrieves the left eye stored in Hitaki Kakashi, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Glossi will never tolerate this happening. It's too late, it's fast. Glossi got rid of the attack of Hitaki Kakashi. Kamui. In an instant, and then approached him to attack. It was just a blink of an eye, and it was a flash of lightning. Ah! Hitaki Kakashi yelled in horror. He did not expect that Glossi was so powerful that he could break free from the distorted space, and launched a counterattack against him. He stared at Glossi's big hand poking towards his left eye, but there was no way to dodge and parry. He could only wait for death to come. I didn't expect that my Kakashi would die in such a place. Hitaki Kakashi closed his eyes helplessly, and said silently in his heart. However, at this moment, the space above Hitaki Kakashi's head vibrated violently, and a big hand slammed out to meet Glossi's big hand. This person wears a Uzumaki mask on his face. Who is it if it is not Uchiha Obito? I had long suspected that you had been spying on me secretly, as expected, Glossi said coldly. When he saw Uchiha Obito appear, he knew immediately that he could not destroy that eye. He was thinking about it, and immediately stopped back and said something like that. What do you want to do? Uchiha Obito stared at Glossi coldly and said sternly. Temptation, I'm just a test, and I don't mean anything else, haha. Glossi slapped haha and said. He knew this excuse was extremely clumsy, but he didn't care, because he knew Uchiha Obito needed him so much that he wouldn't turn his face easily. You. Uchiha Obito looked at Glossi intently, and said after a long time, I hope this kind of thing will be the last time and never happen again, otherwise. As long as you stop spying on me from now on, I promise you won't do similar things again, Glossi said. You damn it kid. Uchiha Obito was very angry. Just now, Glossi's shot at Hitaki Kakashi was very cruel, and he knew that he had beaten him and was about to destroy the precious Mangekyo Sharingan. If not, how could he easily show up in front of Hitaki Kakashi? Advertisement however, Glossi now insisted that he was testing him, but he was helpless for a while. After all, he still needs the power of Glossi now, and he is unwilling to turn his face against him immediately. Why, am I damn it? Glossi said with a smile. You? Who are you? At this moment, Hitaki Kakashi finally recovered, looking at Uchiha Obito, and asked in a trembling voice. For some reason, he always felt that the person wearing the mask in front of him was very familiar, but he still couldn't remember it. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Sharingan. Illusion. Uchiha Obito didn't answer Hitaki Kakashi, and he directly nodded his hands and shouted in a low voice. Boom. A strong mental power immediately surged from Uchiha Obito's eyes, and it blasted into Hitaki Kakashi's mind. You are. Hitaki Kakashi showed a look of horror on his face. He pointed his hand firmly at Uchiha Obito, his face full of horror and incredible. He didn't expect that people who had been dead for so many years would appear again. However, Hitaki Kakashi quickly lost his voice. His pupil power was far less powerful than Uchiha Obito, and he was quickly suppressed and lost consciousness. Hey! Uchiha Obito sighed long. He reached out his hand to catch Hitaki Kakashi and carried it on his shoulder. Glossi's actions today made him full of a sense of crisis, and he dared not put that eye on Hitaki Kakashi anymore. Stop. Put him down. Seeing that the situation is not good, the mother-in-law Chiandai immediately stretched out her hand and took out another scroll of ninjutsu from her bag, and suddenly tore it open. Bang! 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 With a series of soft sounds, 10 humanoid puppets appeared out of thin air. 5 of them stayed by Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura to guard them, and the other 5 rushed towards Uchiha Obito, want to save Hitaki Kakashi back. Don't get in the way. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi, who had been standing by and watching coldly, moved. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and opened his mouth to eject a huge fireball, which immediately blocked the roads of the 5 puppets. Damn it! The 1000-generation mother-in-law yelled. She didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately urged the 5 puppets to return. Now that the enemy is very few, and the other 3 are all unfathomable superpowers, she must retreat. She urged 2 puppets to carry Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura on their backs, and the other 8 puppets were responsible for braking, and quickly fled towards the distance. The air vibrated violently, and Uchiha Obito disappeared with Hitaki Kakashi. Advertisement, this guy. Glossi smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew that his recent actions stimulated Uchiha Obito and forced him to make up his mind to retrieve the other Sharingan. Have you seen him? Uchiha Itachi looked at Glossi with a strange look and asked. Well, I've seen it a few times. Glossi nodded. Have you seen him too? I met him when I was very young. Uchiha Itachi hesitated and said, for me, he is a special existence who is also a teacher and a friend. Teacher and friend? Glossi asked. Do you know who he is? He told me he was Uchiha Madara, but I knew he must not be Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi said. I don't think he is Uchiha Madara either, Glossi said with a smile. Uzumaki Naruto is Jinchuriki of 9 tails, why didn't the organization order him to be caught? The seals of the tail beasts are in order, and the order of 1 tail, 2 tails and 9 tails must be followed. Uchiha Itachi explained. If you attack 9 tails now, it will definitely anger Konoha village. With the strong strength and influence of Konoha village, it will surely stir the power of the entire ninja world against us. In this case, we will be very passive, he said. So that's it. Glossi nodded. In that case, let's go back. The Shang Zhuan technique was lifted, and Glossi felt that there was a flower before his eyes, and he returned to the cave again. He looked around and found that Kisame had already returned. He found that Kisame's face was a little ugly. Did he lose to Guy? Glossi asked inwardly. Smelly boy, what is your look? Suddenly, Kisame yelled at Glossi. Chapter 153 You are too weak. Kisame looked savage, staring at Glossi, murderous intent. Oh, it's so irritating. Glossi said with a grin. Looking at how angry you are, maybe you lost to the blue beast, might Guy. You. Kisame was pricked in the sore spot, furious. If he wasn't the body of the missing body now, I'm afraid he would have rushed towards Glossi a long time ago. Glossi, don't laugh at him anymore. Sasori said suddenly. No matter how much, his elephant-turned body is only 30% of the original chakra, and losing to others is not particularly unacceptable. Brother Sasori is right, huh? Deidara also said. You bastards. Kisame was furious. Kisame, they deliberately wanted to irritate you. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi said in a low voice. Control your emotions and don't show them the jokes. Kisame glanced at Uchiha Itachi, then at the leader Zero who had been staring at him, and suddenly smiled. You are right, I shouldn't let them watch jokes, haha. Seeing this scene, Glossi couldn't help but sink in his heart. If Kisame gets furious and loses control of his emotions under his stimulation, then no matter how powerful Kisame is, it won't pose any threat to him. However, Kisame can actually control his emotions under the anger, such a person is very scary. Kisame was defeated, which means that Konoha village still has a combat force about to approach here. Ling said slowly. Who else among you want to leave the station? Let me go. Hidan, carrying a huge sickle weapon, raised his hand first. I'll go. Glossi thought for a while and also said. If that's the case, then you two go. Ling gave Hidan a deep look and said. If you can, try not to stay alive. Don't worry, boss, I will sacrifice all of them to the great Cthulhu, Hidan said sternly. The space fluctuated, and Glossi and Hidan left the cave in an instant and appeared in an empty place full of Wang Yangsuguo. Obviously, this is a trace left after the fight between Kisame and Might Guy not long ago. Advertisement. Can the chakra with only 30% of its body remain so capable of performing such a level of water-style technique? Guluo's Saibu Dao Tianyan probed in all directions and said secretly in his heart. Brush. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in front of Glossi's eyes, and a huge Shinigami sickle struck him over his head. Little devil, I've long seen you not pleasing to your eyes. Why don't you sacrifice you to Lord Cthulhu now? Hidan yelled excitedly. That Shinigami sickle is very huge, more than 3 meters long and weighs tens of kilograms, but he swings it freely and is powerful, and he knows that he is a master of physical skills at a glance. Only you, Glossi said coldly. He didn't evade, his right hand suddenly raised, and the power of the hand that spurred the sky to greet the huge sickle that smashed. Boy, you are dead. Hidan laughed wildly, when. With a loud noise, the huge sickle slammed into Glossi's hand. Crack. Immediately afterwards, a clear and melodious metal cracking sound came. Why? How is this possible? Hidan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He suddenly discovered that there was a big gap in the huge sickle he was swinging, and a sharp blade on the sickle was interrupted by Glossi's slap. Is this your strength? Glossi moved his right hand and said disdainfully. The sickle that Hidan slashed with all his strength just now didn't cause any harm to him. You little monster. A grinning smile suddenly appeared on Hidan's face. However, the more so, the more valuable it is to sacrifice you to Lord Cthulhu. Wow Kaka. Hidan seemed to be excited by Glossi's unexpected strength. He waved a huge sickle with both hands, dancing it like a big windmill, and rushed towards Glossi quickly. Buzzing. Advertisement. The huge sickle tore the air, so powerful that it is unimaginable. He only has this kind of strength? Glossi couldn't help frowning and muttered. According to his understanding, most of the members of the Akatsuki organization possess cage-level strength, and even the one or two who have not reached cage level are quasi-shadow powerhouses with unique abilities and blood inheritance. However, Hidan is always attacking with physique and sickle from beginning to end. Doesn't he know how to use ninjutsu? Little devil, when you arrive at Cthulhu, don't forget to report my name to the uncle. Hidan killed you. Hidan laughed wildly and rushed up with his sickle. Divine action is ever-changing. Glossi's eyes were deep, and he suddenly stepped forward, rushing towards Hidan like a blast of lightning. His steps were very strange, quick and easy to break through Hidan's attack, and then he came close to Hidan. You are too weak. Glossi said coldly. Puff. Glossi stuck out his right hand, his palm stood like a knife, and plunged into Hidan's left chest. A large amount of warm blood spurted from Hidan's chest, and a strong smell of blood came over his face. You. Hidan's face was stubborn, and his face was incredible. I really don't understand how rubbish like you got into Shao, Glossi said while shaking his head. You. Do you want to know? Hidan hissed. Sorry, I don't have any interest in you who are so weak, Glossi said coldly. Because of this, Hidan's frustrated face suddenly reappeared, and a sharp kunai appeared on his right hand for some time, and he pierced Glossi's throat fiercely. I said, you are too weak, Glossi said casually. As if he had predicted all Hidan's movements in advance, the index finger of his left hand pointed out, and he immediately blocked the kunai that Hidan stabbed. Chapter 154. My guy is crazy. Your body is weird. Hidan stared at Glossi, his face full of shock and incredible. When Glossi blocked his huge sickle with his palm for the first time, he had already noticed the incredible strength of Glossi's body, and even his sickle broke. But this time, the other party pressed a finger against his kunai. How could he not be shocked? In his impression, even the Akatsuki organization of masters like Clouds can only do it with Kakuzu, who has practiced body hardening to ultimate. Could it be that the kid in front of you, like Kakuzu, has also practiced body hardening to that level? Your body is weird. Glossi said coldly while pinching Hidan's heart with his hands. If you were a normal person, you would have died long ago in this situation. Normal? Is there a normal person in our organization? Hidan sneered. Don't squeeze it. Do you know that it hurts? His face was pale, with cold sweat on his forehead. Obviously, although he could not die, he was not immune to the terrible pain. Does it hurt? Glossi said sternly. Puff. He slammed his right hand and pulled out Hidan's heart. Ah! Hidan screamed loudly. However, what surprised Glossi was that even if the heart was dug out, Hidan still could not stand up, showing no sign of dying. Your ability is the immortal body? Glossi said in surprise. The immortal body is an invincible ability that is almost pervert. Even in the martial world where the strong are like Clouds and nurtured countless supernatural powers, the immortal body is definitely one of the top 5 terrifying abilities. What? Surprised. Hidan said sternly. If I don't have this ability, do you think I am qualified to join the Shao organization? Well, you are right. Glossi nodded and said, if you don't have this ability, you are a standard garbage, and even Jonin from Konoha village can easily kill you. What are you talking about? Hidan was furious. He has strong confidence in his physical skills, so being belittled and humiliated by Glossi, he is naturally very unconvinced and extremely angry. Why, are you not convinced? Glossi said coldly. This time the opponent is Jonin Might Guy from Konoha village, Grandmaster physical skill, you can compete with him. Compared with me, is he worthy? Hidan said disdainfully. I have an immortal body, what does he have? Advertisement. If you don't have an immortal body, you don't even have the qualifications to fight him. Glossi sneered. The Blue Beast of Konoha village used physiques to kill 5 of the Mist Shinobi 7 in the Third Ninja War, don't you know? What is his relationship with the Blue Beast? Hidan asked with a startled look. Konoha's 8 colors, a Blue Beast, he naturally knew such a name. In the face of such an opponent, even if he has an immortal body, he must be careful and go all out. If you are not careful, you may fall into a dead end. He is the only descendant of the Blue Beast, the heir to the Blue Beast of Konoha village's generation. Glossi said lightly. Moreover, he is still my teacher. What did you say? He is your teacher? Hidan was really shocked this time. He had already learned Glossi's strength just now, and it was definitely an overwhelming advantage for him. If the guy named Might Guy is Glossi's teacher, then the strength must not be too weak. Rock Lee. Suddenly, at this moment, Might Guy's roar came from far away. Following the voice, Glossi turned and looked, and saw that Might Guy was leading 3 elite Chunin-level masters, rushing in this direction with a face full of anger. Might Guy, we meet again. Glossi raised his tone suddenly and said loudly, however, you seem to have forgotten again. My name is Glossi now. Might Guy couldn't help his face change color. His face was dark, and it was obvious that he remembered those things before. Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, Tenten, these three of his favorite subordinates have all become rebels, which is definitely a heavy blow to him. Yeah, your name is Glossi, I forgot. Might Guy murmured. Are you here to stop us? He asked, looking at Glossi intently. This is the command of the leader, and I can't help it, Glossi said. Boss, did you really join, Shao? Might Guy shouted. Yes. Glossi nodded. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as I thought. There is no way to avoid the master-apprentice battle between you and me. Might Guy said. The three of you back off, I'll take action. Big brother Guy. The three of them looked puzzled. Don't say anything. The three of you back off immediately. He is not an enemy you can deal with. Might Guy said. Master Mitokado Homura died in his hands. Advertisement. Why? Hearing the words, Mitokado Homura, the three people's expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and immediately followed Might Guy's orders and backed away 7 or 8 steps. Might Guy, you were right, there must be a battle between you and me. However, not today, Glossi said. Because I am not the real person standing in front of you today. Not your real body. Might Guy was taken aback. Both of us were created by the leader with a certain technique. Glossi said. Even if you beat us, others will come over and continue to stop you. Just like you defeated Kisame, the two of us rushed over immediately. Might Guy's face was troubled. Obviously, he also realized what Glossi said and felt very tricky. Oh, let me tell you by the way, Hitaki Kakashi was taken away, Glossi said lightly. If I didn't guess wrong, Sharingan on his left eye would be taken away by someone else. Where did he get caught? Might Guy yelled, suddenly excited. I don't know this either, Glossi said. Might Guy, go back, otherwise, I'm afraid you will never see Hitaki Kakashi again. Tell me he is there, Might Guy yelled frantically. What is it called? I'm so annoying, Hidan shouted dissatisfied. He broke free of Glossi abruptly, and then rushed towards Might Guy with his huge sickle. Get out of here! Might Guy furious. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful and tyrannical breath erupted from Might Guy. In an instant, he directly opened the 8 inner gates, from the first gate to the 6th gate, and his strength skyrocketed several times in an instant. Boom! Might Guy was incredibly fast, punching Hidan in the chest, then kicking him into the air with another kick. Glossi told me that Kakashi is there. Might Guy kept rushing towards Glossi without stopping. Chapter 155 Frustration Might Guy. Superior. Ooh. Might Guy's speed is too fast, like a terrifying beast that has broken its seal, rushing towards Glossi at an incredible speed. His flesh violently rubbed against the air, and he issued a terrifying scream. A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from Might Guy's body, and a terrifying aura came out vigorously. The waves of terrifying energy were like violent winds, surging in all directions, making people fearful. At this moment, Might Guy has turned into an azure figure, and azure chakra lights burst out from his body, enveloping his body. Looking from a distance, he was like wearing azure armor, full of mysterious and strange atmosphere. What kind of technique is this? Hidan was full of blood, struggling to get up from the ground, staring at Might Guy, who was running like lightning, and said in amazement. He was first punched through the chest by Might Guy, and then kicked a few tens of meters away. If he was replaced by another person, he would definitely die on the spot. However, he possessed an immortal body. Even though his body was beaten in tatters, he was still immortal. However, he was already frightened. He never thought that besides the members of the Akatsuki organization, there should be such a terrifying ninja in this world that could kill him in an instant. Is this the legendary super forbidden technique, 8 inner gates? He muttered. Is this the strength of Might Guy, the #1 master of physique in the village? The few people who followed Might Guy stared at the crazy Might Guy, shocked. It's terrible. I am afraid that such strength is not much weaker than the cage level strong. No wonder Might Guy and Kakashi can be called the strongest under cage level. Might Guy, the relationship between you and Hitaki Kakashi is really extraordinary, Glossi said lightly. As soon as I came up, I opened the 8 inner gates to the 6th gate. It was the first time I saw it. Say, where is Kakashi? Might Guy yelled. I said, I don't know, Glossi said. Advertisement, then I will use my fist to remind you, Might Guy shouted. Woo! Might Guy's figure disappeared in an instant, as if he was traveling through space. He came to Glossi in an instant, and he threw his fist. Might Guy, do you look down on me when you only open the 6th gate? Glossi put out his right hand, grabbed Might Guy's fist, and said softly. You. Might Guy's face changed wildly. He has now opened the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates. His strength has increased by at least 5 times than usual, and his speed is incredible. However, what he never expected was that Glossi would break his attack so easily. In 2.5 years, I broke through from Jonin to cage level, Glossi said lightly. But you and Hitaki Kakashi are standing still and stop. Therefore, you are not my opponents at all. Is it cage level already? Might Guy has a bitter expression on his face. You really are the scariest and most enchanting genius in Konoha Village's history. If it weren't for the damn Shimura Danzo, we in Konoha Village now have an invincible god of war. Thank you for the compliment, Glossi smiled and said. Shock the door, open. Might Guy glared wide and let out a violent shout. Boom. In an instant, Might Guy's aura became more violent and terrifying. The azure blue chakra surging out of his body had completely materialized, circle after circle, one after another, and it was shocking to hear. This is the chakra of the tail beast. How is this possible? Hidan murmured. Drive me. Might Guy shouted. Suddenly, a force that was heavier and terrifying than a giant mountain came from Might Guy's fist, and it was about to break through Glossi's palm and blast him to death. You can't drive, Glossi said lightly. Advertisement. The martial arts mentality in his body turned rapidly, and the powerful and unmatched combat power burst out of his body, instantly blocking Might Guy's domineering power back. He is like an insurmountable mountain, blocking Might Guy firmly and making it immobile. Ah! Might Guy yelled frantically. The azure chakra kept pouring out of his body, as if violent, and instantly enveloped the earth with a radius of hundreds of meters. The bright light burst out, causing Hidan and others to close their eyes and dare not look directly. It's useless. Glossi also urged the fighting power in his body, tit for tat Might Guy, not giving way. Boom! Suddenly, Might Guy lifted his right foot and kicked Glossi hard at the door. With the high-speed movement of his right foot, his body rubbed against the air violently, making a chilling sound of breaking through the air. Looking from a distance, you can even see a series of fires bursting out. This shows how terrifying the power of Might Guy's kick is. Glossi's eyes were cold, and his left hand was raised high, urging the hand of destruction, and patted the right foot kicked by Might Guy vigorously. Boom! With a loud noise that shook the sky, the dazzling light burst out, like a small sun, so blazing that it was impossible to look directly at it. What followed was a terrifying turbulence of energy, rushing in all directions like a hurricane. Wherever it goes, no grass grows, everything is turned into rubble. This is the first full collision between Glossi and Might Guy, who opened the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates. Take me one more trick, Might Guy yelled. He seemed to be crazy, his right foot kicked out continuously, giving out an incomparable atmosphere of terror. Bang! 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 Glossi's left hand continuously banged against Might Guy's right foot, with terrible roars one after another, and the bright light burst out continuously. Such a vision of heaven and earth shocked everyone's hearts. Chapter 156 Frustration. Might Guy, down, 2. Terrible. The 3 ninjas of Konoha village opened their eyes wide, staring at Glossi and Might Guy, who were fighting fiercely, and said in amazement. Such a terrifying battle scene has long been beyond their hearts to bear, and it is close to gods and demons. That kid is so powerful, this is definitely cage-level combat power, Hidan murmured. I even dared to provoke him before. I really didn't know how to live or die. Such a voice. At the same time, the members of the Akatsuki organization who was sealing the tail beast in the cave also frowned, with a look of surprise on their faces. This is Glossina Kid fighting. Absolutely grimly said. His opponent is very powerful, and he is Might Guy, the successor of the blue beast from Konoha 8 colors. With such a weather, has Might Guy turned on the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates? Uchiha Itachi's scarlet eyes rolled and looked at the sky in the distance, muttering to himself. This terrible little monster. Kakuzu curled his lips and said. At this moment, he recalled the scene of the previous fight with Glossi, and he felt very uncomfortable. I said, his strength must be higher than Orochimaru, Sasori said coldly. In any case, he already has the strength and qualifications to be our companion. At this time, Leader Ling said in a deep voice. If there is no special reason, I won't allow you to provoke him and act. As he spoke, he cast his sharp gaze at Kisame, the warning in his eyes was obvious. Boom. 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 The speed of Glossi and Might Guy's fight was so fast that they collided more than 150 times in just 1 minute. Their offensive power is very terrifying. Every punch and every palm will tear the air and make a piercing sound. The terrifying power is chilling. At the beginning, the 3 ninjas of Konoha village stood close to watch the battle. However, as the battle became more and more fierce, they couldn't bear the impact of the aftermath of the battle at all, and were forced to retreat quickly behind them. They retreated to more than 300 meters away, and they could still feel the incomparable terrifying power. This is almost 2 monsters fighting, advertisement. Toward the peacock. Might Guy shouted loudly during the fierce battle. His pair of iron fists were continuously swung in the sky at an incredible speed, and he hit more than 100 punches in an instant. His fist rubbed violently against the air, and one blazing flame appeared out of thin air. Boom. With the last punch of Might Guy, all the flames in the sky boiled, as if they had life, intertwined in the sky into a huge fire-red peacock pattern. This peacock was hundreds of meters long, its wings trembling slightly, and immediately surged out of the terrifying high temperature and rushed towards Glossi. In an instant, the fire blazed into the sky, and the huge fire peacock shrouded Glossi underneath, annihilating the world. Water style. The dragon's dance. Facing the fire peacock that overwhelmed the sky, Glossi made a seal with both hands and counterattacked with the S-level water style technique recorded in the Book of Seals. Wow. A water curtain across the sky appeared out of nowhere, and huge water dragons emerged from the water curtain to confront the fire peacock of Might Guy. Suddenly, the sky boiled, and the fiery red peacock and the blue water dragon entangled and collided fiercely. Sparks and water splash around, as if the end is coming, sensational. Groups of water vapor rose up, and the sky was misty, blocking people's sight. However, these mists couldn't stop the eyes of Glossi and Might Guy. Both of them had cold eyes, murderous aura and shocking aura. Might Guy, this shouldn't be your real strength, right? Glossi shouted loudly. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Might Guy yelled. Lend me this trick again, Johu. In an instant, a huge energy wave enveloped the earth, and the azure light curtain surrounding Might Guy's body seemed to burst open, instantly spreading to a radius of hundreds of meters. Roar. Raised, a roar of thunder blasted in the sky, like a mythical beast, a white tiger. A huge tiger that was tens of meters long and like a hill appeared out of thin air, and everyone who saw it was shocked and frigid. Advertisement, is this really physique? Everyone slandered secretly in their hearts. Boom. It seemed that the whole world was shaking, and the huge tiger seemed to be alive. Its limbs digging through the ground vigorously, Yang Tian let out a roar and rushed towards Glossi. It rolls up a terrible storm of energy, and the horror is boundless. The hand of destroying heaven, Glossi didn't dare to neglect, and immediately used the martial arts mentality to fight against it. A huge palm manifested out of thin air, like the hand of the creator in mythology, covering the sky over the white tiger. Boom. 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 The terrible collision sound is like a sky thunder blowing, deafening, and the terrifying energy storm is like a hurricane, sweeping in all directions. Wherever you go, destroy all obstacles. The rocks pierced through the sky, and the stormy waves hit the shore. After the smoke dissipated, the terrifying white tiger disappeared, and the big hand covering the sky also disappeared without a trace. Glossi stood motionless, with a slight smile on his face, while Might Guy was covered in blood and embarrassed. Obviously, in the previous duel, Glossi had the upper hand and suppressed Might Guy. What? Might Guy was defeated. The three ninjas of Konoha village were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Inherited everything from the Blue Beast, and displayed the legendary forbidden technique, 8 Inner Gates, however, he still lost. Hidan murmured, staring at Glossi. This terrible little monster. Chapter 157, The Final Lore. Cough, cough, cough. Might Guy coughed violently, his eyes were blood red, and he stared at Glossi, his face full of shock and inconceivability. In any case, he did not expect that after only more than 2 years of absence, Glossi had grown to such a terrifying state. You know, after opening the 7th gate of the 8 Inner Gates, his strength skyrocketed, and he cooperated with the 2 major physical skills of Peacock and Day Tiger. Even if it was against cage level, the strong may not fail. However, he was defeated in the hands of Glossi. I didn't expect you to have become so strong, Glossi. Might Guy reached out his hand and wiped the blood on his face, and said hoarsely. You are also very strong, Glossi said in a deep voice. Even if you look at the Konoha village, where the masters are like clouds, only a few people such as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya are worthy of your opponents. It's a great honor to be praised by former disciples. Might Guy murmured with a wry smile on his face. You should be my most proud disciple and the greatest pride of Konoha village in the future, but because of the villains such as Shimura Danzo. Might Guy, don't talk about the previous things anymore, it doesn't make any sense. Glossi interrupted Might Guy and said. What you said, anymore, it doesn't make any sense anymore, Might Guy said. However, no matter how you say it, I should personally settle this grievance. What are you going to do? Glossi asked in a deep voice. You die, or I die. Might Guy yelled. Although he had suffered heavy injuries, his eyes showed blazing gazes, and his spirit was firm and scary. Might Guy, I have already felt your determination. Seeing such a situation, Glossi also became serious and said seriously. In order to show respect for you, I will do my best to defeat you. 8 Inner Gates formation. Dead door, open. Might Guy's eyes were blood red, staring at Glossi, and shouted sharply. Advertisement. Boom. In an instant, a super terrifying aura erupted from Might Guy. The aura was so terrifying. Even Glossi's face changed uncontrollably, and his pupils shrank sharply, and he felt something unprecedented. Death crisis. This is the only physical technique in the ninja world, forbidden technique 8 Inner Gates strongest skill, which can increase the user's combat power dozens of times in an instant, terrifying. Is this the final lore technique of 8 Inner Gates? Glossi had a solemn expression, a pair of martial arts eyes staring at Might Guy unblinkingly, observing the flow of chakra in his body and muttering to himself. He suddenly discovered that the 8 major chakra points in Might Guy's body were all opened at this time, and the chakra in his body was surging without any barriers, just like the rolling Yangtze River, surging endlessly. Rumble. Vaguely, Glossi could even hear the sound of chakra in Might Guy's body hitting the blood vessel wall, terrifyingly terrifying. Is this? Suddenly, Glossi cast his gaze to the sky with a solemn expression. I don't know when, a thick blood mist appeared out of nowhere in the sky above Might Guy. Take a closer look, these blood mists actually escaped from Might Guy's body, like gasified blood, filled with a creepy smell of blood. They are like a thick layer of armor, covering Might Guy, making him look like an evil spirit who has just escaped from the 18th hell, making his scalp numb. At this moment, the skin on Might Guy's body also turned blood red. This is the ultimate knack of the 8 Inner Gates. Technique the Dead Gate of the 8th gate, the scene when it is opened. Its side effects are powerful and terrifying, and waves of death continue to erode Might Guy's body. However, in contrast to its terrible side effects, it is an incredible power. Glossi can clearly feel that Might Guy's combat power at this time has far surpassed Wu Wang. Even Wu Huang and Wu Di are difficult to fight, and they have a hint of martial sage. It's terrible forbidden technique, I'm still too big, Guluoxi murmured. In fact, he could completely stop Might Guy before he opened the dead door, but he was careless and allowed Might Guy to open the dead door smoothly, which caused him to run into big trouble for a while. Advertisement, Grossi, this is the super forbidden technique created by my father, let me end in this last splendor today. Might Guy yelled. Shenxiang. Brush. Suddenly, Might Guy moved. He was like a cheetah that had been lurking for a long time waiting to catch its prey. In an instant, it changed from extreme silence to extreme movement. In an instant, Might Guy approached Glossi from more than 10 meters away, waving a big blood-red hand and patted Glossi fiercely. The hand of destroying heaven, Glossi didn't dare to neglect, and immediately urged the martial arts mentality in his body, displaying his famed stunts to fight against. An equally huge palm appeared in the air and greeted the big blood-red hand. Boom! With a loud noise like a thunder, Glossi and Might Guy's palms slammed into each other, immediately stirring up a monstrous wave of terrifying energy. The invisible energy storm spread out in all directions, and instantly leveled the ground with a radius of 500 meters. So strong! Glossi was shocked in his heart. He had already shown 80% of his combat power. Not only did he fail to repel Might Guy, but he shook his arm with a tingling pain. This shows how amazing Might Guy's current strength is. One speed! Might Guy yelled. In an instant, the sound of the wind and thunder made a big sound. Might Guy's original speed was already a little unbelievable, but now it has suddenly doubled. Moreover, with the increase in speed, his attack power is getting more and more terrifying. Chapter 158 The Last Glory. Boom! Suddenly, Might Guy swung his right fist and punched Glossi in the air. At this time, Might Guy and Glossi were more than 10 meters apart. In theory, his punch could not cause any harm to Glossi at all. But, in fact, after Might Guy's punch was out, there was a creepy, piercing sound in the air immediately. What? Use this method to attack. This is clearly a terrifying method Wu Sheng possesses. Gluxi's face changed drastically. Could it be true that the inner gates is so pervert, it can increase the combat power dozens of times in an instant? Summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. Although Glossi has a small martial art, how dare to use his physical body to resist an attack comparable to martial saint. He quickly formed seals with both hands and displayed the S-level defensive ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Seals. Rumble. The earth trembled violently, and 3 huge iron gates rose from the ground, all of which were engraved with scary and terrifying devil patterns, which looked like the gates of hell. They are like the toughest defensive fortress in the world, standing in front of Glossi. Boom! However, with a series of deafening noises, the triple Rashomon, known as the defensive one, was smashed with a punch by Might Guy. This is an air cannon. It's definitely a means only Wu Sheng has, Guluoxi murmured. Air cannons bombard the air with incomparably powerful physical power, and then produce an unparalleled air burst, which in turn causes damage to the target. The power of this air cannon is extremely powerful, and even Guluoxi's martial arts dared not resist hard. A punch can break bones and muscles, and life will not be guaranteed. Glossi, you are here to pay, Might Guy yelled frantically. His eyes were blood red, as if he was mad, his fists continuously blasted out, causing a devastating blow to Glossi. Air cannons appeared one after another, and they surrounded Glossi unexpectedly. I can't hide it, Glossi secretly said in his heart. There's no way, I can only use my last hole cards. While thinking, he fully operated the martial arts mentality in his body. He wanted to use his original forbidden genocide in his previous life to fight Might Guy's killing attacks. Puff! He snapped his mouth open, and his teeth bit his tongue hard. Then he opened his mouth and spit out a blood sword. Advertisement. Sword Chi transforms into shape, condenses the sword with the body, he roared loudly. In an instant, a sharp laughter rang out, like a ghost crying and howling a wolf. The blood sword he spat out flashed with a dazzling blood-red light, which made people unable to open their eyes. Layers of blood-red sword energy spread out from the sword body, like mist. The invincible blood-colored sword aura continuously turned into a blood-colored mist, which wrapped Glossi in layers. He looked like a god or a demon, as if there were endless flames burning around him, and like an endless wave of blood surging continuously around him. Such a scene, if it were seen by people in the martial arts world, would definitely be shocked, because this is the supreme uniqueness of Glossi's previous life that shook the world, the heaven-shattering divine sword. In the old days, if this kind of faculty was born, there would be a peerless strongman who would die. Today, Glossi faces the terrifying offensive of Might Guy's 8 inner gates, and dead gates, and there is no way to deal with it. He can only use this lore technique to attack. Gotcha! However, just when Glossi tried to attack by pinching his hands with both hands, the blood sword condensed in front of him suddenly shattered. Immediately afterwards, all the bloody mists also disappeared. This. Glossi was surprised at first, then reacted, and said with a wry smile, I almost forgot. This is a clone created by Shenzhuan technique, not my body. It is indeed very uncomfortable to have only 30% of the body's strength. No wonder Kisame will be defeated in his hands. Boom. A huge air cannon smashed past, blurring the flesh and blood of Glossi's beating. Boom. 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 Countless air cannons passed through Glossi's body, and the harsh air burst sounded across the sky, and the terrifying energy fluctuations were like volcanic eruptions, terrifying the world. Why? How is this terrible power possible? The members of the Akatsuki organization who was sealing the tail beast opened their eyes one by one, and said with a shocked expression. Even the most powerful and unfathomable leader Zero can't help but change color on his face. They are all terrifying existences standing on top of the entire ninja world, and they should have been fearless of everything. However, they now suddenly sense a terrifying force that is enough to cause death threats to them. How can they not panic? Absolutely, what's the matter? Ling said in a deep voice. It was caused by the ninja Might Guy of Konoha village. Gorozio opened his eyes suddenly and said. Advertisement, Might Guy? Zero frowned and said in disbelief, is he that strong? His strength was originally Jonin's peak, but now he has opened the 8 inner gates, Dead Gate, and his strength has increased dozens of times. I am afraid that no one will be his opponent in the entire ninja world, Glossi said. Is the 8 inner gates last fascination? Uchiha Itachi also looked awe-inspiring. If I didn't guess wrong, Might Guy will be here in at most another minute, Glossi said. Don't get me wrong, even if we all act together, we won't be able to stop him now. Everyone retreats temporarily. At this moment, a low and indifferent voice sounded abruptly. Who is speaking? A group of people were shocked. They looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw a man with a Uzumaki mask on his face standing on top of a huge monster, condescendingly looking down at the crowd. Why are you here? Ling said coldly. If I don't come, the one-tailed Jinchuriki that I finally caught will be lost. Uchiha Obito said lightly. Everyone retreats temporarily. I will take this Jinchuriki away first, and I will find you in the future. The air vibrated. Uchiha Obito appeared beside Gaara for an instant, a space Uzumaki emerged, and Gaara was sucked in at once. His spatial ability is more powerful, Glossi secretly said in his heart. Disband. Ling's face was uncertain. He glared at Uchiha Obito, and then said loudly. It forced the Shao organization to disband temporarily. I'm afraid the entire ninja world will never find a second person besides Might Guy, right? Glossi said to himself. Even the last brilliance is definitely the most dazzling. Chapter 159 I gave him a chance. Might Guy opened the 8 inner gates, final lore technique, the Dead Gate, of the 8th gate, and his strength surged dozens of times in an instant. Even the powerful elephant turned around like Glossi was bombarded with one punch. Horrible. After that, the persecuted Akatsuki organization was temporarily disbanded. I am afraid that there will be no second person in the entire ninja world besides Might Guy. Swish, swish, swish. The members of the Akatsuki organization left one by one. Most of them came in the form of thoughts, and only Glossi, Sasori, and Deidara were the Numenons. In the blink of an eye, Glossi was left in the cave. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the mountain trembled violently, and countless rubble fell from it, as if a major earthquake had occurred. The terrible roar and the terrible momentum made both Sasori and Deidara's complexions very ugly. What kind of monster is this? It has such terrible destructive power, Deidara said in amazement. He could clearly feel that that kind of power definitely surpassed the existence of cage level, and could easily kill them without any suspense. If I'm not wrong, this should be the last trick of the legendary super forbidden technique, 8 inner gates. Sasori waved his hands together, and one after another chakra thread flew out of his 10 fingers. All the big rocks falling from above were removed. The legend says that the Blue Beast, Might Dewey used this forbidden technique alone to kill 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Seeing it today, it really deserves its reputation, he said with emotion. Go, we must leave here immediately. Glossi accurately captured Might Guy's whereabouts with the martial arts eyes, and found that it only takes 20 seconds at most, and Might Guy is about to rush here. Haha, if that's the case, then I'll leave first. Deidara laughed, and threw a flying bird casually. With a bang, a big bird over 2 meters high appeared in front of the 3 of them. Deidara, you be asterisk 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 D. Sasori said abruptly. Brother Sasori has always regarded himself as a predecessor. I think there should be a way to get out of here. Deidara said with a smile. I'll go one step ahead, bye. Deidara, I'll give you one last chance. Suddenly, Glossi shouted at Deidara. Surrender to me, I will take you out of here. Surrender to you? What are you? Deidara sneered. Do you still want to take me out of here? I advise you to think more about yourself. Brush. Deidara urged the bird under his feet to wave its wings, and the bird immediately rose into the air and flew quickly toward the outside of the cave. Advertisement. This damn guy. I'm going to kill him. Sasori was about to sacrifice third Kage's puppet as he spoke, and shot Deidara, who had abandoned 2 teammates. You don't need to take action, he can't go. Glossi stretched out his hand to stop Sasori and said. There was a puzzled look on Sasori's face, but he kept the third Kage puppet away as he said. Goodbye, brother Sasori. Deidara laughed and urged the birds to spread their wings. Never see you again. Glossi grinned. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded, and a blazing white light flew over, covering Deidara and the flying birdcage. Puff! In an instant, Deidara was blasted into a pile of fleshy mud, and a rain of blood poured down from the sky. In such a scene, Sasori's hair was horrified and pale in horror. You know, although Sasori's strength is better than Deidara, but it is only stronger than the first line, and the strength gap between the two is not too big. However, Deidara was quickly killed by a quick spike. What a terrifying force this is. I am afraid that even the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Zero, can never do it. Woo! Recruited, a fiery red light flashed, and Might Guy, who was covered in blood-red mist under the mountain, appeared in front of Glossi and Sasori. At this moment, he looked like an evil spirit rushing out of the 18th floor of hell, and his terrifying aura made people shudder. Gorozi, tell me where Kakashi is, Might Guy shouted. His voice resounded in the sky like a thunder, and such a momentum was shocking. To be honest, I don't know either, Glossi said. If that's the case, then you go and die. Might Guy waved his fists like lightning, calling Glossi and Sasori. One after another air cannons were arranged in a strange pattern, and they immediately enveloped the ground with a radius of several thousand meters. It was a lore advertisement, so strong. Sasori was shocked. Don't move, follow me. Glossi put his left hand on Sasori's shoulder, key in with his right hand, and shouted in a low voice, Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Glossi and Sasori disappeared without a trace. Ah, damn it. Seeing this, Might Guy immediately became angry with anger. He continuously waved, one after another air cannons flew out, and after a while, he even raised a mountain to the ground. He knew that there were no more enemies here, but he still launched an indiscriminate onslaught on this place. He is venting. After opening the dead gate of the 8 inner gates, the final outcome awaiting him is death. He originally wanted to rely on this technique to kill Glossi and remove the greatest danger for Konoha village. However, what he never expected was that Glossi had learned space ninjutsu and left here in an instant. This allowed him to possess invincible super combat power, but he lost the object of battle. The super powerful combat power he acquired at the cost of death is completely useless. Is that the Flying Thunder God technique of the legendary Golden Flash? Just now. Wu Zong, Sasori's eyes widened, staring at Glossi, and said in disbelief. Yes, it's Flying Thunder God technique, Glossi nodded and said. I didn't expect that the famed Golden Glitter was inherited by others, Sasori said with emotion. That idiot Deidara, he didn't have to die. I gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it, Glossi said lightly. Where is this? Sasori looked around and asked. This is my village, Wu Zong. Glossi said. You wait here for a while, I'll come as soon as I go. Brush. Before Sasori could react, Glossi made the seal on his hands and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 160 Might Guy ends. The strength of this kid is so strong, even in an organization where the strong are like clouds. I am afraid that only the leader Zero and Uchiha Itachi can suppress him. Sasori looked at the place where Glossi was standing and said to himself. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, there were 3 rapid sounds of piercing clothes in the distance, and 3 powerful breaths came quickly, surrounding Sasori from 3 directions. This is... Sasori was taken aback, because he suddenly discovered that the 3 breaths that were coming quickly were extremely powerful, and they were all cage-level formers. Who? How dared to break into my Wuzong? Hyuga Neji opened a pair of Byakugan, and shouted coldly. His demeanor was calm, and his words and deeds revealed a master's demeanor, which was heartbreaking. This person is very strong, so he can just train me. Uchiha Sasuke's scarlet eyes stared at Sasori, as if he had discovered a novel prey. His eyes gleamed. I think it's better to leave it to me. Kimimaro pointed to Sasori, holding a big bone stick about 1 meter long. His aura was wild, like a berserker, his eyes gleamed with fierce light. You. Sasori was shocked for a moment. Of course, he is not afraid. With his more than 20 years of combat experience and strong strength, it is impossible to fear the Hyuga Neji trio. What he felt shocked was the identity of these 3 people. Byakugan, Sharingan, and Dead Bone Pulse, these 3 famous blood succession boundaries, how can they not be seen by Sasori's eyesight? Hyuga clan, Uchiha clan, Wei Yoriichi clan, which one is not the super strong clan that once majestic the world? Where is Glossi sacred, and even the dragon and the phoenix among these 3 people can surrender? Hold on. Sasori yelled in a low voice, I am not an enemy. If I'm not mistaken, your clothes should be the exclusive clothes of the members of the Akatsuki organization. Kimimaro said coldly. He once followed Orochimaru, and naturally saw the clothes of the members of the Akatsuki organization, so he recognized it at a glance. Are you a member of Akatsuki? Hearing these words, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly sharpened, and a terrible aura burst out, immediately engulfing Sasori. Not bad. Sasori nodded. What's the matter with you? He asked, looking at Uchiha Sasuke intently. Where is Uchiha Itachi? Tell me. Uchiha Sasuke said word by word. Uchiha Itachi. Huh. Sasori said with a chuckle. I know he is there, but why should I tell you? His gaze also cooled, and he said tit for tat. Advertisement. He was also a super genius who moved the world, and he killed the strongest 3rd Kage as a puppet. Naturally, he was arrogant. Facing Uchiha Sasuke's aggressive posture, he naturally wouldn't give in easily. You know it. Uchiha Sasuke said proudly. If you don't want to say it, I will let you say it in my own way. Sasuke. Hyuga Neji said. Neji, you 2 step back, and I will deal with him alone. Uchiha Sasuke shouted. A cold light flashed in Hyuga Neji's eyes, and he was extremely dissatisfied with Uchiha Sasuke. However, he did not have an attack, and exchanged glances with Kimimaro, and back together. Every member of the Akatsuki organization is a peerless master and extremely powerful. Recently Uchiha Sasuke has become more and more arrogant as his strength has increased. It would not be a bad thing if he frustrated him with the help of this person. Boy, you can see that you are arrogant, Sasori said coldly while taking out third Kage's puppet. Well, I will use this puppet to fight you today. Puppet? Are you a puppet master? The disdain on Uchiha Sasuke's face grew stronger. He had seen Kankuro's puppetry, which was not worth mentioning, so he also looked down on Sasori by the way. He didn't know that Kankuro's puppetry was far worse than Sasori. There is no one-dimensional existence between the two at all. Yes, I'm just a puppet master, Sasori said. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he could see that he was extremely dissatisfied with Uchiha Sasuke's arrogance and had an urge to kill. I'll give you one last chance to tell the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke said again in a condescending tone. Sand Iron Shigur. Sasori stopped talking, but directly sealed with both hands, urging the third Kage puppet to launch a powerful secret technique, and launched an attack on Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke yelled and drew the pheasant sword from his waist with his right hand and rushed towards Sasori. The battle between the two began instantly. When Glossi returned to the assembly location of Shao with the Flying Thunder God technique, he found that the mountains there had been completely razed. Looking around, there are huge broken stones everywhere, as if a landslide just broke out. The terrain has been completely changed. Advertisement, it's also terrifying destructive power, Glossi said secretly in his heart. He did not neglect, and immediately observed from all directions with the Budo Tianyan. Soon, he found the dying Might Guy under a pile of gravel. He rushed over as fast as he could and dug Might Guy out of the gravel. Why? Why do you want to? Come back, Might Guy murmured while looking at Glossi. At this time, he has already run out of oil and the lamp is dead, and he will step into the ghost gate at any time. Don't talk. Glossi fixed Might Guy's body, then put his left hand on Might Guy's back heart, and lifted his right hand up into the sky. Don't waste your work. Work. Might Guy hissed. This is a side effect of 8 gate, it's not irreversible. Others can't but I can. Glossi yelled in a low voice. Forbidden secret art, stealing the sky and the sun, he shouted loudly. Boom. In an instant, this piece of heaven and earth shook violently, and the pure energy contained in the heaven and earth rushed into Glossi's right hand like waves of an angry sea, and then flowed into his body along his right hand. He used martial arts mentality to refine the endless energy of heaven and earth, and then injected it into Might Guy's body, repairing Might Guy's almost completely necrotic body. The taboo secret technique, stealing the sky and the sun, was originally one of the supreme magical powers in the martial world. When trained to the highest level, you can communicate with yourself and nature. The two are integrated, and the world is invincible. Glossi had been fortunate enough to obtain this secret technique, but he believed that this magical power was in conflict with his martial arts mentality, so he never used it. In order to save Might Guy this time, he made an exception. With Glossi's full assistance, Might Guy survived after all. However, he has completely turned into a mortal, no longer the intrepid, blue beast, before. Why are you saving me? Might Guy hissed. This look is more painful than I am dead now. You are dead. What will Hitaki Kakashi do from now on? Glossi said lightly. I'll take you back to Konoha. Hitaki Kakashi is waiting for you in the hospital. Chapter 161 The Bleak Kakashi and Might Guy, Flying Thunder God Technique, unfolded, and Glossi took Might Guy to Konoha Village, the top of Konoha Hospital in an instant. He once left the Flying Thunder God technique here in the past, and it came in handy today. I didn't expect that before I was dying, I could stand on a high altitude and once again overlook the beautiful village. Might Guy laughed, looking around with a pair of dim eyes, and said with emotion. Might Guy, do you really want to abandon your best friend and go? Glossi said in a deep voice. While talking, he searched and explored the entire Konoha hospital with martial arts heavenly eyes. He firmly believes that Uchiha Obito cannot kill Hitaki Kakashi, and he will inevitably send it back to Konoha after he retrieves his Sharingan. Sure enough, as expected by Glossi, he quickly found the location of Hitaki Kakashi. It was a high-level ward, surrounded by 4 Anbu handles. Obviously, even after the loss of Sharingan, Hitaki Kakashi's position in Konoha village is still very high, and he has won the attention of the upper class. Kakashi, has he returned? Might Guy said in disbelief. Didn't you say that he was taken away by a super strong from the Shao organization? He was taken away, but that person will never be able to kill him, Glossi said. Let's go, I will take you to see him. Woo! Like a ghost and a charm, at such a close distance, Glossi directly used the shimmering technique, and instantly spanned a space of several hundred meters and appeared in Hitaki Kakashi's ward. Who? Hitaki Kakashi is worthy of being a strong man at the peak of Jonin. Although he has lost a Sharingan, his innate talent has not disappeared. He found the abnormality in the first place and shouted in a low voice. Hitaki Kakashi, we meet again. Glossi didn't hide anything, appeared directly in front of Hitaki Kakashi, and said with a smile. It's you? Hitaki Kakashi said in surprise. You be asterisk 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 D. Even his former teacher can bear to do it. He immediately spotted Might Guy, who was looking down right next to him, and roared angrily. Boom! Suddenly, the door of the ward was opened, and 4 Anbu rushed in quickly. Budo Sky. Daluo illusion. Guluxi's eyes turned, and a powerful pupil immediately blasted into the minds of the 4 Anbu. Advertisement, plop, 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 plop. In an instant, the 4 Anbu All fell into a heavy illusion, fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. So strong. Both Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy couldn't help taking a breath, looking shocked. They knew that Glossi hadn't seen any leaps and bounds in his strength for more than 2 years, but they didn't expect to become so terrifying. It was simply appalling. The four, Anbu, are all elites among the elite, possessing the strength of Jonin. However, they couldn't take a single move in front of Glossi, and they were killed by a single move. Are you at cage level now? Hitaki Kakashi took a deep breath and asked. Not bad, Glossi said. It's not just me, but Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji have also entered the cage level. Tenten, Hyuga Hinata, and Jiu Zingyue are slightly less qualified and have all entered the level of Jonin. Why? Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy exclaimed again. All people are making progress, only you are standing still. What Glossi had said echoed in their minds like thunder, making them deeply ashamed. Especially Hitaki Kakashi is extremely regretful. Since Uchiha Obito's death, he has fallen so much that he has not made any progress after more than 10 years. If his father, Konoha's White Fangfang, Hitaki was still alive, he would be vomiting blood with anger. Hitaki Kakashi, you should already know his true identity, right? Glossi asked, staring at Hitaki Kakashi intently. Yeah. Hitaki Kakashi's face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes were full of pain. Obviously, even now he is unwilling to face such a cruel reality. Kakashi, who is that person? Might Guy asked loudly. A guy, we don't need to worry about this kind of thing anymore. Hitaki Kakashi smiled sadly at Might Guy and said. Now one of us has lost our eyes, and the other has become useless. It is no longer of any use. Remember, don't divulge the identity of that person. Otherwise, Konoha village will suffer the first time. Glossi grinned and said. You should know that he has this ability now. Yes, I know. Hitaki Kakashi nodded bitterly. Advertisement. Haha. If that's the case, then I won't bother you two renewing the past. Gurozi laughed and said, farewell. Where are you going? Might Guy said. Go and slaughter the old dog Shimura Danzo, Glossi said coldly. You. What else Might Guy wanted to say, but Glossi brushed and disappeared all of a sudden. Hey, Hitaki Kakashi said with a long sigh. The current ninja world really needs to undergo a big change. And there are two people leading this big change, one is him, the other is Glossi. Who is he? Might Guy asked again. He is my best brother back then. Hitaki Kakashi hesitated for a long time before speaking slowly. Is it him? Might Guy opened his mouth wide and said incredulously, didn't he have been dead for more than 10 years? Who knows? Maybe, this is fate, Hitaki Kakashi murmured. The martial arts eye. Glossi came to the top of a tallest building in Konoha village in an instant, observing from all directions with strong pupil power, trying to find out where Shimura Danzo is. Back then, it was Shimura Danzo's attack on him that forced him to defect to Konoha and even killed the Tenten family. Now that his strength is enough to crush most cage-level powerhouses, it's time for revenge. Found it, there. Soon, Glossi found Shimura Danzo's place, his eyes shuddering with murderous intent, which made people shudder. Chapter 413. Auto-generated chapter title, the 162nd chapter Law Heaven and Earth. Konoha village, on the west side of Hokage Rock, here is the new lair of Root, led by Shimura Danzo. Since the headquarters of Root was destroyed by Glossi 2 years ago and most of the members were killed, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has allocated it to them so that they can make a comeback. Root. The reputation in Konoha village is so bad that quite a few people hate it, and they can't wait for it to disappear completely. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the top leader of Konoha village, knows the meaning of Root. The existence of Root is necessary and significant. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen not only assigned this place to the Root, but also selected a large number of elites from Hokage's direct subordinate, Anbu, to Shimura Danzo. More than 2 years have passed, and the Root has not died out, but has become stronger than before. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another quickly passed from here, each of them wore a civet mask on their face, with a strong aura, and the weakest people possessed the strength of an elite Chunin. They were in groups of 3 or 5, moving in a hurry, and they knew they had a task at a glance. Master Danzo. Suddenly, everyone here stopped, kneeling in the same direction in unison, very respectful. Ding, ding, ding. With the sound of a series of wooden sticks hitting the ground, Shimura Danzo slowly walked here. He looked cold and solemn, and anyone knew that he was in a bad mood at the moment. Seeing this scene, the members of Gen lowered their heads involuntarily, as if they were afraid that they would be discovered by Shimura Danzo and used as an inflator by Shimura Danzo. That would not be worth the gain. Get out of here. Do you kneel here? Do whatever you want, Shimura Danzo said coldly. Huh. What a show. Suddenly, an indifferent and disdainful voice rang. Who? A member of Root, who OD suddenly stood up and shouted sharply. Who is there? How dare you be rude to Lord Danzo and don't want to live anymore, shouted another. Get me down and immediately kneel in front of Master Danzo and apologize, the third person shouted. I'm talking to your master. Where's the turn for your dogs to interrupt? Glossi said sternly. At the same time, a powerful and fierce aura spread in an instant and immediately enveloped the world. Advertisement. This is a terrible chi machine exclusively for cage-level powerhouses. This is The breath of cage level. Shimura Danzo immediately widened his eyes and said with an incredible face. Hi. 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 The members of Root couldn't help but take a cold breath. They had already discovered Glossi, but they couldn't believe that this young man, who was only 15 or 6 years old, was a powerful cage-level powerhouse. How could this be possible? Oh my god, it's him. He has appeared again. A rooted old man yelled in horror. He was fortunate enough to survive that year, and he still remembers the horrible scenes at the time, and he was immediately reminded of the most terrifying memories in his heart. Yes. The little devil who almost killed our organization back then, someone said in fear. Why? You said he was the little devil who killed her by almost one person back then. The newcomers were also shocked. Their expressions changed drastically. Shut up all of you. Shimura Danzo was furious and shouted sharply. Wind style. Vacuum sphere. He made a seal with both hands, and continuously spit out 3 sharp wind styles, killing the 3 surviving old roots at once. Master Danzo, you. Danzo. The 3 of them stared at Shimura Danzo stubbornly with incredible faces. They never thought that they had escaped the killer of Glossi, but now they died in the hands of the person they admired the most and was loyal to them for a lifetime. Join to kill him. Stand back and kill without mercy, Shimura Danzo said coldly. Yes, Lord Danzo. The remaining Root members shuddered together and rushed towards Glossi desperately. They had always indulged in Shimura Danzo's lewd power, and now they saw 3 old men being killed. They knew immediately that Shimura Danzo was really angry. If they dare to take a step back, Shimura Danzo will really kill them all. Danzo, Danzo, the person I am looking for is you. Why let these people rush to die? Glossi shook his head and said disdainfully. After you kill them all, I will naturally fight with you. Shimura Danzo sneered. I hope you don't let me down too much, don't even let them pass this level. He was extremely insidious and knew that Glossi was very powerful, so he did not hesitate to sacrifice so many excellent subordinates to consume Glossi's physical strength, in order to have some advantages in the next match. Danzo, I have to admit, you are really shameless, Glossi said coldly. According to my previous style of doing things, meeting a shameless person must make him die the worst. Advertisement, only you? Shimura Danzo laughed. He knew that since Glossi had found this place, he might never avoid the possibility of a war. Rather than cringe and be looked down upon by others, it is better to go all out to fight, and perhaps there is still a glimmer of life. 8 inner gates. Drive me, Glossi shouted. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a powerful and terrifying aura erupted from Glossi's body, and he opened the 8 inner gates, from the first gate to the 5th gate in an instant, and his strength skyrocketed 3 times in an instant. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Almost at the same time, the people of Gen also attacked Glossi. Faw's heaven and earth, Glossi shouted. At this moment, Gullos was about several tens of meters tall, just like a god, chopped off with 1 foot. One of his feet is extremely huge, like a hill. Stepping on it, the sky shakes. Rumble. Suddenly, this world collapsed, the earth cracked, the mountains collapsed, the rocks pierced through the sky, it was dilapidated and a mess. What kind of power is this? Shimura Danzo's eyes widened, staring at Glossi, his face full of amazement and inconceivability. Boom. Glossi stepped down again. This time he used the power of martial arts mentality, and a huge sole of his foot manifested out of thin air, and immediately enveloped the earth with a radius of several hundred meters. Oh no, a group of Root members are shouting. They have never encountered such a terrible opponent. The abilities that Glossi displayed was like a god descending from the earth, stepping on it with 1 foot, trampling many people to death alive, unable to avoid it. This scene is shocking, and many people in the distance have witnessed this scene. All of them are cold and hairy. It is really horrible. Chapter 4:14. Auto-generated chapter title. The 163rd chapter will send you on the road. Fa Tianxiangdi is a magical power that has been passed down in the martial world above the Wowan level powerhouse. It is juxtaposed with the mirror of thousands of miles. It is one of the most favorite magical powers of the strongest. It is powerful. Glossi was only 16 years old this year, and he was about 1.7 meters tall, but once he activated his faith heaven and earth magical powers, he immediately manifested a giant tens of meters high. He is like a mortal god, stomping his feet casually. He is powerful and terrifying the world. Puff, puff, puff. With a series of soft sounds, one after another, Root members were stepped into blood mud. Although they are all excellent ninjas of Konoha village, outstanding among their peers, no matter whether it is speed or strength, they can't avoid Glossi's feet, and many people have been trampled under their feet. With 2 feet, just 2 feet, Glossi killed no less than 20 Root elite members. It's him. He is Rock Lee, who defected from the village. In the distance, countless Konoha village ninjas who had seen this scene yelled. They didn't expect that after just over 2 years, the super little evil star that once caused a sensation in the entire village would return. They didn't even have to ask, and they knew that this little evil star must have come here to avenge the last time, looking for the bad luck and troubles of Konoha village. Oh my god! What ability did he use just now? It's terrifying, a middle-aged man in his 40s said tremblingly, with a look of horror on his face. Yes, it's terrible. Nan nodded in agreement with the other person. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful ninjutsu, except for the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, an old man with white beard and hair said shockingly. He is over 70 years old today. He is an old man in Konoha village. He has experienced the first generation, second generation, third generation, fourth Hokage periods. It can be called a living history, and his words naturally have a lot of weight. Could it be said that this Rock Lee can be compared with the first Hokage adults and Uchiha Madara? Everyone was horrified. If this is the case, wouldn't Konoha village usher in an unprecedented catastrophe? Advertisement. Rumble. The mountains collapsed, hundreds of meters of peaks fell down, the ground cracked, and the gaps were more than 10 meters wide. At this moment, Glossi was several tens of meters tall, a pair of martial arts eyes shot out bright golden light, and stared at Shimura Danzo, who was full of fear and anxiety in the distance, with murderous intent. Rock Lee, don't go too far. Shimura Danzo snapped. You defected to the village back then. We did our best to do our best without sending an emu to chase you down. Don't know what's good or bad, but attack us Konoha village. Those, root members who survived by chance all retreated to Shimura Danzo's side, one by one, frightened. The little evil star who killed Mitokado Homura back then came back, so powerful, with both feet on it. The death of more than 20 of their companions made their hearts feel hairy and shudder. I'm too much. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Glossi's mouth. At this time, he used the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, to forcibly promote his own strength to the realm of Emperor Wu, and his terrifying aura was like a vast ocean surging. Think about what wrong I committed back then. Danzo, you old dog must do something to me. Glossi's voice is like a bell ringing, surging over the entire Konoha village, like a god reprimanding. Kamui is dignified. The purpose of his coming this time was to kill Shimura Danzo, so he really didn't have any politeness when he spoke. He directly called Shimura Danzo an old dog. Rock Lee, you have been hiding in my Konoha village for many years, and you have hidden evil intentions. Do you think you can hide it from me? Shimura Danzo's face became even more ugly after hearing Glossi's words. He sternly said, you know that the 5 chakra attributes of Grandmaster have changed, but you tell others that you can't practice ninjutsu. What exactly is your purpose? Also, which of these abilities you are currently using is the ninjutsu of our Konoha village? If I am not mistaken, these should all be samurai abilities. You are clearly the samurai group hidden in our ninja camp spy. Do you still want to deceive everyone? My ability is really not your ninjutsu in Konoha village. Glossi said lightly. However, I have never been a spy for a samurai group. All my abilities are my own creation. From the beginning to the end, I have never regarded Konoha village as an enemy, and waited until you shot me, from a moment. You created it all? Shimura Danzo sneered. Who do you think you are? Are you the ancestor of the legendary ninja? Or the ancestor of a samurai who is even more distant and almost non-existent? You dare to speak up with you, a little boy with a hairy head. He. Glossi said with a smile. The frog at the bottom of the well, what do you think you are, and dare to comment on me? The breath that erupted from his body became more and more terrifying. The members of the root around Shimura Danzo felt a kind of pressure like a god, to the ground. Advertisement. This is the invincible trend that belongs to Emperor Wu. You don't need to act, the natural breath is enough to be intimidating, making people fearful, trembling, and bowing down and surrendering to it. Everyone is amazed. How powerful is this to be able to do this? Could it be that this boy who seems to be only 15 or 6 years old has already surpassed the level of cage level and possesses the legendary strength? Ah! A weaker, root member yelled, blood spurted wildly in his mouth, and staggered back. His face was pale, as if he had been severely injured, and his expression languished. Such a sight is shocking. The ancestor of the ninja, or the ancestor of the samurai, I have never seen it. Glossi said word by word. But what I want to tell you today is that my future achievements will definitely surpass them. The Wu Zong that I created with my own hands will most certainly sweep the entire ninja world and replace all the forces today. Rock Lee, I think you are crazy, Shimura Danzo sneered. I'm not crazy. Glossi said lightly. Oh, by the way, my name is Glossi. You will be killed by me soon, but you still can't remember my name. It's really a headache. You. Shimura Danzo was furious. Okay, this is the end of the chat. Let's send you on the road, Glossi said. Shoo. Shoo. In an instant, his eyes were bright, and 2 terrifying beams shot out from his martial arts eyes, piercing through the sky and the earth, like 2 sharp swords, slashing towards Shimura Danzo. Chapter 415. Auto-generated chapter title. The 164th chapter. Terrifying Warrior. The martial arts Sky Eye is a kind of supreme pupil technique in the martial world. Even Glossi in the previous life was a Valkyrie Supreme, but he still hadn't cultivated such a terrifying pupil technique. However, he accidentally came to the world of Hokage after the tribulation and took Rock Lee's body. Starting from scratch, he laid an incomparably solid foundation, and this was what he wanted. Moreover, the martial arts Sky Eye that Glossi has now cultivated is more powerful than the pure martial arts Sky Eye, because he integrates countless kinds of pupil skills in the martial world, and possesses all kinds of powerful and incredible power. As his cultivation level increases, the terrifying power of this pupil technique will also show one by one. This kind of ability that Glossi is now displaying is called the Sky Slashing Sword, which concentrates an extremely powerful combat power in his eyes, and fights with all his strength. It is invincible, unbreakable, and terrifying. This is. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened suddenly, and his whole body was straight. He is a powerful cage-level master. He has experienced many battles, and he immediately noticed the horror of the two beams shot by Glossi. Woo! He didn't dare to have any negligence. He stretched out his figure to avoid it, and he jumped tens of meters away. His movements are agile and light, more agile than young people. Puff! Puff! With two clear sounds, the frontal bones of the two root members who were closest to Shimura Danzo's original position were torn, bloody, and they fell to the ground. What is this ability? Oh my god, it's terrible. Is he really a ninja? This kind of ability has never been seen before. A group of people were shocked. With such an unpredictable method, such a powerful and terrifying combat power, except for a few people who only exist in the legend, have they ever seen it? One by one, their faces were pale, their bodies trembling, and they were extremely frightened. At this moment, they are no longer the fearsome roots, but a group of small sheep that can be slaughtered by humans. Advertisement, Lee. Glossi, what do you want to do? Shimura Danzo roared sternly. He was secretly anxious, that Glossi's current strength was beyond his expectations, so terrifying, even if he used all his whole cards, he couldn't possibly stop it. He can't wait to smash Glossi's corpse immediately, but he has been in conversation and never made any move. He is delaying time now, hoping that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can come as soon as possible. He believes that if the two join forces, Glossi will be taken down. I want to kill you. Glossi said quietly. He put away the magical powers of Fat Yanshiangi, transformed into a normal human size, and walked towards Shimura Danzo step by step. Actually, I think we can sit down and talk. Maybe you and I have misunderstood for so many years. This has led to the current situation of opposition. However, this opposition is not insoluble, Shimura Danzo said. On the side, the members of Root exchanged glances, and they all found the shock in each other's eyes. They never thought that the leader, who has always been tough and ruthless in their eyes, would have such a time when they knew how to flex. Misunderstanding. Isn't it impossible to resolve? Glossi said with a sneer. Why didn't you say such a thing back then? When you sent someone to kill Tenten's family, why didn't you say such a thing? Shimura Danzo was speechless. Since there is nothing to say, then you go to die, Glossi said coldly. He walked straight, like a lion entering a flock of sheep, terrible fighting spirit surging, all the world trembles under his feet. He walked step by step, like a fairy king descending from the heavens. Kamui was the world. Give it all to me, kill him, Shimura Danzo yelled. Swipe. Swipe. Brush. Although those people were panicked in their hearts, they still rushed towards Glossi desperately. As members of Root, they naturally know the rules of Root. If they don't obey the order, what awaits them will be the most terrible punishment, and they will be tortured to death alive. Get out of here, Glossi yelled. Boom. Gulaxi blasted out with a punch, such as the real dragon flying. The fairy phoenix flying in the sky, the white tiger roaring to the sky, the Xuanwu Tuohai, majestic, terrifying. Puff. In the first punch, Glossi shattered a person's head, and his brain burst. With the second punch, Glossi directly pierced a person's chest, and a scarlet fist-sized heart flew out, bloody. Third punch. Advertisement at this moment, Glossi is like Shira who broke out of hell. Every punch he throws will kill a member of the Root, fierce and terrifying. This is the purest way of fighting for warriors. There is no magical powers, no ninjutsu energy fluctuations, just a pair of fists can rupture the world, all invincible, all strong and unbreakable. With the help of 8 inner gates, Glossi has abruptly upgraded his strength to the level of martial emperor, which can show part of the martial artist's terrifying power. What? A group of people yelled, horrified inexplicably. Glossi waved his fists in the crowd. Wherever he passed, a rain of blood was flying, and there was no one who could block his punch. Everyone who survives will withdraw to me. A loud shout came from a distance in the recruiter. Sarutobi Hiruzen is here, Master 3rd Hokage is here, great. We are saved. The Root members who survived by chance were ecstatic. Leave it all to me. However, Glossi's roar made them despair instantly. The appearance of a huge palm raised the ground covering a radius of more than 50 meters, and it immediately surrounded everyone. Gurozi, stop, Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled angrily. There is no need for the existence of such rubbish as Root, at all. Glossi shouted sharply. He squeezed his big hand suddenly, and in an instant the blood rained and the smell of blood rushed to the sky, and the dozen people who survived by chance all died. Glossi, my Konoha village is not at odds with you, Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled angrily when seeing this scene from a distance, with great heartache, and hissed. Chapter 416. Auto-generated chapter title. Is this the only one in the 165th chapter? Sarutobi Hiruzen's scream was so loud that it spread throughout Konoha village. Almost everyone in Konoha village heard this scream. Many people couldn't help feeling their scalp tingling. In their impression, it was the first time they heard such a roar except for 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's sacrifice. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen is already really angry, murderous. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to make such a sound when he appears as a peaceful old man. Go and support Hokage-sama right now, and Anbu, squad leader called out loudly. Everyone is going to support Master Hokage, someone shouted again. Swish, swish, swish. For a time, all the ninjas in the entire Konoha village marched towards the root lair. They all knew that something terrible had happened there, and even the Lord Third Hokage, who had always been peaceful and charitable, was really angry. Hiruzen, you are finally here. Shimura Danzo took a long breath and said loudly, until now. His subordinates sacrificed a lot, but he didn't care. In fact, his strategy is to use those people to make meat shields and delay time. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen arrives here to join hands with him, his life will be woo-yu. He didn't look down on Glossi. In fact, he knew that Glossi was extremely powerful, far beyond the average cage-level powerhouse, and was very likely to enter the realm of the demigod. Hanzo of the Salamander. He just has absolute confidence in Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two teamed up, even if the former ninja god Senju Hashirama and Konohashira Uchiha Madara were resurrected, they also had the power to fight. I'm late. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer has the charity of the past at this time, and his face is gloomy and murderous, which is chilling. It's not too late, Shimura Danzo said coldly, at least I am not dead yet. But many people died. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sadly, each of them is the elite of my Konoha village, the best talent, but they just died like this, dead worthless. If you die, you will die. What's so sad about this? Shimura Danzo said, just give me 10 years, and I will train you more and better ninjas. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen shivered in anger. Advertisement. Although he had known that Shimura Danzo had a cool temperament and never regarded his subordinates as adults, he did not expect to reach this point. If he had known this was the case, he would definitely not leave those people to Shimura Danzo to manage. Hiruzen, instead of saddening those who died, you might as well figure out how to deal with this little monster. Shimura Danzo said, turning his gaze to Glossi, who was standing there watching coldly, and said in a deep voice, if we can't kill this little monster today, let alone those who have just died, I'm afraid the entire Konoha village will be ruined in his hands. Shimura Danzo, what you said is wrong. Suddenly, Glossi smiled and said, the purpose of my coming here today is not to destroy Konoha village, I just want to kill you. Is there any difference between killing me and destroying Konoha village? Shimura Danzo said sharply. What do you think you are? One person can represent the entire Konoha village, Glossi said with a mocking smile. Third Hokage, are you going to bury the whole village in order to protect this scumbag? Now, naturally, he will no longer call Sarutobi Hiruzen Third Hokage Lord, but only called Third Hokage. The change in the relationship between Glossi and Konoha village can be understood only from the change in the name. Glossi, I am not trying to protect Shimura Danzo alone, but to avenge those Konoha village outstanding ninjas who died innocently. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a cold expression. Glossi killed more than a dozen members of the root in front of him, which was tantamount to slapping him in the face naked. No matter how much he appreciates the talents who cherish Glossi, no matter how much he misses Glossi's life-saving grace, he still has to make his position clear. Because, his current identity is not Sarutobi Hiruzen, individual, but the third Hokage of the entire Konoha shinobi village. Is that so? Glossi said with a smile. Very well, I have received your decision now. From now on, my Glossi declares war on your entire Konoha village. You dare to declare war with Konoha village alone? Shimura Danzo said sternly. Kill you here today, and completely eliminate future troubles. I've heard the same big story several times, Glossi said coldly, but I have been alive and well. Hiruzen, we too joined forces to kill him. Shimura Danzo yelled at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Fire style, Hauyan technique. He quickly sealed his hands and said loudly. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Shimura Danzo also quickly started ninjutsu and shouted loudly. Rumble. Advertisement in an instant, the boundless fire spread, and all of a sudden the space of tens of meters in a radius was completely enveloped. The blazing flames dyed half of the sky red, which was really terrifying. The flames swept across, and there was a creepy sound of crushing. The terrible high temperature scorched everything around. There were a few big trees nearby, but they suddenly ignited spontaneously. You can imagine how terrifying the power of this flame is. Sarutobi Hiruzen was known as the Professor of Ninjutsu when he was young, and he was a superpower on the same level as the demigod. Hanzo of the Salamander. Although he has fallen to his peak condition at an older age, he is still terrifying and is one of the strongest cage-level players. And Shimura Danzo, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's biggest opponent for Hokage, should not be underestimated. The two of them jointly used the combination of wind and fire ninjutsu, and the power is simply appalling. Rumble. The flames roared and made a tsunami-like sound. It was so huge that it shook people's ears. Buzzing. The scorching heat is extremely terrifying, the distance is very far away, and it is enough to make people sweat like rain, and the flesh and blood are about to dry up. Boom. 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 Suddenly, 3 residential houses not far away caught fire, and the fire blazed into the sky. The two powerhouses joined forces to strike, and the invasion has touched the atmosphere of the Emperor Wu. So strong, as expected of Lord Third Hokage, and Anbu, who rushed over exclaimed, his face full of admiration. It's amazing, Master Danzo is not inferior to Master Third Hokage, said a member of the root Lord 3rd Hokage and Danzo join forces, and they will definitely be able to defeat and kill any strong man in this world, even if the demigod of the year comes. There is no fear. The Jonin of the Hyuga family muttered, with a full face shocked. Haha. However, just when everyone thought that the winning ticket was in hand, Glossi's slightly mocking chuckle came from the raging fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, is this the only thing you can do? Accompanied by the sound, Glossi was better than strolling in the courtyard, step by step out of the raging fire, unharmed. It seems that he is not a person in this world. Although he is in a terrifying flame, he feels like walking in another world. Chapter 166 Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Step by step, Glossi walked out of the sea of flames, like a god's residence, and his whole body exuded admirable light. At this time, he was like a god who descended from the heavens, so he dare not look directly at him. Yes, a layer of faint light enveloped him, and it was the existence of this layer of light that made him completely isolated from the burning of the terrible flames around him. It can be called absolute defense and invincible in the world. The martial art is extremely difficult to practice, but once it is truly cultivated, it will become extraordinarily powerful, invulnerable to swords and guns, and invulnerable to fire and water. King Wu's martial arts are just beginning. Although Glossi can be immune to physical attacks and most ninjutsu attacks, he still cannot guarantee his absolute safety. A terrifying force that exceeds the capacity of the martial arts can still be devastated by Glossi. However, at this time, Glossi used the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, to forcibly increase his strength to the realm of Emperor Wu, and his martial arts to a higher level. The body protection is released from the air, and his physical defense is even more terrifying, and he can be immune to the Emperor. Any attack below the level. Therefore, although the joint attack of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo is powerful, it is difficult to shake Glossi and cannot hurt him at all. What? How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, and he looked at Glossi without blinking, his face full of disbelief. This little monster of damn, it is even scarier than before. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth. Oh my god. He actually used his body to withstand the combined attack of Lord 3rd Hokage and Lord Danzo without being injured. Is he a monster? The members of Ambu said in horror. He is not a monster, he is a devil. He is a devil. Seeing such a scene, the members of Gen suddenly recalled the terrible sight of their previous companions being pinched to death by Glossi's slap, and their faces were astonished. Earth, trembling non-stop. The dignified 3rd Hokage, and Shimura Danzo, the controller of Gen, are you two only at this level of cooperation? Glossi said coldly as he walked forward slowly. The endless fire spread behind Glossi, and the raging flames rushed straight into the sky, intertwined behind him into a terrible curtain of light. This scene of this situation set off Glossi like a god of fire in the sky. Kamui is dignified and terrifying. What is his ability? How did he do it? Sarutobi Hiruzen is worthy of a long-established reputation. After experiencing the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure and began to meditate and analyze Glossi. Ability. Danzo, what are your old dog waiting for? When will the right-eyed Sharingan not be used at this time? Glossi cast a cold gaze at Shimura Danzo and said sternly. And your nauseating right arm, do you want to use it after you die? Advertisement, humph. Shimura Danzo said with a cold snort. I didn't want to use this technique on you, because I think it was too wasteful. But now there is no way to use it. As he spoke, he reached out and removed the bandage covering his right eye. His right eye was tightly closed. Although he hadn't opened it immediately, a powerful and mysterious force had already spread. This kind of power? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback and looked at Shimura Danzo in disbelief. Obviously, even he didn't know that Shimura Danzo had been hiding his strength all the time. This kind of power is already enough to threaten him. Where did you get this eye? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a low voice. Snatched it. Shimura Danzo said very naturally. Snatched it? Who snatched it? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. Uchiha Shisui. Shimura Danzo said lightly. Why, you said it was snatched from Shisui? Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious as soon as he heard it. He stared at Shimura Danzo and shouted sharply. I have always been very strange, why Shisui disappeared silently, all of a sudden, it turns out that all of this is your ghost. Uchiha Shisui, known as the super genius of the Uchiha clan at the time, is very famous. He has the name of Shimmering Shisui, and has moved the world with his shocking, shimmering technique, and superb illusion. Moreover, according to legend, he also opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Uchiha Itachi, who slaughtered the whole clan overnight, was not as good as him. Back then, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato were very optimistic about Uchiha Shisui and were preparing to train him as the next Hokage candidate. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected was that Uchiha Shisui disappeared in a strange way, leaving no traces. This became a sensation in Konoha village that year. However, this unsettled case finally came to light today. It turns out that Uchiha Shisui was secretly executed by Shimura Danzo. I once shot Uchiha Shisui and snatched this eye, but I didn't kill him. Shimura Danzo opened his right eye as he spoke. It was a scarlet mature 3-tomo Sharingan, exuding a terrible power that makes the heart palpitating. Advertisement, otherwise, both his eyes will be in my hands. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry, however, he did not have an immediate attack, because he knew it was not the time to struggle with this matter. Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Glossi looked at Shimura Danzo with interest and said, in the past 2 years or so, he has asked Wuzong's spy system to investigate the information of the Hyuga and Uchiha clan in detail. Uchiha Shisui is definitely a dazzling jewel in the history of the Uchiha clan, especially his illusion, which is extremely powerful. It is said that Uchiha Shisui's illusion can manipulate others at will without knowing it, and permanently change people's will, and is known as the strongest illusion. Not bad. Shimura Danzo said sternly. Glossi, I don't care where you are. From the moment you see this eye, your destiny has been doomed. Oh, my destiny is doomed? Glossi said disdainfully. Even the strongest illusionist martial artist of the year, with the ability to materialize illusions, did not dare to boast such a haiku to him. Take it. Distinguished heavenly gods. Shimura Danzo's right eye changed drastically, and the 3 pitch-black gouaches instantly turned into quadrangular big windmills, and then the big windmills turned rapidly, and a powerful and trembling spiritual energy instantly disappeared from he shot out of his pupils and hid Glossi. Surrender to me. Suddenly, a huge and far-reaching voice blew out of Glossi's mind, making him unable to resist a moment of loss, and there was an urge to kneel down and surrender Shimura Danzo. What a great pupil technique! Glossi yelled in his heart, knowing that his previous life was a superpower at the level of the Valkyrie, with extremely powerful mental power, and nothing can move him. Although most of it was lost while crossing the most terrifying catastrophe, it was still not something ordinary people could shake. And Shimura Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods pupil technique that Shimura Danzo is currently performing has had a certain impact on him, and it is indeed very powerful. Chapter 167 How did you know? This is an extremely powerful pupil technique, specifically aimed at people's spiritual consciousness, to force Glossi to submit to Shimura Danzo. Although it didn't hurt Glossi, it almost washed his spiritual will and changed him completely, the most terrifying. Surrender to me. Submit to me. Submit to me. That kind of sound was like a devil roaring, deafening, and violently impacting Glossi's mind. This is a forced transcendence, the words are like mantras, and Glossi must be surrendered. It is extremely terrifying. Surrender to me. Submit to me. Submit to me. With the roar of a devil-like voice, countless Shimura Danzo's voices appeared in Glossi's spiritual consciousness and a series of cold and terrifying gazes were placed on Glossi, trying to forcibly frighten Glossi. Get out of here, Glossi shouted. At this moment, his mental consciousness was surging into the huge waves. One after another Glossi appeared out of thin air, each of them had cold eyes, killing intent soaring, looking at those who appeared in the same eyes as if they were dead. His spirit knows Shimura Danzo in the sea. This is his pure land, how can he tolerate others' intrusion? Kill! Glossi shouted sternly. Swipe, swipe, swipe. In the sea of spiritual consciousness, Glossi stepped forward one by one, walking towards Shimura Danzo, and his body shape resembled wind and electricity. They either used slash wave or hand of destroying heaven. They were brave enough to kill Shimura Danzo, and they had no power to fight back. Puff, puff, puff. Shimura Danzo fell one by one in a pool of blood, flesh and blood flying all over, very real. As the battle in the sea of mental consciousness became more intense, Shimura Danzo's face suddenly turned pale. And with the passage of time, his face became more and more ugly, not even a trace of blood, very scary. Wow. Advertisement I don't know how long it took. Shimura Danzo suddenly spouted a large mouthful of blood, and his body was trembling and shaking like a leaf swaying in a storm. How are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked, and quickly helped Shimura Danzo with his hands, asking loudly. Uchiha Shisui and his illusion technique, distinguished heavenly gods, are so famous that they are known as the strongest illusion technique. Even if the cage-level powerhouse is hit by this technique, there is absolutely no possibility of blocking it. Therefore, when Shimura Danzo used the technique, distinguished heavenly gods, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought the battle was over. On the contrary, what he never expected was that the distinguished heavenly gods, known as the strongest illusion, was broken open, and even Shimura Danzo suffered a backlash and was extremely injured. Huh. Is this the legendary strongest illusion? I don't think so, Glossi said coldly. Damn it. Shimura Danzo shivered in anger, wishing to smash Glossi into pieces immediately, so that he could dispel his hatred. Distinguished heavenly gods is the strongest pupil technique possessed by Uchiha Shisui Mangekyo Sharingan. It can be said to be incomprehensible, even the strong cage level can't resist it. However, such a powerful technique also has a huge flaw, that is, the cooling time is too long. Even Shimura Danzo, who got the first Hokage cell from Orochimaru, only uses it once every 3 years. Shimura Danzo used distinguished heavenly gods, not only to kill Glossi, but also to take him as his most loyal slave. However, the final result was that distinguished heavenly gods was broken. Not only did he fail to pay Glossi, but instead wasted an extremely precious opportunity to use distinguished heavenly gods, which was a huge loss for him who was extremely ambitious. I have seen your pupil technique, now let you see my pupil technique too, Glossi said coldly. Sky Sword. Swipe. Swipe. In an instant, Glossi's eyes were bright, 2 extremely terrifying beams shot from his martial arts eyes, piercing the world, like 2 peerless sharp swords, slashing towards Shimura Danzo. Summoning technique. Seeing Shimura Danzo's powerless to resist, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately knotted his hands and summoned his old partner, the old monkey demon. The old monkey demon quickly changed into a golden rod, and Sarutobi Hiruzen held it in his hand and hit the two beams fiercely. Boom! Boom! Two roars resembling thunders came, and two huge forces slammed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's golden cudgel and bounced it back, deafening. Sarutobi Hiruzen was frightened. He only felt sore and numb in his arms and almost lost consciousness. But his two tiger mouths were shaken to tear apart the blood mouths, and the blood kept dripping down. Advertisement: what a terrifying force this is. Sarutobi, I can only endure this kind of force 3 times at most. If it exceeds 3 times, I will definitely die. The old monkey demon's voice came and said. Sorry, I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen sank in his heart, but could only agree. Is this the strongest summoning beast in the legend ape demon? Glossi nodded and said, it is indeed worthy of this title to be able to withstand the blow I just made without breaking. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious, and he was about to rush up with the golden cudgel in both hands. However, Shimura Danzo suddenly rushed to him and stopped him. Sarutobi, you step back and let me come, Shimura Danzo said sternly. Didn't you have been seriously injured and fought like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. I still have the last killer to use. Shimura Danzo hissed. In order to kill this little b******************, I decided to use that technique. What kind of technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised again. How much power did this Shimura Danzo hide? Little b************, you can die under this technique of mine. You are proud of it. Shimura Danzo said as he quickly unwrapped his bandaged right hand. As the bandage was removed, an arm full of Sharingan appeared in front of everyone, terrifying and shuddering. This is all Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. When the Uchiha clan was slaughtered back then, I collected some. Shimura Danzo said. Using these Sharingan and working with Master First Hokage's cells, I finally developed an invincible technique. Its name is Izanagi, isn't it? Glossi interrupted. You? How did you know? Shimura Danzo's proud expression disappeared without a trace in an instant. His eyes widened. He stared at Glossi and said in amazement. Chapter 168 Izanagi. Izanagi is the ultimate forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo has gone through many hardships, countless hardships and experiments before finally obtaining this technique. He is regarded as the ultimate and final killer and as his final trump card. However, he hadn't really applied this technique yet, and he was convinced by Glossi. How could he not be shocked and frightened? How did I know? Glossi said with a smile. As early as more than 2 years ago, I have seen the mysterious man with the Uzumaki mask on his face. Why? You two have met long ago, Shimura Danzo said in amazement. He and I are partners, Glossi said. In order to show his sincerity to me, he told me the ultimate forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. And that ultimate forbidden technique is Izanagi. Shimura Danzo only felt a heart sinking continuously, until it sank to the bottom of the sea. It was cold to the bones. Izanagi is his last whole card and killer, but now this whole card is known by his opponents. This is definitely a huge disaster. You have 10 Sharingan on your arm. If I'm not wrong, you can only control 10 Sharingan, right? Glossi cast his gaze on Shimura Danzo's one full of Sharingan's arm, said lightly. No, to be precise, there is a powerful force in your arm. It is the existence of this powerful force that allows you to have the ability to control these eyes. Otherwise, you can even connect to Uchiha Shisui's. It's very difficult to control all eyes, Glossifu added. Shimura Danzo's face is getting more and more ugly, and his heart is getting heavier and heavier. He couldn't believe his ears. This was only his second match with Glossi, and it was so terrifying to be seen so thoroughly by the other party. There is a problem with your eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen said suddenly. Is your eye on the upgraded Byakugan? Or the upgraded Sharingan? Byakugan. Sharingan. What kind of thing is that? Glossi said disdainfully. My eyes are martial arts heavenly eyes. Budo Tianyan. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were taken aback. The martial arts sky eye is a unique pupil technique for martial artists. Glossi said. Under the eyes of my martial arts world, what Byakugan Sharingan is all rubbish, it's not worth mentioning. Advertisement, boy. You really dared to say it. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth. He was very uncomfortable with Glossi's arrogant appearance, and he wanted to slap him to the ground and beat him desperately. Glossi said with a smile. Come on, Shimura Danzo, let me see the ultimate forbidden technique of the legendary Uchiha clan, Izanagi. As you wish. Shimura Danzo said coldly. Hiruzen, you step back and I will take the action next. Danzo, I think we should join forces. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said. Although this kid is still young, his strength is too strong, I'm afraid. It is because of his strength that I told you to step back. Shimura Danzo interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen and said coldly. My technique only works for me and him, others cannot be covered. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. You step back. Shimura Danzo shouted. If I die, you will take control of Konoha village alone, and make the village more prosperous and powerful. If I don't die, you will wait to celebrate me. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Shimura Danzo's somewhat distorted and hideous face, couldn't help but tremble, sighed, and said. In a sense, Shimura Danzo can be regarded as his dark side. and has been doing all kinds of ugly things for him for so many years. It can be said unceremoniously that Shimura Danzo has endured a lot of infamy that originally belonged to him. To manage the village, light and darkness must coexist. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is the light that gives hope to countless people, then Shimura Danzo is the shadow that makes everyone feel fear. The combination of light and darkness finally developed Konoha village into the largest force in the ninja world. For so many years, they are the closest comrades in arms and partners, as well as the old partners with the most tacit understanding. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has a terrible hunch that his comrade in arms and partner for many years will die here. Suddenly, a mysterious and strange power permeated Shimura Danzo's body, and it immediately enveloped the ground several hundred meters in radius. Advertisement, this feeling. Is the Yiksaniki technique already activated? Glossi secretly asked in his heart. He stared at Shimura Danzo with a pair of martial arts eyes, opened his pupil power to the maximum, and wanted to see through and crack this pupil technique. Soon, Glossi was surprised to find that the ultimate Shimura Danzo, who had suffered from the distinguished heavenly gods' backlash, was so weak that the spirit of Shimura Danzo suddenly recovered. Not only the injuries in the body were completely healed, but the worn-out chakra also returned in an instant. Wind style. Vacuum Great Jade. Shimura Danzo quickly sealed his hands and shouted. Bang! 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 In an instant, 7 or 8 fierce wind-style techniques spurted from Shimura Danzo's mouth and shot towards Glossi. Does this trick work for me? It's true. Glossi curled his lips and said. However, he soon discovered a trace of anomaly. A mysterious mighty force in the air was acting on wind style. With a series of booms and booms, the power of wind style increased in an instant, times. Chi. 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 The terrifying wind style technique cuts through the air and makes a deafening sound of breaking through the air. The immense power is like cutting the air, which is chilling. What kind of technique is Izanagi? Can I forcibly increase the power of the A-level wind style technique to the S level in an instant? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at all this and said in shock. Even if the power is increased, it still cannot pose any threat to me, Glossi said lightly. With a sharp wave of his right hand forward, a huge palm manifested out of thin air, welcoming the wind style that struck like thunder and lightning. Weakened, however, at this moment, Shimura Danzo said coldly. What's this? Glossi felt a strange power passing over him, and the huge palm in the sky immediately became 4 or 5 times smaller, and he no longer had the great power before. Chapter 420, Auto-generated chapter title, the 169th chapter breaks strongly. Izanagi, the ultimate forbidden technique of Uchiha clan, can instantly transform all unfavorable factors of the caster, including death, into dreams, and can transform all the favorable factors of the attacker into a dream in a very short time. Reality is a kind of ultimate illusion that can freely control the boundary between reality and dreams and cast on oneself. Based on the mental energy of the office's imagination, the so-called power of yin, use this to create a form out of nothing. Based on the energy of the body that is responsible for life, the so-called power of yang escape, use this to put life in the line. This is the forbidden technique created by Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of the legendary Chunin. In an instant, what Uchiha Obito had said to Glossi came to Glossi's mind, and he couldn't help but stun in his heart. Boom! 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 The wind-style vacuum jade, whose power has been increased countless times, is like an invincible tornado. It is fierce and unrestrained, smashing toward Glossi overwhelmingly, with shocking power. At the same time, the huge palm that Glossi shot out was shrunk by 4 or 5 times, making it impossible to fight Shimura Danzo's wind style. In an instant, Glossi's huge palm was pierced, and countless powerful wind styles enveloped Glossi and wiped it out all of a sudden. Humph! Glossi snorted coldly and stood motionless, letting the mighty wind style drown him. Rumble! The terrifying power makes people tremble, and it is impossible to describe it in words. The huge power tears the world apart, as if it can destroy all obstacles. Did you get it? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, widening his eyes. What a terrible power, is this the power of the legendary S-rank ninjutsu? Enbu said in shock. As expected of Lord Danzo, it is really amazing. The members of Gen said so, looking at Shimura Danzo's eyes full of worship and admiration. Advertisement, it's over. Jonin of the Hyuga clan sneered. Even if you are better, can you still compete with our Konoha village? You can't live or die. Damn it. However, Shimura Danzo, who has a Mangekyo Sharingan in Yu Yu Zebo Shisui, had already seen the truth of the matter and yelled angrily. Hee! Suddenly, amidst the boundless smoke, Glossi's sneer came. This is the ultimate forbidden technique of the legendary Uchiha clan. Iksaniki. There are really some ways, and even I was hurt. Glossi walked out of the smoke step by step, his face full of indifference. A scar that was 10 centimeters long and about 3 centimeters deep was torn open on his right shoulder, and the blood was dripping. I didn't kill you, this was my mistake. Shimura Danzo said sternly, however, next time I won't miss it again. Really? Glossi said coldly. The martial arts mentality in his body was activated, and a faint light bloomed. Immediately, the scar on his right shoulder healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned out to be as smooth as before, as if it hadn't been injured at all. Martial artist, the indestructible body is their most terrifying weapon. Not only are their physical bodies extremely strong, but their vitality is extremely powerful. Even if they have suffered a serious injury, they can recover in an instant, the most terrifying. Hi. 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 Seeing this, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen both couldn't help but breathe in cold air, their faces full of shock. I have only seen this terrible healing ability in Master First Hokage. Why does he also have this ability? Sarutobi Hiruzen said shockingly. This damn little monster, how much power does he hide? Shimura Danzo said sternly. His face was blue. He thought that once the ultimate forbidden technique Yiksanaki came out, he would surely be able to kill Glossi, and he would never suffer from future troubles. However, what he never expected was that Glossi still had such a pervert recovery ability, which immediately increased the difficulty of killing Glossi countless times. I can see through this technique of Izanagi, Glossi said indifferently. Shimura Danzo, you can go on the road now. The one who should be on the road is you. Shimura Danzo snarled. He nodded his hands again. Wind style, vacuum waves. Advertisement, swish. Swish, swish. In an instant, the sound of the wind broke out, and countless fierce and terrifying wind blades were roused from Shimura Danzo's mouth, densely packed, covering the sky, like endless locusts, flying towards Glossi overwhelmingly. Shocking/wave. Glossi waved his hands together and shouted coldly. Suddenly, there was a terrible wave of ripples in the sky, and an invisible huge force shook out from Glossi's hands and greeted him with the wind blade from Shimura Danzo. Break it for me. Shimura Danzo shouted, trying to repeat the trick again. However, this time, how could Glossi let him succeed again? Don't count what you said, give it to me, Glossi said sternly. Why? This feeling. Shimura Danzo's face changed drastically, his expression paled, his eyes widened, and he stared at Glossi with an incredible look. At this moment, he actually felt that his Izanagi's power was blocked by a mysterious force, unable to exert its effect. I've seen more terrifying supernatural powers in the martial arts world. What counts as Izanagi in a small area? Glossi said with disdain. Boom. 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 Glossi's shocking/wave and Shimura Danzo's wind style collided fiercely. The violent shock of the world seemed to have infinite lightning resonating, bright light blooming, and terrifying. This time, Glossi's shocking/wave was like a ruin, and instantly defeated Shimura Danzo's wind style, and then continued to beat Shimura Danzo fiercely. Danger! Shimura Danzo yelled, grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen with both hands and threw it out. However, he himself was hit by Glossi's earth-shattering/wave, turned into a blood mist in an instant, and died violently. Chapter 170 finished abusing Danzo. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was thrown out, screamed, staring at the blood mist that Shimura Danzo had formed. He would never have imagined that this companion and comrade in arms who cooperated with him most tacitly would die in such a place. Master Danzo. The members of Gen were all crying. They couldn't believe their eyes. Shimura Danzo, who was as powerful as a god in their hearts, would be defeated. This little B************* D turned out to be so powerful. Jonin of the Hyuga clan widened his eyes and said in a shocked expression. You know, Shimura Danzo is a well-known veteran powerhouse in Konoha village. He is a super strongman second only to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He holds the darkness power of Konoha village and is extremely powerful. But now, he was killed by a boy who was only 15 or 16 years old like Glossi. How to keep the Konoha village strong from panic? Haha, did you die like this? Isn't it a bit too weak? It's simply vulnerable. Glossi curled his lips in disdain and said lightly. Wind style. Wind killing array. However, just when everyone thought Shimura Danzo was dead, Shimura Danzo's angry roar suddenly came from behind Glossi. Boom. In an instant, the hurricane rolled up, and a terrifying energy storm was raging, and countless 2-meter-long giant wind blades intertwined into a huge net-like appearance, and they slapped Glossi with his head and face. The power of this technique is really too great. Several private houses hundreds of meters away were blown out directly, dusty and smoke-filled with gunpowder. Even the elites of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Anbu, and Gen must use powerful chakra to condense on the soles of their feet to fix their figure so that they will not be blown away by the hurricane. I know you didn't die so easily, Glossi said coldly. He suddenly turned around, and his whole person turned into a pitch-black lightning, carrying a monstrous aura, rushing towards the wind-killing array. He now uses the 8 inner gates to forcibly upgrade his cultivation base to Emperor Wu. His martial arts are extremely powerful, impenetrable with swords, guns, and water and fire. He was going to use his powerful physical body to forcibly break into Shimura Danzo's wind-killing array, and then rushed straight to launch an attack on it. Dang! 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 Countless wind blades chopped vertically and horizontally, and every blow hit Glossi with incomparable precision. The power of these wind blades is huge, enough to split 1,000 caddies of boulders in an instant, and they are invincible. However, they couldn't do anything to Glossi. A layer of faint chi appeared outside Glossi, blocking all the wind blades. Advertisement. Not only can the wind blade not cause damage to Glossi's body, but even Glossi's clothes can't be touched. With such a terrifying and powerful defense force, Shimura Danzo's heart is throbbing, and it is incomparable. Okay. Terrible physical body. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in shock. Hey, if I hadn't missed a thought back then and let Danzo shoot him, then he is now the best person in our Konoha village. He was extremely upset in his heart. Such a person born in Konoha village is definitely a gift from God to Konoha village and can protect Wuyu in Konoha village for 100 years. However, Shimura Danzo personally pushed Glossi out of Konoha, and even turned it into the village's most terrible enemy. It's really great that Master Danzo is still alive. The members of Gen all cried with joy. Wind style. Tornado hurricane. Shimura Danzo saw that the wind-killing array could not help Glossi, and immediately Jian was ready to perform another more powerful wind-style technique. But how could Glossi give him another chance? Boom. Glossi was so fast that he rushed to Shimura Danzo about 3 meters away in an instant. His action is simple and direct. A huge palm evolved. Kamui is 30,000 miles, terrifying and terrifying. Puff. Shimura Danzo's body split in an instant, then shattered. His body was slapped into mud by Glossi's slap, and he couldn't die anymore. It's too weak, Glossi said coldly. He stood there quietly, and the martial arts mentality inside his body was flowing, making the sound of a landslide and a tsunami. He is like a god of war, invincible in the world, making every ninja in Konoha village feel hairy and shudder. Even if I am weak, how many times can you kill me? Shimura Danzo's figure appeared again, looking at Glossi with cold eyes, and said sternly. Everyone had witnessed him being killed by Glossi twice in a row, but he appeared safe and sound every time, which really shocked everyone's minds. Advertisement. This. Is it the ultimate forbidden technique power of the Uchiha clan? After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest of the older generation. He was well informed and suddenly guessed a certain possibility. I can kill you once, I can kill you twice, I can kill you twice, and I can kill you countless times. Glossi sneered and said. I just wonder now, how many deaths can you afford? 5 times? Or 10 times? Don't you know if you try it? Shimura Danzo's face was cold, extremely ugly. It was as if Glossi's previous words touched the biggest secret in his heart. Wind style. Tornado hurricane. Shimura Danzo yelled, performing a ninjutsu that he hadn't had time to perform before. Stop struggling, it's useless, Glossi said while shaking his head. Flying thunder god technique, he whispered in his heart. In an instant, the world revolved, the battle revolved, and the stars shifted. Glossi came to Shimura Danzo's back from a few tens of meters away, and then patted his heart with a light palm, shattering his heart. This is. Shimura Danzo was shocked, but before he could even speak, he fell to the ground with a plop and died again. Danzo, I don't know how many times you can be resurrected. However, there is only one thing I want to say, and that is that you have been planted by me with the technique Offline Thunder God. No matter how many times you are resurrected, the ending is killed by me. Glossi said sternly. Damn it, Shimura Danzo shouted. Puff. Glossi appeared behind Shimura Danzo for an instant, and killed him again with the palm of his hand. In this way, after 9 times, Glossi used acupuncture method to seal all Shimura Danzo's acupoints, making it impossible to move. Chapter 171 Danzo is dead. You. How did you see it? Shimura Danzo's eyes widened, staring at Glossi, his face full of horror and incredible. He would never have thought that his biggest assassin, Izanagi, would be seen through by Glossi, even if he had no chance of winning by half a point. He was full of anger and his face was unwilling. He is a generation of heroes, and he is unwilling to accept such a life ending. I've already said it, right? I've been in contact with the Ixanaki technique a long time ago. Glossi said lightly. In order to win me over, the masked man gave me 10 mature 3-tomo Sharingan, and told me Izanagi technique completely. So, the Izanagi technique you used today is not a threat to me. Damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Seneki technique is incomplete, only a small part of its power can be exerted. Glossi continued. If it is used by a masked man with the orthodox blood of your Uchiba clan, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to handle it. In the final analysis, you are too weak. You better kill me. Shimura Danzo roared. You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. Glossi grinned, showing 2 rows of white Sensen teeth, and said, Actually, I really want to kill you now, but considering that I once promised Tendon to let her get revenge by herself. So, I will allow you to live a little longer. It's impossible. Shimura Danzo shouted sharply. Skills can be killed, not insulted. Glossi, you little b*****************, d, join me on the road. When recruited, Glossi's heart jumped suddenly, and he suddenly discovered that a powerful and terrifying breath erupted from Shimura Danzo, which would envelope him. There are 4 like seals, Shimura Danzo shouted sternly. Danzo, don't, Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled in horror. Master Danzo, advertisement, Master Danzo. All the Konoha village ninjas are shouting. Although they are afraid of Shimura Danzo, it does not prevent them from thinking that Shimura Danzo is a great ninja. They don't want to see Shimura Danzo's sacrifice. In that case, Konoha village, which is already rainy, will become more turbulent and uneasy. Boom. In an instant, the strong and terrifying aura centered on Shimura Danzo, and it spread out in all directions. A pattern of Tai Chi 8 trigrams with a diameter of several tens of meters permeated out, turning everything in the range into a black hole in an instant, disappear without a trace. However, Glossi had already reacted in the first time and escaped the attack range of Shimura Danzo's Seal of the 4 Elephants. With the Flying Thunder God technique, without any damage. Shimura Danzo, this generation of heroes who symbolizes the darkness of Konoha village, has just come to an end. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled. He was extremely sad, because in a sense, Shimura Danzo was the embodiment of his dark side. Master Danzo. The members of Root cried in unison. At this moment, it was as if they had lost all their spiritual support, and everyone became depressed. Even a powerful person like Danzo has been defeated and killed. Who can resist that little monster in Konoha village now? Our Hyuga clan is in big trouble, Jonin of Hyuga clan murmured. Cut, it's cheaper for your old dog, Glossi said coldly. Shimura Danzo's death was very tragic, and he would rather die without a corpse to drag Glossi to death. His spirit is amazing, but he is the enemy of Glossi after all, and Glossi cannot be moved by his death. In fact, he prefers to hand Shimura Danzo to Tenten. Grossi, you are here to pay. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned around, holding the golden cudgel in both hands, and slammed at Glossi. Laugh. Advertisement at this time, a strange thing happened. The golden cudgel in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand grew and thickened rapidly, as if a pillar fell down, and slammed against Glossi fiercely. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo is dead, and now I have no reason to be an enemy of your Konoha village. Glossi took a step forward, evading Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack for an instant, and then said coldly. However, if you Konoha village continue to be reluctant to me, don't blame me for being rude to you and ruining you completely. Destroy us completely? Kid, dare you say it? Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. You killed Danzo, you killed so many outstanding ninjas in Konoha village. We in Konoha village are at odds with you and we will never die. Don't you die? Glossi said with a cold smile. If this is the case, then you Konoha village will wait to be completely extinct. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped speaking, and waved the golden cudgel with both hands and slammed it at Glossi again. See you next time, it's the day of your death, Glossi said coldly. Swipe. Glossi's figure disappeared immediately. Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembles with anger when he sees Glossi performing the Flying Thunder God technique, again. This is a ninjutsu created by Konoha village second Hokage Senju Tobarama, but now it is used by the enemies of Konoha village, which makes him unbearable. Master third Hokage, several members of Anbu, came to Sarutobi Hiruzen and knelt down, their eyes full of worry. Obviously, facing the strong and invincible Glossi, they felt a powerful and terrible pressure. In my name, draft a document as soon as possible, and inform the filmmakers of the 5 major countries as quickly as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. I want to convene the 5 Shadows Conference to discuss how to deal with that little monster of Glossi, and the Akatsuki organization that has recently caused boundless storms throughout the ninja world. Master Hokage, is this really good? And Anbu whispered. This is an order. Sarutobi Hiruzen said abruptly, do it now. Chapter 172 The Seal of Sealing the Heavens. Not to mention that Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious, and immediately decided to send a note to the 5 shadows of the 5 ninja village to hold the 5 shadows conference, ready to discuss ways to deal with Glossi and the Aka organization. Gulaxi used the Flying Thunder God technique, and returned to Wuzong in an instant. Boom. 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 Glossi had just returned to Wuzong, and immediately heard violent collisions not far away, and strong breaths continued to escape. Obviously, there are cage-level powerhouses fighting, and the battle is fierce. It's Sasori and Uchiha Sasuke. Guro Saibu Dao glanced at the sky and immediately understood the truth of the matter. An unfathomable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Recently, Uchiha Sasuke's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. With the help of the mature 3-tomo Sharingan and the martial arts mentality he has just obtained, he has a tendency to invade and surpass Hyuga Neji. As his strength continued to increase, Uchiha Sasuke became more and more aggressive and began to ignore Hyuga Neji. Even several times, Uchiha Sasuke had the urge to challenge Glossi. Although the accumulated prestige that was ultimately forced by Glossi didn't dare to put it into action, it also made Glossi dissatisfied. I wanted to kill Uchiha Sasuke myself, but I didn't expect someone to help me today, Glossi said to himself. Sasori is a super genius who became famous more than 20 years ago. Even third Kazekage, who is known as the strongest wind shadow in history, died in his hands, showing how powerful his strength is. Now more than 2 decades have passed, and his strength has naturally become stronger, gradually approaching the peak of Kage level. Although Uchiha Sasuke has unique talents, he is still short of time and he does not want to be able to compete with Sasori. In fact, if he hadn't benefited from Sharingan's powerful abilities, he would have been defeated. Even so, Uchiha Sasuke has been squeezed and beaten by Sasori, struggling to support it, and the defeat will be sooner or later. After all, Sasori is now using third Kazekage puppets, and the sand and iron secret technique cannot be copied and cracked by Sharingan. Ah! Uchiha Sasuke yelled aggrievedly. He didn't expect that in his first battle after more than 2 years of hard training, he would meet such a powerful opponent. He was suppressed from beginning to end, and even counterattacked. Can't do it. Boy, are you the disciple trained by Orochimaru? Sasori said coldly while controlling the third Kazekage puppet to attack. I've always wanted to kill the disgusting pervert guy, but I haven't found a suitable opportunity to shoot. Today I kill you, kid, just take a little interest. Just because you want to kill me? Uchiha Sasuke grinned and shouted sternly. I originally intended to use this trick to deal with Itachi. Today I will reluctantly test its power on you. Heaven's Curse Seal. Open it to me. Uchiha Sasuke yelled frantically. Obviously, his sanity is not so clear now, and he wants to win at all costs. Advertisement. Boom. In an instant, a violent chakra erupted from Uchiha Sasuke's body and went straight into the sky. That's it. Glossi frowned, and he keenly noticed countless black marks spreading from the back of Uchiha Sasuke's neck. These marks are like devil's claw marks, and they are all over Uchiha Sasuke's body in an instant. With the increasing number of these marks, the stronger the chakra bursting out of Uchiha Sasuke. Obviously, this is a powerful secret technique. Is this Orochimaru's seal of heaven? Sasori said solemnly. I've only heard of it before, and it's the first time I saw it today. Forget it, since you are fine, then I don't have to be merciful, I can do my best. Sand Iron Secret Art, Sand and Iron Boundary Art, Sasori shouted loudly. In an instant, countless dark iron rods appeared in the sky. They were intertwined with each other, like spider webs, densely packed, covering most of the sky, terrifying. So strong. Hyuga Neji glared at Byakugan and said in shock. Even if he used the sublimated, revolving heaven, from his own belly, he might not be able to resist it. Can my dead bone pulse block this move? Kimimaro stared at the sand and iron world law in the sky, and said silently in his heart. He found that he did not dare to give a clear answer. This is. Uchiha Sasuke's face was full of horror, a pair of scarlet eyes staring at everything in the sky, and he couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, he finally noticed the huge power gap between himself and Sasori. You dared to ask me about the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi, even with you, an insignificant waste? Sasori said disdainfully. Are you worthy? He said, shaking his hands vigorously, and he was about to deliver the final fatal blow to Uchiha Sasuke. Stop it. However, at this moment, a thin but tough body appeared between Sasori and Uchiha Sasuke, and said lightly. Sovereign Lord. Hyuga Neji and Kimimaro said in surprise. Advertisement. A hint of surprise appeared in Sasori's eyes, but he didn't insist on doing it. He made a seal with his hands and removed the sand and iron boundary law from the sky. Why stop us? Uchiha Sasuke shouted at Glossi with blood-red eyes. Why stop you? Glossi said with a grin. You asked this question very well. Do you want to die? The next moment, the smile on Glossi's face disappeared, and it was replaced by the extreme coldness and gloom, which made people horrified and shuddering. Uchiha Sasuke only felt a breath of extreme terror rushing towards him. The feeling was like being stared at by a predatory beast, making him shiver and his hair standing straight. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke deeply realized that if his answer did not satisfy Glossi would definitely kill him without hesitation. If you don't want to die, it's best to be low-key, Glossi said coldly. Whether it's Neji, Kimimaro, or the newly joined Sasori, the strength of the three of them is above you. The blood of the Uchiha family that you have always been proud of is not a shit at all, and... Glossi had a slight pause when he said that, and the whole person was like a bolt of lightning, and came behind Uchiha Sasuke in an instant. Furthermore, in my Wazong, there is no need for the so-called Curse Seal of the Sky and the Curse Seal of the Earth. Pop. Glossi slapped Uchiha Sasuke on the back of the neck, but Uchiha Sasuke didn't even have any room to resist, so he held it. Fung. Glossi said lightly. Hey, in an instant, the brilliance was brilliant, and a powerful and unparalleled force surged from the palm of Glossi, and it immediately sealed the curse of heaven on the back of Uchiha Sasuke's neck. Chapter 173, Dawn, is split, 9 seals of yin and yang. A powerful sealing technique of the master of Glossi's previous life, it is extremely powerful, and can even seal a terrifying heavenly beast, let alone a small spell of heaven. What did you do to me? Uchiha Sasuke, trembling all over, asked in a startled voice. His face was pale, and he originally thought that after more than 2 years of hard practice, he would narrow the gap with Glossi. However, the truth of the matter is very cruel, and the gap between him and Glossi is wider than before. If the two of them are enemies, Glossi's just now would be enough to put him to death, and he definitely has no chance to fight back. Drops of cold sweat dripped from Uchiha Sasuke's forehead, and his heart throbbed like thunder. This is an external force, and it will not be of any benefit to your future practice. I will solve it completely for you now, and there will be no more trouble in the future, Glossi said lightly. Completely. Resolved? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened and said in disbelief. The Heavenly Curse Seal is a powerful forbidden technique used by Orochimaru to restrain his subordinates. Although Uchiha Sasuke's mind has been constantly eroding from the moment this curse is applied, it has also brought him extremely powerful the power of. Now, Glossi has completely pulled out the imprint of the heavenly curse from him, and for a while, there is a kind of reluctance. Sasuke, don't you hurry up, thank you Sect Master for helping me, Kimimaro said coldly. Sasuke. Hyuga Neji didn't speak as straightforwardly as Kimimaro, but the meaning in his words was obvious. Sect. Sovereign Lord. Uchiha Sasuke said hesitantly. His temperament is extremely arrogant and strong, and asking him to thank Glossi in front of so many people now makes him extremely embarrassed. Okay, this is the end of this matter. Glossi waved his hand to stop Uchiha Sasuke. Neji, Sasori is in charge of Wuzong's. Anbu, from today, take him to familiarize yourself with the environment. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji said respectfully. Grossi, isn't this wrong? Sasori hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not a suitable person to do this kind of thing. He was moved by Glossi's trust, but he was reluctant to accept the position. From today, Wu Zong's Anbu will be handed over to you. Glossi smiled and said, as for the method used to manage the training, it is your business. Advertisement, Kimimaro, Sasuke, both of you should go to your own affairs, he finished, and the blinking technique disappeared without a trace. This. Hyuga Neji was dumbfounded. Please. Sasori was silent for a while, then suddenly turned to Hyuga Neji. Please come with me. Hyuga Neji was overjoyed, so Hyuga Neji and Sasori left quickly. Uchiha Sasuke touched the ashes of his nose, and his self-confidence was once again hit, and his spirit was low, and he quickly left. My lord, if Uchiha Sasuke dared to betray you, I will kill him myself. Kimimaro looked at Uchiha Sasuke's fading figure, his eyes flashed coldly, and said to himself. Tenten, I'm sorry, what I promised you was not done. Glossi said apologetically to Gu Tenten. Brother, why are you apologizing to me? Gu Tenten looked at Glossi affectionately, and said softly. You avenged my bloody revenge for me, I should thank you for it. But Glossi said. That kind of thing is not important at all. Gu Tenten interrupted Glossi and said. With my ability, it is impossible to avenge Shimura Danzo in my entire life. And now that you have helped me get revenge, this is enough. As for me personally killing Shimura Danzo, this kind of thing is not very important to me, she said softly. For me, being with you now is the most important thing. While talking, she gently embraced Glossi's waist with both hands, and leaned her soft and slender body against Glossi, with infinite tenderness and sweetness. Tenten. Glossi whispered. Don't talk, kiss me. Gu Tenten raised his head and pointed a pretty face at Glossi, with a very bright red lips. She closed her eyes tightly, with a pleasant look of Renkun picking. Glossi only felt a fierce fire rushing up from his lower abdomen. He couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly hugged Gu Tenten and rolled down on the grass. Hu Tianyu got up. Advertisement. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Uchiha Obito has never reappeared, and Glossi doesn't care. In addition to practicing hard every day, he is entangled with the three daughters of Gu Tenten, Hyuga Hinata, and Gu Xingyue, living a happy life. However, on the evening of this day, Uchiha Obito traveled through space to find Glossi. Are you here? Glossi said lightly. Yes, I'm here. Uchiha Obito's voice was indifferent. Since Mangekyo Sharingan gathered his eyes, his strength has soared, and he has become confident facing Glossi. Something? Glossi asked. I'm in big trouble and need your help. Uchiha Sasuke said straightforwardly. You and Zero have torn their faces, Glossi said with a glint in his eyes. You. Little monster. Uchiha Obito was taken aback for a moment, and then cursed with a wry smile. You're right, the fellow Zero and I have torn apart. Because of the tail beast? Glossi said. The cooperation between me and him is based on catching the tail beast. Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice. But now, with the exception of 8 tails and 9 tails, all the tail beasts have been caught. And there is a disagreement between the two of us on how to use the power of these tail beasts. You all want to take the tail beast as your own, don't you? Glossi said with a smile. Yes. Uchiha Obito nodded, knowing that Glossi was a wise man, without disguising it. The people in the Akatsuki organization, except Hoshigaki Kisame and Ju, others have chosen to follow Zero. My side is seriously inadequate and needs your help. Chapter 425, Auto-generated chapter title, the 174th chapter 2 Strong Dialogue. Haha, didn't you tell me that the Akatsuki organization was created by you? Glossi laughed and mocked mercilessly. Why are only 2 people willing to follow you now? If you want to make a joke, let me just laugh. Uchiha Obito said with a wry smile. I'm the mastermind behind the creation of the Shou organization, but the person who actually implemented it was Zero, and moreover, Zero's strength is extremely powerful, far better than you now, isn't it? Glossi said. You are right, my current strength is far inferior to him. Uchiha Obito said. If it weren't for me to own this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, I wouldn't even have a chance to escape facing him. Is he so strong? Glossi frowned. It's beyond imagination and it's creepy. Uchiha Obito said solemnly. Even the cage-level powerhouse has the fate of being tortured and killed in the face of him. What are his abilities? Glossi was silent for a while and said in a deep voice. He has the power of 2 bloodlines. Uchiha Obito said after hesitating for a moment. He himself is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and he has also awakened the eyes that the legendary sage of 6 paths had only. Rinnegan? Glossi was surprised. Rinnegan, praised by the ninja world as the most noble eye among the 3 pupils, is said to have Rinnegan, the ancestor of all ninjutsu, sage of 6 paths. In the legend, Rinnegan has the power like a myth. It can create everything and destroy everything. The horror is boundless. Yes, it is Rinnegan. Uchiha Obito said. You should know that too? Rinnegan is the eyes owned by the legendary Chunon's ancestor sage of 6 paths. They are boundless and powerful. This pair of eyes has brought Zero beyond imagination and powerful strength, and Zero relies on these eyes. I have subdued those unruly rebellious and forbearance in Shou, and their influence far exceeds mine. Why would Hoshigaki Kisame choose to follow you? Glossi asked. Because The two of them were my people from the beginning. Uchiha Obito said. I used to hide in Kirigakure, the water country, for more than 10 years, and controlled 3rd Mizuka Jigura with Sharingan's pupil power. After Hoshigaki Kisame failed to assassinate 3rd Mizuka Jigura, I was in danger of death. I took the initiative to save him, and he is my confidant. Advertisement, are you sure it's your confidant, not someone who is placed by your side to monitor and control you? Glossi said. No one in this world can monitor and control me. Even that person can't. Uchiha Obito roared as if a certain heartstring was touched. It looks like you also have an unknown tragic past. Glossi said lightly. I give you a word, don't be too confident in everything, and be careful to sail the 10,000 years ship. Thank you for your advice. Uchiha Obito sneered. He has now gathered a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, his spatial ability is almost complete, and his self-confidence has been unprecedentedly expanded. Naturally, he would not take Glossi's words too much into his heart. How do you need me to help you? Finally, Glossi shifted the topic to the most important thing. Help me get the tail beast from Zero's hands, Uchiha Obito said. Do you want me to help you regain the tail beast, or do you want to kill me with the help of Zero power? Glossi glanced at Uchiha Obito and said sternly. You learned the Flying Thunder God technique as early as 2 years ago. Who can catch up to you besides me in this world? Uchiha Obito said. Even if it is as strong as Zero, Isshin can stop you if you want to leave. Even so, I can only protect myself. Glossi curled his lips and said. You asked me to help you regain the tail beast, how can I do it? You can do it. Uchiha Obito said categorically. Oh, you have so much confidence in me? Glossi asked in surprise. Zero Rinnegan is very powerful, almost all ninjutsu doesn't work on him. However, physique can pose a serious threat to him. Uchiha Obito said. Among the people I have seen, your physical skills are definitely the most powerful, even Konoha Village's old beast, Might Guy is far behind you. As long as you are willing to take action. Even so, why should I help you? Glossi interrupted Uchiha Obito unceremoniously. Aren't we a cooperative relationship? Uchiha Obito was stunned for a while, and he said bitterly after a long silence. Partnership. What a joke. Glossi sneered. A month ago, you asked me to help Sasori and Deidara capture one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara, and I agreed. Now you are running to ask me to help you fight against the Akatsuki organization. Why? Advertisement, what have you done for me? He demanded. Uchiha Obito was speechless. Give me a reason to help you. Glossi said lightly, if not, please go back. If you don't take action, you will face the crisis of death. Uchiha Obito said after thinking for a long time. Is this threatening me? Glossi sneered. Not threatening you, but stating a fact, Uchiha Obito said. Do you know what Zero's effort to collect tail beasts does? I would like to hear the details, Glossi said. He wants to use the powerful chakra of the tail beast to perform a spell. Uchiha Obito said. What technique? Glossi asked. Round revolving heaven technique, Uchiha Obito said. What kind of technique is that? Glossi said. That is Rinnegan's unique forbidden technique that can control life and death. Uchiha Obito said. Zero is going to resurrect a super strong man more than 100 years ago and destroy the world. You mean, Uchiha Madara? Glossi's eyes flickered. Yes, it is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito nodded and said. When he was very young, he witnessed the tragic death of his parents under the ninja knife in Konoha village. Later, his closest companion died under Shimura Danzo's tricks. He hated the world very much, and wanted to destroy it all the time. Chapter 175 I Want Your Eyes. Does it have anything to do with the old Danzo dog? Glossi curled his lips and said in disgust. Today, although Shimura Danzo has been dead for more than a month, Glossi still feels very sick when he recalls his style and methods of doing things. He has created countless human misery, sin deserves death, death is not a pity. The things that old Danzo dog has done over the years are really too much. Uchiha Obito nodded and said, it's not just that Zero Blacken has a direct relationship with him. Even the Uchiha clan's killing of the door was not completed without his assistance and cooperation. Uchiha Itachi and I would not be able to complete it. Aren't you from the Uchiha clan? Why do you want to do this? Glossi asked suspiciously. At that time, the Uchiha clan was no longer the clan that was known as the strongest in the ninja world. Most of them had become Konoha's running dogs. Uchiha Obito said coldly. They are simply a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. So you planned the killing of the Uchiha clan? Glossi sneered. I'm just one of the forces. Uchiha Obito said. The mastermind of that incident was Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, and Udadan Ekaharu. I just took Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. Huh, it's light. Glossi snorted coldly and didn't mention it anymore. Zero wants to use the powerful chakra of the tail beast to resurrect Uchiha Madara with the revolving heaven technique, and then use the power of Uchiha Madara to destroy the world. Uchiha Obito said. And once Uchiha Madara is resurrected, everyone including you and me will be listed as the first sniper target. This is the Zero goal, then what is your goal? Glossi asked Uchiha Obito intently. My purpose? Uchiha Obito said with a chuckle. I want to unite the 9-tailed beasts into one, resurrect the legendary 10 tails, and become 10 tails Jinchuriki myself, gain the power of the legendary sage of 6 paths, and then unify the entire ninja world and create an ideal peaceful country. That's it. I really didn't expect that your purpose is so great and noble, Glossi said with a smile. Great and noble? Uchiha Obito sneered. It's not that my purpose is great and noble, but that the current ninja world is too disgusting. Advertisement. Is you the one who wants to destroy this world, or is it Zero? Glossi stared at Uchiha Obito without blinking, and asked every word. I have already said what I should say. As for believing or not believing, this is your business. Uchiha Obito was silent for a long time before speaking slowly. I will give you 3 days to consider. After 3 days, I will come here to find you again. The power of the space shook. Uchiha Obito didn't hesitate for a while, he was about to tear the space away. Hold on. Glossi suddenly stopped Uchiha Obito and asked, what benefits can I get by helping you? Are you willing to help me? Uchiha Obito said in surprise. You answer my question first, and I'll decide whether to help you, Glossi said lightly. I can. Give you Rinnegan. Uchiha Obito thought for a while and said. Rinnegan, don't you want it yourself? Glossi sneered. Even if you become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, if you don't have the power of Rinnegan, you will never reach the height of the legendary Sage of Six Paths, and naturally you will not be able to get his power. Of course I want Rinnegan, Uchiha Obito said. However, compared to Rinnegan, the power of 10 Tails Jinchuriki is more important to me. Besides Rinnegan, I don't seem to be able to come up with anything that moves your heart right now. I don't want Rinnegan, I want your eyes. Glossi pointed at Uchiha Obito and said. What did you say? Uchiha Obito immediately changed his face and shouted. The legendary 10 Tails Jinchuriki, also known as Sage of Six Paths, is a god-like existence in the legend. Glossi said lightly. When you gain the power of 10 Tails Jinchuriki, you will be peerlessly powerful. I must first ensure my safety, that's all. Of course, if you think my request is too excessive, you can also find other people to cooperate. For example, summoning can summon Orochimaru of first Hokage and second Hokage, Glossi said. Advertisement. Other than that, do you have any other conditions? Uchiha Obito asked. No more. Glossi smiled and said. Well, I will come to you again in 3 days. Uchiha Obito shouted. The power of the space shook, and Uchiha Obito disappeared without a trace in an instant. These eyes are really very convenient, Glossi said to himself, looking at the place where Uchiha Obito disappeared. When I resume my cultivation and leave the space open, Tenten, Hinata, Xingyue and others can at least use these eyes to protect themselves. In fact, Glossi didn't look forward to Uchiha Obito's eyes very much, because his martial arts celestial eyes were already strong enough. As long as his cultivation level was improved, all kinds of abilities would appear one by one. Whether it is space or time, it will be so. What he worries most now is the ancient Tenten Three Daughters. Once he breaks through the space and returns to the martial world, then the ancient Tenten Three Daughters will undoubtedly become helpless little pitiful. Because of their talents and aptitude, the three of them can't become the super former who dominate one side. Therefore, Glossi can only rely on external forces to prepare the three of them with the ability and means to save their lives in the future. Whether it was the 10 Sharingan and Izanagi he got from Uchiha Obito, or the pair of eyes he requested now, he was preparing to leave here in the future. If Neji and Kimimaro can always guard the three of them, that would be great. It's a pity. Hey, Glossi sighed. In the Hokage world, the strong is respected. Hyuga, Neji and Kimimaro admire him instead of the three ancient Tenten daughters. Once Glossi really leaves one day, I am afraid that Hyuga, Neji and Kimimaro will not guard the three. Hey, it's really troublesome, Glossi said helplessly. If it weren't for returning to the martial realm, I had to kill the 7 damned bastards who attacked me while I was crossing the sky, and it would be nice to take the three of them to the martial realm. Chapter 176. The curtain opens. Back then, the most terrifying 9-9 heavenly tribulation in the legend of Gulu Oshidu was conspired by the 7 martial gods of the martial world. Although Glossi has rarely mentioned this matter in recent years, it is impossible for him to forget such a grudge. Each of the 7 Valkyries possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and even if Glossi restores the peak cultivation base of the previous life, it is only better than them. And once they are enemies at the same time, they will surely survive, and there is even the danger of dying again. Therefore, Glossi is not willing to take Gu Tenten's 3 daughters to the martial arts adventure. This is irresponsible to them. Glossi gave to Gu Xingyue the 10 Sharingan and Izanagi technique he had obtained from Uchiha Obito 2 years ago. If he gets Uchiha Obito's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan with spatial abilities to Gu Tenten, then 3 female talents really have the power to protect themselves. He should agree to my terms, right? After all, there is no one besides me who can woo him, Glossi said to himself. 3 days, in the blink of an eye. I can agree to your terms, but these eyes must be given to you after I get Rinnegan. Uchiha Obito said his bottom line. In other words, I have to help you defeat Zero first, right? Glossi frowned and said. Yes. Uchiha Obito said. These eyes are now my biggest hole card. If I don't get stronger power, I won't hand them over easily. Well, I understand your difficulties. Glossi nodded and said. In that case, after we defeated Rinnegan, who got him, you must give me this pair of eyes. Good. Uchiha Obito said in surprise. He knew that this meant that Glossi agreed to work with him to fight against Zero and the powerful rebels of his men. When are you going to act? Glossi asked. The sooner the better, Uchiha Obito said. According to the information from Juetsu, Zero has personally gone to the Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village to capture Jinchuriki of 8 tails. If he is allowed to get all the tail beasts first, we will have no chance at all. Advertisement, isn't there still 9 tails Jinchuriki? Glossi said with a sneer. If you are so scared, why don't you take the initiative to control 9 tails Jinchuriki in your own hands? I naturally thought of such things. Uchiha Obito said. However, Konoha Village is the #1 power in the ninja world after all, with a strong foundation, and Jiraiya, one of the Zen, has been following 9 tails Jinchuriki, which is very tricky. In addition, Uchiha Itachi has been secretly obstructing me. Don't let me take a shot at Konoha Village, Uchiha Itachi. Glossi was taken aback for a moment. His strength is very strong, and he owns Mangekyo Sharingan like me, which is difficult to deal with. Uchiha Obito said. Even if it is me, I can only use space ninjutsu to bluff him. If I fight him head-on, I am afraid it is not an opponent. Didn't you have gathered your eyes? Are you not his opponent now? Glossi asked in surprise. His strength is far beyond your imagination. Uchiha Obito said solemnly. In the entire Shao organization, besides Zero, he is the person I fear most. It's so powerful, it's true that it is the ruthless man who slaughtered the Uchiha Manchu in one night in the legend. Glossi smiled and said, in that case, I'll let Uchiha Sasuke deal with him. Uchiha Sasuke has worked so hard to kill his brother for so many years. I think he will be very happy to have this opportunity. Uchiha Sasuke? Uchiha Obito frowned. Is he too tender to write? Well, it's too tender, Glossi said. However, I didn't expect him to defeat Uchiha Itachi. We only need him to hold Uchiha Itachi and stop us from arresting 9 tails Jinchuriki. Yes. Uchiha Obito nodded. When do you do it? He asked. The sooner the better. Glossi smiled and said, it's better to hit the sun another day, it's better to do it tonight. Okay, exactly what I thought. Uchiha Obito said excitedly. I'll go back and do some preparations first, and come over to make peace with you when it's dark. No need. Glossi shook his head and said, let's meet directly on the Hokage Rock in Konoha Village. Advertisement, is Hokage Rock? It's really an arrogant suggestion. Uchiha Obito sneered. In that case, see you tonight. The space split. Uchiha Obito disappeared in an instant. Wazam's journey to sweep the entire ninja world begins with Konoha Village, the most powerful force in the ninja world. Glossi looked up at the sky and muttered to himself softly. Sasuke, I'll give you the opportunity. Whether you can kill Uchiha Itachi to avenge your parents and relatives depends on your ability and abilities. Glossi looked at Uchiha Sasuke intently and said in a deep voice. Thank you, Sovereign Lord. Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed excitedly. He has been waiting for this day for a long time, and now the opportunity has finally come. He has too many questions and wants to ask face to face, why did his brother do that back then? As far as I know, your brother is extremely powerful. To ensure your safety, I will let Neji and Kimimaro follow you, Glossi said. No need. Uchiha Sasuke rejected Glossi's proposal. Killing Uchiha Itachi, this is the biggest goal in my life, and I will never use the power of others. Well, I hope you can survive. Glossi said. Sasori, Neji, Kimimaro, the 3 of you will join me in attacking Konoha Village, and do your best to turn Konoha Village upside down while ensuring your own safety. Is it just a turn of events? It's really boring. Sasori said sternly. If I can, I hope it will become a river of blood and a mountain of corpses. As long as you are happy, you can do whatever you want. Glossi smiled and said. Let's go now. Chapter 177 Attack on Konoha. Konoha Village, the country of fire, was created by the 2 strongest ethnic groups Senju and Uchiha more than 100 years ago, and joined by many ethnic groups including Hyuga, Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka, Sarutobi, etc. The largest force in the ninja world gradually formed. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, the first leader of Konoha Village, is known as the God of Ninja. He used his superb wood-style secret technique to spread the world. Even Uchiha Madara, who has the name of Sura, was defeated by him, is a veritable #1 strong. Although second Hokage Senju Tobirama is not as good as his elder brother, it also enjoys the reputation of fastest ninja. He has created Flying Thunder God technique, Impure World Reincarnation, Multiple Shadow Clone technique, etc. Forbidden techniques are extremely powerful, and they rarely meet opponents. In the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is a strong man with 5 chakra attributes. All the mainstream ninjutsu in Grandmaster Konoha Village is called Ninjutsu Professor. In awe, he and the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander are juxtaposed, and both are standing at the apex of the ninja world. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato is a celestial prodigy. He is famous for his blinking technique, and is known as Golden Flash. It is a pity that he died young because of the attack on Kimura by the 9-tails demon fox, which made people sigh. And since then, Konoha Village seems to be in prosperity and decline, and there is no longer the prosperity before. The talents of Konoha Village did not pick up. First, Mitokado Homura died in the Glossi defected village incident, and then Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guide 2 Great Jonin Peaks were abolished. A month ago, Shimura Danzo died tragically. The elite suffered heavy casualties. For a time, the talents of Konoha Village were withered and extremely desolate. Is the village going to decline or even die out in my hands? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in Hokage's office, staring at the first generation and second generation statues on the Hokage rock in the distance, and said worriedly. Swish, 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 suddenly, 4 figures suddenly appeared on the Hokage rock. That's it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Huodi suddenly got up from his chair and said in amazement. He immediately sensed the powerful aura emanating from the 4 people, and it turned out to be all the energy fluctuations of the cage-level powerhouse. It's them. The ones that should have come are finally here, soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized the few people who suddenly appeared on the Hokage rock. They were not Glossi, Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke who defected to the village 2 years ago. Who is there? Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled for the first time. Master Hokage. Anbu, wearing a civet mask, appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, kneeling on the ground and said respectfully. Give my order, all the ninjas in the village are ready to fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped. At all costs, kill all the enemies who invaded the village. Advertisement, yes, Master Hokage. Anbu said loudly. Is this Konoha village? Sasori looked around, exclaiming. It is worthy of being the #1 power in the shinobi world. The village is far more prosperous than our Sand Shinobi village. Kirigakure and Itonin village are far behind here. Kimimaro also said. Unfortunately, this place will soon become a pile of rubble. Swish, 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 suddenly, there was a rush of tears in the distance, and a dozen Anbu members wearing civet masks rushed in this direction. Fast reaction speed. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, since my Uchiha clan was exterminated, is it Anbu that has taken over our duties? He stretched his hand to his waist and took the long sword, and was about to rush up to do it. Sasuke, you don't need to act here. Glossi stopped Uchiha Sasuke and said lightly. You have only one task, and that is to kill your brother Uchiha Itachi, that's all. Leave the rest to us. Uchiha Sasuke raised his brows, but in the end he suppressed the commotion in his heart and didn't make a move. Let me take care of this kind of trash fish. Sasori laughed. He took out the 3rd cage puppet directly, and activated the Sand Iron secret technique. Sand Iron when it rains. Sue. 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 In an instant, the dense round objects of sand and iron slammed at the surrounding Anbu. At an astonishing speed. Their power is amazing, like a bullet fired by a heavy machine gun, shocking. Immediately, there were horrible screams from all around, and at least half of the people were hit by Sasori's Sand and Iron secret technique and died. Although the other people survived by chance, they were so scared that they didn't dare to approach here easily for a while. Advertisement, don't come close, use long-range ninjutsu to attack, someone shouted loudly. Sasori, Neji, Kimimaro, I'll leave it to you here. Glossi glanced at several people and said lightly. I went to find the 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Leave it to us, Sect Master. Hyuga Neji answered. Remember, you must survive, Glossi said. He made the seal with one hand, and directly used the shattering technique to move quickly towards the depths of Konoha village. He had discovered the location of Uzumaki Naruto with his martial arts eyes, and it was time to start his action. Sure enough, is it for Uzumaki Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured after witnessing all this. Without any hesitation, he immediately summoned the summoning beast Old Ape Demon with both hands, and then, holding the golden cudgel that the Old Ape Demon had turned into, quickly chased Glossi. Kill, kill, kill. After a while, Sasori, Hyuga Neji, Kimimaro and others were surrounded by the ninjas of Konoha village. Some of them use fire style, some use wind style, and some use ninja to attack. Although their strength is generally not strong, it is also terrible under the Union. Rorschach's shield. Sasori made a seal with both hands, urging the 3rd cage puppet to launch a defense. In an instant, an invisible magnetic force erupted from 3rd cage's body, and all the ninjas flew away in an instant. 3rd cage has a special physique, uses a large amount of iron and blood to limit the magnetic resonance, and has a super high strength absolute defense. Sawari dance. At the same time, Kimimaro launched his own blood succession boundary, and countless sharp bones suddenly emerged from the ground, attacking everyone indiscriminately. Chapter 178 The Fateful Battle. 1. The Dance of Sawara is Kimimaro's ultimate dance. In an instant, all of his chakras burst out, turning into countless sharp bone spurs and piercing the ground. Enemies within 300 meters of the opponent attack indiscriminately, terrifying. Chi. 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 Countless sharp bones of several meters long drilled out of the ground with lightning speed. Wherever the bone spurs pass, they are infinitely powerful, destructive, invincible, and all obstacles are shattered. A Jonin's Earth-style defense technique was breached, his heart was pierced by a bone spur, and he shouted sternly. However, his scream soon disappeared, because he was dead. No, help. Do not want. Almost all the Konoha village ninjas who rushed over were screaming and wailing. The power of Kimimaro's move was too great, and the attack range was too wide, covering almost all the ninjas in Konoha village. A stream of blood splashed from the human body, like hell on earth, it was terrible to watch. In just an instant, more than 20 Konoha village ninjas died tragically under Kimimaro's move. So strong, Uchiha Sasuke was shocked, he couldn't help looking at Kimimaro with a vigilant look, and was on guard. What a great trick! Hyuga Neji exclaimed. Even if I use Revolving Heaven, it may not be able to stop it. The legendary strongest melee bloodline, Dead Bone Pulse, really deserves its reputation. The posterity is terrible, Sasori also murmured. Okay, let's just spread out, Kimimaro said. Master Sect Master asked us to create chaos as much as possible. If we keep walking together, we will not be able to accomplish the task of Master Sect Master. Well, you are right. Hyuga Neji nodded and said, if that's the case, then I'll take one step first. After he finished speaking, he turned and ran towards the distance. Advertisement, that's where the Hyuga clan is. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed, as if thinking of something. Should the Hyuga clan also follow in the Uchiha clan's footsteps? Woo! Kimimaro incarnates as a tiger descending from the mountain, and the Qianlong out of the abyss disappears in front of everyone in an instant. I'm leaving too, Sasori said coldly. The land of Wind Sand Shinobi Village and the land of Fire Konoha Village are feuds. Both sides fought each other in the first, second and third ninja wars, and both suffered heavy casualties and deep hatred. Sasori's parents were even killed by the ninja, Konoha's White Fangfong. Hitaki Sakumo from Konoha Village, this is an unshakable enemy. Now that he has finally gotten such an opportunity, how can he not grasp it properly and kill him? Sand Iron Skywing. Sasori made a seal with both hands and shouted loudly. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Immediately, Third Cage opened his mouth and spit out a large amount of sand and iron, which quickly condensed and formed under its ribs, turning into two huge wings more than 2 meters long. Huh. The wings flicked vigorously, and Third Cage immediately carried Sasori to the depths of Konoha Village. Sand Iron Strike. Sasori moved quickly while urging the Third Cage puppet to attack below. Everywhere Sasori passed, there were screams and screams, which made people not feel horrified. Although Sand Iron Sand Strike is not very lethal, it can paralyze the infected and lose combat effectiveness. It is very practical. These three are very strong. Uchiha Sasuke's scarlet eyes rolled and said to himself. He felt that Sasori, Kimimaro, and Hyuga Neji were all his formidable enemies, and he might not be able to win any one of them. They are not very strong, but you are too weak. Suddenly, a low and indifferent voice came from behind Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi! Uchiha Sasuke yelled. When he heard this voice, his whole body trembled violently. He waited for more than 10 years, and this moment finally arrived. Advertisement, my stupid brother. Uchiha Itachi appeared about 3 meters behind Uchiha Sasuke sometime, and was looking at Uchiha Sasuke with pity. That kind of look is like an old father looking at his unworthy son, mourning his misfortune, and angering him. Itachi, shut up! Uchiha Sasuke shouted angrily. He slammed his hand and drew the gleaming long sword from his waist. The whole person was like a gust of wind and lightning. He came to Uchiha Itachi in an instant and slashed across it with a sword. Puff! What surprised Uchiha Sasuke was that his sword hit Uchiha Itachi's head exactly. This! Uchiha Sasuke said incredulously. In his mind, Uchiha Itachi is too strong and almost invincible. How could he be hit so easily? My stupid brother, you are still so naive and weak after so many years. Uchiha Itachi's eyes showed a hint of pity. Stop, he whispered. Quat! 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 In an instant, Uchiha Itachi's body split into countless black crows. These crows hovered and flew above Uchiha Sasuke's head, screaming constantly, as if they were laughing at Uchiha Sasuke. Do you play this boring illusion trick with me again? Uchiha Sasuke said angrily. Now I can see through your illusion. Sharingan, open it to me. Immediately, a powerful force shot out from the pupils of Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, and instantly broke the crowd of crows in the sky, making the world clear again. It has grown a lot. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Sasuke with deep eyes. Suddenly, he turned around and ran to the outside of Konoha Village. Don't go! Uchiha Sasuke yelled and chased after him. Uchiha Itachi was in front, Uchiha Sasuke was behind, and the two of them left Konoha Village quickly. The troublesome person is finally gone. The space trembles. Uchiha Obito appears in the torn space, muttering to himself. Hoshigaki Kisame and Yin-Yang Renju stood behind him with a big sword, his faces all grimace. Chapter 179 The Fateful Battle. 2. Fly. Do we really need to be so afraid of Uchiha Itachi? Hoshigaki Kisame waved the knife on his shoulder and said sternly. I have been with him for so long, and I have basically figured out his details. His Mangekyo Sharingan is very powerful, but the amount of chakra is pitiful. If I let go and fight with him, he will undoubtedly lose. Kisame, you are too arrogant. Yin and Yang said in a gloomy manner. You can't compare to Uchiha Itachi in any aspect except that your body muscles are stronger than Uchiha Itachi. What are you talking about? Hoshigaki Kisame glared and said sharply. Well, you two should stop quarreling. Uchiha Obito shouted. Kisame, there is one thing you may not know yet. He turned his gaze to Hoshigaki Kisame and said. What's the matter? Hoshigaki Kisame was taken aback. From the moment you saw Uchiha Itachi, you have been in his illusion. Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice. Of course, when Akatsuki organizes a rally, he will temporarily release you from the illusion. Because he is worried that will cause dissatisfaction between me and Zero. This? How is this possible? Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes widened and said in disbelief. I'm a cage-level expert. No matter how powerful Itachi's illusion is, it is impossible to keep me trapped in illusion, right? The power of Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion is far beyond your expectations. Uchiha Obito said. Don't you forget? The third Mizuga Jiguro was controlled by me with illusion for more than 10 years. Hoshigaki Kisame was silent for a moment. How could he forget this matter? He failed to assassinate third Kazekage. Even when he was killed by third Kazekage, it was the appearance of Uchiha Obito that saved him. Let's go. Let's find Jinchuriki from Nine Tails. Uchiha Obito said. The kid Glossi has rushed over long ago, and we must not let Nine Tails Jinchuriki fall into his hands. Aren't you a cooperative relationship? Yin-Yang Renju asked. His ambition is bigger than mine. Uchiha Obito said. If Nine Tails Jinchuriki falls into his hands, it will be difficult for him to call out. Let's go. Uchiha Itachi was very fast, and even Uchiha Sasuke was unable to close the distance even when Uchiha Sasuke was pursuing it with all his strength. However, Uchiha Itachi didn't seem to mean to get rid of Uchiha Sasuke, it was always far away, not completely away. Advertisement, Itachi. Stop for me. Uchiha Sasuke was both angry and shocked. He is angry that Uchiha Itachi still refuses to face him face to face. What is shocked is that Uchiha Madara is so powerful that even now he is far behind. How strong is Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Itachi ignored Uchiha Sasuke's shout. He quickly walked through the village, and soon left Konoha village and entered the dense woods outside the village. Uchiha Sasuke followed without any hesitation. Killing Uchiha Itachi, revenge for his parents and relatives and the entire Uchiha clan, this is the only belief that has supported his survival for so many years. No matter what happened, he couldn't give up. Swish, swish, swish. Both were very fast and left Konoha village for more than 10 miles in the blink of an eye. Sasuke, you have grown a lot more than before. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi stopped, turned around, smiled faintly at Uchiha Sasuke, and said. From running fast to stopping completely still, this is a very difficult thing. But Uchiha Itachi is easy to make, it's as easy as a daily meal. Itachi, will you finally run away? Uchiha Sasuke also stopped, staring at Uchiha Itachi fiercely, and shouted. Escape. Why should I escape? Uchiha Itachi said lightly. Sasuke, are your eyes still as short and shallow as before, so you can only see the superficial things clearly? My eyes can see far away now, like you are about to die. Uchiha Sasuke said sternly. Oh, really? An imperceptible disappointment flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Your strength has indeed grown a lot, but your eyes are almost the same as never before. You said you saw the way I died, so please show me what you saw. Brush. As soon as Uchiha Itachi's voice fell, his figure disappeared in an instant, and he appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke in an instant. A sharp kunai appeared in his right hand at some point, and it stabbed at the back of Uchiha Sasuke's head fiercely. Advertisement instant technique. As you wish. However, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have expected it a long time ago. He raised his right hand and drew out the long sword around his waist, and the sword body blocked the kunai that Uchiha Itachi stabbed. Oh, it has grown a lot. Uchiha Itachi said lightly. His left foot lifted up suddenly, and he quickly kicked towards Uchiha Sasuke's lower abdomen, extremely sharp. Uchiha Sasuke looked cold and blocked with his left hand. With a bang, he only felt a heavy force coming from his hand, which only shook his whole body, his whole arm was sore, and he lost consciousness for a while. So strong. Uchiha Sasuke was secretly surprised. Woo! Just when Uchiha Sasuke was distracted, Uchiha Itachi blasted his left fist and hit Uchiha Sasuke's face heavily. Ah! Uchiha Sasuke yelled in pain. He didn't dare to neglect, and immediately retreated with his feet quickly, opening the distance between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Itachi. Is this your growth, my stupid brother? Uchiha Itachi said coldly. Chidori flow. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were cold. Without a word, his hands quickly sealed, and a powerful electric current immediately burst out of his body and enveloped Uchiha Itachi. There was a wave of fluctuations in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and the whole person leapt high, and suddenly appeared in the air, out of the range of Uchiha Sasuke lightning style's attack. Shattering technique. However, Uchiha Sasuke took the opportunity to perform the shattering technique, and instantly appeared beside Uchiha Itachi, piercing his heart with a sword, and nailing him to the ground. Chapter 431, Auto-generated chapter title, 180 chapters of the Battle of Fate, 3. Thump. Uchiha Itachi's body was trampled by Uchiha Sasuke's foot, and fell from midair, splashing large swaths of dust. Uchiha Itachi's blood spurted wildly, a sharp sword stuck in his heart, and he knew that he was seriously injured. Itachi, this is how you were when you died, Uchiha Sasuke snapped. Sasuke, you have really become stronger, Uchiha Itachi said weakly. Itachi, there is one last thing I want to ask you. Back then, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, condescendingly. Sasuke, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing, Uchiha Itachi said as he stretched out his right finger and pointed at a place not far away. Uchiha Sasuke looked in the direction Uchiha Itachi was pointing, and was surprised to find that Uchiha Itachi was standing there intact. This is... Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. Quat, quat, quat. When Uchiha Sasuke went to look at the corpse of Uchiha Itachi lying on the ground, he found that the corpse had already turned into pitch-black crows. The group of crows hovered and flew in the sky, constantly hissing, and seemed to be making a merciless mockery at Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi, will you still play this kind of illusion trick with me now? Uchiha Sasuke drew the long sword from the ground, pointed it diagonally at Uchiha Itachi, and shouted. What do you want to know? Uchiha Itachi asked, although it is not the last question, let you ask. I'll say it again, I have already seen your death. Suddenly, a voice full of indifference and murder came from behind Uchiha Itachi. Brush. A cold light flashed, and the long sword in Uchiha Sasuke's hand pierced Uchiha Itachi's body. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke, who had been standing there, turned into white snakes. That was the ninjutsu he learned from Orochimaru, and now he used it flexibly to fool Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Advertisement, I want to ask you one last thing, that's what I said. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** What do you want to know? The pain in your chest will not stop until you answer me. I deliberately avoided the heart of my heart, Uchiha Itachi said lightly. What you said at that time, if I could open my eyes, there would be 3 people who can use Mangekyo Sharingan, including you, Uchiha Sasuke said. You said there are 3 people, who is the other one? Why do you care about this kind of thing? Uchiha Itachi asked. Because it was his turn after killing you, for this purpose, Uchiha Sasuke said. Kill him? Uchiha Itachi said. When you killed all of the clan, you mentioned the existence of another person. The Uchiha clan you did not kill, that is to say, that person was your accomplice. Even if it is you, it is impossible to kill all by one person. The whole group of people, especially, there is such a powerful father among them. Uchiha Sasuke hissed. Oh, are you aware of it? Uchiha Itachi showed a trace of relief on his face. Who is he? Uchiha Sasuke shouted. Do you really want to know? Uchiha Itachi took a deep look at Uchiha Sasuke and asked. Say. Uchiha Sasuke said as he pierced the long sword in his hand deeply into Uchiha Itachi's body. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment, then said. Why? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke immediately opened his eyes and said with an incredible face. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could he not know the strongest man in history who has the name, Sura? One of the founders of Konoha Shinobi Village and the first man to open Mangekyo Sharingan's eyes, Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice. Impossible. That Madara should have died long ago. Are you kidding me? Uchiha Sasuke said angrily. Madara is still alive, believe it or not, Uchiha Itachi said. Uchiha Itachi said. Advertisement, stop talking nonsense. Uchiha Sasuke shouted. Everyone will rely on their own knowledge and understanding, and be bound by these things, and call these things reality. However, knowing and knowing are quite ambiguous things, and that reality may be just an illusion. People are there. Don't you think of being alive in the world you think of? Uchiha Itachi asked. What the hell are you trying to say? Uchiha Sasuke snapped. Madara is dead. This is just your one-sided understanding, just like you thought I was a gentle brother in the past. Uchiha Itachi said. What happened that night can only be regarded as an illusion to me when I was young, hoping that I was just caught in a cruel illusion. But it was an unquestionable reality. Ah! Uchiha Sasuke slammed. With a roar, a blazing thunder light appeared on the right hand and slammed behind him. Hey! A blazing light flashed, and flew right next to Uchiha Itachi's ear, instantly illuminating the earth in a radius of hundreds of meters, just like daytime. Now I am completely different from before, and my Sharingan can see through your illusions. Uchiha Sasuke growled. Huh! The tone is still as arrogant as ever. Uchiha Itachi curled his lips and said, however, I will write down this sentence for the time being. Illusory tricks and other tricks will end here, let's start soon, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. You don't have the same eyes as mine. Haven't you killed the person you cherish the most? Uchiha Itachi said. Are you just standing in front of me with such a simple idea? Then you can use Mangekyo Sharingan to try to kill me, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Or is I still not enough to measure your temperament? Cut. I am really confident. Uchiha Itachi sighed and said helplessly, by now, I should also tell you some of Sharingan's secrets. What's the secret? Uchiha Sasuke asked. Chapter 181 The Fateful Battle, 4. Mangekyo Sharingan, this kind of eye is very special, Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice. From the moment the eyes are opened, these eyes begin to move towards darkness. The more they're used, the more they will be sealed. What does this mean? Uchiha Sasuke asked. Mangekyo, someday will lose its light. As Uchiha Itachi spoke, the 3-go jade in his eyes began to prolong and merge, changing into a pattern resembling a triangular windmill, and an inexplicable breath began to diffuse. Blindness? Is that the price you have to pay in order to gain the power to control 9 tails? Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. It looks like you have read about the underground stone slabs of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi said. What kind of person is Madara? Uchiha Sasuke asked. The first man to tame 9 tails with these eyes is not only my partner, but also my teacher, an immortal man, Uchiha Itachi said quietly. Moreover, he is the only man who uncovered another secret of Mangekyo Sharingan. Another secret of Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Sasuke frowned. I have tamed 9 tails pupil power, is there any other secret? Yes, another secret, the most important secret, Uchiha Itachi said. What is that? Uchiha Sasuke said. What is it? Answer me, he shouted. Let's recall the past, there is a story about Uchiha's history. Uchiha Itachi did not respond directly to Uchiha Sasuke, but said so. At one time, Madara also had a younger brother. The two of them competed with each other since they were young to improve each other's strength. They both got the Sharingan, and the names of the two brothers gradually became special in the same clan. The two of them competed in order to keep their pupils growing. They killed the people who were most important to them, and finally got Mangekyo Sharingan. Advertisement: these two guys. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. This kind of thing is the first time since the establishment of the Uchiha clan. They used their pupil power to command the Uchiha clan, and his elder brother Madara became the leader. However, Madara, who had a very smooth life, has undergone a certain change in his body. Uchiha Itachi continued. I also said before, these eyes are very special. The more frequently they are used, the more they will be sealed, and eventually they will go to complete darkness. And this is the end of Mangekyo Sharingan. Getting a strong pupil power, and at the same time of getting this power, the price is that the power will slowly seal itself and lose the light. Madara tried every method to regain the light, but none of them were effective. Desperate, Madara, who was bewildered by Mangekyo, took the eyes of her younger brother with her own hands in order to pursue the light. Madara has regained the light, and the light of those eyes will never be lost again, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Because the younger brother's eyes have found a new host, they have received eternal light. Not only that, but even change, the unique new pupil technique was born in those eyes. However, the exchange of eyes can only be carried out between tribesmen. Not everyone can use this method to gain new power. This is the historical fact that came after many sacrifices later. This is the pair of eyes. Another secret of his. Uchiha Itachi said deeply. Madara used that kind of power to put the various ninja groups under his sect, and then joined forces with the Senju family, also known as the strongest in the ninja world, to establish a new organization, which is now Konoha village. After that, Madara and Senju's leader, first Hokage, was opposed because of the village's leadership policy. Although he failed in the battle for dominance, Madara still coexists with his pupils in the world. He created an organization called Akatsuki and hid it. Nine-Tails Monster attacked Konoha 16 years ago. The incident in the village was caused by him. But, unfortunately, his conspiracy was stopped by 4th Hokage. That is to say, with this, Uchiha Itachi's expression suddenly became terrifying. That's what? Uchiha Sasuke asked. In other words, Madara is just a loser now. It is not him who can stand at the top of the Uchiha clan. It is me who surpasses that man, surpasses Madara, and approaches the true peak. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists and snarled. Said, at this moment, I can finally get the power to surpass Madara. Sasuke, you are the new light to me. Sasuke, you are my spare eye. The Uchiha clan was originally a man who killed his friends in order to obtain Mangekyo Sharingan. In order to obtain eternal pupil power, he did not hesitate to turn his father and son against his eyes and kill each other. And the filthy people proud of this power. Advertisement. When you were born from this clan, you were already involved in this bloody destiny. Okay, come on, my brother, I will kill you and remove myself from the fate of the clan. Free yourself and get real change. Set aside constraints and free yourself from your own instruments. We are each other's spare eyes. This is the bond between the brothers of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi looked fierce and roared constantly, like a crazy beast. Uchiha Sasuke's body was chilly and his hair was frightened. Sasuke, do you understand? This is our fate. Uchiha Itachi quickly returned to normal and said in a flat tone. I understand. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, is everything for this purpose? Not bad. Uchiha Itachi nodded. It's finally time to wait. Uchiha Sasuke tore off his coat hard, threw it aside, and said sternly. So what? Uchiha Itachi said disdainfully. Facing me who owns Mangekyo Sharingan, you have no chance of winning. Even without those eyes, the hatred in my heart will burn everything. Uchiha Sasuke said abruptly. I have already said it, I have seen your death. Swipe. Swipe. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi both moved at the same time, and they all squirmed out their shurikens from their bags, and hit each other fiercely. Chapter 182. The Battle of Fate. 5. Almost at the same moment, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi both shot at the same time. They were like twins with telepathy. They both put their hands in their suitcases and took out their shurikens and slapped them viciously. Chi. 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 In an instant, there was a sharp and piercing sound, and countless shurikens carried infinite murderous intent, flying around the world. Each of them draws a nearly perfect arc, surging horizontally here at a speed and lethality beyond the understanding of ordinary ninjas. I have to say that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is very amazing, even if it is hasty shots. The inside of the two is still terrifying. The dense clusters of shurikens in the sky resembled a swarm of locusts that were terrifying, and they were attacking the deadly enemy from different angles. Ding! 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 A series of rapid and crisp metal crashing sounds came, and the shurikens in the sky violently collided, like black raindrops, falling toward the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with a thick layer of shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In the fierce duel, Uchiha Sasuke slammed backwards more than 3 meters away in a row, quickly knotted his hands, and shouted loudly. In an instant, the number of shurikens in the sky increased tenfold out of thin air. If the previous shurikens were like dense swarms of locusts, now it has become a pouring rain, filling every inch of space. In the current situation, it seems that things like quasi-head have become less important. The dense and endless shurikens covered every inch of space, and they were hitting Uchiha Itachi in a horizontal push. Sasuke, you really have grown a lot, Uchiha Itachi exclaimed with a hint of surprise and joy in his eyes. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and used the same moves to fight. He was hailed as the first genius of the Uchiha clan, and he was highly regarded by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he naturally learned the technique of Shuriken Shadow Clone. Moreover, he uses it more skillfully than Uchiha Sasuke. However, at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke coldly shouted, "The peacock opens." Dang! 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 Advertisement suddenly, the shurikens in the sky collided with each other in pairs. After the collision, all the shurikens attacked in a different direction. The shurikens were overwhelmingly strange and could be called a lure. This trick was learned by Uchiha Sasuke from the ancient Tendon with Sharingan, and it came in handy today, and it actually played a prominent role as a surprise weapon. For a while, Uchiha Itachi caught Uchiha Itachi off guard and was a little frantic. Fire style. Great fireball technique. I have to say that Uchiha Itachi's reaction speed and seal speed are fast to the extreme. Although he fell short in the shuriken duel, he immediately used the fire style technique to attack, and the sky was densely populated all at once. The flying shuriken melted into red molten iron. What a strong fire style. Uchiha Sasuke took a breath, and Nan said in his heart. He can also use the great fireball technique, but he is absolutely impossible to exert such a powerful force. To smelt the shuriken into molten iron in an instant, not only must the understanding of the technique reach its peak, but also the talents that other people can't reach. One of them is indispensable. Although Uchiha Sasuke had the upper hand in the shuriken duel, he deeply felt the unfathomable strength of Uchiha Itachi, which made him chill and uneasy. Brush. Although Uchiha Sasuke felt uneasy, it was impossible to stop there. He immediately used the blinking technique, and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. The long sword in his right hand slashed horizontally, and the sharp blade of the sword immediately shrouded Uchiha Itachi below. As soon as Uchiha Itachi opened and closed a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, he immediately saw through Uchiha Sasuke's tricks. He shot like lightning, and immediately grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's left and right wrists at the same time. Uchiha Sasuke was even more shocked. He tried his best to resist, but he felt that his hands seemed to be clamped by iron tongs. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. In the battle of physical skills and power, Uchiha Itachi has an absolute advantage. Sasuke, is this your current strength? Uchiha Itachi said coldly. Woo! Advertisement. As soon as his voice fell, a figure appeared immediately behind him, which looked exactly like Itachi. He rushed out, and his right hand slammed 3 kunai towards Uchiha Sasuke, who was unable to move, and pointed straight at the key of Uchiha Sasuke's throat. Damn it! Actually, in the gap between fighting with me, I can form the seal of Shadow Clone. Uchiha Sasuke's face changed drastically, and he shouted in his heart. White Snake. He was forced to use the ninjutsu he learned from Orochimaru to protect himself. Hey! Suddenly, a white snake measuring several meters long and about 10 centimeters thick came out of Uchiha Sasuke's left shoulder. It first spins rapidly and turns into a wheel, flying the kunai from Uchiha Itachi's Shadow Clone, and then opens its blood basin and bites towards Uchiha Itachi. This is Orochimaru's technique. Uchiha Itachi said lightly. It seems that you have followed Orochimaru for more than 2 years, and it is not completely useless. With a sudden force under his feet, he was out of the white snake's attack range for an instant. Thousands of snakes. Uchiha Sasuke made a seal with both hands and shouted loudly. Chi! 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 In an instant, countless white snakes flooded from all directions, like a flood that was rolling in, submerging Uchiha Itachi in an instant. Humph! Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly, and the whole person turned into countless black crows. This is... Uchiha Sasuke's face changed drastically. Is he still in Uchiha Itachi's illusion until now? Is the strength gap between him and Uchiha Itachi so big? Sasuke, you are distracted. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi appeared in front of Uchiha Sasuke and said lightly. You. Ah. Uchiha Sasuke just wanted to say something, but only felt a heart-piercing pain in his lower abdomen. A huge force acted on him and kicked him out all at once. Chapter 183 Itachi's Painstaking Efforts. 1. Boom. With a loud noise, Uchiha Sasuke was kicked heavily by Uchiha Itachi, and hit a huge ancient tree 5 or 6 meters thick. The force of the impact was so great that Uchiha Sasuke's body was sunken into the tree for nearly half a meter. What? Uchiha Sasuke screamed and vomited blood. He panicked in his heart, but still refused to give up. A blazing thunderlight appeared on the palm of his left hand, which was Reikari learned from Hitaki Kakashi. However, all this he did was in vain. Woo! Uchiha Itachi came to Uchiha Sasuke in an instant like a bolt of lightning. His left hand held Uchiha Sasuke's palm that was about to start Reikari. With a gentle force, it snapped immediately. Then, his right foot slammed on Uchiha Sasuke's foot and snapped it off with a click. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke yelled, desperately trying to resist. Bang! Uchiha Itachi slammed Uchiha Sasuke's stomach with a light punch, and an unprecedented severe pain spread all over his body in an instant. He convulsed and trembled, immediately lost all his strength and collapsed on the tree. My stupid brother, you are still so weak, which disappoints me too much. Uchiha Itachi stared at Uchiha Sasuke deeply and said coldly. He reached out his right hand and slowly grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's right eye. "Ah! Don't!" Uchiha Sasuke yelled, like a wounded beast, howling desperately. He was trembling all over, and he couldn't believe his eyes. He first followed Orochimaru for more than 2 years of asceticism, and then he obtained the martial arts mentality from Glossi. He has made rapid progress in his cultivation, which is enough to rank among the best in cage level. He has always been very confident, even if he is not Itachi's opponent, he can definitely die with him. However, what he didn't expect was that the gap between him and Uchiha Itachi was so big that he didn't even have the slightest chance to fight back from beginning to end. How could this be possible? Could it be that Uchiha Itachi's strength has already surpassed cage level and has entered a whole new realm? Impossible. Advertisement, this is impossible, illusion? Suddenly, a thought flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's mind. Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is very powerful, especially good at using illusion. As the only super genius of Uchiha clan in history, Uchiha Itachi, his illusion ability is even more impressive and superb. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen once called Uchiha Itachi the master of illusion, which proves the power of his illusion. Could it be that he is still in Uchiha Itachi's illusion? Otherwise, how could he be defeated so terribly with his cage-level strength? However, if all of this is an illusion, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? This terrible sense of reality, as well as his 3-Tomo Sharingan pupil technique, can't see through it. What a terrifying illusion is this? Uchiha Sasuke is thinking about it, constantly weighing. Forgive me, Sasuke. As Uchiha Sasuke thought about it, Uchiha Itachi's fingers reached Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. A violent pain that couldn't be described in words spread across Uchiha Sasuke's body in an instant, making him shiver and his hair was terrified. Is this really an illusion? Uchiha Sasuke is not sure. Sasuke, this is my reality, and I will accept the light, Uchiha Itachi said sternly. Puff! He slammed his fingers and dug out Uchiha Sasuke's right eye. A torrent of blood flowed from Uchiha Sasuke's right eye, shocking. Ah! Uchiha Sasuke screamed, and he covered his bloody right eye with his hand. The terrible pain made him forget everything. At this moment, he couldn't do anything except cover his eyes with his hands and scream loudly. I have said that without Mangekyo Sharingan, it is impossible for you to defeat me with Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi said lightly. I also took the other one. He closed Uchiha Sasuke's right eye, and then extended his hand to Uchiha Sasuke's left eye. No! Uchiha Sasuke shouted. Advertisement at this moment, he really felt scared and horrified. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of becoming a blind man. Hey! Seeing Uchiha Sasuke's horrified expression, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with inexplicable sadness. A powerful and weird force swept past the recruits, and suddenly broke the powerful pupil power of Uchiha Itachi that had enveloped this place. This is... Uchiha Sasuke wakes up like a dream, and he is pleasantly surprised to find that his eyes are still there. He gasped for breath while looking at Uchiha Itachi with fear, his face full of incredible. He would never have imagined that he, who possesses 3 God Jade and cage-level strength, would be completely abused by Uchiha Itachi in the field of illusion. Sasuke, this is the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan in my left eye Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itachi said lightly. How? Now do you feel the huge difference in pupil power between you and me? Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke didn't say a word, he got up from the ground and quickly made imprints with both hands, and shouted loudly. Boom! Immediately, a great fireball with a diameter of more than 5 meters appeared out of thin air and rushed toward Uchiha Itachi fiercely. It looks like you still haven't learned well, Uchiha Itachi said coldly. He closed his right eye all of a sudden, and then suddenly opened it again. With this movement of him, a shocking bloodline flowed down from his right eye. It can be seen that using this trick is a great burden for him. Amaterasu, Uchiha Itachi said coldly. Hey, in an instant, a black flame burst out from Uchiha Itachi's right eye, facing the fireball from Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 184. Itachi's painstaking efforts. 2. That black flame was like jetting out from the nether hell, and as soon as it appeared, it gave people an unspeakable mental oppression. It seems that from the moment it appears, it has become the only and unique focus of the entire world. This pupil power. What is going on? Uchiha Sasuke is fighting Uchiha Itachi fiercely, and his feeling is naturally the sharpest. He only felt a violent tremor in his heart, and seemed to be aware of the danger of his life. At this time, something terrible happened. When Uchiha Sasuke's great fireball and Uchiha Itachi's black flame met, Uchiha Sasuke's fireball was suddenly blackened. No, to be precise, it should have been ignited by Uchiha Itachi's black flames. Uchiha Itachi's black inflammation is terrifying, just like a virus that replicates and reproduces itself, eroding Uchiha Sasuke's fireball at an incredible speed. In just the blink of an eye, Uchiha Sasuke's great fireball disappeared completely, and there were pitch black flames everywhere in the sky. It's like the fire of hell in the myths and legends, to burn everything in this world. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke wailed loudly in his heart. The gap between me and him hasn't narrowed, but has become even bigger. Why? Boom! The black flames in the sky surged like tides, surging and terrifying. They fell from the sky overwhelmingly, and immediately covered Uchiha Sasuke underneath. Am I going to die? Uchiha Sasuke said desperately. My father, my mother, I will be reunited with you soon. However, what Uchiha Sasuke never expected was that at the moment when he was about to be swallowed by the black flame, Uchiha Itachi suddenly closed his right eye. With Uchiha Itachi's move, the black flames all over the sky vanished in an instant. Why didn't you kill me? Uchiha Sasuke hissed at Uchiha Itachi immediately after a brief loss of consciousness. Why? At this moment, he would rather be killed by Uchiha Itachi's black flames than to linger in the mercy of Uchiha Itachi's hands. Advertisement, cough. Cough. Uchiha Itachi coughed violently. Big mouthfuls of blood flowed out of his mouth, and there was blood flowing continuously in his right eye. It wasn't just that he was being merciful, but that his physical function reached the limit. Uchiha Sasuke's mind immediately became active, and he said to himself. Sasuke, it was your luck just now. Uchiha Itachi coughed for a long time, then looked at Uchiha Sasuke with cold eyes and said, this time, you will definitely die under my black flame. Hope you can hit me again. Even though Uchiha Sasuke felt the terrible pressure, he still had a hardened mouth and refused to bow his head in front of Uchiha Itachi. Accept the move. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi made a seal with both hands, condensing a powerful chakra in his right eye, and shouted loudly. Woo! Almost at the same time, Uchiha Sasuke moved quickly. He tried his best to use the shimmering technique, hoping to avoid Uchiha Itachi's black flames at his own speed. Chi! One after another terrifying black flames appeared out of thin air. They were like hunting dogs following Uchiha Sasuke. No matter how fast Uchiha Sasuke accelerated, they couldn't break free, and they got closer and closer. Does this black flame burst from his eyes? Wherever his gaze is focused, black flames will appear? Uchiha Sasuke tried his best to evade, while taking control of Uchiha Itachi's abilities. Analyze. I caught you, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi said coldly. Ah! Uchiha Sasuke let out a scream. It turned out that his right arm was overtaken by the black flame. It's over. Uchiha Itachi said abruptly. Advertisement. Chi. The black flame on Uchiha Sasuke's body quickly spread to his whole body, and an unpleasant, disgusting smell of burnt flesh and blood floated in the air. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke was burned by black flames. Thump. Uchiha Sasuke was uncertain and fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, the black flame drowned him completely. Sasuke, are you still dead? Uchiha Itachi walked up to Uchiha Sasuke and said softly. Orochimaru created a body replacement technique that is unparalleled in the world. You should have learned it after following him for more than 2 years. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke's roar came from the ground. Use body replacement technique to avoid my black flames, and then keep hiding underground waiting for an opportunity to fight back? You have indeed grown a lot, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi gently darts, avoiding the huge that emerged from the underground. Fire dragon. Boom. 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 9 huge fire dragons, more than 10 meters long and about 1 meter thick, drilled out of the ground and flew toward the boundless high sky. It seems that Uchiha Sasuke does not intend to use this technique to attack Uchiha Itachi, but has other purposes. Itachi, this is my last technique. Uchiha Sasuke said from the ground, panting. He was pale and panting, obviously almost reaching the limit. Sharingan can see through a person's chakra. Your chakra has been used up. Uchiha Itachi is obviously in a much better state than Uchiha Sasuke, he said coldly. Don't try to be strong anymore, give up. I really don't have chakra anymore, but my last technique is very special. A triumphant smile appeared on the corner of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth. This technique is my trick to kill you by digging my heart out. You can't hide it. Chapter 185 Itachi's painstaking efforts. 3. What technique? Uchiha Itachi frowned and said solemnly. Rumble. As soon as Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, there was a rumbling thunder in the sky. Wow. Then, a drizzle fell from the sky. At the beginning, the raindrops were very small, but soon, the raindrops got bigger and bigger, and the thunder in the sky became louder and denser. Kacha. 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 One after another lightning struck down from the sky, as if there was a god in the sky manipulating it, and the density and compactness was shocking. This is... Uchiha Itachi was taken aback and looked up at the sky. Although he didn't know what Uchiha Sasuke was talking about for the time being, he was keenly aware that it must have something to do with this heaven and earth vision. I understand. Uchiha Itachi said with a solemn expression. From the beginning, the target of your fire style technique was not me, right? Not bad. Uchiha Sasuke nodded. You deliberately applied fire style to the sky, causing the air temperature to rise sharply in a very short time, creating an updraft, and then forming a cumulonimbus cloud. Uchiha Itachi said. In other words, your ultimate goal is to cause thunder and lightning. The technique you were talking about is lightning style, right? Very correct. Although Uchiha Sasuke wished to smash Uchiha Itachi into pieces immediately, he was still shocked by Uchiha Itachi's amazing insight. Swish, swish, swish. He didn't have any hesitation. The whole person turned into a keen ape, and he climbed up an ancient tree that was more than 30 meters high in an instant. He stood quietly on the top of the ancient tree, and lightning bolts kept falling beside him. His aura was very shocking. Not only your own fire style technique, even my Amaterasu was used by you. Uchiha Itachi sighed. Advertisement. This technique uses thunder from the sky, and I just direct this power to you. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. After waiting for more than 10 years, this day has finally arrived, he shouted sharply. Roar. Almost at the same time, a terrifying behemoth of thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. Lightning is scattered all over it, like a world-destroying beast in myths and legends, making people shudder. The name of this technique is called Kirin. Uchiha Sasuke yelled. Sasuke, you really have grown a lot. Uchiha Itachi murmured. Since you have grown to this point, I can also show you my ultimate ability. Go. Uchiha Sasuke yelled, and with a violent wave of his right hand, he slammed it in the direction of Uchiha Itachi. Roar. With the terrifying roar of the sky and the earth, a group of fierce thunder lights suddenly drowned Uchiha Itachi. Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi said lightly, boom. In an instant, the blazing thunder light completely enveloped the earth with a radius of several hundred meters. A monstrous energy wave burst out, turbulent waves rushed into the sky, the earth broke apart, and the entire area seemed to be completely collapsed and destroyed. The overwhelming power is surging in all directions, destroying all obstacles wherever you go. Rays of dazzling light burst out from there continuously, surging in all directions, terrifying infinitely. When the smoke and dust cleared, the terrain here was completely changed, as if a major earthquake had just happened, completely unrecognizable. How is this possible? Uchiha Sasuke collapsed on the ground, his body trembling constantly, his eyes were staring at Uchiha Itachi in the distance, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Uchiha Itachi, standing there motionless, unscathed. Behind him stood a 5-meter-high thing that looked like a metal robot. It was the existence of this thing that protected Uchiha Itachi. If there was no Susanoo technique, I would have been killed by you. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Sasuke deeply, his eyes filled with relief. You did grow a lot, Sasuke. Advertisement, Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke murmured. This is another ninjutsu stored in the eyes after the two arts of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu opened their eyes. Uchiha Itachi said. This is ninjutsu that only those who own Mangekyo Sharingan can use. Damn it. Uchiha Sasuke said viciously. Sasuke finally came to this moment. Uchiha Itachi walked slowly towards Uchiha Sasuke. As he approached, the huge Susanoo behind him also moved with him, and Uchiha Sasuke was almost suffocated by a terrifying pressure. Uchiha Sasuke desperately wanted to stand up and continue fighting, but his chakra was already exhausted, and he could only sit on the ground and watch Uchiha Itachi approach. You kill me. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to understand the fate he was about to face and murmured. Don't you want to know the truth about that year? Uchiha Itachi asked. I think. Uchiha Sasuke hesitated for a long time before speaking slowly. If you are not as strong as you are now, I will definitely kill you and take your eyes away. Uchiha Itachi smiled and said. However, you basically met my requirements. Therefore, I can now trust all my strength to you with confidence. What did you say? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't believe his ears, and looked at Uchiha Itachi with incredible eyes. This is the truth. Uchiha Itachi put the past into Uchiha Sasuke's mind in the form of illusion. How is this possible? How is this possible? Uchiha Sasuke's body trembled violently, and his mouth screamed like a wild animal. He never thought that the truth of the matter was so cruel to him. I killed my father and mother with my own hands, so I was determined to die in your hands since then. Uchiha Itachi stroked Uchiha Sasuke's face with his hand and said with a smile. So, this day is destined. You have to live well, you know? After Uchiha Itachi said this, he fell to the ground with a thump, and there was no more sound. Chapter 186 Fighting Jiraiya 1. Uchiha Itachi died. However, Uchiha Sasuke, who knew all the truth, burst into tears, not even the slightest sensation of revenge. He is heartbroken now, wishing to overthrow and destroy the whole world. He cursed this damn world. Wow. The heavy rain poured down, and countless raindrops fell on Uchiha Sasuke's body, and piled up next to Uchiha Itachi's body, forming puddles. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a long time, suddenly grabbed the long sword next to it, and dug it hard on the ground one by one. Soon, a big hole more than 1 meter deep appeared in front of him. He put down the long sword and carefully put Uchiha Itachi's body into the pit. He stared blankly for a long time before starting to fill in the soil. While he was filling the soil, tears kept falling from his eyes. In this life of Itachi, there are so many things on his back, which makes him feel distressed. The mud soon buried most of Uchiha Itachi's body. When the mud reached Uchiha Itachi's head, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but stop. He stared at Uchiha Itachi's tightly closed eyes without blinking. The expressions in his eyes were extremely complicated. Strength. I need strong power. Uchiha Sasuke yelled from the sky. Brother, I'm sorry, I want to take your glasses. From today, you will see the road ahead for me. Swish, swish, swish. Glossi continued to use the brightening technique to walk through the night at an astonishing speed. His purpose was very clear, that is, to find Uzumaki Naruto and then take it away. Along the way, he met no fewer than 5 waves of Anbu, who were in charge of patrolling, but they were unable to pose a threat to Glossi at all. Even 2 of the teams were not aware of the existence of Glossi. The strength between the two is not one dimension at all. Soon, Glossi came to the area where Uzumaki Naruto lived. Advertisement. Who? Before Glossi started to act, Jiraiya's deep and powerful roar came from his ears. Immediately afterwards, a powerful momentum rose into the sky and headed straight for Glossi. Master Jiraiya, it's been a long time. Glossi stood still, chuckled, and said. It's you. Rock Lee. Jiraiya walked out of the corner slowly, looked at Glossi with surprised and unbelievable eyes, and muttered. It's really unbelievable. In just over 2 years, you have grown to this level, and you are terrifying. Thank you Lord Jiraiya for the compliment, Glossi said with a smile. However, please don't call me Rock Lee anymore. My name is Glossi now. Glossi. Jiraiya looked at Glossi deeply and repeated slowly. Neither Rock Lee nor Glossi. I don't really care about names or things. What are you doing here? I'll find someone, Glossi said. Who are you looking for? Jiraiya asked, staring at Glossi. Uzumaki Naruto. Glossi said lightly. What are you looking for him for? Jiraiya's eyes suddenly sharpened. As far as I know, you defected from Konoha 2 years ago, but now what do you intend to come back again? The leader of the Shao organization has personally taken the initiative to capture 8 Tails Jinchuriki. If nothing happens, he should have succeeded by now, Glossi said. And once 8 Tails Jinchuriki is caught, Uzumaki Naruto, 9 Tails Jinchuriki, will become the final target. I think it would be very dangerous to let Uzumaki Naruto stay in Konoha village, so you are going to take Naruto away first, aren't you? Jiraiya snapped. If Jiraiya-sama thinks so, it's okay. Glossi nodded. Now, he doesn't have to fear anyone, even Jiraiya can't make him take a step back. Humph. Jiraiya snorted and said in a deep voice. As long as I'm alive, you don't want to take Naruto away. Master Jiraiya, you used to be kind to me for teaching art. I wouldn't want to fight with you if it is not a last resort, Glossi said. Please get out of the way. Advertisement, don't think about it, Jiraiya shouted. Really not, Glossi said lightly. A terrible breath that made people palpitating erupted from him and shot up into the sky in an instant. Unless you stepped on my body, Jiraiya said coldly. In that case, then I am offended, Jiraiya. This time, Glossi directly removed the word, sir. Boom. Glossi stepped forward, his right palm shot forward suddenly, and in an instant, a powerful wave that shook the sky and the earth broke out in an instant. The terrible power makes it as strong as Jiraiya to feel as if ups and downs in the ocean, unsteady. Rinnegan. Jiraiya reacted very quickly. With his right hand protruding forward, a chakra sphere about 10 centimeters in diameter and spinning at an incredible speed instantly appeared in his palm and greeted Glossi fiercely. Boom. The palms of Glossi and Jiraiya violently collided, and the aura of domineering permeated instantly, and an invisible shockwave spread in all directions, terrifying. You. Such a strong body. Jiraiya looked at Glossi with incredible eyes, and said in shock. The A-level ninjutsu. Rinnegan. He had just performed with all his strength was slapped away by Glossi, which made his heart beat and worried. Such a powerful body is almost immune to most ninjutsu injuries. How does this make him fight? I am a warrior, and my body is naturally very strong, Glossi said lightly. Your ninja pays too much attention to ninjutsu and illusion, but neglects the practice of physique. This is the biggest difference between me and your ninja. Warrior. Jiraiya murmured and repeated. Chapter 187 Fighting Jiraiya, 2. Yes, it's a warrior, not a so-called warrior, Glossi said lightly. Is there any difference between samurai and samurai? Jiraiya asked. Naturally, Glossi said. Although the samurai do not practice ninjutsu and illusion, they still need to refine chakra. Chakra is the source of their power. But the warriors are completely different. We don't need to refine chakra at all. We practice martial arts. Martial art? Is this why your physical body is so strong? Jiraiya suddenly realized. My physical body is nothing more than a small accomplishment now, and it's far from the real great accomplishment, Glossi said. Once the martial arts are truly cultivated, the sky will be hard to bury, the earth will hardly be destroyed, and the world will be invincible. The sky is hard to bury, the earth is hard to destroy? You really dare to say it? Jiraiya said coldly. Even the legendary ninja ancestor Sage of Six Paths has died for hundreds of thousands of years. No one in the world can truly be immortal. Do you really think Sage of Six Paths is dead? Glossi asked with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. You. What do you mean by this? Jiraiya only felt a sudden shock in his heart. A chill came out of his back, and she couldn't help but shudder in Lingling. Some things are not what you see on the surface, Glossi said lightly. Sage of Six Paths, he has always been alive, and once shot a few decades ago, shocked the entire ninja world. I don't understand what you are talking about. Jiraiya was shocked, but she said so in her mouth. You haven't forgotten that the Uzumaki clan was exterminated overnight, right? Glossi asked. Is there any necessary connection between the two? Jiraiya asked. Of course. Glossi said, because the Uzumaki clan was wiped out by Sage of Six Paths. Nonsense. Jiraiya retorted immediately. Although the Uzumaki clan possesses a special longevity physique, they are not very powerful and basically pose no threat. Why does Sage of Six Paths do this? Advertisement, you misunderstood. Sage of Six Paths didn't intend to wipe out the Uzumaki clan, they just suffered from the disaster. Glossi said. The ancestor of the Hyuga clan, Otsutsuki Hamura, was sealed by the Sage of Six Paths under the Uzumaki clan for hundreds of years. Otsutsuki Hamura has continued to attack the seal for hundreds of years, and finally had hope of breaking the seal decades ago. At this time Sage of Six Paths once again took action to reinforce the seal. The Uzumaki clan was tragically killed by the pond fish and was wiped out. Jiraiya, this is the truth about the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, Glossi said lightly. You. Jiraiya looked at Glossi without blinking, not knowing what to say for a while. These words that Glossi said were nothing short of a fantasy to him, like myths and legends. They were filled with clouds and mists from beginning to end, which was unbelievable. However, Jiraiya could not find a reason to refute, because he doesn't think it makes any sense for Glossi to deceive him like this. Is what you said really the truth? Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto rushed out of the room and shouted at Glossi. Uzumaki Naruto, you woke up a long time ago, but you've been eavesdropping on our conversation, haven't you? Glossi grinned at Uzumaki Naruto and said. Tell me if it's true. Uzumaki Naruto didn't answer Glossi's words, just yelled at Glossi. Naruto, you step back. Jiraiya looked solemn and pulled Uzumaki Naruto behind him and said in a deep voice. This is naturally true, Glossi said, because when I defected to Konoha village, I passed by the Uzumaki clan. I saw Otsutsuki Hamura sealed there. So, Sage of Six Paths was the one who destroyed our Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Naruto murmured, widening his eyes. His eyes were dull, as if he had been caught in an evil spirit. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful and fiery red chakra rose into the sky from Uzumaki Naruto's body, and instantly enveloped the earth in a radius of tens of meters. The terrible breath made the heart palpitating. At the same time, the pupils of Uzumaki Naruto's eyes also changed, from ordinary people's appearance to fiery red beast pupils. A long fiery red chakra tail appeared out of thin air, which made Uzumaki Naruto look like a beast. Oh, is this the power of the most powerful Nine-Tails demon fox? Glossi said appreciatively. Although a tail has just burst out, the strength of this chakra is much stronger than the average Chunin. Naruto, calm down, Jiraiya yelled, advertisement. However, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't listen to what he said. Uzumaki Naruto clasped his head tightly with his hands, his breath became more and more disturbed, and a stronger fiery red chakra emerged from his body, quickly forming the second and third tails. Seal. Seeing that the situation is not right, Jiraiya's recruiter drew out a piece of seal talisman from his suitcase and affixed it to Uzumaki Naruto's forehead like lightning. In an instant, the fiery red chakra receded like a tide, but Uzumaki Naruto fell softly to the ground and fell asleep deeply. Jiraiya, depending on your proficiency in coping methods, have you encountered this situation at least 3 times, right? Glossi smiled. This is the 4th time. Jiraiya said. Back then, 4th Hokage sealed half of 9 tails in Naruto's body, but he never wanted to turn his original super genius son into a crane tail, hey. So that's it. Glossi nodded. He is a poor child, so I absolutely don't allow anyone to hit his idea. Jiraiya's eyes raised sharply. At this moment, he was like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Exudes a compelling momentum. But I have to take him away, Glossi said lightly. Then fight it out. Jiraiya shouted. Shanshu, he quickly made a seal with both hands and shouted loudly. Boom. In an instant, a super aura burst out from Jiraiya's body, like a rolling volcanic eruption. It was creepy. At this moment, Jiraiya's breath has tripled. Swipe. Swipe. And almost at the same time, 2 1-foot-tall old toads appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders. And the aura emanating from their bodies is surprisingly Emperor Wu. Chapter 188 Fight Jiraiya. 3. This is the magic of Mount Myoboku. Glossi frowned and said softly. You actually know Mount Myoboku? Jiraiya was taken aback and shouted. At this time, his body was very different from ordinary people, and he looked like a toad transformed into a human form at a glance. The 2 1-foot-tall old toads standing on his shoulders exuding an astonishing aura are all looking at Glossi with condescending eyes. They all seem to be very surprised. They don't understand why Jiraiya not only used celestial arts, but also summoned them. Could it be to deal with the 15 or 16-year-old boy in front of him? Glossi is a pure warrior, who cultivates himself, gestating all his strength in his flesh and blood. Therefore, when he didn't deliberately reveal his aura, even a powerhouse of Woewon level would definitely not be able to see through him. Mount Myoboku, Wet Bone Forest, Ryuchi Cave, this is the 3 most famous sacred places for the inheritance of celestial arts in the ninja world. How would I not know? Glossi said lightly. If I'm not wrong, you're Konoha Sannin, you should be inherited from these 3 holy places, right? Not bad. Jiraiya stared at Glossi for a long time before nodding slowly. Little Jiraiya, did you summon us to deal with this kid? The male toad standing on Jiraiya's right shoulder asked. Yes, Master Shenzuo. Jiraiya said. Little Jiraiya, are you regressing too much? The female toad standing on Jiraiya's left shoulder sneered and said. It's just a 15 or 16-year-old kid, can't you deal with it alone? You have to summon us from Mount Myoboku thousands of miles away. Master Shima, please don't be fooled by this kid's appearance. Jiraiya explained. This kid is very powerful. He is the most talented person I have ever seen in my life. His talent surpasses Namikaze Minato and his strength is very strong. What? You said his talent surpassed Minato? Immortal Jima was taken aback and said in disbelief. It's really amazing, there are such freaks in this world, Shenzuo Shenren also said with emotion. He is indeed a freak, but he is not a unique freak, Jiraiya murmured, but, he paused, and didn't continue. His eyes were deep, as if he had fallen into some kind of long-lasting memory. Anyway, please two immortals, please help me defeat this little monster. Jiraiya quickly calmed his mind and said seriously. Advertisement, no problem, leave it to us. Shenzuo Shenren nodded. Resolve him as quickly as possible, and then I have to go back to make dinner. Immortal Jima said impatiently. It's just a kid, it can make us so exciting, really. 3. Are you ready? Suddenly, Glossi smiled at Jiraiya and asked. Alright. Jiraiya looked indifferent, looked at Glossi without blinking, and said coldly. Thank you for waiting, then, let's start now. Laugh. Recruited, Immortal Jima opened his mouth, and a pink tongue shot out at incredible speed, as fast as a gust of wind and lightning, winding towards Glossi in the sky. So fast. Worthy of being a powerhouse at the Emperor Wu level, Glossi secretly said in his heart. I don't know if it was born like this, or because of the Shanshu. That Jiraiya said, the tongue out of Jamaxian's population is tens of meters long. Its tongue speed is too fast, and wherever it goes, it excites a deafening crack in the air, which is frightening. Boom boom boom. The immense power made people horrified, and wherever the Jima's tongue flew over, the earth was torn apart, deep cracks appeared, the stone flew away from the sand, and the dust was flying. Cut the sky. Glossi looked solemn and didn't dare to neglect, and immediately played another of his own masterpieces. A huge finger manifested out of thin air, pressing down like a pillar to support the sky. Boom. With a loud bang, Glossi's fingers and Immortal Jima's tongue slammed into each other, bursting out a terrifying energy fluctuation. What kind of ability is this? Immortal Jima and Immortal Shenzuo were taken aback at the same time, their faces full of incredible. He is a warrior, and he practices the flesh, Jiraiya said in a deep voice. His physical strength is invincible in the world, and no one is his opponent in physique. To deal with him, he can only use super powerful ninjutsu and illusion. Advertisement, is it the path of physical cultivation? Shenzuo Immortal murmured. I once heard the old lady say that a long time ago, when the ninja hadn't appeared, there once appeared in this world a powerful existence specializing in the physical body, known as the ancestor of the samurai. Does this kid have the inheritance of the samurai ancestor? Immortal Jima said in shock. I'm afraid this is the case, Jiraiya said solemnly. The abilities he used are completely different from our ninja's methods. If you still can't be sure, then try again, Shenzuo Shenren said after thinking for a long time. Little Jiraiya, practice with a frog pair. That's what I think. Jiraiya nodded. He slammed his shoes off with his feet, and then his whole body soared into the air. He was like an eagle pouring down from the sky, rushing towards Glossi fiercely. Super Big Ball Rasengan. Jiraiya shouted. In an instant, a ball of pure energy with a diameter of 3 meters and spinning at an incredible speed appeared in Jiraiya's hands. The terrible chakra intensity, the terrifying oppression, let Glossi know that even if he was hit head-on, he was injured. The hand of destroying heaven, Glossi yelled, and his right palm shot forward suddenly. There was a violent wind, and the domineering fighting spirit went up against the sky and blasted towards Jiraiya. Boom! In the violent collision, both Glossi and Jiraiya were simultaneously shocked by the opponent's domineering energy and withdrew. Is this the power of Shanshu? Glossi said in admiration. His current strength is much stronger than that of Jiraiya, but Jiraiya is now evenly split with him by virtue of Shanshu's hard blow, which makes him somewhat admired. In terms of absolute strength, Jiraiya is stronger than Orochimaru. Chapter 440. Auto-generated chapter title. The 189th chapter Martial Arts vs. Immortality. This kid is so strong, no wonder little Jiraiya will summon us, Shenzuo Shenren said in surprise. Frog training is a kind of Mount Myoboku supreme fairy technique. It can integrate oneself with the energy of the surrounding nature, and use the energy of nature to fight against the enemy. It is almost invincible in close and hand-to-hand combat. However, Jiraiya and Glossi had a match, which made this Toad Sage awe-inspiring. What a terrible kid. Immortal Jima also put away the contempt at the beginning and muttered. Two immortals, I'm going to use that trick, please cooperate with me. Jiraiya stared at Glossi, and said so. At this time, he deeply felt strong pressure from Glossi, and this feeling made him very uncomfortable. You know, he is a legendary powerhouse who became famous decades ago, but Glossi is just a fledgling junior. Good. Immortal Jima nodded and said. Little Jiraiya uses oil, and his father uses wind style. Yes, Jiraiya said loudly. Oil escape, wind style. Fire style. Sage art. The 5 right guards, Jiraiya, Shenzuo Xianren, and Shima Xianren each sealed their seals and displayed powerful ninjutsu, and the 3 kinds of escape techniques merged into one, and their power immediately increased dozens of times and turned into Xianju, prestige as monstrous. In an instant, the boundless fire rushed straight into the sky, reaching hundreds of meters high, and the flames blazed into the sky. Rumble. The terrifying flames spread, making a tsunami-like sound, which was so huge that it shook people's ears humming. With the terrifying high temperature, a nearby waterfall was steamed to dryness in an instant, and the mist was misty and rolled in all directions. Advertisement. The horrifying scorching heat, very far away, will also make people sweat like rain, and the flesh and blood will dry up. The woods not far away burned directly. The crimson brilliance filled the sky, and the eyes were filled with red light. The flames of the heaven and the earth on this side are blazing, billowing, there is nothing else between the heaven and the earth, there's red light everywhere. This is a Wowan level energy fluctuation, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, Glossi said secretly in his heart. 8 inner gates, open it to me. He yelled, and in an instant he opened from the first, open door, to the 7th gate, open door. Boom. Suddenly, a super terrifying aura erupted from Glossi, and the terrifying power was surging and tumbling like a vast ocean, like an ancient fierce beast that broke the seal, with great power. Roar. With a terrifying roar, a huge palm manifested out of thin air, like the hand of the legendary creation god, covering the heaven and the earth, and grabbing it toward the surging flames. This is indeed a human palm, but it is too huge, hundreds of meters in size, blocking the sky full of flames. Boom. An overwhelming force burst out, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. With Glossi and Jiraiya as the center, they quickly spread to the distance, and the ground gave out a loud, tikaka noise, which stretched out for several times, 100 meters. What is this ability? Shen Zuo Shenren said in astonishment. This is a super little monster, Ji Ma murmured. Sage Art. 5 right door guards, is a super powerful fire-style magic that combines 3 different chakra attributes. It is so powerful that it can burn all the wastes and everything in the world. However, such a powerful fire-style fairy was blocked by Glossi's big hand. How could this keep them from being shocked? He might even be stronger than he was. He was. Jiraiya stared at Glossi, and said silently in his heart. Shanshu, as expected, is extraordinary. Glossi said lightly. You are the first person who can force me to drive Thade inner gates to the 7th gate. Advertisement, sure enough. Have you mastered all Thade inner gates? Jiraiya looked extremely solemn. Master was already a long time ago, Glossi said. When I defected to the village, I killed the old Mitokado Homura with 8 inner gates, don't you know? When you defected back then, both the old man and Danzo were tight-lipped to me, Jiraiya said quietly. Because of this matter, I once had a battle with Danzo, and had a fight with the old man several times, but, hey. Having said this, he sighed deeply, his eyes looking at Glossi were extremely complicated. Glossi was originally supposed to be the most outstanding young generation in Konoha village, and in the future will surely lead Konoha village to the most glorious moment in history. However, because of what Shimura Danzo did, he forced him to defect from the village abruptly, and even became Konoha village's biggest threat after Uchiha Madara. Even though Shimura Danzo is dead, Jiraiya still hates him very much. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Glossi said after a long silence. For your kindness to me, I will unify the entire ninja world in the future, and I will also give special care to Konoha village. Why? Do you want to unify the entire ninja world? Jiraiya was taken aback. Are you crazy? Who else can do this kind of thing besides the legendary sage of 6 paths? I can. Glossi said lightly. He is not talking big, but really has such a strong self-confidence. Shen Zuo Shenren said in a low voice. This is an extremely dangerous guy. If he can't be killed today, Konoha village will definitely be ruined in his hands. Kill him, it's 100. Immortal Jima said sternly. You don't need to use other tricks to test, just use the strongest force directly. You mean to use that technique? Shen Zuo Shenren said with a change of face. Exactly. Immortal Jima said. We haven't used this trick for more than 10 years, and it can be considered worthy of him when used to deal with him this time. Good. Shen Zuo Immortal said with a solemn expression. Little Jiraiya, you will be the one to cover next, and the two of us will use that technique to defeat him in one fell swoop. Understood. Jiraiya nodded heavily. Sage Art. Toad is about to sing. Shen Zuo Xianren and Jima Xianren made seals on both hands at the same time, shouting in a low voice. Chapter 441. Auto-generated chapter title. The 190th chapter defeats the two immortals. Quaqua. 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 Suddenly, a scream of toads came from the mouths of 2 toad sages in an indescribable rhythm. This sound seemed to carry a mysterious and weird force, affecting the 5 senses of Glossi's body. This feeling. Is it a secret technique specifically aimed at the 5 senses of the human body? Glossi said to himself with a move in his heart. Sage Art. Maoji Chinban. Just when Glossi was about to take measures to deal with the 2 toad sages, Jiraiya made a seal with both hands and shouted. Chi. 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 In an instant, Jiraiya's long snow-white hair stretched out frantically, and then his long hair broke into countless lengths of inches, like an endless needle-shaped hidden weapon, hitting Glossi overwhelmingly. They were originally soft ultimate hair, but under the impetus of Jiraiya's powerful Shanshu chakra, they became infinitely powerful and amazing. They tore through the air fiercely, making a piercing sound, which is more powerful than the ordinary kunai shuriken, and even if it is as strong as Glossi, they perceive a hint of danger. Shocking slash wave. Glossi jerked forward with his left hand. Suddenly, an invisible ripple shook out from Glossi's left hand, with a terrifying aura that made the heart palpitating, and suddenly formed an invisible wall in front of Glossi. Puff. 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 Glossi's shocking slash wave is extremely powerful, both offensive and defensive, and now it is almost impeccable for defense. The astonishingly powerful Mao Needle Senbon, played by Jiraiya, broke into invisible when they touched the shocking slash wave. His ability is so weird, even my fairy skills can't help him at all. Jiraiya muttered in shock in his heart. However, my biggest task now is to cover the 2 fairies and wait for them to use their strongest tricks. Once they use that trick, we will win. Advertisement. Random lion hair technique. Jiraiya did not hesitate too much, and immediately launched a second wave of offensive. Swipe. 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 Jiraiya's hair suddenly swelled up wildly, and his head was full of long hair like iron chains, winding towards Glossi's neck. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Gullos didn't use martial arts to fight this time, but instead made a seal with both hands, and spit out a giant great fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. To deal with this trick of Jiraiya, fire style is naturally more advantageous than martial arts. Damn it! Jiraiya yelled. He dared not let his hair touch the huge fireball, and put away his ninjutsu for the first time. Then, he nodded his hands again and shouted loudly, Toad mouth restraint technique. This is... Glossi frowned. He found that he had arrived at a place full of fleshy walls in an instant, and those fleshy walls all exuded amazing blazing energy, which was very similar to the volcanic rock in the crater. Grousey, this way you can't escape anymore. The wall of flesh slowly opened a gap, and Jiraiya appeared from the outside and said coldly, This is the fleshy wall of the big toad mouth of Mount Myoboku that I summoned. Even the hot volcanic magma can withstand it. Are you talking about these soft things? Glossi stretched out his right hand and gently placed it on the flesh wall, as a powerful and unmatched combat force shook out. With a loud bang, a large hole several meters was punched in the flesh wall immediately. This. Jiraiya took a breath. Although he had long expected that this technique might not be able to trap Glossi, he did not expect that it would be broken so easily. There is such a strong physique in this world, it is simply appalling. Jiraiya, you attack me one after another, are you covering those two toads? Glossi said with a light smile. They are using a powerful fairy technique together, and they must not be interrupted in the middle, right? I don't understand what you are talking about. Jiraiya's eyes were cold, but his face pretended to be calm, and said loudly. Take me one more trick, fire style, fire dragon fire bullet. Quaqua, quaqua, quaqua. Advertisement at the same time, the voices of the two toad sages' mouths became more and more rapid, and a mysterious and strange force spread out and fell toward Glossi. This feeling. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a powerful auditory magic. Glossi said lightly. It's a pity, if it weren't for meeting me, under your cover, they really have hope of success. You. Jiraiya's face changed suddenly upon hearing this. Break it for me, Fengming for 9 days. Glossi shot too cold electricity in his eyes, and there was a whistling sound like gold cracking stones in his mouth. The whistling sound was like thunder, and it was deafening, and it completely suppressed the screams of the two toad sages. As this? The two toad sages who were casting the spell trembled violently, their faces were blue, and their faces were full of horror. They discovered that Glossi's howling was actually interfering with their calls, preventing them from performing the spell smoothly. Fengming 9 Heavens, the supreme sound-killing skill of the martial world, surpasses the legendary sound-killing unique lion roar, terrifying. Ah! Ah! After a while, the two toad sages couldn't stand it any longer, and they opened their mouths and spit out a big mouthful of blood. Their celestial arts were interrupted forcibly by Glossi's Fengming for 9 days, and they were all backlashed. They were extremely injured and had already lost their combat effectiveness. Master Shen Zuo. Immortal Ji Ma, Jiraiya yelled in horror. Little Jiraiya, run away with Naruto. Shenzuo Xianren said in a trembling voice. You go to Mount Myoboku together. There is an old man sitting there, even this little devil dare not rush there. But, Jiraiya cried out sadly. He knew what Shenzuo Xianren said, but how could he leave two toad sage and take Naruto away alone? Jiraiya, give up. Glossi walked towards Jiraiya step by step and said. I can assure you that it will not hurt Uzumaki Naruto's life. 11 GT Chapter 191 The ghouls are all sealed. Boy, what do you know? Jiraiya roared. Naruto is Jinchuriki, and once Jinchuriki is stripped of the tail beast in his body, he will die soon. Even if Naruto is a member of the Uzumaki clan and has a special physique, he will definitely die. So you don't believe me anymore? Glossi said lightly. Jiraiya said nothing for a while. Jinchuriki, as long as the tail beast is stripped away, it will die. This is the ancestral training passed down from generation to generation from the moment the tail beast was sealed in the ninja. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, was an extremely good female ninja, no less inferior to Senju Tsunade of the year, but when 9 tails was stripped from her body, she still died very quickly. Therefore, Jiraiya has always believed that if Jinchuriki is stripped of the tail beast, he will definitely die. However, he has never considered the situation of the tail beast being stripped and not dying. Perhaps, is there really a miracle in this world? Just like Glossi standing in front of him? I can assure you that as long as the 9 tails in his body, I will never harm his life, Glossi said lightly. Why should we trust you? Ji-Ma hissed. The defeated has no right to choose, Glossi said. Actually, I can kill all of you, and then leave here with Naruto. Immortal Ji-Ma was furious, but she couldn't say a word, because what Glossi said are all facts, she has no way of refuting it at all. You promise? Jiraiya looked at Glossi deeply and said every word. I promise. Glossi nodded. Well, in that case, I will choose to believe you once, Jiraiya said loudly. You take Naruto away, don't forget what you said today. Glossi smiled, not talking. He walked towards Uzumaki Naruto who had fainted on the ground. Advertisement, Suddenly, at this moment, the power of the space vibrated, Uchiha Obito emerged from the void, and the probing hand grabbed Uzumaki Naruto. Jinchuriki from Nine Tails Demon Fox, I will accept it. Glossi, you did a good job, he said with a big laugh. This guy. Glossi frowned. Although he had expected Uchiha Obito to appear at the last moment, he never expected that he would rob him of the fruits of victory so blatantly. Hey. Glossi just wanted to take a shot, but a flash of light like lightning was shot from a distance. An iron rod tens of meters long flew quickly and pierced Uchiha Obito's back heart fiercely, very spicy. Cut. Uchiha Obito gave an uncomfortable cut, and immediately hollow, hiding his true body in the void, avoiding the unparalleled blow. Jiraiya, protect Naruto. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen hurried over from a distance and yelled at Jiraiya. At this last moment, he finally arrived and rescued Uzumaki Naruto. Old man, why are you here too? Jiraiya said in surprise. If I don't come, our village will lose 9 tails forever. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Konoha village can have no me or you, but you can never lose 9 tails. Old man, are you crazy? Jiraiya said loudly. It doesn't matter whether we want something like 9 tails or not. Talent is the most important thing. No, 9 tails is more important than you and me, more important than anyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sharply. Even if we all died here today, we must protect Naruto and we must not let him snatch it away from anyone. Old man, you know that this kind of thing is impossible. Jiraiya murmured with a wry smile. Neither the Glossi nor the Uzumaki masked man is something we can fight against. We can't stop them. Advertisement. No, it must be possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were very firm, and he said loudly. Our ancestors in Konoha village have created countless powerful forbidden techniques. Even if these two people are extremely powerful, I still have a way to deal with them. Really? Jiraiya couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Of course it is true. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then looked at Jiraiya with soft eyes and said softly. However, Konoha village will leave it to you in the future. Starting today, you will be the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. Old man, what do you want to do? Jiraiya shivered uncontrollably and asked in horror. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he seems to have caught something bad. Jiraiya, I'll leave it to you in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. He quickly formed the seal with both hands, and a strong and heart-pounding breath erupted from his body, which shocked both Glossi and Uchiha Obito at the same time, capturing the traces and retreating back. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen is planning to kill the two of them at the cost of their lives. They are not willing to be the first bird. Otherwise, if someone accidentally gets killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it will not be worth the loss. You can't escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly. I have already planted a barrier around me, and today neither of you two want to escape. This is 4 Red Yang Formation. Uchiha Obito opened a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan and probed all directions, he said in surprise. Glossi was also observing with the martial arts heavenly eye. He found that a powerful enchantment was shrouded around him, and even the space was imprisoned. You actually know the 4 Red Yang Formation. Think you should also be a ninja in Konoha village back then? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a sneer. If you are a ninja in Konoha village, you must know the technique I will use next. Why? This is. Uchiha Obito said in amazement. Old man, don't. Jiraiya yelled in horror. Seal. The ghouls are all sealed, Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled. Chapter 192 Shinigami. Boom. In an instant, a strong, overcast and cold aura permeated, and a vague, indistinguishable figure appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a devilish energy. This is. Uchiha Obito was shocked, and there was a chill in his heart. It felt like a most terrifying and evil god and demon came from the age of mythology and appeared in this world. What's that? Jiraiya and the 2 toad sages both paled in horror and said in horror. Although they don't have pupil skills and can't see the figure behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, they can sense the strong evil aura by virtue of fairy skills. Yinling. Glossi stared at the figure behind Sarutobi Hiruzen unblinkingly with martial arts eyes and said in his heart. The figure is very tall. It floats in the air. It is 4 or 5 meters high. It is wearing a wide white robe and has 2 horns on its head. It does not look like a human being. And the kind of aura radiating from its body is exactly the same as the yin spirits in the martial world. This technique is called the sealing of ghouls, and Namikaze Minato used this technique to seal the 9 tails demon fox. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sternly. Today I will use the same trick to seal you all. What? The corpse. The ghouls are all sealed. Jiraiya couldn't help but yell in horror. Old man, are you crazy? Although this trick is almost invincible and can seal anything in the world, it costs the life of the operator. Because of this, I will entrust Konoha village to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. I will seal the 2 of them today. In the future, you only need to unite the 5 ninja villages to eliminate the Akatsuki organization, and Konoha village will continue to prosper. But, Jiraiya said, this technique is irreversible. Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped. If you still have some affection for me as a teacher in your heart, you will take good care of the village after I die. Yes. Jiraiya stared at the decisive Sarutobi Hiruzen before nodding for a long time. I swear that no one can insult me Konoha village unless I die. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. So, next, it's time for liquidation. Accounting? Uchiha Obito sneered and said disdainfully. It's just a small seal forbidden technique. Dare you say such things to us? Little seal forbidden technique. Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a chuckle. You have Sharingan. You should be able to see the figure summoned from me, right? Advertisement. I can see it. So what? Uchiha Obito said coldly. He is Shinigami. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Shinigami? Uchiha Obito's voice trembled uncontrollably, but then sneered again. Is there really a so-called Shinigami in this world? The thing behind you is at best a phantom condensed by forbidden technique. Do you really think he is Shinigami? Is it Shinigami? You'll know if you try it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. It's useless to say more and send you on the road. You can try it though. Uchiha Obito's eyes shone brightly, and a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan emerged, waiting for him. Although he said lightly, he was extremely alert in his heart, and he did not dare to take any carelessness. Is it Yin Ling? If he is Yin Ling, you can try that trick. From start to finish, Glossi didn't say a word, thinking hard about how to deal with the figure behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Huh. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted and took a step forward. Following his movements, the figure behind him also moved. The figure is very vague, wearing a white robe, covering his whole body. He seems to have come from the age of mythology, with the vicissitudes of life, and a sense of heaven defying evil spirits. He is so powerful that it is trembling, yin to cold, strong to strong, and exudes a disgusting aura, surrounded by black rays, like a halo of death. So strong, even if he is not the legendary Shinigami, I am afraid it is almost the same. Uchiha Obito only felt the creeps and didn't dare to neglect, so he immediately used the ability of Kamui Hollow to hide his true body into the void and defend in advance. Boom. 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 Sarutobi Hiruzen and the figure took 3 steps forward at the same time. A powerful yin air swept across the world, like a sharp long knife scraping the surface of a person's body, causing a chilly fall. Cold. Fire style. Storm flurry technique. Uchiha Obito was unwilling to sit and wait for death. His hands quickly sealed and shouted loudly. Boom. In an instant, an extremely blazing flame spurted from Uchiha Obito's mouth, like a blazing sea of fire, and rolled toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. Brush. Advertisement. Suddenly, the figure opened a pair of eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Ruthless, indifferent, full of the chill of death. Like the arrival of the demon of the Dark Age, people feel a desperate mood. Boom. There was a loud noise. No one knew what kind of ability he used, and instantly extinguished Uchiha Obito's ill-level fire-style technique. Immediately afterwards, he separated from the top of Sarutobi Hiruzen and took a step towards Uchiha Obito. In an instant, the yang energy dropped sharply, and Uchiha Obito suffocated. What the hell is this? Uchiha Obito said in disbelief. This is beyond his scope of understanding, and he is determined to be unable to resist it. Kamui. Uchiha Obito knew that he was not an opponent immediately after he finished one trick. He didn't dare to stay any longer, using his Mangekyo Sharingan's unique ability, intending to tear the space away. You can't go, Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled, Om. In an instant, 4 bright rays of light burst out from the 4 corners, and all of a sudden, the world was completely sealed off. Even the space is completely sealed off. How is this possible? Uchiha Obito said in horror. Boom. Accompanied by the monstrous yin chi, the figure stretched out a big hand and grabbed it towards Uchiha Obito. Chapter 193 Uchiha Obito flees. Boom. In an instant, the sky collapsed. The place where Uchiha Obito was, shattered in an instant, and everything was ruined. That figure was just grabbed with a handout, and it possessed such terrifying power, which shocked people. Susanoo. Uchiha Obito only felt that his hair was terrifying, and his hair was standing upright. He didn't dare to hesitate at all, and directly used his most powerful ability to fight. Boom. With a loud explosion, a powerful chakra erupted from Uchiha Obito, like a volcanic ash rolling up into the sky. This terrifyingly powerful chakra condensed and formed at an astonishing speed, and turned into a metal robot that can be seen by the naked eye, reaching a height of tens of meters. This is the ultimate technique Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, Jiraiya said in shock. The legendary Uchiha is the strongest technique. I didn't expect us to be lucky enough to see it. Immortal Shen Zuo and Immortal Ji Ma looked at each other, and both saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Even if it was their Grandmaster Shanshu, they might not be able to suppress it steadily. Break it for me. Uchiha Obito yelled. Swish, swish, swish. As if responding to Uchiha Obito's anger, the metal robot tens of meters high slammed 7 or 8 huge shurikens. These shurikens are very huge, more than half a meter long, flying at an incredible speed, making a piercing sound, and the power is astonishing. However, in the face of Uchiha Obito's fierce attack, the figure did not seem to have seen it. There was no joy, anger, sorrow or joy on his face, and he moved the big hand that was approaching forward at an unhurried speed to face it, the flying shuriken. Ding! 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 With a few metal crackles, all the powerful shurikens played by Uchiha Obito were all shot out. The figure that looked like Shinigami was unscathed, still grabbing Uchiha Obito with his right hand. Damn it! Uchiha Obito was frightened and angry. He never thought that the shuriken that Susanoo shot would not be able to help that figure. Kamui shuriken, he shouted again. Advertisement, chi. 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 This time, the power of the shuriken that Susanoo shot out was even more terrifying. Moreover, the space power of Uchiha Obito Mangekyo Sharingan is wrapped around the shuriken. Once hit by this shuriken, no matter what, it will be teleported to a different space in an instant. There is no reason to be spared. Boom. However, the figure of the suspected Shinigami was slapped over and wiped out the Kamui Shuriken, played by Uchiha Obito in an instant. He is like a god in another world, unaffected by the space power of Uchiha Obito, Kamui, at all. Why? How is this possible? Uchiha Obito yelled in horror. It's over. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed abruptly. Crack. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito's Susanoo shattered, and the suspected Shinigami figure grabbed his right hand toward Uchiha Obito, and even grabbed it in the palm of his hand. Ah! Uchiha Obito was furious and furious. He struggled desperately, but he couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. Izanagi, break it for me. In desperation, Uchiha Obito, who felt that death was approaching, used his last killer. This is the ultimate illusion cast on him. It can turn all things that are not good for him into dreams, and it can also turn all things that are good for him into reality. Woo! Uchiha Obito turned into a black shadow, broke free of Shinigami's palm without letting go, and escaped. However, his left eye has been closed, completely losing the light. It's a pity, Sarutobi Hiruzen said softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I will definitely destroy Konoha village in the future. Uchiha Obito yelled at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gorozi, I gave you Uzumaki Naruto. Advertisement. After speaking, he used the Kamui technique to blend his body into the void, and he wanted to leave here. The four red yang formation bloomed and wanted to stop Uchiha Obito, but this time it had no effect. Uchiha Obito disappeared without a trace in an instant. Izanagi, the ultimate technique of the Uchiha clan, is invincible. I ran away. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, but forget it, it would be nice to be able to kill you today. Following his words, the figure of the suspected Shinigami also turned around and looked at Glossi with a pair of eyes that did not contain any human emotions. Kill me? He. Glossi said with a smile. It's just a Lilian spirit, dare to show off in front of me? See if I accept him. Boy, you really dare to say it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. I summoned the legendary Shinigami, so dare you say you accepted him? It's ridiculous that a small little yinling who dares to be called Shinigami is ridiculous. Glossi curled his lips and said disdainfully. Roar. Suddenly, Shinigami above Sarutobi Hiruzen's head let out a low roar. That kind of sound is very unique, and only Glossi can hear it. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya and others find the atmosphere very dull, they can't hear that kind of sound. Are you demonstrating against me? Glossi said coldly. Although I have fallen below the realm of that year, dealing with a little yinling like you is still easy. Brush. Suddenly, Shinigami moved, his low roar, sullen air, and terrible killing intent swept across the universe, and Glossi was suddenly surrounded by boundless terrifying evil thoughts. Ji-young becomes a god, and the god is tangible. The form is born in the sun, and the day is born in the moon. The accumulation of yin becomes a god, and there is a god in the form. At this moment, an obscure scripture came out from Ji-yu Luoxi's mouth. The text spread all over the world in an instant. I don't know why, Shinigami was shocked when he heard the scriptures of Glossi, shocked, and seemed to be greatly moved. Chapter 194 The Curse of the Undead. This. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, and said incredulously. He learned the forbidden technique of Ghoul Seal from 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato once told him that this technique can summon Shinigami in myths and legends, and conceal everything in the world, without exception. However, just now he saw Shinigami's body trembling and stagnating with his own eyes. Could it be that Shinigami was actually afraid of Glossi's failure? Sure enough, it's Yin Ling. Glossi's eyes shone with divine light, and he looked at Shinigami above Sarutobi Hiruzen's head intently, and said to himself. Curse of the Undead. This is a kind of supreme scripture that specializes in dealing with Yin Ling, which is widely circulated in the martial arts, and has magical effects. Of course, only people with the status of Glossi in the previous life can get a complete scripture. From the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Shinigami, Glossi secretly guessed that it was a ghost. Now he chanted the dead mantra, and immediately stunned Shinigami, which further proved his guess. The heart is clear, and it will be broken. The chi fights are strong, and the feeling is breathless. View everything with Ishin. Glossi looked at Shinigami intently, and kept chanting, dead mantra, in his mouth, and his voice became more and more ethereal. It seems to be transmitted from outside the world. The words, Curse of the Undead, are like gold and stone hitting, sonorously, resounding throughout the world, illuminating this world, and full of a breath of sunshine. At this moment, Shinigami hesitated and lingered. He was extremely jealous of this scripture, as if he was born to restrain his evil thoughts and be able to shatter them. Roar! Shinigami screamed in pain. He was so tortured that he had the urge to turn around and leave. What's the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Shinigami, known as the omnipotent he summoned, was actually afraid of Glossi. In the beginning of the blue sky, the blue sky, the blue sky, the big floating earth. The sun and the moon, the stars, the mountains and the sea, the sky is nothing. Gulaxi was solemn, with golden rays of light flowing on his body, one after another. Rays of golden light shot out, slashing towards Shinigami like a fairy sword. Roar! Shinigami uttered a long roar that shook the sky, making the world tremble fiercely. The gray mist was overwhelming, and the clouds swept like a monstrous ocean, making people like an ice cellar. Advertisement, old man, what happened? Jiraiya entered sage mode and was most sensitive to the changes around him. He immediately felt the creepy and gloomy atmosphere and couldn't help but ask loudly. It's so terrifying, it's chilling, Shenzuo Shenren murmured. You don't care about these things, just stay there honestly, Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. But, it's nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. At this time, he was extremely overbearing and could not tolerate Jiraiya's doubts. Boom. Suddenly, Shinigami rushed towards Glossi with the overwhelming yin air and overwhelming magic power, and he reached out a terrifying palm of his hand and grabbed it forward. Obviously, he didn't want to be passively beaten like this all the time. 8 inner gates. Open the door, open. Fix the door, open. Shengmen, open. Hurt the door, open. Domen, open. Without any hesitation, Glossi opened the 8 inner gates, from the first gate to the 5th gate in an instant, and his combat power exploded several times in an instant. Although the master has a dead curse, specifically to restrain the yin spirit, he has already fallen from his peak state after all, and he does not dare to be careless. Shoo, shoo, shoo. In an instant, golden rays of light rose up into the sky, like little golden snakes swimming. There was a loud bang, as if opening up the world, the earth trembling, and countless celestial lights were flying. The most just sun, the most godly and holy, advertisement. Moreover, at the same time, the voice of dead curse became louder. It seems to have come from the mythological age before the ancient times, such as Huang Zhongdalu roaring, deafening and awakening people. What? Shinigami screamed loudly, and a cloud of mist exploded on his body. His body was trembling. Facing the intact, dead curse, he was hit hard. One after another brilliance flew out, and Gorozi kept chanting. One after another words turned into intangible objects, like cast metal, flew towards Shinigami, suppressed. Chi. 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 The ancient characters were suppressed one by one, and the endless yin chi was melted away. The yin chi melted quickly like ice and snow, sneered, and disappeared cleanly. Shinigami was struggling in pain, and through the white robe, strands of dark bloodline flowed out, exuding a breath of evil and evil. He was severely injured under Glossi's dead curse. This is a kind of natural suppression. The dead curse was created for these ghosts, and it has great lethal power. What's more, Gullos was still a super strongman who once stepped into the realm of the Valkyrie. At this time, the display was naturally terrifying. The 10 passages of recitation, the heavens sing away. The emperor sets a ceremony, the rivers and seas are silent, the mountains hide clouds. Glossi continued to recite the dead mantra, and the endless powerful and mysterious power enveloped Shinigami. Shinigami overflowed with wisps of black light, and the gray mist was steamed clean. His body is constantly blurring until it disappears completely. This. How is it possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled, then spurted blood in his mouth, and suddenly fell to the ground, unconscious. Old man. Jiraiya yelled. He suddenly stood up and was about to rush over. Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima were quick with eyesight and immediately grabbed him. Jiraiya, I can't go. Shenzuo Xianren shouted. Old man. Jiraiya's eyes were blood red, and her canthus was cracking. Jiraiya, I didn't kill him, Glossi said with a sigh. He was beaten to death by his own technique. Chapter 195. 9 Tails. You did not kill him, but he died because of you. Jiraiya yelled at Glossi viciously. Sarutobi Hiruzen is his mentor, and the person Jiraiya admired most since childhood. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen died while he was watching. What kind of pain was this? As long as there is war, there will be death, Glossi said lightly. If he doesn't die, then I will die. Jiraiya, you are also a ninja who has been famous for many years, don't you even understand this truth? You. Jiraiya gaped, speechless. How could he not understand such a simple truth? He became famous from the first battle in the Third Ninja World War. Over the past few decades, countless people have died under his hands. He has long been accustomed to seeing life and death. He originally thought that he could be calm at any time. However, when death fell on his most respected teacher, the heart-wrenching feeling made him unable to comply. For Third Hokage, I never thought about killing him, Glossi said. When Orochimaru and San Shinobi village attacked Konoha village, I took action to break the barrier under Orochimaru's steps, which was enough to show my attitude towards you. But what did you do to me? Glossi sneered. Shimura Danzo shot at me. Third Hokage pretended not to know and ignored him, letting him drive me into a desperate situation. In the end, he had no choice but to defect from the village. You defined me as a rebellious ninja, and then issued a huge reward of 1 billion yuan to me in the entire ninja world, intending to get rid of me completely. Even so, I still did not retaliate against your Konoha village. I came here. There is only one purpose, and that is to take away Uzumaki Naruto who was targeted by Akatsuki. I assure you that Uzumaki Naruto's life is safe, isn't it enough to be benevolent? Glossi asked sharply. Jiraiya was silent. He also felt very sorry for what happened back then, very sorry for Glossi. However, since things have happened, there is no room for repentance. There is no such thing as regret medicine in this world. Third Hokage secretly planted a powerful barrier, and then used the terrible forbidden technique of the ghoul sealed with the intention of killing me completely. I want to protect myself, why shouldn't I do that? Glossi sneered. I didn't kill him directly, it was already the greatest tolerance for him. Even if what you say is reasonable, you will never be able to obliterate the fact that you killed my teacher, Jiraiya hissed. Advertisement, alright, even if he was killed by me, what about it? Glossi said sternly. Are you ready to avenge him? I know that I am not your opponent at all, Jiraiya said with a wry smile. However, one day I will kill you to avenge the old man. Since you have such thoughts in your heart, then I can't just leave like this, Glossi said lightly. Which, in an instant, his body turned into a black lightning, and came behind Jiraiya in an instant. Jiraiya, be careful, Shen Zuo Fairy yelled in horror. It's too fast, it's too late to react, Immortal Ji-Ma also said horribly. Boom. Glossi's right palm was lightly slapped out and printed on the back of Jiraiya's heart. A tyrannical force immediately poured into his body, instantly smashing all the chakra meridians in Jiraiya's body. You. What did you do to me? Jiraiya turned his head and stared at Glossi, feeling extremely horrified. Because, he suddenly noticed that the chakra in his body was dissipating at an astonishing speed. Jiraiya, you used to be kind to me and taught me the summoning technique. I really don't want to kill you when it's not a last resort. Glossi said. However, if you have always had that terrible thought for me, I will also feel very troubled. Therefore, I abolished your cultivation skills and turned you into immortal. Why? You abolished my cultivation, Jiraiya murmured, her face turned earthy. From now on, the grievances between me and Konoha village have nothing to do with you anymore, Glossi said. You are already a cripple, follow the two-toed sages back to Mount Myoboku and enjoy your old age. No, Jiraiya snarled. I will remember the promise I told you to keep Uzumaki Naruto's life safe. Glossi said. Well, two-toed sages, please take Jiraiya out of here. Otherwise, I really can't guarantee that I will change my mind next moment and kill you all. Advertisement. Speaking of this, a terrifying murderous intent burst from Guluxi's body, and a sharp aura made Shen Zuo Xianren and Jima Xianren tremble and shudder. Bang! 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 The two-toed sages did not dare to neglect, and immediately left here with Jiraiya. Nine-Tails Demon Fox, you belong to me from now on. Guluxi's martial arts god looked through Uzumaki Naruto's body, and stared at the Nine-Tails Demon Fox who had already sensed the danger and awakened in his body, and said coldly. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying breath that was so powerful that it was trembling broke out from Uzumaki Naruto's body, and a wave of crimson energy rose up into the sky, illuminating the ground several thousand meters in an instant. This is the Nine-Tails Demon Fox sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body, aware of the danger, resuscitated on its own, and must control Uzumaki Naruto's body to kill Glossi. The breath of Emperor Wu is very powerful. Glossi stared at the monster tail monster fox in Uzumaki Naruto, and said faintly. If you are not sealed, even I can't help you now, it's a pity. He didn't finish his words, and the right palm was patted on Uzumaki Naruto's lower abdomen. A mysterious and holy 8 trigrams pattern emerged, which immediately enveloped Uzumaki Naruto. This is. A low growl came from Uzumaki Naruto's body. Why do you know the 8-sign seal? There is only an 8-sign seal, I can understand all the mysteries with just a glance, Glossi said coldly. You stay in Uzumaki Naruto honestly for the time being. Chapter 196 The Challenge of Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it, the Nine-Tails Demon Fox roared loudly, desperately exploding its own power, hoping to break the power of Glossi's seal. Boom. 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 A terrifying aura that was so powerful that even cage-level powerhouses tremble erupted from Uzumaki Naruto's body, and masses of crimson materialized chakra rose into the sky, just like the rolling magma during a volcanic eruption. It's boiling, and the horror is boundless. Yin and Yang 8-sign seal, Glossi said lightly. Hey, in an instant, an extremely bright light radiated from the palm of Glossi's palm, completely covering the chakra erupted by the Nine-Tails Demon Fox in an instant. His seal technique originated from the martial world, far better than the 8-sign seal in Nine-Tails' Demon Fox's mouth. How can Nine-Tails break it? After a stalemate between the two, the power of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox was completely suppressed, and the fiery red chakra faded like a tide, disappearing without a trace. It's just a divided martial emperor-level beast, and want to turn the wind and waves under my hand? Guluxi said coldly. With his rich experience and strong pupil power, how can he fail to see? The Nine-Tails Demon Fox sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body is only half of its power, and the other half is missing. I don't know what happened to Neji and the others, Glossi said to himself while carrying Uzumaki Naruto on his shoulders. At his feet, he took the steps of various changes, like a shooting star, shooting towards the depths of Konoha village. Glossi didn't take a few steps, and he found 4 or 5 Konoha shinobi in embarrassment rushing toward him. They were all gray-headed, pale, and their eyes looked apprehensive, as if they had just experienced something terrible. Oh my god, that person is terrible, a person murmured. More than 20 of us besieged him, but he killed 15 people. Only a few of us escaped, another said with lingering fear. Advertisement. The last blood of the Uchiha clan is really terrifying, said the third person. If I didn't guess wrong, it should be written by the legendary Mangekyo. As the man was talking, he suddenly let out a scream, and a black flame came from a distance, covering him all at once. He's here, the remaining few yelled in horror. Boom. 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 Black flames flew from a distance, hitting several people accurately. In the blink of an eye, they were burned to death by the black flame, and even a tiny bit of ashes were not left. This is not an ordinary flame. Grossi observed carefully with the martial arts heavenly eye, and immediately raised his brows. Uchiha Sasuke, is this the power you just got? He raised his head suddenly, looking at Uchiha Sasuke who was walking in the distance, and asked. Yes, this is the power I just got from my brother, it's pretty good, right? Uchiha Sasuke said with a fierce face and staring at Glossi with a stern look. It's a terrible flame. Glossi said lightly, in that case, you have gotten what you wanted and killed Uchiha Itachi to get revenge? Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke did not answer, but opened his right eye suddenly and shouted sharply. In an instant, a black flame that was so hot that it was creepy appeared out of thin air, slamming towards Glossi. Brush. Glossi took a changeable step at his feet, just like traveling through space, appearing 7 or 8 meters away in an instant, easily evading the black flames hit by Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, what do you mean? Glossi asked lightly. Advertisement. It doesn't mean anything, I just want to kill you. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Glossi, to be honest, I have tolerated you for a long time. From the moment you and I met for the first time, I have always dreamed of defeating you completely one day. Today, I finally gained that power. You got the power of Uchiha Itachi? Glossi curled his lips in disdain and said, he found that Uchiha Sasuke's eyes had also become Mangekyo Sharingan, and the pattern in his eyes was more complicated, much like the legendary eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yes, my brother entrusted all his power to me before he died. Uchiha Sasuke said proudly, and I will use this power to defeat you completely, to rectify my Uchiha Sasuke, and my Uchiha clan. It's just so arrogant after getting some new power, it's ridiculous. Glossi laughed and said, have you forgotten my horror so quickly? Speaking of this, Glossi's eyes suddenly became cold, like a cold wind in the 12th lunar month, swiftly sweeping the earth, making Uchiha Sasuke shiver uncontrollably. However, Uchiha Sasuke quickly regained his composure. Not long ago, he used illusions to control a medical ninja in Konoha village to transplant the eyes of Uchiha Itachi for him, and he received a new and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That powerful and terrifying power made him feel confident that he could defeat Glossi. Amaterasu. After Uchiha Sasuke made up his mind, he immediately moved his eyes to attack Glossi. A blazing black flame shot out from his right eye, like a ghostly fire emerging from hell, hitting Glossi over the sky. Humph. Glossi snorted coldly, and took an incomparably mysterious step under his feet. He drew afterimages in the sky with incredible speed. Facing the attack of Uchiha Sasuke Mangekyo Sharingan, he avoided completely with his body speed. Damn it. Uchiha Sasuke felt a chill, knowing that Amaterasu was one of the 2 great tricks Uchiha Itachi passed to him, and it didn't work at all for Glossi, which made him a little uneasy. Inferno style. Furniture life. Uchiha Sasuke roared. Chapter 448, auto-generated chapter title, the 197th chapter hangs again, 1. Ohm. In an instant, a powerful and weird force permeated, and in an instant it enveloped the earth with a radius of hundreds of meters. With the spread of this power, the black flames that did not hit Glossi seemed to have been ordered, and they gathered together quickly and condensed into a black sickle that was several meters long, like the legendary one. Shinigami sickle. Hey! A black light flashed, and the black Shinigami sickle swiftly blasted and slashed towards Glossi at an incredible speed. So fast, Glossi said secretly with a heartbeat. Uchiha Sasuke got all the power of Uchiha Itachi, and with this, opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. He has touched the realm of Emperor Wu, far surpassing the average cage-level powerhouse, and is very powerful. Shocking slash wave. Glossi didn't dodge this time, and his right hand stuck straight forward. In an instant, a terrifying ripple that was indistinguishable to the naked eye shook out, and greeted the Shinigami sickle fiercely. What kind of ability is that? Uchiha Sasuke received the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his pupil power increased sharply, and his insight was much stronger than before. At a glance, he found the invisible fighting spirit that Glossi had fought out, and said in surprise. Boom! With a loud and earth-shattering noise, Glossi's fighting spirit and Uchiha Sasuke's Shinigami sickle slammed into each other. Terrifying energy waves spread in all directions, and terrible cracks burst out of the ground. It can be seen how terrible the duel between the two is. You really have become a lot stronger, Glossi said with a smile. You are also far stronger than I thought. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. I have clearly obtained the legendary eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but I still cannot completely crush you. This is my shame. Advertisement, Uchiha Sasuke, what is the matter with your blind arrogance? Glossi curled his lips and said, I told you before, effort is more important than talent? I always remember this sentence. Uchiha Sasuke nodded and said, that's what you said to me when you and I met for the first time. I took poisonous oath and I must give you a word of mine. Oh, what are you talking about? Glossi asked. With the same effort, the importance of talent is far beyond your imagination. Uchiha Sasuke roared in a low voice. I have the blood of the Yu Uchiha clan, and the powerful and unmatched Sharingan, coupled with my hard work every day. I firmly believe that the current I will be able to completely defeat you. Ridiculous. Glossi said with a cold snort. Speaking of which, you still feel that your blood is superior to others. Well, let me completely defeat your ridiculous self-confidence today. Inferno style. Form change. Uchiha Sasuke roared in a low voice. Om, om, om. In an instant, the strange power penetrated this world, and the Shinigami sickle in the sky quickly disintegrated, and the black flames were like life forms, the size of a fist, like raindrops in the rain, toward Glossi. Fight overwhelmingly. Amaterasu, which can only be used by Mangekyo Sharingan's eye-openers, can summon black flames from the sun where Mangekyo Sharingan's vision is focused, which can burn everything out. Without any external obstacles, Amaterasu flames will catch them. The target will burn to ashes before it goes out. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. He knew that Glossi's physical skills were extremely strong, and the speed was incredible. Although the shape of the Shinigami sickle was more powerful, it was difficult to really hit Glossi. Therefore, he will readjust the shape of the black flame and launch an attack in the form of a storm, hoping to achieve better results. Sasuke, you are smarter than before. Glossi said faintly, staring at the black flames overwhelming the sky. I have always been smart, but I rarely show it, Uchiha Sasuke said proudly. Your blind arrogance will never change. Glossi shook his head. He raised his speed several times in an instant. The sky is full of afterimages left by him, dense and endless. At first glance, it looks like the effect created by the multiple shadow clone technique. Advertisement, this speed. How is it possible? Uchiha Sasuke said in amazement. Hey, in the piercing sound of the air, Glossi walked through the overwhelming black flames at incredible speed. He relied on his amazing pupil power and terrifying speed to attack, and there was no black flame that could hit him. Swish, swish, swish. Glossi traversed the black flames at an incomprehensible speed, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to more than 5 meters in front of Uchiha Sasuke. His eyes were cold, his murderous intent was revealed, and a terrifying aura rose to the sky, and Uchiha Sasuke was enveloped all at once. Ah! Lightning style. Thousand Dori sharp spear. Uchiha Sasuke was panicked, his hands were immediately sealed, and he shot a thunder and lightning spear that was several meters long, and stabbed Glossi fiercely. Naive, Glossi said disdainfully. He suddenly raised his right hand and slapped it fiercely on the thunder and lightning spear, which suddenly broke. And that dazzling layman could not threaten him in the slightest. Is he a monster? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened and screamed in horror. At this moment, he faintly regretted having rashly challenged Glossi. Perhaps, he should completely control his eyes before doing so. Uchiha Sasuke, let you see what a real martial arts technique is today. Glossi approached Uchiha Sasuke in 2 steps, raised his right hand, and patted it lightly. Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke was so shocked that he didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately mobilized that he had just acquired the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Boom! As the terrible chakra burst out, a metal robot that was 5 or 6 meters tall and completely condensed by chakra appeared out of thin air, and Uchiha Sasuke was firmly protected inside. Chapter 449. Auto-generated chapter title. The 198th chapter hangs again, 2. It was a huge humanoid object with a height of 5 or 6 meters. Although it was condensed from pure chakra, it looked like a huge metal robot. Its whole body was lacquered black, like an evil spirit that broke out of hell, and it exuded an uncomfortable breath. It firmly protects Uchiha Sasuke inside, like a shield that can never be broken. When Glossi's domineering power blasted on Susanoo, as if he was about to penetrate the void, and the terrifying combat power was like a vast ocean, smashing it fiercely. A shallow palm print was imprinted on Susanoo, and his voice was deafening. It's terrible. Uchiha Sasuke saw all this in his eyes and couldn't help being shocked. He knew that if the palm just now fell on him, he would definitely die miserably. That is, he had just experienced a battle with Uchiha Itachi and awakened the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, he couldn't fight at all. This is a super scary monster. However, Uchiha Sasuke feels a little relieved that although Glossi's physical skills are incredibly powerful, there is still no sign of breaking Susanoo. He urged chakra in his body, and instantly erased the palm prints from Susanoo. Gurozi, this is the ultimate technique Susanoo of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke laughed wildly. Even if your physique is stronger, can you still break my skill? Glossi frowned. This Susanoo is indeed very powerful, even his 80% strength can only leave a shallow mark on it, which is worthy of being the ultimate technique of the Uchiha clan. Glossi, if you don't attack, I'm not welcome. Seeing Glossi frowned, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help feeling very happy. He yelled at Glossi, while urging chakra in his body to launch an attack. Boom! The mighty chakra soared into the sky, a long bow appeared in the left hand of the huge metal robot, and a long arrow appeared out of thin air between the right fingers. They are all condensed from pure chakra, exuding terrible oppression that is palpitating. A combination of offense and defense? Glossi said lightly. Let's take it, Heavenly Magia Ancient Bow, Uchiha Sasuke shouted. Hey! Advertisement in an instant, a long arrow, like a fairy light flying from the sky, shot towards Glossi at an incredible speed. The speed of this long arrow was too fast, and it pointed to Glossi in an instant. As it passed, ripples visible to the naked eye rippled in the air. This arrow actually has a terrifying aura of the gods blocking and killing the gods, and the Buddha blocking and killing the Buddha. The hand of destroying the sky. Seeing that it was difficult to dodge, Glossi gave up the choice of avoiding and directly used his whole body's combat power, using his earth-shaking combat skills to slap at the fast-flying long arrow fiercely. This is the power of killing gods, you can't stop it, Uchiha Sasuke said sternly. Boom. In the terrifying energy storm, Glossi actually shattered the long arrow with a pair of fleshy palms. Terrible waves of energy surging everywhere, but they couldn't shake Glossi's martial arts, and he was unharmed. How is this possible? Uchiha Sasuke said in amazement. Woo! Glossi took a changeable step at his feet and rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke at an incredible speed. After only 3 steps, he came to the side of Uchiha Sasuke's body. His right hand was crystal clear as jade, punching through the void, and patted Susanoo fiercely. Boom! A clear palm print appeared on Susanoo, and it almost broke through. Inferno style. Uchiha Sasuke was panicked, and immediately urged Amaterasu to change its form, intertwined into an armor composed of black flames and put it on Susanoo. In this way, even if it was as strong as Glossi, he would not dare to attack again easily. It's indeed much smarter than before, Glossi said admiringly, but, do you think you can beat me this way? I think it can. Uchiha Sasuke said loudly. Look at the arrow. This time, he attached the black flame of Amaterasu to the long arrow, and once again shot towards Glossi. It's just an upgraded flame, and you want to turn the sky? Glossi said coldly. 8 inner gates. Open it to me. He opened the 8 inner gates to the 5th gate in an instant, and his strength exploded several times in an instant. The hand of destroying heaven, Glossi shouted in a low voice. Advertisement in an instant, a huge hand overwhelmingly manifested out of thin air, like a hand that destroys the world in myths and legends, patted Susanoo fiercely. This time, instead of attacking with his real body, he used a powerful and unmatched combat power to form a big hand. In this way, he could avoid direct contact with Heian. What is this ability? Uchiha Sasuke was furious. Dang. 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 Huge palms slap on Susanoo continuously, deafening sounds are endless, and endless terrible energy storms are surging. This is a peak duel that surpasses cage level. Kacha. 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 With Glossi's continuous onslaught, Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo finally showed signs of being unable to withstand it. The creepy cracking sound continued to sound, one after another huge palm prints imprinted on Susanoo, shocking the world. What kind of monster is he? Uchiha Sasuke murmured as he looked at the god like Glossi. Break it for me. Glossi seemed to be on the rise, slapped his palms on Susanoo, cracks opened, and Susanoo, known as absolute defense, was about to shatter. Boom. Glossi's momentum climbed to the extreme, and with the last loud noise, Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo burst open. The endless chakra is dissipating, and the world is full of pitch black colors. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth spurted blood, his face was extremely pale, and he withdrew more than a dozen steps, with an incredible look in his eyes. Susanoo is broken. How is it possible? He was so lost that Susanoo's absolute defense myth was destroyed. Chapter 450, Auto-generated chapter title, the 199th chapter 10 Fist Sword, 8-foot mirror. Broken, Susanoo, the ultimate technique of the Uchiha clan known as absolute defense, was smashed by Glossi's flesh and blood palm. Such a cruel reality made Uchiha Sasuke, who has always been conceited in his own blood, very disappointed and injured. You know, he has personally felt Susanoo's terrifying power, and even his lightning-style technique, Kirin, which he launched with the help of the power of heaven and earth, was blocked. But now, Susanoo has been smashed by Glossi's physical skills, which has completely subverted his outlook on life and the world. Uchiha Sasuke, is this the ultimate technique of your Uchiha clan? I think it's nothing but that. Glossi sneered. He was as fast as a meteor, stepped out in one step, and arrived in an instant, until Uchiha Sasuke approached Uchiha Sasuke's hand to slash the sky. Damn it. Chidori sharp spear. Uchiha Sasuke was furious, and panicked to launch lightning-style ninjutsu to stop Glossi from a distance. He knew that Glossi's physical skills were so powerful that he would definitely die if he was bullied to his side. However, the thunder and lightning spear he shot was immediately dispersed by Glossi's destroyer of heaven, and then the remaining strength remained unfailing, and he slapped him heavily on the shoulder. Crack. With a crisp sound, Uchiha Sasuke's entire left arm was completely shattered, and a large group of blood mist burst out, making the air here become extremely bloody and disgusting. What? Uchiha Sasuke screamed loudly and retreated to the back with all his strength, a few tens of meters away. He was terrified, and he never thought that the gap between himself and Glossi would be so big. It was just a round of head-to-head confrontation and he lost an arm. This is simply crushing. His heart was hurting, his heart was bleeding, he had never thought that there would be such a day. He obviously turned on the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, and transplanted all the pupil power of Uchiha Itachi, becoming the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. According to common sense, he should completely crush Glossi. How could he be crushed by the opponent? Ah, I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Uchiha Sasuke screamed like a wounded beast. Perfect Susanoo, he shouted sharply. Advertisement. Boom. With a loud noise, a super powerful chakra burst out of Uchiha Sasuke's body, unexpectedly surpassing the level of cage level, reaching the realm of super cage level, Wawang. At the same time, his condensed Susanoo has also undergone tremendous changes, from 5 or 6 meters to more than 20 meters in an instant. This time, it held a huge spiritual mirror in its left hand and a gourd-like thing in its right hand. What is that? Glossi's heart jumped, and he didn't know why. He actually sensed the danger from the two artifacts, and this feeling was unimaginable for him. Uchiha Sasuke, you actually hide a part of your strength, which is really surprising, Glossi said lightly. Grossi, what you said is right, my arrogant character will never be changed. Uchiha Sasuke hissed. If I'm not too arrogant, and I go all out from the beginning, I won't lose an arm. This is a lesson for you, Glossi smiled and said. Yes, this is a lesson of blood. Uchiha Sasuke said sternly. Also, this is definitely the last lesson for me, because today you will be killed by me here. Only you? Glossi said disdainfully. You will always be just a little kid in front of me. I can see through your strength at a glance. Really? Uchiha Sasuke sneered. Take it, 10 swords, liberation, he yelled. Boom. A strange and powerful Ryotsu burst from the gourd in Susanoo's right hand, and a fire-red long sword with a length of 6 or 7 meters and a shapeless appeared. Susanoo grabbed the fiery red long sword and slashed at Glossi with the momentum of Mount Tai. Looking from a distance, a bright red light beam cut through the sky like a comet crashing into the earth, unstoppable. This is not an ordinary weapon. Guluo Zaibu Dao's eyes bloomed with brilliance, and he could see the power of the Shichuan sword in an instant. He didn't make a forcible connection, but instead launched his own extreme speed to dodge. He is like a butterfly wearing flowers, leaving afterimages in the air, disillusioning step by step. Even Uchiha Sasuke has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it is difficult to capture his figure. Advertisement, Grossi, didn't you always look down on me? Uchiha Sasuke roared angrily. Now why are you hiding like a fly and not daring to fight me head-on? Uchiha Sasuke, this kind of pediatric radical technique is useless to me. Glossi's voice came from all directions, so vague that it was impossible to understand where he was. However, if you really want to fight me head-on, I can also fulfill you. 8 inner gates. King Gate, open. Shock the door, open. In an instant, a powerful and tyrannical aura erupted from Guluxi's body, raising his strength to the realm of martial emperor in an instant. The hand of destroying heaven. Glossi shouted coldly, and a huge palm immediately manifested out of thin air, as if it were cast of steel, and hit Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo fiercely. Hachiko mirror. Uchiha Sasuke shouted. Susanoo pushed the spirit mirror in his left hand forward, and unexpectedly took off Glossi's arrogant palm. When the deafening roar sounded like a 9-day thunder falling, and the entire Konoha village shook, it was shocking. It was actually blocked, and there is a problem with that mirror, Glossi said to himself. Gorozi, have you seen it? This is all my strength now. Uchiha Sasuke yelled frantically. 10-fist sword, 8-foot mirror, these two artifacts are enough to make me invincible in the world. Chapter 451, auto-generated chapter title. The 200th chapter is hard to regret the 8-foot mirror. 10-fist sword, 8-foot mirror. Glossi frowned. These two weapons shouldn't belong to you originally, right? He asked. Yes, this is something I inherited from my brother. Uchiha Sasuke said proudly. I didn't intend to use these two artifacts, because in that case, even if you win, you will find it very boring. However, your strength is far beyond my expectations, and I have to use them. Gorozi, you can die under these two artifacts, it's a very proud thing, he said. As soon as these two weapons came out, Glossi would no longer have any resistance. You are really confident, Glossi said with a curl of his lips. Think that when he was in the martial arts world, he encountered more than thousands of powerful enemies, all kinds of magical and weird abilities and magical powers, all kinds of powerful and inconceivable secret arts and magic weapons, but in front of his palms, they are not much stronger than scrap copper and rotten iron, and they are all broken. Although the two weapons that Uchiha Sasuke took out were weird, but they were also difficult to get into Glossi's eyes, and they weren't worth mentioning at all. The 8-foot mirror is a spiritual mirror that has no entity in the legend. It has all the nature transformation. It can change its own attributes according to the attributes of the attack and neutralize the attack. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, and this 10-fist sword can destroy everything in the world. The 8-foot mirror is the main defense, and the 10-fist sword is the main attack. Now I am completely invincible. You are just a little warrior, what can you fight with me? Uchiha Sasuke, if you used to be arrogant, then you are now almost brain disabled. Glossi said unceremoniously. You just inherited two weapons from Uchiha Itachi, so you dare to speak rashly and speak loudly, and you are not afraid that the wind will flash your tongue? If these two weapons are really as powerful as you said, is it necessary for Uchiha Itachi to endure the humiliation and undercover in the Akatsuki organization? Why didn't he just kill the Akatsuki organization with these two weapons? Uchiha Sasuke's excited nerves immediately chilled, because he found that what Glossi said was very reasonable. You just said that I'm just a little warrior, and it's like you've seen the real means of a warrior. Glossi said coldly. Today I will reluctantly let you see what a real warrior's means. For the recruits, Gullos raised up to the sky and screamed, and a breath that was so powerful that it was trembling instantly diffused and enveloped the ground with a radius of several thousand meters. This is the aura of a powerful person at the martial emperor level, suppressing all people below the martial emperor level. Advertisement, Om. Suddenly, huge ancient characters appeared around Glossi. These ancient characters were like cast steel, with an unspeakable texture. They tore the air fiercely and hit Susanoo fiercely. Dang! 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 The deafening roar continued to sound, and one after another huge ancient characters slammed on the 8-foot mirror, like a roar of thunder, in all directions. How is it possible? Uchiha Sasuke was horrified to find that the 8-foot mirror was also deeply imprinted. The 8-foot mirror is an artifact that claims to be able to defend against all attacks. How could it be so deeply imprinted by the opponent? It can defend my faming 9 heavens, it's not bad. Glossi nodded and said faintly. Although he was complimenting, it was very unpleasant to fall into Uchiha Sasuke's ears, full of sarcasm and disdain. Go to hell! Uchiha Sasuke yelled. Kai! The 10-fist sword was swung, and the fiery red light made the sky dazzling, and the dazzling light suddenly flooded the place where Glossi was. Glossi did not move like a mountain, moved like a gust of wind, and his figure left a shadow in the sky like a dream. He avoided the attack of Uchiha Sasuke's sword at an incredible speed, and then he raised his hand to destroy the sky fiercely, hacked out. You will never break my defense! Uchiha Sasuke yelled. The 8-foot mirror in Susanoo's left hand smashed forward. Not only did he want to completely block Glossi's attack, but he also wanted to take this opportunity to defend and attack and fight for the initiative. Advertisement. When Glossi's palm knife was severely stamped on the 8-foot mirror, and the 8-foot mirror instantly radiated and was extremely blazing. An unpredictable force circulated on the mirror surface, dissolving Glossi's shocking blow. It's terrible defense, Glossi secretly said in his heart. Gurozi, today is the time for me to rectify my name for myself and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke shouted. He urged Susanoo to continuously swing the 10-fist sword in his right hand, severing 7 swords in succession, and shrouded Glossi in the form of a cross. You will always be a tragedy in front of me. Glossi fluttered wildly, his eyes flashed with cold electricity, and he let out a long roar, like a primordial demon mountain, with the potential to break the world in the palms of his hands. The incredible Wily slammed into the 8-foot mirror fiercely. Dang! 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 Every palm of Glossi has a mighty force, and he banged on the 8-foot mirror impartially, and the deafening sound spread for dozens of miles. Everyone couldn't help their faces changing color. They knew that this direction must be. There was an earth-shattering duel. Uchiha Sasuke's face changed color. He was forced to take Glossi's 23 blows, and the dazzling light bloomed from the 8-foot mirror, illuminating the world like daylight. The 8-foot mirror is indeed worthy of a legendary artifact, and it has completely defended Glossi's arrogant attack, but Uchiha Sasuke's face was pale and a little unsustainable. That terrible force was transmitted through the 8-foot mirror, making him shake every time, even if it was across the 8-foot mirror, even if it was across Susanoo, he felt a little overwhelmed. That kind of power is beyond the limit of human beings, comparable to gods and demons. Chapter 201 Beheaded. So horrible. The power of Glossi's Hand of the Destroyer with the Martial Emperor level cultivation base is really terrifying. Although Uchiha Sasuke blocked all offensives with an 8-foot mirror, the terrifying force came through, shaking. His body trembled violently and his face was pale. Yes, the 8-foot mirror can withstand that terrible power, but Uchiha Sasuke cannot withstand it. His physical strength is not strong enough to support Glossi's long-term high-strength combat. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, working desperately on Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power, trying his best to maintain Susanoo. Otherwise, he was afraid that if Susanoo collapsed again, he would be killed by Glossi directly. Uchiha Sasuke, didn't you mean to show me the true power of the Uchiha clan? Glossi said coldly. What's wrong with you now? You have become a turtle. Uchiha Sasuke was furious. What are you? If it's a man, then let go of your hands and feet, Glossi shouted. At this moment, Glossi was high in fighting spirit, and his aura was like a rainbow. The blood in his body seemed to boil in the past. He used the power of the Hand of Heaven to ultimate and pressed Uchiha Sasuke to beat him. Uchiha Sasuke was unwilling to be passively beaten all the time. While manipulating Susanoo to dodge, he swung the 10-fist sword to counterattack Glossi. However, Glossi's speed was so fast that he could not trace Glossi's trail at all. Boom! 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 After dozens of consecutive blows, Glossi slammed back. He smiled coldly at Uchiha Sasuke and said, Uchiha Sasuke, I wonder if you found out. There is a fatal weakness in the 8-foot mirror in your hand? What weakness? Uchiha Sasuke said solemnly. After a brief battle with Glossi, he finally knew the huge gap between himself and Glossi. Even if he had a 10-fist sword and an 8-foot mirror, he couldn't help Glossi at all. The defensive angle of the 8-foot mirror is only 180 degrees, and it can't completely defend you at all, Glossi said. I've known this kind of thing a long time ago, so what? Uchiha Sasuke said sternly. Advertisement, so what? Glossi said with a smile. This means I can attack from behind you. Woo! As soon as Glossi's voice fell, his figure flew out at lightning speed. His speed is too fast, not much slower than traveling through space. Inferno style. Furniture life. Uchiha Sasuke was startled in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately activated Amaterasu to put a black flame barrier behind him. Without the 8-foot mirror, what can you do with black flame? Glossi said disdainfully. Boom! A huge palm emerged out of thin air and patted Susanoo's back fiercely. Susanoo trembled violently, and tiny cracks appeared on it, looking shocking. His power is stronger than before, Uchiha Sasuke said with a cold heart, shocked. Boom. 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 After dozens of bombardments by the hand of Heaven Slayer, Susanoo was punched through a large palm-shaped hole, which was clearly visible, and that Susanoo could no longer withstand Glossi's domineering attack, and collapsed into a gasified chakra, dissipated in the air. Ah! Uchiha Sasuke yelled violently. Susanoo was forcibly smashed by Gullos, and he suffered a powerful backlash, and blood spurted out of his mouth, miserable. Bang dang. The 8-foot mirror fell heavily on the ground, smashing the ground with smoke and dust. Bang. The 10-fist sword turned into a huge gourd again, and fell to the ground, losing its owner. Uchiha Sasuke, it's over, Glossi said lightly, advertisement. He stepped up to Uchiha Sasuke and slammed a punch. Uchiha Sasuke's body was torn apart and turned into blood. So far, the only surviving blood of the Uchiha clan has disappeared. These two weapons are extraordinary, almost comparable to the magic weapon of the martial arts. Glossi said to himself while putting away the 8-foot mirror and 10-fist sword. The 10-fist sword, the 8-foot mirror, plus Uchiha Sasuke's eternal pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, should be enough for Tenten to protect themselves. Uchiha Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is very precious, he will naturally not throw it away, it would be a shame. Pig other people's eyes, I really didn't expect that I would do this kind of dishonest thing. Glossi laughed at himself. He first sent the 10-punch sword, 8-foot mirror, Uchiha Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Uzumaki Naruto back to Wuzong with the Flying Thunder God technique, and then flew back again. Sasori, Hyuga Neji, and Kimimaro are still fighting in Konoha village, so he can't sit idly by. Glossi quietly retreated from the 8 inner gates. His physique was incredible, and he could withstand the terrible side effects. He is like a okay person, walking briskly under his feet, walking through Konoha village. From a distance, he saw Kimimaro being besieged by a group of ninjas in Konoha village. Kimimaro's eyes were cold and his momentum was like a rainbow. Although he was fighting alone, he did not lose the wind. He used the dead bone pulse as a weapon to display the martial arts mentality taught by Glossi, and there was no one in his hand, enemy. At Kimimaro's feet, there were a dozen dead bodies piled up. Yes, he is the one who can inherit my mantle in the future, Glossi nodded and said to himself. Do you want to believe the less? Suddenly, Sasori's indifferent voice came from a distance. In that case, the red secret skill 100 machine exercises. Glossi looked up and was surprised to find that Sasori had released more than 100 humanoid puppets at once. As soon as these humanoid puppets appeared, they drowned the Konoha village ninja besieging Sasori, and then screams kept coming. They are all able to deal with it easily. I don't know what happened to Neji. The direction under Glossi's feet changed, and he walked toward the Hyuga clan's land like lightning. Chapter 202 Blood Repayment. The Hyuga clan, the oldest clan in Konoha village, possesses the powerful blood succession boundary of Byakugan, and is famous all over the world. In a sense, the status of this clan is not inferior to that of the Senju and Uchiha clan, and the status is respected. Although there are few cage-level experts in this family, Jonin and quasi-cage-level experts are emerging in endlessly powerful and awesome. And there are many terrible legends about this clan. People once said that the origin of this clan is extremely terrifying, and its ancestor is most likely the younger brother of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Of course, this legend has never been confirmed, and the Hyuga clan has never responded to this question positively. However, the arrogance of the Hyuga clan is well known. Not only are they very indifferent to people outside their clan, but they are as cold as those who belong to the branch house of the clan. It is for this reason that the land of the Hyuga clan is very deserted, except for the people of the same clan. Basically no outsiders can be seen. However, today's night was particularly lively, because a person who had been expelled from the family and regarded as a dead, suddenly appeared. Hyuga Neji, the young man known as the most outstanding genius in the history of the Hyuga clan, returned after more than 2 years of betraying the ethnic group and betraying the village. Moreover, the returning Hyuga Neji is powerful and scary, not to mention the young generation in the clan. Even the middle-aged generation in the clan is not his opponent. From the moment Hyuga Neji appeared, 13 people had been defeated by him with one move, and there were many elite Chunin-level masters among them. Even a strong man who had just entered the realm of Jonin was defeated by one of its tricks, and there was no resistance at all, which shocked all the Hyuga people. He has become so strong, an old man of the Hyuga clan muttered to himself. He once admired Hyuga Neji very much, and felt very sad about Hyuga Neji's defection, but now he sees Hyuga Neji reappearing in this sweeping posture, naturally, with mixed feelings. He is hailed as the strongest genius in the history of the Hyuga clan. A middle-aged man said shockingly. His current strength may have surpassed that of the patriarch. Impossible. He is only a 15 or 16-year-old boy, how could he be more than the patriarch? This is impossible, the other almost yelled in denial. Does the dignified Konoha No. 1 gate only have such a little strength? Although Hyuga Neji is thin and not tall, he has a commanding aura at this moment, and he is afraid to attack the crowd surrounding him, said the Hyuga tribe. Boy, you are really arrogant, a grumpy man shouted sharply. Advertisement, boom. Hyuga Neji didn't speak, just a light wave of his right hand, and immediately hit the key point of the person's lower abdomen, closing the key point of chakra in his lower abdomen. This is 8 trigrams air palm. The grumpy man stared at Hyuga Neji and said in disbelief. He does the same with 8 trigrams air palm, but where can it be used so lightly and superbly? Even their patriarch may not be able to use it better than Hyuga Neji. Yes, it is the 8 trigrams air palm. Hyuga Neji said lightly. It's just a mere chunin, who dares to speak wildly to me, and he doesn't know how to live or die. You. The grumpy man was furious when he heard this. Slap. Slap. Hyuga Neji looked cold and waved his right hand twice in a row. The grumpy man immediately slapped him twice firmly. Hyuga Neji used a lot of strength, and the man's cheeks immediately swelled, and at first glance it looked like a marinated pig's head, which made people shudder. Go. Hyuga Neji said coldly. Dare to say one more word and take your life. Ah. How can a grumpy man endure such humiliation? He would rather die immediately than be so insulted in front of everyone. When my words are the wind. A cold light flashed in Hyuga Neji's eyes, and the 8 trigrams air palm unfolded again, hitting the grumpy man's temples mercilessly. He came to the Hyuga clan for revenge, and then killed everyone here to capture Byakugan and sublimate his eyes to the legendary Tensagen. How could he be merciful? Advertisement, Neji, stop. At this moment, a low roar came from a distance, and a powerful palm flew to block Hyuga Neji's 8 trigrams air palm, and the grumpy man rescued. Master Patriarch. You are finally here, Lord Patriarch. My Patriarch, please kill this traitor. Countless members of the Hyuga clan are cheering. In their impression, the Patriarch is an invincible superpower. No matter how strong Hyuga Neji is, it is impossible to rival their Patriarch. Hyuga Hiyashi, are you finally daring to show up? There was a sharp flash in Hyuga Neji's eyes, and the murderous intent immediately boiled over. A powerful and terrifying aura spread in an instant, shocking everyone's hearts. This is the breath of a cage-level powerhouse. Hyuga Tokuma, who was behind Hyuga Hiyashi, widened his eyes and said incredulously. It's really the strongest genius in the history of the Hyuga clan. It's really amazing. It has grown to such a point without seeing it in just over 2 years. Sure enough, you inherited all of Hizashi's talents. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Hyuga Neji intently without blinking, and said softly. Back then, I shouldn't have the position of Patriarch, I should give it to Hizashi. Hyuga Hiyashi, do you find it interesting to say this now? Hyuga Neji snapped. The hatred of your parents is not shared. Today is the time for you to pay your debts. Is the blood debt paid? Hyuga Hiyashi murmured. That's what I said. In fact, from the moment Hizashi died, I knew that this day would definitely come. Chapter 203 Kill all Hyuga. Hyuga Hiyashi, don't you pretend to be in front of me. Hyuga Neji felt sick when seeing the look on Hyuga Hiyashi's face, wishing to slap his head with a slap. When you forced my father to death, did you ever say something like this? Do you think that the false compassion and repentance of a crocodile weeping in front of me will shake my determination to kill you? Blood debt, only blood can be tasted, he said abruptly. You are right, the blood debt is only the taste of blood. Hyuga Hiyashi said with a wry smile. Since you want to kill me so much to avenge your father, then rush over quickly and don't linger there. Okay, then I will use my most powerful force to kill you as you wish, Hyuga Neji said sharply. Brush. The next moment, Hyuga Neji's body turned into a flash of lightning, and he came to Hyuga Hiyashi at incredible speed. His eyes were cold and murderous, and he swung his right palm and slapped it on the top of Hyuga Hiyashi's head. The wind screamed, and the sound of breaking through the air was extremely sharp and violent. He did not leave any spare energy. He tried his best to fight Hyuga Hiyashi in the shortest time. Hyuga Neji is very smart. He knows that the Hyuga clan masters are like clouds. Although there are no cage-level powerhouses, there are 5 or 6 Jonins, which should not be underestimated. And Hyuga Hiyashi is a cage-level expert, and if they join hands to deal with him, he will also feel a headache. Therefore, as soon as he came up, he went all out and did not leave any hands. He used the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan and the martial arts mentality taught to him by Glossi. It was strong and fierce, and it was difficult to parry. It's amazing. Hyuga Hiyashi exclaimed. Not only did you fully master the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, you also gave birth to the most rigid power from the supreme suppleness. You are indeed the most terrifying genius in history. While talking, he used the gentle fist method, 64 palms, to defend. What he practices is the most orthodox gentle fist, with a soft but inexhaustible palm strength, a powerful toughness that makes people helpless, and a very strong defense. Hyuga Neji's hands are strong and soft, and they are infinitely powerful. Once the offensive is launched, it will be like the Yangtze River, surging endlessly. Hyuga Hiyashi focused on defense. Although Hyuga Neji was suppressed by the downwind, the defense was not leaking. No matter how hard Hyuga Neji attacked, he could not be taken down. In an instant, the two played against each other for dozens of rounds, which is intractable. Oh my god. That kid is so terrible that he can fight so many moves against the Patriarch without defeat. A man in his 20s said in disbelief. Advertisement, it's not just undefeated. That kid has always been in an active and dominant position, and he is pressing our Patriarch to fight. An elderly man murmured. With the eyes of his elite Chunin, he was naturally more accurate than the young man. What? You said that the Patriarch has been pressed and beaten? The young man said in shock. If I didn't guess wrong, that kid should be a cage-level powerhouse, the old man said in a deep voice. Although our patriarch is strong, he is still only cage-level, and defeat is a matter of time. How could this be? The young man murmured while looking at Hyuga Neji. Hyuga Hiyashi, it's over. The fierce battle lasted for about 5 minutes. Hyuga Neji slammed the martial arts in his body, raised his strength to the highest level, and launched a final blow to Hyuga Hiyashi. Revolving Heaven. Hyuga Hiyashi also knew that at the last moment, he roared and used the strongest defensive skill of the Hyuga clan. Boom. With a loud bang, Hyuga Hiyashi's Revolving Heaven was brutally broken by Hyuga Neji, and the powerful force broke through the Revolving Heaven and bombarded his chest, causing him to be struck by lightning. The blood spurted out and flew out. Master Patriarch. Master Patriarch. How can this be? The members of the Hyuga clan were all stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. The strongest of their clan was defeated, and he was still defeated by a 15 or 6-year-old branch house boy. This was naked, fanned their faces. Advertisement. Hyuga Hiyashi, this is my current strength. Hyuga Neji stared at Hyuga Hiyashi, who was lying on the ground and vomiting blood, and said sternly, "This kind of power is all forced out by you, and today my kind of power will all bloom because of you." You. What do you want to do? Hyuga Hiyashi seemed to hear the off-string sound in Hyuga Neji's words. His face changed drastically, and he shouted sharply. "I want to kill you all." Hyuga Neji said sternly, "I want you all to go to hell to bury my father." "Are you crazy?" Hyuga Hiyashi shouted. "Your father's death back then did have something to do with me, but it has nothing to do with the ethnic group. It was my arbitrariness back then." "It's late," Hyuga Neji said coldly. "Back then, Uchiha Itachi killed the Uchiha clan alone, but today, Hyuga Neji will follow his example and kill the Hyuga clan." "Are you worthy of your father?" Hyuga Hiyashi yelled. "I just need to be worthy of my heart," Hyuga Neji said. "I know a little bit about what happened back then, maybe my father's death has something else hidden, but I really don't want to know. Because there is only one thing I want to do now, and that is to kill you all and avenge him. It's just revenge instead of seeking the truth about what happened back then." Hyuga Hiyashi smiled bitterly. "Okay, I get it. Since you have such awareness, let's go on the road." Hyuga Neji walked towards Hyuga Hiyashi without any hesitation. "Can I beg you for one thing?" Hyuga Hiyashi said suddenly. "Can you let Hanabi go? She is innocent?" "No." Hyuga Neji seemed to have fallen into a demon at this time, categorically rejecting Hyuga Hiyashi. He slapped Hyuga Hiyashi's forehead with a fierce palm. In an instant, the blood burst into light, and the frightening white liquid splashed all over, making it creepy. "Next, it's your turn." After killing Hyuga Hiyashi, Hyuga Neji turned his head to the Hyuga clan members who had been frightened and said sternly. "Except for her in chapter 204. Woo! Hyuga Neji is like a fierce cheetah hunting, like a gust of wind, like lightning, rushed into the crowd before the people of the Hyuga clan reacted, and launched a large-scale killing." Puff! Hyuga Neji patted it out with a light palm, like a butterfly flying through a flower. It broke through the defense of a big man in an instant, hit his chest, and spit out a feminine force, which immediately shattered the viscera. Call! Hyuga Neji took another palm shot and hit the other person's head. That person's head immediately turned into a rotten watermelon, torn apart, with bright red blood and pale brains splashing, making it creepy. Bang! 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 Hyuga Neji shot 5 or 6 palms in a row, and the 8 trigrams air palm transmitted terrible power to the Hyuga tribe through the void, knocking 5 people to the ground in an instant and dying. At this moment, Hyuga Neji, like a tiger descending into a flock of sheep, carried out a bloody slaughter of the Hyuga clan. Every time he shoots, a Hyuga tribe will fall in a pool of blood. This is an unfair duel, this is a bloody killing. What? Help! Help! Don't kill me, please, don't kill me. Damn traitor, go and die. Advertisement. A scream and roar came from the Hyuga clan population. They either reluctantly accepted the fate of death, or desperately resisted trying to change their own destiny, but the ending was already doomed and faced. With cage-level strength, Hyuga Neji, they can only die. One person after another fell in a pool of blood, and they died in different ways, or their heads were smashed, or their internal organs were shattered, or their hearts were pierced. The death was terrifying. However, they all have one characteristic in common, that is, their eyes are still intact. Yes, their Byakugan is still intact. What a Hyuga Neji, I can actually drop my hand. Glossi stood on a building on the highest floor of the Hyuga clan, observed the bloody battle between the two sides with martial arts eyes, and nodded approvingly. In this way, it is necessary for me to take him to the Uzumaki clan to meet Otsutsuki Hamura. What? With the last scream, Hyuga Neji rushed to the depths of the Hyuga clan without any hesitation after killing the last Hyuga clan. He firmly remembered what Glossi had said to him. The more Byakugan he collected, the greater the chance of his eyes evolving into Tenseigan. Hyuga Neji was covered with blood all over his body, like a bloodthirsty demon rushing out of hell, and it was so terrifying that people could see the unstoppable chills. Damn traitor! We fight with you. As the oldest clan in Konoha village, the Hyuga clan naturally has its strong pride and capital. 2 elite Chunin and 1 Jonin rushed out from the corner to try the pin shape pinch attack on Hyuga Neji. Revolving heaven! Hyuga Neji exclaimed sternly. Boom! In an instant, a powerful and violent chakra erupted from Hyuga Neji's body, blasting all 3 of them away. Moreover, a force that was as strong as the first yang poured into their bodies, instantly destroying all the meridians in their bodies, and beating them into useless people. Hyuga Neji now has Kage-level strength, and has completely mastered the blood inheritance limits of the Hyuga clan Gentle Fist and Byakugan. At this time, facing the Hyuga clan, they naturally have an absolute advantage. They will kill directly without any suspense. I would rather die than surrender. Someone rushed up with a roar. His strength is very weak, but an ordinary chunin, but he did not hesitate to rush up to fight Hyuga Neji, his eyes full of determination. Advertisement, bang. Hyuga Neji didn't move at all, cut his heart with a palm and killed him. Neji, are you crazy? Suddenly, a beautiful 11 or 12-year-old girl rushed from a distance. She stared at Hyuga Neji with a pair of Byakugan, and shouted sharply. I'm indeed crazy. I want to kill everyone in the Hyuga clan completely today. Hyuga Neji yelled frantically. Back then Uchiha Itachi killed the Uchiha clan by himself, but today I will follow his path and kill the Hyuga clan. You said you want to kill the Hyuga clan? Hyuga Hanabi keenly caught the meaning of Hyuga Neji's words. Her face turned pale as paper, and she asked in a trembling voice. My father, where is he? He has been killed by me, Hyuga Neji said coldly. What? Did you kill my father? Hyuga Hanabi's expression suddenly became savage, and he said viciously. Neji, although you are the person I admire most, but today I am going to kill you to avenge my father. I killed your father to avenge my father, and now you want to kill me to avenge your father, ha ha ha. Hyuga Neji laughed up to the sky, as if he was crazy. It's not me who is wrong, but this ninja world. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga Hanabi roared towards Hyuga Neji. All this is just a nightmare, let's end it. Hyuga Neji's eyes flashed murderously. He suddenly lifted his right palm and slapped it at Hyuga Hanabi, trying to kill him with a single blow. She is Hinata's younger sister and can't be killed. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Hyuga Neji, lightly shot and grabbed Hyuga Neji's attacked right palm, and said lightly. My lord, it's you. Hyuga Neji was taken aback, and hurriedly knelt on one knee, and said respectfully. Get up, Glossi said. Except for her, all members of the Hyuga clan were killed. Chapter 205 The New Hyuga Hanabi. Yes, Sectmaster. Hyuga Neji said loudly. Go, Glossi said lightly. Hyuga Neji took a deep look at Hyuga Hanabi, then suddenly stretched out and galloped towards the depths of the Hyuga clan. Hold on, Neji. Hyuga Hanabi was very anxious. She knew that once Hyuga Neji was allowed to rush in, the Hyuga clan would surely usher in the tragic catastrophe, which was terrible. However, Hyuga Neji turned a deaf ear to Hyuga Hanabi, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Neji! 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 Hyuga Hanabi yelled desperately. Don't shout, it's useless. Glossi said lightly. The fate of the Hyuga clan being annihilated has long been doomed, and there is no way to change it. Let go of me, you disgusting ugly, Hyuga Hanabi shouted at Glossi angrily. Don't get in the way. As Glossi said, he opened the martial arts eyes and penetrated an incredibly powerful spiritual force into Hyuga Hanabi's spiritual consciousness. He wants to erase all of Hyuga Hanabi's past memories with his great mana, so that he can completely eliminate this big trouble. What did you do to me? Hyuga Hanabi stared at Glossi, and said intermittently. She is trying her best to fight against the erosion of Glossi's powerful mental power, but how can she fight against Glossi with her weak mental power? Soon, Hyuga Hanabi's consciousness weakened. Everything in her mind about her father, mother, and even the Hyuga clan became blurred until it disappeared completely. From now on, you are a brand new Hyuga Hanabi. Glossi smiled at Hyuga Hanabi and said. Come on, I'll take you to meet your sister Hinata. Hyuga Hanabi. Who is she? Hyuga Hanabi widened his eyes, looked at Glossi in surprise, and asked. Who are you? Who is Hinata? Why are you taking me to see her? Advertisement, Hinata is your sister, and I am your brother-in-law, Glossi said. As for some details, ask after you meet your sister Hinata. Oh, I know. Although Hyuga Hanabi was suspicious, he nodded obediently. Glossi brought Hyuga Hanabi back to Wuzong with the Flying Thunder God technique, and handed it to Hyuga Hinata, and informed her of the extermination of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hinata's expression darkened at first, and then he became indifferent. Except for Hanabi, I don't care about anyone in the clan. Glossi did not speak, but reached out and patted Hyuga Hinata on the shoulder as a sign of relief. He knew that Hyuga Hinata must be very sad. No matter how Hyuga Hiyashi treats her, it is her father after all, more or less still emotional. He is not good at comforting others, so he can only pin his hopes on Hyuga Hanabi. In fact, Glossi's only purpose in saving Hyuga Hanabi was to keep her by Hyuga Hinata's side in order to prevent future generations of people who lost their parents and lost him. Hyuga Hinata would find short sights. When Glossi returned to the Hyuga clan land again, he found that there was no one alive here. Where I entered the eyes, there were corpses that fell to the ground everywhere, and the bright red blood stained the ground and condensed into a small river. The air was filled with disgusting stench, which made people extremely uncomfortable. Back. Glossi said lightly. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji was covered in blood and filled with a chilling murderous aura, but he was as respectful as ever in the face of Glossi, without even a half-point neglect. You killed everyone in the Hyuga clan? Glossi asked. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji nodded. You did a good job. Glossi smiled and said. Well, you immediately collect the Byakugan here, we need to leave here. Yes, Sect Master. Hyuga Neji said excitedly. Advertisement. Half an hour later, Glossi, Hyuga Neji, Kimimaro, and Sasori met again on the Hokage rock. Where is that kid? Why didn't he come? Sasori frowned and asked. He had a battle with Uchiha Sasuke, so he was very impressed. He will never show up again, Glossi said lightly. He died. Dead? Who killed it? Hyuga Neji was taken aback and asked. If I remember correctly, besides Lord Jiraiya and third Hokage, there is no third cage-level master in Konoha village, right? I killed him. Glossi smiled and said. Is the Sovereign Lord killed him? The three asked in disbelief and shock. Uchiha Sasuke gained the power of Uchiha Itachi, turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, and made great progress. Glossi said lightly. And he, who had gained a new powerful force, challenged me, so I killed him. It's a good kill, I've seen him displeased a long time ago, Kimimaro said coldly. Obviously I have no abilities, but I always pretend to look like a peerless master, which makes people feel disgusting. Did he get the power of Uchiha Itachi? Sasori said in surprise. But it's no wonder that he has such a powerful force in an instant, and it's normal for his self-confidence to expand extremely. Did he turn on Mangekyo Sharingan? Hyuga Neji murmured. Mangekyo Sharingan is an advanced pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. It is very powerful. As a competitor of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan naturally knows it very well. If Uchiha Sasuke really turns on Mangekyo Sharingan, doesn't it mean that Sasuke's strength has surpassed him? He transplanted Uchiha Itachi's eyes and got the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, very powerful. Glossi said in a deep voice. I originally planned to focus on training him, but I never thought that he would dare to betray me. It would be a shame to die, hey. Chapter 206 Hyuga Neji's Oath. What? He not only turned on Mangekyo Sharingan, but also the legendary eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Hyuga Neji was even more shocked, unable to believe his ears. Mangekyo Sharingan is rare, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is a pupil technique that only exists in legends. In history, only the majestic Konohashira Uchiha Madara once had this power. If Uchiha Sasuke really gets the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, doesn't it mean that Uchiha Sasuke's strength far surpasses him, even beyond the level of cage level? However, despite this, such a powerful Uchiha Sasuke was killed by Glossi. What kind of realm has Glossi's strength reached? I killed Uchiha Sasuke and took away his eternal pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, Glossi said flatly. I am going to transplant this pair of eyes to Jiyu Zingyue. The eyes of the Uchiha clan can indeed be transplanted, but it will cause terrible burden and pressure on the host. Without the physical strength corresponding to it, it is impossible to control it, Sasori said. He was very interested in Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, and captured a Jonin from Uchiha and transplanted his eyes onto his body. The pupils of those eyes are very powerful, but the side effects are also extremely terrible. Maintaining the normal use of those eyes requires more than 70% of his chakra. Therefore, he quickly abandoned Sharingan, specializing in his own special puppetry, and eventually became a generation of puppet masters, reaching the pinnacle of cage level, not weaker than others. I know this and it doesn't get in the way. Glossi smiled and said, Jiyu Zingyue cultivated the martial arts mentality I passed on to her. She is absolutely stronger than the Uchiha clan. She must be able to control this pair of eyes well. Budo mentality? Sasori was taken aback and asked. The martial arts mentality is a cultivation system I created, specializing in the physical body and proficient in physical skills. Glossi explained. It's a pity that you have already transformed yourself into a puppet, otherwise you can also practice. My whole life is only for the art of puppetry, Sasori said. Advertisement. Okay. Let's not say much, let's go back. Glossi's gaze flicked across Sasori, Kimimaro, and Hyuga Neji one by one, and then launched the Flying Thunder God technique, back to Wuzong. Sasori, Kimimaro, you two should go back and rest first. Glossi fixed his gaze on Hyuga Neji and said, Neji, you stay. Yes, Lord Sovereign, the three responded together. Sovereign Lord, you left me. Hyuga Neji didn't know what was wrong, and always felt very uncomfortable, especially when he thought of Uchiha Sasuke's death in the hands of Glossi, and there was a burst of backlash. Cold. Do you want to turn on Tensagen right away? Glossi said straightforwardly without any inflections. Yes. Hyuga Neji said loudly. Well, if that's the case, then you start to retreat and fuse the Byakugan you got, Glossi said. Ah, so fast? Hyuga Neji was taken aback. Master Sect Master, there is no need to be so impatient, right? It's not that I am impatient, but the situation is forced. Glossi said lightly. I captured 9 Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Both the Masked Man and the Akatsuki organization will come soon. Although I am not afraid of them, your strength is insufficient. I don't want to be dragged down because of you guys. And distracted. The Masked Man has Ju, Kisame, and the Akatsuki organization is even more masterful and difficult to deal with. You must gain stronger power in a short period of time to protect yourself, understand? He stared at Hyuga Neji intently, said. I understand, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji took a deep breath and said. That's it for you to blend those Byakugans with confidence and boldness. I will personally protect the law for you today. Glossi said. As long as I am not dead, absolutely no one can interfere with you. Master Shay. Hyuga Neji knelt on one knee and said moved. Advertisement. The moon is full and the stars are sparse, and the black magpie flies south. The night tonight is exceptionally beautiful, the night is as cold as water, and occasionally a breeze blows in, which makes people feel refreshed and very comfortable. However, in a certain corner of Wuzong, powerful energy fluctuations continued to erupt, like a beast that was angry, constantly roaring at the sky. Of course, this roar is Chakra's riot, and no one else is aware of it except Jonin and the cage-level powerhouse. Wuzong's Anbu was alarmed, and 9 groups of people came to investigate. However, Glossi dispelled their doubts as soon as he appeared, and let them retreat quietly. Is this the advanced state of Byakugan, Tenseigan? Glossi observed Hyuga Neji with martial arts eyes, and said in admiration. This kind of power has surpassed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and it is indeed the bloodline power handed down by Otsutsuki Hamura. I just don't know how Rinnegan, owned by the leader of Akatsuki, compares with Tenseigan. Soon, the whole night passed, and the powerful aura was condensed. Hyuga Neji walked out step by step with a pair of strange eyes. At this time, Hyuga Neji did not reveal any energy aura, but he gave people a strange feeling. He seemed to be able to fight against Glossi. You have become stronger, Glossi said with a grin suddenly. This is the cultivation and perfection of Lord Sect Master. Hyuga Neji was silent for a while, then suddenly knelt on the ground, and said in a deep voice. No matter when, no matter where, no matter how strong my strength is, you will always be my lord. Neji, why are you doing this? Glossi said. Your strength now has already surpassed me, and you don't need to be so respectful to me anymore. My lord, please don't humiliate me, Hyuga Neji said loudly. I am just a sword of Lord Sect Master. I will only slash towards Lord Sect Master's enemies, but I will never be able to point Lord Sect Master at you. Chapter 458. Auto-generated chapter title, the 207th chapter Martial Arts Taboo Secret Method. Very good, ha ha ha. Glossi stared at Hyuga Neji for a moment, and suddenly laughed. Hyuga Neji, I did not misunderstand you. You are many times stronger than the Byakugan wolf of Uchiha Sasuke. Sovereign Lord, Hyuga Neji is not someone who doesn't know good or bad, Hyuga Neji said. It was you who rescued me from the seal of the Hyuga clan caged bird, and taught me the martial arts. Now you have opened the legendary Eye of Rebirth. Such a great virtue, I will never forget it. Okay. I understand your intentions, Glossi said with a grin. Go and merge and absorb all the Byakugan you got from Konoha village. Now you have the qualifications to get the reincarnation eye. Ah, what? Hyuga Neji couldn't help but was taken aback when he heard it. Didn't he get the reincarnation eye just now? My lord, I don't understand what you were talking about. Everything just now was an illusion, Glossi said. Whether you get the reincarnation eye or your strength soars more than 10 times overnight, it is all an illusion. This? How is this possible? Hyuga Neji's eyes widened and his face was shocked, and said incredulously. Could it be that he fell into the illusion of Glossi just now? However, when did all this start? Unknowingly, drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and a deep chill rose from his back, and instantly filled his whole body, making him unable to resist shivering and lingling. If he had even the slightest disrespect for Glossi before, would he have followed Uchiha Sasuke's footsteps and was ruthlessly killed by Glossi? Tenseigan's power is very powerful, not weaker than the legendary Rinnegan of Sage of Six Paths. Glossi said lightly. Such a terrible power, I will naturally give it to someone I can trust. You have my approval now, go quickly. Yes, Sect Master. Hyuga Neji said in a panic. Neji, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have tempted you like this. Glossi said silently in his heart looking at Hyuga Neji, who was full of trepidation. Advertisement. This is unfair to Hyuga Neji, but Glossi has to do it because he can't afford to gamble. If Wuzong appears a traitor after Uchiha Sasuke, it will definitely be a fatal blow to Wuzong. If Neji gets the Eye of Reincarnation, I am afraid that his strength will explode by more than 10 times in an instant, surpassing the level of cage level. Glossi said to himself. If that's the case, isn't my strength a bit insufficient? No, I must also improve my strength. By the way, didn't Uzumaki Naruto seal half of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox in his body? If I absorb the power of the half of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, I should be able to enter the martial emperor realm in an instant. Woo! Glossi didn't hesitate for a while and just did what he said. He flew away with a flying thunder god technique, and then grabbed Uzumaki Naruto back in less than 5 seconds. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was still in deep sleep, unaware that the danger was approaching him. Nine-Tails Demon Fox, we meet again. Glossi grinned at the Nine-Tails Demon Fox in Uzumaki Naruto, showing 2 rows of white sensen teeth in his mouth. Damn it, stinky kid, what do you want to do? Nine-Tails Demon is worthy of being an existence that has gone through countless years. He immediately noticed the danger and yelled at Glossi. You'll know soon, Glossi said with a grin at the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Roar! The Nine-Tails Demon Fox uttered an earth-shattering roar, and the powerful and tyrannical red chakra was like boiling volcanic magma, bursting out of Uzumaki Naruto's body, rolling up, and soaring into the sky. Uzumaki Naruto's body is very fragile, and he can't bear the terrifying power of the Nine-Tails Monster Fox comparable to the realm of Emperor Wu. Normally, the Nine-Tails Demon Fox will carefully control its own energy, so as not to over-injure Uzumaki Naruto's body. But now that it is aware of the crisis of death, how can it care for Uzumaki Naruto? Immediately burst out his strongest strength. Yin and Yang 8 sign seal, activate. Glossi placed his right hand on Uzumaki Naruto's lower abdomen and said softly. In an instant, a blazing light enveloped this place, and immediately suppressed the power bursting out of the Nine-Tails monster fox. This terrible sealing technique has surpassed Sage of Six Paths. How is this possible? Nine-Tails demon screamed in horror. Advertisement, from now on, all your power belongs to me, and you are not qualified to use it, Glossi said lightly. He began to form the mark of martial arts with both hands, and he wanted to use the forbidden secret method to absorb the power of the Nine-Tails demon fox and use it for him. Glossi sat cross-legged in front of Uzumaki Naruto. His mouth kept making creepy noises, an extremely dangerous breath came out of him, and his head full of black hair was in no wind. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant light burst out from Uzumaki Naruto's body, like a tribulation light, instantly illuminating the earth in a radius of tens of miles, making the whole Wuzong seem like daylight. Glossi is using taboo secrets to stimulate the full recovery of the Nine-Tails monster in Uzumaki Naruto, and then use the taboo secrets of martial arts to take all its power away. To recruit, Uzumaki Naruto's closed eyes suddenly opened, and two terrible rays of light came out. Those two beams burst out in an instant, like thunder and lightning, and like Lion Majesty's bitter cold, it made people daunting. It was a pair of terrifying demon eyes. It seemed that the Nine-Tails demon fox in Uzumaki Naruto had completely controlled the body, as if to kill Glossi. At the same time, Glossi's aura suddenly climbed to the extreme. He opened the 8 inner gates, from the first gate to the 7th gate in an instant, and boosted his strength to the realm of the martial emperor. After all, the Nine-Tails demon fox possesses the power of Emperor Wu's elementary level. If he does not raise his strength to the realm of Emperor Wu, it will be difficult to shake it at all. Let's start, Glossi whispered. Swipe, swipe. For the recruitment, Glossi's eyes opened instantly, and two more terrifying rays of light burst out, like two golden lightning bolts, and rushed into Uzumaki Naruto's eyes at once. The eyes of two people communicate with two light beams, like two bridges connecting the world and the earth, connecting the two people together. The blazing light drowned the two people in an instant. Chapter 208 Wawang Peak. Thump. Glossi's body fell to the ground, motionless, as if he had lost his vitality. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto's body was magnificent, and the terrifying power shook all directions. Brush. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes shot out two bright rays, and he scanned all directions. He was like a divine residence that descended from the heavens to the world, flawless and terrifying. Ah, how could this be? Nine-Tails yelled in horror. Who are you? How come you have such a terrifying ability? It was surprised to find that it had lost control of Uzumaki Naruto's body. Moreover, Uzumaki Naruto is still asleep at this time. In other words, the person who now controls Uzumaki Naruto's body is Glossi. This is my martial art taboo secret method, change my life, Glossi said coldly. Life-changing is a forbidden secret technique created by Glossi in his previous life. Seizing homes is nothing more than divine consciousness rushing out and occupying someone's body, while life-changing is 100 times more dangerous than seizing homes. His spirit not only rushed out completely, but also took away all the essence of life. In other words, Glossi's body was empty now, and nothing left was transferred to Uzumaki Naruto's body. Do you want to occupy Uzumaki Naruto's body so that I can be his own? Nine-Tails roared. Please don't think about me with that low-level thinking, Glossi said lightly. What you are talking about is seizing homes, but what I am using is a life-changing technique. Change life. How to change life? Although Nine-Tails Demon Fox didn't understand what Glossi was talking about, it felt a huge crisis coming. You will know soon, Glossi said. Okay. Let's get started, you can slowly experience the so-called life change. Boom. Advertisement. A fierce flame burned. Uzumaki Naruto's whole body was radiant, his expression solemn, and the dazzling divine light soon overwhelmed Uzumaki Naruto. This is burning chakra. The Nine-Tails monster was frightened and angry. What the hell are you doing? It roared, constantly roaring up to the sky. It desperately hits the seal, but how powerful is the yin-yang 8-sign seal from the martial world, especially that it can be broken. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The purest rays of divine light were burnt and refined, surging towards Glossi, who fell on the ground in front. Glossi wants to completely burn the chakra of Nine-Tails Demon Fox, and then consecrate it to his own body. Gradually, Gullos, who was originally empty and without any breath of life, slowly began to glow. His body was undergoing transformation, absorbing the powerful power belonging to the Nine-Tails Demon Fox that burned from Uzumaki Naruto's body. Ah, you damn kid, dare to refine this uncle. Nine-Tails Demon Fox finally understood Glossi's intentions, and it was frightened and angry, yelling frantically. Damn its brat, my uncle must kill you. Scream as much as you want, because in half an hour at most, you will completely disappear, Glossi said lightly. This place was completely shrouded by the skylight, dazzling and dazzling. Looking from a distance, the light boiled, seeming to penetrate the time and space of the ages. The vision of heaven and earth here alarmed Wuzong, Anbu, and other strong men, and they rushed here to investigate, but the avatar of wood style left by Glossi stood up for the first time. As time went by, the light bursting out of Uzumaki Naruto's body became dimmed, while the light on Glossi's body became brighter and brighter. This is a spectacular and terrifying process. Glossi's physique was undergoing astonishing changes, and he soon broke through the realm of the King of Martial Arts and entered a higher domain of the King of Martial Arts. Moreover, his transformation did not end, but continued to advance with the burning of Nine-Tails Demon Fox Chakra, advancing towards the level of Emperor Wu. Glossi's body radiated a mysterious light, and the powerful body was shrouded in light, and it was tempered, and it contained unpredictable terrible power. His martial arts went further, more powerful and terrifying. However, what made Glossi regretted was that no matter how he urged the forbidden secret technique to burn chakra from the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, he still couldn't break into the realm of Emperor Wu. Hey, it's a pity, it's only one step away to become Emperor Wu again. Glossi sighed and said. Advertisement, you should. Damn lil devil, so. Dare to give Ben. Uncle Ben. The Nine-Tails monster fox's power was burned by more than 90%, and it had already become panting, even talking. It is unsustainable. Nine-Tails Demon Fox, goodbye, Glossi said lightly. He urged the taboo secret technique with all his strength, and burned all the remaining chakra of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox at once, and the endless bright light spread from Uzumaki Naruto's body to Glossi's body. With the almost endless chakra from Nine-Tails, Glossi wants to forge a terrifying weapon. Hey, soon after, Glossi's spiritual thoughts carried his life essence into a dazzling rainbow, rushed out, and flew back to his body again. Swipe. Swipe. Guru Zaibu stood up from the ground all of a sudden, opened his eyes, and two horrible rays of light shook out suddenly, like two sharp lightnings, which made people afraid to look directly. His body was shining with light, condensing unimaginable terrible power. He felt that there was an extremely powerful force in his body, and he could smash all obstacles with his bare hands. The realm is at the peak of Emperor Wu, but the combat power is enough to fight against ordinary Emperor Wu. Glossi said to himself. The strength of the martial arts mentality far exceeded his original estimate. Congratulations, Sect Master's strength. Hyuga Neji was the first to kneel on the ground and said loudly. Congratulations, Sect Master's strength. Kimimaro, Sasori and others all knelt on one knee and said loudly. For a time, the sound was like a bell, shaking the heavens and the earth, and it was moving. Okay, get up all the time. Gurozi laughed and said, from now on, I will teach you the martial art of the fourth heaven. He was in a good mood. Master Shay. Everyone shouted in surprise. Chapter 209 is entrusted to Kimimaro. The martial arts mentality is extremely powerful, but everyone who has practiced the martial arts mentality clearly knows its terrible power. This method of cultivation makes their physical bodies incredibly powerful, almost invincible in the first battle of the same rank, and can sweep everything except for some special blood inheritance boundary owners. In the past 2 years or so, Wu Zong's disciples have gone out many times to perform missions, and naturally they have to collide and compete with ninjas in other villages during the missions, and they can sweep their opponents every time, which makes them powerful confident. He has almost paranoid worship for the martial arts mentality he has cultivated. Today, Glossi announced in front of everyone that he would teach the martial arts of the fourth heaven. How did this make them not ecstatic? Thank you, Lord Sovereign. Long live the Lord. Master Sovereign is mighty. Countless Wuzong disciples were shouting wildly, expressing their inner excitement in various ways. Especially the samurai who belonged to the country of iron before, knelt down on the ground and worshipped Glossi. The samurai had already fallen, replaced by the power of a ninja, and only the last Iron Kingdom was still lingering. However, even Mifune Admiral, the core figure of the Iron Kingdom, expressed concern about the future of the samurai, thinking that it would take at most 10 years before the samurai would completely withdraw from the stage of history. At this moment, Glossi appeared out of the sky and rushed out of Konoha village, the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world, as a warrior, which excited all the warriors. However, the long-term and sharp-eyed Mithune nearly blindly pressed bow on Glossi, and led the warrior's power to join him with his father. Now, more than 2 years have passed, and Wu Zong's power has grown at an incredible rate, and it is now worthy of a rivalry with the 5 great ninja villages. Mifune Admiral's own strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the pinnacle of cage level, which gives him a dream-like feeling, like in a dream. Congratulations, Sect Master's great advancement. Admiral Mifune walked quickly in front of Glossi, knelt on one knee, and said sincerely. Haha, get up, you don't need to be polite. Glossi laughed and said, I'll pass on the fourth heaven of martial arts mentality to you, and you can teach it to others separately. Thank you, Sect Master, for your love. Admiral Mifune was taken aback, then overjoyed and said excitedly. Advertisement. How precious is the fourth heaven of martial arts. Glossi said to pass it on to himself first. Doesn't this mean that he has completely trusted him? With a smile on his face, Glossi punched the fourth heaven of martial arts mentality into Mifune Admiral's mind through the martial arts celestial eye, and then said, You can let them all go back to rest. I'll talk about something tomorrow morning. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Admiral Mifune said respectfully. Kimimaro, wait a moment. Then, Glossi said to Kimimaro again. Sovereign Lord, what are you doing? After everyone left, Kimimaro said to Glossi politely. Kimimaro, I have one thing I want to ask you, Glossi said. Sovereign Lord, please. Kimimaro said. Are you interested in being the master of the ninja world? Glossi asked. Master of ninja world? Kimimaro frowned. If nothing happens, I will unify the entire ninja world in the shortest time. Glossi said lightly. And once the ninja world is truly unified, there must be a strong enough existence to deter everyone. Are you willing to be such a person? I want to become stronger, but I am not interested in things like the Lord of the Ninja World at all. Kimimaro said without hesitation. What if this is what I want you to do? Glossi said word by word. If this is what the Sovereign Lord meant, Kimimaro is willing to do it, Kimimaro said loudly. Advertisement, very good. Glossi smiled and said. There are 9 levels of martial arts mentality, and the power is endless and unpredictable. Would you like to learn it? Sect Master, please teach it. Kimimaro knelt on the ground with a hint of ecstasy on his face, exclaiming excitedly. Kimimaro, you are my most optimistic person. In the future, you will definitely be able to carry forward my martial arts mentality. Glossi said. Your blood succession boundary, dead bone pulse, is extremely compatible with the martial arts mind. The fusion between the two is bound to be powerful, allowing you to gain terrible power that surpasses eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the reincarnation eye. As long as you cultivate my martial arts mental skills above the 6th heaven, even if it is the Hyuga Neji rebellion with Tenseigan, you can suppress him with absolute strength. Of course, what I'm talking about is just hypothesis, and I don't mean to specifically target anyone. Glossi smiled. I understand, Lord Sovereign. Kimimaro thought for a moment and said. He is not stupid, on the contrary, he is very smart. He knew that since Glossi had said something like this, it was definitely not aimless. Glossi is warning him, to make him pay attention to all strong men who can pose a threat to him, including Hyuga Neji. Shoo! Shoo! 2 bright rays of light flew out of Guro Saibu Daoshin's eyes, and suddenly blasted into Kimimaro's sea of spiritual consciousness. Is this the complete martial arts mentality? Kimimaro said shockingly. He flipped through it quickly, and found that once the martial arts mental technique was cultivated to above the 7th heaven, it was so powerful that it could smash huge mountains with one punch, smash the ground with one foot, and even the 9th heaven could destroy the entire world in one thought. It was horrible. It's something unique to you, no one can take it away, Glossi said in a deep voice. I put a ban in your mind. Once someone intends to forcibly take the martial arts mentality from your mind, the ban will immediately be launched to kill you. I hope you don't blame me for being too cruel. I know all the painstaking efforts of Lord Sovereign, Kimimaro said seriously. I, Kimimaro, will never let down the expectations of the Lord, and will do my best to complete this task. Chapter 210, I'm afraid this won't work. Is it just a task? Haha. Glossi laughed and said helplessly. Unify the entire ninja world and become the only king. This is the biggest dream of so many heroes throughout the ages, but you don't care about these things at all, it's true. My lord, please forgive me, Kimimaro said. What's wrong with you? Glossi shook his head and said. Okay, it's all right, you can go back and rest. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Kimimaro bowed to Glossi in a salute, then turned and left. Your temper is too simple to be suitable for such things as the Lord of the Ninja World. Even if you do it reluctantly, you will definitely be calculated. Glossi looked at Kimimaro's distant figure and said to himself the language said, because of this, I will pass on the complete martial arts mentality to you. As long as your strength is strong enough to fear anyone's conspiracy and tricks, it will be done. Moreover, I will let Hyuga Neji assist you in secret. You and Hyuga Neji will play the roles of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo of Wuzong. Glossi didn't think too much about this matter, because he still had a long way to go before Broken Void left this world. Refining absorbed the power of half of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, allowing Glossi to step into the 5th heaven of martial arts mentality in one fell swoop, becoming the Emperor of Martial Arts. However, to break the void and break through the bondage between the world and the earth, at least the cultivation of martial saint is required, that is to say, Glossi must step into the 7th heaven of martial arts. Brush. With a flash of light, Glossi carried Uzumaki Naruto on his shoulders and disappeared in an instant. This time, he didn't use the Flying Thunder God technique, but simply tore through the void with his flesh and swiftly walked through it. His current physical body is extremely terrifying, and he can definitely be called invulnerable. Even if he stands still and allows S-level ninjutsu to attack, he will not suffer any harm. It is absolutely terrifying. Glossi came directly to Hokage's office. Advertisement. Who? Jiraiya was lying on the table and correcting the official document, suddenly felt a powerful and terrifying breath, and immediately shuddered and shouted. Master Jiraiya, it's me. Glossi smiled at Jiraiya and said, this is my promise to you, now I will return him to you. He shook his hand and threw Uzumaki Naruto towards Jiraiya. Is he really not dead? Jiraiya was both angry and worried, and quickly reached out to take Uzumaki Naruto over. He explored Uzumaki Naruto's body with celestial art, and soon discovered that although Uzumaki Naruto was weak, his life was not a major problem, so he breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank you. Jiraiya said to Glossi. You don't have to thank me, because this is a promise I made to you. Glossi said lightly. Although Uzumaki Naruto lost 9 tails, he was also a blessing in disguise. He could liberate 90% of the chakra in his body that was originally used to suppress the 9 tails monster. He inherited the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and he is also the parent and child of 4th Hokage. His talent should be very powerful. Yes, I am afraid that even Uchiha Sasuke can't match him. Well, Naruto's talent is indeed not weaker than Sasuke. Jiraiya nodded and said. Where is Sasuke? Where is he now? He asked. It's dead, I killed it, Glossi said. Dead? Jiraiya was taken aback, then smiled bitterly, and said. The child's character is too strong and arrogant, and this result is not beyond my expectation. By the way, one last thing to advise you, Lord Jiraiya. Glossi said suddenly, if you don't want Konoha village to die out completely, it's best not to participate in any hostilities against me. Anything? Jiraiya asked with a serious look. Yes, any. Glossi said lightly, because of Lord Jiraiya, because of the Might Guy, if I don't want to destroy the entire Konoha village without a last resort. However, don't overestimate my feelings for your Konoha village. If you stop me, we'll kill all the way forward. I don't dare to doubt this kind of thing. After all, the Hyuga clan not long ago is a living example. Jiraiya sighed and said. That's a big family with hundreds of people, but it was killed overnight. How similar it is to the Uchiha clan more than 10 years ago. Master Jiraiya, you have wronged me too much by saying this. Glossi smiled. The Uchiha clan was killed by Uchiha Itachi, while the Hyuga clan was killed by Hyuga Neji. It has nothing to do with me. Advertisement, you. Jiraiya's eyes widened, she was speechless. Obviously, he did not expect that Glossi had such a shameless side. Okay, I've finished talking about everything I need to say. Next, I'll see your choice in Konoha village. Glossi said. To survive or to destroy, all masters are in your own hands. Wu. In an instant, Glossi disappeared without a trace. Back to Wu Zong, Glossi did not rest, but quickly formed the mark of martial arts with both hands, preparing to set up a special formation enchantment in the martial world around Wu Zong. He knows that both Uchiha Sasuke and the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Zero Chuon, are powerful, and no one can beat him except him. He didn't want to cause a large number of deaths of the warriors he had devoted himself to training in the past 2 years because of an oversight. Those people can die on the battlefield, but they can't let the enemy slaughter them without any value. 7 days later, Uchiha Obito finally appeared. One of his Mangekyo Sharingan was abandoned and replaced with a Sharingan with a 3-hook jade, and correspondingly, his strength has dropped a lot. You finally showed up. Glossi smiled and said. Hand over 9 tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Obito said sternly. According to the original agreement between you and me, he should belong to me. This. I'm afraid it won't work, Glossi said. Chapter 211 Glossi's speculation. What are you talking about? Uchiha Obito's voice became colder and colder, his scarlet eyes flashed with cold light, and he stared at Glossi fiercely and shouted harshly. Obviously, Uchiha Obito, who lost a Mangekyo Sharingan and 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, is now very irritable, and has long lost the calmness and composure he had before. And the main reason for all of this is that his strength is severely insufficient, and it is difficult to confront Glossi and the Akatsuki organization. I said I might not be able to give you 9 tails Jinchuriki. Glossi smiled and said. Do you want to tear up the cooperation agreement between the two of us? Uchiha Obito snapped. No, you misunderstood, Glossi said. It's not that I don't want to give you 9 tails Jinchuriki, but I can't give you 9 tails Jinchuriki. Why? Uchiha Obito asked. Because 9 tails Jinchuriki has long ceased to exist, Glossi said. What do you mean by this? Uchiha Obito said sharply. He is very depressed now. First, in Konoha village, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen destroyed a Mangekyo Sharingan with Ghoul Sealing, and lost 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. If he hadn't been afraid of Glossi's strength, Glossi was killed by an outbreak of trouble long ago. The 9 tails Demon Fox in Uzumaki Naruto is now in my body. Glossi said lightly. Do you understand now? 9 tails Demon Fox in your body now. Uchiha Obito was taken aback first, and then roared angrily. Glossi, are you teasing me? My eyes are Mangekyo Sharingan, and I can clearly see that there is no 9 tails in your body. You didn't see the 9 tails Demon Fox, that's because I have refined and absorbed it and become a part of myself. Glossi said, while releasing a breath of Martial Emperor, covering Uchiha Obito. Go. What? This is. Uchiha Obito's face suddenly changed wildly, his eyes widened, and he stared at Glossi, his face full of shock and incredible. He unexpectedly felt a terrible aura beyond cage level, exactly the same as the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Advertisement. Because of absorbing the 9 tails Demon Fox, my current strength has surpassed cage level. Glossi said. Do you think you still have the qualifications to cooperate with me? Uchiha Obito was silent. The law of the jungle has always prevailed in the ninja world. In the past, his strength was basically the same as Glossi's, so he could establish a cooperative relationship. But now Glossi has leapt beyond the level of cage level. The relationship between the two is completely unequal. Where does the cooperation start? What about the 10 Sharingan I paid you earlier? Uchiha Obito asked. Back then, you and Uchiha Itachi teamed up to kill the Uchiha clan. You shouldn't have less than 100 Sharingan in your collection, right? Glossi smiled and said. Anyway, this is not a precious thing to you, just give it to me. You. Shameless. Uchiha Obito shivered in anger, wishing to slap Glossi to death. Obviously he was a 15 or 16-year-old boy, but he was sinister and cunning, just like the old immortal who had lived for decades. It was too hateful. Uchiha Obito, I sent someone to investigate your past, Glossi said as he looked at Uchiha Obito, his face gradually becoming serious. The reason why you're like this is entirely due to a girl named Hirano Lin. Shut up! Uchiha Obito shouted at Glossi with a fierce look. Okay, since you don't want to talk about things back then I don't have to be nosy. Glossi said. What I want to tell you is that I will not take away your 10 Sharingan in vain. I will fulfill your wish for you and build a whole new world without wars and disputes. What did you say? Uchiha Obito couldn't believe his ears. I will build a whole new world without wars and disputes. Glossi repeated slowly. As you have always longed for, there is no war, no hatred, a quiet and peaceful new world. This is my own business, I don't need to bother you to take action. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and said word by word. Do you have that power? Glossi asked. I don't have one, but one person does. Uchiha Obito snapped. Boy, don't think that you can ignore my existence if you were one step ahead of me. I will definitely make you regret making this kind of decision. Advertisement, I never regret what I do. Glossi said in a deep voice. The person you were talking about should be Uchiha Madara. He was the one who saved you before you died and brought you up, right? Yes, it is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito said abruptly. Everyone thinks that he is dead, but only I know that he has always been in a certain corner, waiting for a suitable opportunity, and he will appear again. Kun is facing the world. Only a little Uchiha Madara can dare to say Kun is facing the world? Glossi pouted his lips in disdain, said. You probably don't know yet. Many of those people who only exist in myths and legends have not died. What did you say? Uchiha Obito was surprised again. The ancestor of the Hyuga clan, Otsutsuki Hamura, should you have heard of this name? Glossi said coldly. Otsutsuki Hamura. Isn't he the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Obito said. He is not dead, he has always been sealed under the Uzumaki clan's clan land, Glossi said. Also, Sage of Six Paths is not dead, because he is the one who sealed Otsutsuki Hamura. What are you talking about? Uchiha Obito's expression was a little unnatural, and his eyes couldn't help but glance around, as if Sage of Six Paths was lurking in the dark and would appear to kill him at any time. I saw Otsutsuki Hamura with my own eyes, and got the secret of upgrading Byakugan to Tenseigan from him. Glossi said lightly. I don't yet know what these people want to do in secret, but I know that they all have some kind of ulterior purpose. Once they appear, perhaps the entire ninja world will usher in an unprecedented disaster, Glossi said. Because of this, I will tear up the agreement with you and take the lead in refining and absorbing the power of Nine Tails. Before the disaster strikes, I must be strong enough to protect myself. Chapter 212 The Terrible Emperor Wu. Do you have delusional conspiracy to persecute? Uchiha Obito stared at Glossi, and after a long time, he said slowly. Even though he had seen Uchiha Madara and had far more knowledge than ordinary people, he was deeply skeptical of what Glossi said. After all, Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Hamura have been dead for more than 1,000 years. How can they be alive and hide behind the scenes planning some terrible conspiracy? This is simply ridiculous. I once saw Otsutsuki Hamura with my own eyes, and he said some things himself. Glossi said lightly. If you don't believe me, even if you can go to the Uzumaki clan to explore, Otsutsuki Hamura is sealed underground. Even if what you said is true, I still have a question. Uchiha Obito was silent for a while, and said. With the power of the gods of Sage of Six Paths, who else in this world can pose a threat to him? If he really has some ulterior motive, why should he hide it? Who knows? Glossi said, curling his lips. Perhaps, he has lost the strength of the ear. He didn't say these words casually, thinking that he was a superpower at the level of the God of War back then, and he could destroy the entire ninja world with a single wave. However, he fell because of the heavenly tribulation and the sneak attack of the 7 Valkyries. Although he survived by chance and crossed the ninja world, he lost a proud and powerful force. Sage of Six Paths has been hidden in the dark, and it may be similar to his experience. Humph. Full of nonsense, Uchiha Obito said with a cold snort. Believe it or not, it's a matter of respect, Glossi said lightly. However, the Tao are different and do not seek each other. If you and I are not on the same road, please stop coming to my Wuzong in the future. What if I have to come? Uchiha Obito said abruptly. Then you don't blame me for being rude to you. Glossi grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth, like a fierce beast showing its fangs like a prey, giving people a gloomy and terrifying look. A feeling of. Garozzi, I admit that you are far above me. Uchiha Obito said. However, I have the spatial ability, come and go freely, what can you do to me? You can try it though. Glossi smiled. Huh, that's what I meant. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly and immediately used the Kamui hollow technique, and the whole person drifted towards Glossi like a ghost. Advertisement he was condescending, with an indifferent expression, and stepped on Glossi's face with his feet. He knew that Gullos could not be touched in the case of Kamui hollow, but he still did. He wanted to kill Glossi's spirit. Uchiha Obito, you are too much, Glossi said lightly. If you do this, it will cause you a murderous disaster. You can try. Uchiha Obito sneered. If that's the case, then I'm not welcome. Garozzi said, slowly reaching out his right hand, and grabbing one foot that Uchiha Obito stepped on. Boom. In an instant, a super terrifying aura engulfed Uchiha Obito. He was horrified to discover that under the pressure of that incredible aura, he could not operate and use Kamui normally. Ah, how is this possible? Uchiha Obito exclaimed in horror. He was forced out of the hollow state by Glossi with a terrifying aura. Boom! Glossi grabbed Uchiha Obito's foot and smashed him to the ground. With a scream, Uchiha Obito's head hit the ground severely, and the Uzumaki mask he was wearing was torn apart, revealing a face that was half delicate and half hideous. His face was once pressed by a stone. Although he survived by chance, the scars on his face could not be eliminated. It's just a mere space ability, dare you show it in front of me? Glossi said coldly. When a martial artist is promoted to the realm of the Emperor, he can punch through the void with a single punch. What kind of shit space ability is simply vulnerable? You. Who are you? Uchiha Obito was full of blood, struggling to get up from the ground. He looked at Glossi and said in disbelief. I am me, nothing more. Glossi said. Go away, another next time, die. Uchiha Obito's face is very ugly, thinking he has been insulted like this since he turned on Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he had no way to resist, because Glossi's strength had already surpassed his imagination. Advertisement, you are strong, but you are not invincible. Uchiha Obito said abruptly. I will find the strength to check and balance you. I wanted to let you go, but you, Ishin, wanted to die. Hey, Glossi sighed and shook his head helplessly. Kamui. Hearing Glossi's words, Uchiha Obito immediately felt a chill in his back. Ling Ling shuddered. He didn't dare to neglect, and immediately used Kamui to escape from here. The power of the space shook, and Uchiha Obito disappeared in an instant. Did you leave? Glossi said lightly. Boom! A big hand appeared out of thin air for the recruiter, and grabbed it mercilessly into the air. With a loud bang, Glossi grabbed the space passage and forced Uchiha Obito out of it. This is a powerful warrior. The power of a pure physical body can smash all magical powers and secrets. Invincible. You monster! Uchiha Obito yelled in horror. Space ability is his greatest pride and support, but now he is so easily broken by Glossi. How can he not be afraid? He cast Kamui again and disappeared again. You can't go. Glossi stood there quietly, although he was thin, but like a giant standing up and down, it exuded a vast and unpredictable coercion. A huge palm appeared again, breaking the void on the spot and grabbing Uchiha Obito in his hand. Chapter 213 Neji, you play. This is a shocking picture. Uchiha Obito, who was the founder of Akatsuki, the super strong man who started Mangekyo Sharingan, who was afraid of other than Uchiha Madara and Zero who owns Rinnegan. But now he was grabbed by Glossi, vomiting blood. This powerful contrast was shocking. How is this possible? I'm a space-capable person. Uchiha Obito roared in despair. People with space ability can't kill it. Glossi said coldly. I wanted to let you have a way of life, but you tried to find other powers to fight against me. It's like a dead end. Damn it's kid. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth. Don't be too arrogant. When the leader of Akatsuki hits the door, you will know how miserable your end is. He's here, I'll kill it. Glossi said lightly. As for you, I am afraid there is no chance to see what will happen in the future. Quack bang 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 bang. For the recruitment, a series of creepy skeletal sounds came, but it turned out that Glossi's big hands were gradually clenching, pressing Uchiha Obito's body continuously. Uchiha Obito couldn't bear it, and screamed loudly. His body cracked and blood spurted out. Your Mangekyo Sharingan is pretty good, leave it to me, Glossi said as he reached out and grabbed Uchiha Obito's face with his other hand. Ah! Damn! Izanagi! Uchiha Obito let out a chilling howl like a wounded and dying beast. In the face of Glossi, who possessed absolutely overwhelming strength, he had no power to fight back, and he had no other way but to use the ultimate illusion to save himself. In an instant, a mysterious and strange power enveloped here, powerful, unpredictable, and unbelievable. Budo Tianan. Glossi whispered in his heart, turning his pupil power to ultimate, and analyzing the Izanagi displayed by Uchiha Obito. Now he has become the emperor of martial arts, and his martial arts eyes are more powerful, and he can look directly at the source and dial out the essence of any kind of technique. Advertisement. This is the second time he has seen the Izanagi technique. This time, he must thoroughly reveal the essence of this technique. Glossi's left eye has undergone a strange change, and a small humanoid mark appeared on his pupils. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Uchiha Obito's appearance. This is a moving picture, detailing the process of Uchiha Obito from performing the Izanagi technique to the end. At the same time, his right eye also changed. The pupil of his right eye actually disassembled Uchiha Obito's movements at a rate 10 times slower. This is the ultimate ability of the martial arts Sky, which can analyze the essence of any kind of ability and look directly at its origin. What? Uchiha Obito let out a loud roar, using the power of Izanagi to break free from Glossi's big hand, and in an instant he repaired his body intact. The essence of this technique is an illusion technique, which can turn illusory things into reality, very powerful. Gorozi, at most 3 days, you will definitely die. Uchiha Obito said to Gorozi sternly. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. After saying this, he immediately passed through the space and left here. He was shocked when he saw Glossi's incredible abilities, for fear that Glossi would have some means to restrain Izanagi. So he didn't dare to stay for a long time. Haha, is this Izanagi? Looking at the place where Uchiha Obito disappeared, Glossi didn't make another move. With a smile on his face, there is a sense of confidence in his eyes that sees through everything. Just now, with the help of the powerful abilities of the martial arts Heavenly Eye, Glossi has thoroughly understood the essence of Izanagi. If you meet again next time, he can definitely contain it, or even invalidate it. Sect Master, what happened just now? Hyuga Neji was the first to arrive. His Byakugan sublimated into the Eye of Reincarnation, powerful, not much worse than Glossi, so the fastest. A Uchiha Undead appeared. Glossi said lightly, your strength has grown rapidly, you really deserve to be the legendary Reincarnation Eye, he admired. These are all gifts from the Lord of the Suzerain, Hyuga Neji said respectfully. Neji, I have a task for you, Glossi said. Advertisement. Sovereign Lord, please tell me, Hyuga Neji said. The leader of the Akatsuki organization has the legendary Rinnegan, which is the eyes of Sage of Six Paths. Your reincarnation eyes are the eyes of Otsutsuki Hamura. The status between the two is equal. Glossi said. If the leader of the Shao organization does not attack Wu Zong, you are responsible for coming forward to kill him. Yes, Sect Master. Hyuga Neji said loudly. Not only did he have no fear, but on the contrary, his face was full of eagerness. After getting Tensagen, his strength soared. Even the combination of Sasori and Kimimaro is far from his opponent. He desperately wants to find a strong enough opponent. In fact, if it hadn't been for the psychological shadow that Glossi had caused him too great, he would have challenged Glossi a long time ago. Master Sovereign. Master Sovereign. At this time, Sasori and Kimimaro also arrived. Several of them felt the strong aura in this direction almost at the same time, but the two of them were far less powerful than Hyuga Neji, so they didn't arrive until now. It's okay, you all go back and rest. Glossi smiled and said to the three of them. Is it Akatsuki? Sasori asked. Yes. Glossi nodded. If Shao is organized to attack in the future, I hope you two will help to resist. It should be. Sasori said with a sharp smile. It's been a long time since I got a cage-level puppet, it's already in desperate need, I'm afraid they won't come. Chapter 214 Pain's Attack. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Wu Zong's defensive array shook violently. The ground shook and the mountains shook, as if a world-breaking giant was swinging a giant axe and hacking. The array with amazing defensive power was about to be broken. Signs of cracking. This is the power of Emperor Wu. Glossi opened his eyes suddenly, and two flashes of lightning flashed by in the air, which was breathtaking. It's finally here, Zero, the leader of Akatsuki, who owns the legendary Rinnegan, he said to himself. At this moment, outside Wu Zong, a tall, indifferent young man with a pair of concentric eyes was standing there, his right hand protruding forward, and one after another fierce force, like a hurricane. The same blast towards Wu Zong's magic circle. He has short orange hair, indifferent and resolute in his eyes, as if he has seen the ups and downs of the world, the warmth and coldness of the world, like a mortal mansion to sanction the world. It makes people feel creepy when they see it. He is no one else, but the leader of the Akatsuki organization Zero. Boom. 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 With a deafening loud noise, Ling's powerful and unparalleled power all blasted on the formation enchantment. The formation enchantment was originally laid by the unique method of the Guluoxi Yiwu world. In theory, can block any Wawang attack, however, at this time the magic circle showed signs of breaking apart. This shows how powerful and terrifying the strength of Zero is. And behind Zero, there were several figures that also exuded a powerful aura, all of them were members of the Akatsuki organization. Each of them had a cold expression and a fierce look in their eyes. They knew at a glance that the person who came was unkind, and they had the intention to wash the blood in one fell swoop. Where is the rat? Dare to attack my Wuzong? The nearest, Anbu, arrived. Although they were shocked by the strength of the invader, they still questioned loudly without fear of death. Noisy. Zero said indifferently. It's just a little star country that has changed a name, and dared to yell in front of me. He raised his right hand and pointed it directly at one of the Anbu. What? The Anbu yelled in horror, and he found that his body was floating uncontrollably. He was like a drowning person, struggling desperately, while drifting helplessly towards Ling. Clang. With a metal chirp, a lacquered black iron rod about 1 meter long appeared on Zero's left hand. He didn't even look at it, and directly swung the black iron rod towards the heart of the Anbu, unscrupulous. Advertisement, brush. Suddenly, a figure rushed from a distance like lightning, and slapped it with a palm on the iron rod. The Zero stab went out. With a crisp sound, the extremely hard black iron rod broke off. It's really worthy of being the leader, Ashao. If you don't say a word, you will kill, Glossi said lightly. Master Sovereign. Thank you Sect Master for your life-saving grace. Long live the Lord. A group of Anbu people yelled with excitement, especially the Anbu, who was rescued by Glossi. Tears filled their eyes, and they could not wait to smear Glossi's liver and brain. Glossi, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. Rinnegan stared at Glossi without blinking, and said lightly. Even the old immortal Uchiha Madara suffered a big loss in your hands, it's amazing. Thank you for the compliment. Glossi smiled and said, aren't you the rescuer he moved in, Zero? First of all, my name is Pain. Zero is just my code name. Secondly, I have nothing to do with him when I come here. Pain said coldly. My purpose is only one, to hand over the Nine-Tails monster fox. Otherwise, kill all of them without leaving the chickens and dogs. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Pain's voice fell, There was a rapid blast from afar, and 5 more people in the Akatsuki organization costume rushed forward. Each of them has a strong aura, and the weakest possesses quasi-cage level strength. Together with these 5 people, Angle, Hidan, and Konan, this is a very powerful force, which can sweep almost any force except the 5 ninja villages. What a big tone. Glossi said with a smile. You want to kill all of my Wuzong people, don't keep the chickens and dogs, who do you think you are? Advertisement, I am a god, Pain said every word. Are you a god? Are you worthy? Glossi sneered disdainfully. Pain, who was just a martial emperor level powerhouse with Rinnegan, dared to call himself a god in front of the war god of his previous life. It was a big joke. Boy, you are more arrogant than me, Pain said coldly, looking at Glossi. I will show you today that arrogance requires a certain amount of capital. Suddenly, an unbelievably powerful force erupted from Pain, like an invisible shockwave, spreading in all directions, surging, and the terrifying force was unpredictable. Glossi was slightly startled. He only felt a powerful force rushing towards him. That force was too strong, like a huge mountain pressing against him, as powerful as him. Wuzong-level martial arts unexpectedly felt a little bit of crisis. Boom! The blooming light on the surface of Glossi's body enveloped his body like a thin veil. Quack quack. The terrifying force hit Glossi, and his bones kept creaking, as if he was about to be broken, making people horrified and shuddering. Glossi is using his powerful martial arts to fight against Pain Rinnegan's blood limit, which is shocking. Shenluo Tianzheng. Pain couldn't help his face change color. His left hand snapped out suddenly, and he shouted sharply. The hand of destroying heaven. Glossi also shot and said lightly. Chapter 215 Pen 6 Paths. In an instant, the unparalleled chi surging between Glossi and Pain, the compelling haki surging out of the two of them in an instant, the earth trembled violently, and huge cracks extended from their feet in all directions. The momentum is shocking. Pain looked indifferent, and his tall figure was like a big mountain, giving people an unspeakable and powerful oppression. He is like a giant, and the strong momentum radiating from his body makes the heart tremble. He is worthy of being the leader of Akatsuki, and the strongman who owns the legendary Rinnegan. On the other hand, Glossi seemed to have a fiery light gleaming, like a blazing flame in the early morning darkness. A thick layer of protective light was condensed on his body. This is a miracle created by the automatic defense of his martial emperor level martial arts body when encountering danger. Martial arts dual Rinnegan. Martial arts combat skills dual blood limit. This is an unprecedented battle, the mighty breath that makes cage level strong tremble. Boom. With a loud noise, the terrifying power turned into shockwaves and spread in all directions, just like the radiation shockwaves produced after the explosion of an atomic bomb. The power is unimaginable. Humph. Glossi let out a muffled snort, and his body shook violently. However, after all, his martial art was close to being cultivated, and it was incredibly powerful, and he was able to withstand the terrifying shockwave with every sound. On the other hand, Pain was knocked out by the terrible shockwave, like a kite with a broken line, hurriedly falling behind him. If it weren't for a middle-aged man who also owns Rinnegan to reach out and catch him, I'm afraid he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. How is this possible? Pain actually failed in a head-on confrontation. Konan was stunned. Warong turned pale, and couldn't believe his eyes. As powerful as a god, Pain, who claims to be a god, was beaten out in a head-on confrontation. Isn't it true? Okay. So strong. Kakuzu took a breath and said incredulously. 2 years ago, he was just a quasi-cage level master, but now he is even stronger than the leader. Is he a monster? You're right, this kid is a monster. Hidan murmured, staring at Glossi with bloodthirsty crazy eyes. I really want to sacrifice him to Lord Cthulhu. Advertisement, forget it, Kakuzu said coldly. With your weak strength, if you don't make 3 moves, you will be torn apart by him. Hey, Kakuzu, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Hidan said uncomfortably. Yes, I just looked down on you, Kakuzu said. I'm going to kill you. Hidan suddenly waved the huge sickle in his hand, and was about to slash towards Kakuzu. Stop, don't fight in front of the enemy, Pain said sensibly. Hidan was stared at by Painison's cold gaze, and couldn't help but fought a cold war with Lingling. Although he was not afraid of the sky, he was only extremely afraid of the leader. He had to forcefully suppress the killing intent in his heart and withdrew his weapon. Pain, are you not hurt? Konan asked concerned. I'm fine. Pain said coldly. It's the first time I have met a strong man of my level in so many years. I suffered a little to the effect, but it didn't get in the way. To be precise, you are not uninjured, but because you are just a corpse puppet, you don't care about injuries at all. Glossi said with a faint smile as he walked forward. Pain, don't know if I am right? You. Pain's face changed drastically when he heard Glossi's words. You, as well as the 5 people behind you, are all corpse puppets, controlled remotely by your body with a powerful chakra. Glossi said. The way your body transmits chakra is very strange, very secretive, and most people don't even notice it. However, this is too obvious to me. Chakra rays continue to hit from a distance, teleporting to the black irons on your body. For me with the martial arts eye, I discovered it when I first saw you. Budo Tianyan. What kind of pupil technique is that? Pain looked extremely solemn, staring at Glossi's eyes without blinking, and said sharply. Advertisement. The martial arts eye is naturally the unique pupil technique of our martial artist. Glossi smiled, his eyes shot out two golden lights, and the bright light hit Pen's eyes at lightning speed, sharp and incomparable. What? Pain was caught off guard, and was hit by the golden light shot from Glossi's eyes, and a vast and shocking mental force surged toward Pain, terrifying. Rinnegan! Break it for me! Pain yelled. His unmatched pupil power burst out instantly, and the mental power that Glossi had penetrated into his body was shattered. However, despite this, the eyes he looked at Glossi were full of vigilance. Such a weird pupil technique was too terrifying, even as powerful as him. If it was another person, wouldn't it be necessary to drink hatred here on the spot? Haha, it's really worthy of the legendary Rinnegan. It's not bad to be able to break free from my fantasy world. Glossi laughed and said. He just launched an illusion attack on Pen with the martial arts eye, and he tried it out, and Pen's Rinnegan was also not famous, and quickly broke his illusion. You arrogant kid, go to death, Pain shouted sharply. Swish, swish, swish. As Pain yelled, 5 men who were exactly the same as his own Rinnegan came to his side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Each of them looked cold and indifferent, possessed a pair of Rinnegan, and exuded a terrible breath that made the heart palpitating. We are Pen's 6 paths, and we will soon let you know what the true power of God is, the 6 people said in unison. Chapter 216 Tensagen vs Rinnegan. Pen's 6 paths? God's power? Glossi smiled disdainfully and said. A few of you are just corpse puppets controlled by others. At best, they're just ninjutsu. They're also worthy to challenge me. There is only one opponent, and that is your body. Arrogant, one of them shouted sharply. He quickly formed seals with both hands, then slammed his hands on the ground, and shouted, summoning technique. In an instant, a magic circle engraved with inexplicable rune patterns appeared on the ground. With the burst of bright light, a earth-shattering roar sounded, shaking the sky and the earth, with a shocking momentum. A huge rhino with a height of more than 10 meters and weighing hundreds of tons appeared out of thin air. It also possessed a pair of Rinnegan. It is more than 10 meters high, with 4 strong legs, just like a pillar supporting the sky, possessing indescribable terrifying power and amazing explosive power. Boom! The huge rhinoceros slammed the ground with all 4 feet and rushed towards Glossi like a giant mountain. That kind of power is really terrifying. Wherever it passes, it shatters all obstacles. It is simply a moving war machine. Even a weapon that is as powerful as Glossi, if it is hit, it will inevitably be injured. Golden Wheel reincarnation explodes. Suddenly, at this moment, a violent drink came from a distance, and then, a huge bright chakra lightsaber appeared out of thin air, just like the sword of creation in myths and legends, shining in the early morning darkness. Puff! With a soft sound, the huge rhino was split in the middle by the chakra lightsaber, and the blood rained all over the sky. How is this possible? Pain's expression changed again and said in disbelief. Who is it again? So strong. Conan's face became even more ugly. At this moment, she has a terrible hunch that Pen, who has always been invincible, will not only lose today, but may also die here. Neji, you are here, Glossi said without looking back. Advertisement, my lord, I'm late. Hyuga Neji rushed over, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully. His body was trembling constantly. The first time he used the power of turning his eyes, he was so strong that he was both excited and excited. This incredible power was simply unimaginable for him before. He has today's strength, all given by Glossi. It's not too late. Glossi smiled and said. You are responsible for cleaning up these 6 puppets. I will find his body by myself. He is mine. Yes, Lord Sovereign. Hyuga Neji nodded. He stood up from the ground and turned to face Pen's 6 paths. A powerful aura burst out immediately. Facing the martial emperor level Pen's 6 paths, he did not lose the wind. Your eyes. Are they Byakugan? Pain looked at Hyuga Neji's eyes in shock and said in disbelief. Byakugan, Sharingan, Rinnegan, known as the 3 pupils of the ninja world. Among them, Rinnegan is the strongest, Sharingan is second, and Byakugan is the weakest. But now, they actually saw Byakugan displaying such terrible power with their own eyes, which really shocked their hearts. This is an upgraded version of Byakugan Eye of Rebirth, which is a powerful pupil technique at the same level as Rinnegan. Hyuga Neji said lightly. Although I don't have the power of the Master's reincarnation eye yet, it should be enough to deal with a few of you puppets. The little ghosts now are more arrogant than the other. Pain said sternly. I will make you pay the price of your life to understand how outrageous you are. Neji, I leave it to you here. Glossi didn't bother to pay attention to the 6 paths puppet, and said directly to Hyuga Neji. Swish! He stepped under his feet and galloped away. Universal pull. Pain was shocked when he saw this. He would never have thought that Glossi would have accurately captured his body. He suddenly raised his right hand, playing another Rinnegan ability. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful attraction emanated from the palm of Pain's right hand, and it immediately acted on Glossi's body. That kind of power is very powerful, and there is a tendency to grab Glossi from the ground. Controlling gravitation and repulsion, is this Rinnegan's ability? Glossi's body surface shined, and the power of universal pull was immediately isolated. He grinned at Pain and said, Why? You broke the universal pull so easily. Pain was shocked. Advertisement. Do you control gravitational and repulsive force? I can do this too. Hyuga Neji said lightly. He slowly raised his right palm and shouted loudly, Tensagen. Boom. In an instant, a powerful force hit Pen 6 paths, Konan, Kakuzu, and Hidan like Cyclonus. Hyuga Neji attacked them at the same time, almost arrogantly confident. Damn it's kid, Pen had to give up his attack on Glossi and instead resisted Hyuga Neji's attack. Boom! Two powerful forces collided violently in the air, and terrible energy storms dissipated everywhere. This was the first head-on confrontation between Tenseigan and Rinnegan. When Hyuga Neji and Pain confronted, Glossi had already disappeared without a trace. Sorry. Konan's face changed suddenly, and her body immediately turned into countless white pieces of paper, which were broken down into countless pieces of paper and flew away quickly. Kakuzu and Hidan glanced at each other, and they both noticed something wrong, and they quickly unfolded their bodies and fled into the distance. Where to go? However, Kakuzu and Hidan escaped less than 100 meters before being stopped by Sasori and Kimimaro. Sasori, you betrayed the organization, Kakuzu said sternly. I have never joined any organization, Sasori said coldly. Shao is just a temporary shelter for me. Today I am a member of Wu Zong. You two dared to attack Wu Zong and kill without mercy. Chapter 217 Uzumaki Nagato. Sasori, I haven't seen you in a few days. Your tone of voice is getting more and more arrogant, Kakuzu said sternly. Your strength is not bad, but now you are carrying an oil bottle. Do you still want to fight with us? Who do you think is the oil bottle? Sasori curled his lips in disdain, and said, the oil bottle you were talking about is Hidan, right? Sasori, do you dare to say that I am dragging an oil bottle? Hidan was immediately furious and yelled at Sasori. A Jonin whose IQ is infinitely close to zero, and can only join Akatsuki with immortality. What is it not to drag an oil bottle? Sasori said unceremoniously. Of course, his ultimate purpose of saying this is not to mock and anger Hidan, but to inform Kimimaro of Hidan's abilities in this way, so as to prevent Kimimaro from being conspired by Hidan in battle. Ah, I'm so angry, I'm going to kill you, Hidan yelled in anger, and immediately rushed towards Sasori with a huge sickle in his hand. Fool, don't be impulsive, Kakuzu shouted loudly. However, Hidan didn't listen to him at all and rushed to Sasori and Kimimaro. Damn idiot. Kakuzu cursed viciously. He is a physical ninja, leave it to me. Kimimaro waved his right hand, and a 1 meter long, extremely sharp bone spur appeared out of thin air in his hand, and said coldly. Don't let him get your blood, otherwise you will definitely die, Sasori warned solemnly. Don't worry, he can't even touch my clothes Kakuzu, Kimimaro said, rushing towards Hidan like lightning. Dang. 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 The sharp bone spurs and the huge sickle kept colliding, countless sparks splashed out, and the battle was fierce. Hidan's moves are wide open and close, and they are extremely fierce, while Kimimaro's combination of strength and softness, with ingenious moves, quickly suppressed Hidan. If this is the case, then we will start to do it too. Kakuzu quickly sealed his hands and used the forbidden technique, splitting out 4 monsters with different chakra attribute changes. Advertisement Sasori didn't dare to neglect, and immediately took out the puppet of 3rd Cage. They're in the same organization, and they often fight against each other on weekdays. They all have an understanding of each other's strength and dare not take the slightest care. Because, in this level of confrontation, whoever cares will die miserably. Shen Luo Tianzheng, Tenseigan. On the other side, the battle between Hyuga Neji and Pen 6 Paths has also begun. They are using the ability to control repulsion, and they are fighting against each other with their powerful blood inheritance ability. Sounds like thunders reverberated in the sky, and terrifying power surged everywhere, making it appalling. Swish, swish, swish. There was a fierce battle here, while on the other side, Glossi walked briskly through the jungle like lightning. He wants to find the body of Pen 6 Paths, and then behead it to end the battle. Soon, Glossi stopped in front of an ancient tree that was 7 or 8 meters thick and about 50 meters high. He looked up at the sky and shouted at the top of the tree. Come out, I know you knew I was here. Yes, I knew it a long time ago. A low and indifferent man with almost no emotional fluctuations floated from the top of the tree. His voice is very unique, giving people a feeling of seeing through the ups and downs of the world. This is a person with a story. Aren't you coming down? Glossi said lightly. If you let me interrupt this tree, I believe you will be embarrassed. Well, I understand. The person inside said with a long sigh. I didn't expect that from the first sight. You found out where my ontology is. This is the first time I have met. Your eyes are very special, and my eyes are not bad, Glossi said. Your eyes are more mysterious and powerful than my Rinnegan. The person inside said. Tikaka. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound from the trunk of the ancient tree. A tall man with piercing eyes, but a skinny man with countless black iron rods stuck in his back, slowly walked out of it. His eyes are exactly Rinnegan. His eyes are indifferent. He seems to be indifferent to everything and doesn't put anything in his eyes. Advertisement, how can your body be like this? Glossi was slightly surprised. He looked at this person for a long time before nodding and saying, it's no wonder that you will divide your power among 6 puppets to use. Although your body is stronger, it has poor mobility, insufficient mobility, and too much regret. You little devil is simply a wicked evildoer, and he saw through my weakness in just an instant. The man said with a wry smile. Glossi, I should get rid of you directly, instead of obeying Madara. Now I am in trouble and I am too late to regret. Well, it is indeed too late, Glossi said lightly. What is your real name? Isn't it really Pain? Naturally not. The man shook his head and said, "My name is Uzumaki Nagato." Uzumaki Nagato? Are you a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Glossi asked with a move in his heart. Not bad. Uzumaki Nagato nodded. The Uzumaki clan has been perished for more than 10 years, why do you seem so interested? I always thought Uzumaki Naruto was the last survivor of the Uzumaki clan, Glossi said. That's it. Uzumaki Nagato nodded. In this case, I can rest assured that even if I die, the Uzumaki clan has not really been extinct. Do you want to die? Glossi asked. Of course I don't want to die, Uzumaki Nagato said. However, I always feel that today, there is a lot of bad luck, and there is a high possibility that you will die in your hands. So unconfident, Glossi said. My mobility is too bad. Otherwise, it's hard to tell who wins and loses, Uzumaki Nagato said. However, even if I know how bad things are, I still have to fight hard. What if I win? An extremely powerful and terrifying aura exploded from his body, which was the aura of the peak of Wu Huang. The strength of his body is far above Pen's 6 paths. Chapter 218 Why not join hands? It has to be said that Uzumaki Nagato is another super strong man Glossi has met after Otsutsuki Hamura. The strong strength of the martial emperor's peak, even the martial arts that looks at the strong, is a powerful and respected position. The mighty chakra is like a billowing wolf smoke, rushing straight into the sky, and the surrounding air trembling pressed by the terrifying aura. It is hard for ordinary people to imagine that a human can have a chakra like a tailed beast. And this is the true strength of Akatsuki, leader Uzumaki Nagato. If Glossi had not completely refined and absorbed the power of half of the 9 tails in Uzumaki Naruto, and raised his strength to the realm of Woang overnight, then he would have no choice but to turn around and leave after encountering Uzumaki Nagato. However, today's Glossi has stepped into the 5th heaven of martial arts, and with the martial arts of the martial emperor level, there is no fear of any opponents of the same level, even if Uzumaki Nagato has the legendary Rinnegan. So powerful, worthy of being the leader of Glossi said lightly. In order to show respect for you, I will try my best to defeat you without leaving any hands. Me too. Uzumaki Nagato said. For the recruitment, his hands quickly formed seals, because his speed was so fast that he left afterimages in the air, which was shocking. Obviously, Uzumaki Nagato not only possesses Rinnegan's unprecedented super blood succession boundary, but also has very solid basic skills and has all the conditions to become a super ninja. That's summoning technique. Guluo Zaibudao's eyes bloomed with brilliance, and he could see through Uzumaki Nagato's seal in an instant. Does he want to summon the summoning beast as a mount to make up for his lack of mobility? Brush. Facing Uzumaki Nagato, who is also the emperor of Wushu, Glossi didn't dare to be careless. He immediately stepped on the pace of divine actions, to deceive himself and go straight forward, as fast as a gust of wind and lightning, and rushed to Uzumaki in an instant. In front of Nagato, his right hand fluttered forward and patted. Boom! In an instant, a mighty battle force rushed out from the palm of Glossi, like the water of the Yangtze River bursting its de, vast and mighty. Wherever his palm passed, there were waves of strangeness in the air. Howl. There is really a tendency for ghosts to cry and howl. Martial artist, what cultivates is one's own body, and one's own body is the most powerful weapon. Now Glossi has entered the realm of Emperor Wu, with infinite power in every gesture and amazing lethality, more powerful than the so-called ninjutsu and secret arts, and the power is unpredictable. Advertisement, so strong, Uzumaki Nagato took a deep breath and said in shock. What Glossi took over was only a flesh and blood palm, but it was a mighty aura, and the terrifying power was no weaker than his Rinnegan secret art. Shinra Tianzheng. Uzumaki Nagato suddenly raised his right hand, and greeted him fiercely with Glossi's right palm. Suddenly, a huge and unpredictable force burst out from the palm of Uzumaki Nagato. It was Rinnegan's ability to control repulsion. This ability is centered on Uzumaki Nagato, impacting and spreading in all directions, attacking all people and objects indiscriminately, and is extremely powerful. Boom! With a violent roar, a terrifying turbulent flow of energy dissipated everywhere, and the powerful reaction force returned. Even the body as strong as Glossi was shaken back 3 steps. But Uzumaki Nagato was shaken back more than 10 steps, his face was pale, and he was obviously downwind. He is not a warrior after all, and the power of his physical body is far from being comparable to that of Glossi. However, he also took advantage of this opportunity to distance himself from Glossi, and used the summoning technique to summon a huge chameleon. Uzumaki Nagato jumped onto the chameleon's head, and the chameleon immediately disappeared from the air. Uzumaki Nagato, is such a trick interesting? Glossi said coldly. His martial arts heavenly eyes burst into light, and in an instant he found the chameleon hidden in the dark. Your eyes are really special, and the power of insight is not below my Rinnegan. Uzumaki Nagato is also an extraordinary person. When he was sure that his chameleon could not hide in Glossi's eyes, he reappeared. Body shape. He was condescending, staring at Glossi, his expression extremely solemn. Glossi, may I ask you a question? Yes, Glossi nodded. Advertisement, what is your purpose? Uzumaki Nagato asked. Purpose? I never thought of anything like that. Glossi shook his head and said, if I really want to say that, my goal should be to unify the entire ninja world and create a kingdom of warriors that belongs only to me. Is your purpose also to unify the entire ninja world? Uzumaki Nagato said with a glint flashing in his eyes. In that case, why should you and me be enemies? Why don't we join hands? I believe that you and I join forces. There is absolutely no force in this world that can resist us. Uzumaki Nagato, you are too conceited. Glossi said lightly. This world is far from simple as you see. Although you have Rinnegan, there are still some terrifying characters that you can't fight against. What do you mean by this? Uzumaki Nagato asked with a cold face. There are a few characters that only exist in legends, and they haven't died yet, Glossi said. For example, Sage of Six Paths, or the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. Impossible. Uzumaki Nagato said categorically. Sage of Six Paths has been dead for more than 1,000 years, and the ancestor of the Hyuga clan, as a strongman at the same time as Sage of Six Paths, has also died for a long, long time. The ancestor of the Hyuga clan was the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths, named Otsutsuki Hamura. Glossi said. Otsutsuki Hamura is still alive and is sealed under your Uzumaki clan by Sage of Six Paths. Maybe you still don't know this kind of thing? What are you talking about? Uzumaki Nagato's face changed suddenly, and he looked at Glossi with an incredible look, and said with shock. The clan of the Uzumaki clan is weird. There have been countless strong men who fell in it. Uzumaki Nagato has naturally heard of such a thing. However, in order to avoid seeing things and thinking about people and painful memories, he never went back. However, what he never expected was that there was such a big secret hidden under the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 219 Battle Nagato. The ancestor of the Hyuga clan, Otsutsuki Hamura, is still alive and is sealed under the clan land of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, the person who sealed Otsutsuki Hamura is no one else, but the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Such a thing is simply too shocking, and it makes people feel incredible. Whether it's Otsutsuki Hamura or Sage of Six Paths, they are all legendary characters more than 1,000 years ago. They have already passed away in the long river of history. How could they still be alive? What's more, why did Sage of Six Paths shoot Otsutsuki Hamura? You know, Otsutsuki Hamura is most likely the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths. Is this really possible? What are you trying to say? Uzumaki Nagato stared at Glossi and said every word. There is only one thing I want to say, and that is that the world of this ninja is very terrifying, far beyond your imagination. Glossi said lightly. On the surface, a cage-level strongman is enough to dominate, and a super cage-level strongman can cross the world and be invincible. However, there are some super terrifying existence hidden in the secret of this world. As long as one person jumps out, it is enough to disturb its turned upside down. For example, Uchiha Madara, or Otsutsuki Hamura, not to mention the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Where did you get this information? Uzumaki Nagato fell into deep thought, and after a long time, he slowly asked. I have been to the Uzumaki clan's clan, and I saw Otsutsuki Hamura who was sealed there, Glossi said. He told me many things, including the secret that Byakugan evolved into the legendary reincarnation Eye. What? You got the secret of Byakugan's evolution from Otsutsuki Hamura? Uzumaki Nagato said in surprise. Six Paths puppets are essentially a kind of ninjutsu called Six Paths technique. The owner of Rinnegan can divide his abilities into six and assign six corpse puppets respectively. The caster can observe the outside world through the Six Paths puppet, which is very powerful and convenient. The Six Paths puppet is fighting a fierce battle with Hyuga Neji, and the situation of the battle is naturally transmitted to Uzumaki Nagato. He deeply felt the horror of Tensagen, and he was not weaker than his Rinnegan. The ultimate secret of the Hyuga clan Byakugan evolved into the reincarnation Eye. Do you think anyone else besides the ancestor of the Hyuga clan knows about this? Glossi asked. Uzumaki Nagato was silent. Advertisement. In addition, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Glossi continued. The demise of the Uzumaki clan is directly related to Sage of Six Paths. What are you talking about? Uzumaki Nagato's eyes shot out two terrifying rays, staring at Glossi, hissing. Sage of Six Paths sealed Otsutsuki Hamura under the Uzumaki clan, but Otsutsuki Hamura still retains a very powerful force. Otsutsuki Hamura is hitting the seal every day, and he is about to break through the seal and get out of the trap. At that time, Sage of Six Paths once again took action to reinforce the seal. The Uzumaki clan was killed by the pond fish and was completely destroyed by Sage of Six Paths, and this is the truth of the Uzumaki clan being exterminated overnight. Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths. How is this possible? How is this possible? Uzumaki Nagato hissed desperately, like a wounded beast. The truth of the truth will always be so cruel, Glossi said lightly. This world is so desperate. If this is the case, then I will completely destroy the world and re-establish a new country dominated by me. Uzumaki Nagato shouted loudly. All the pain and despair, all the cruelty and uneasiness, I will crush them all by myself. This kind of thing is beyond your ability, you can't do it at all. Glossi said. The source of your Rinnegan is Sage of Six Paths. No matter how strong you are, you will never be able to surpass Sage of Six Paths. But I am different. I am a warrior and my power has nothing to do with Sage of Six Paths, I can beat him. Sura Dao. Uzumaki Nagato shouted sharply, clang, clang, clang. With a series of metal tremolo sounds, Uzumaki Nagato's right arm has undergone an amazing change. His flesh and blood arm turned into something like steel, and tiny missiles shot out, densely packed, endless, like a swarm of locusts. It was overwhelmingly fighting towards Glossi. Shocking slash wave. Glossi's right palm lightly shot forward, and in an instant, a creepy ripple spread in the air. The invisible shockwave was like an indestructible Shinigami sickle, and the sky was densely covered with miniature missiles in an instant. Shattered. Advertisement. Is this the power of the warrior? Uzumaki Nagato's face was extremely ugly, and he looked at Glossi and said, Shira Dao is one of the 7 system abilities that Rinnegan possesses. Although it is not very strong, it is not weak. Uzumaki Nagato never thought that the power of Shira Dao would be broken by Glossi so easily. That kind of effortless and light-lifting look is horrifying. Not bad. Glossi nodded. I know that Rinnegan has many powerful and terrifying powers. You might as well use them one by one to see if I can destroy them all. That's what I meant. Uzumaki Nagato said. Summoning technique. He quickly formed seals with both hands, shouting loudly. Roar. With a terrifying roar, a huge, 3-headed vicious dog appeared out of thin air. The 3 heads of the vicious dog all looked ferocious, staring at Glossi with eyes that looked like prey. Bark. A crisp bird's song rushed straight into the sky, and a giant bird flapped its wings soaring, and its sharp beak shone with a cold light, which made people shudder. Boom. The dust was flying, and a huge crab emerged from the ground, waving 2 tongs towards Glossi. Chapter 220 Planetary Devastation. One after another terrifying summoning beasts appeared out of thin air, as if they had arrived in the ancient prehistoric era in an instant, and there were huge monsters everywhere in the eye. They are like ferocious behemoths standing at the top of the food chain, all staring at Glossi with cruel eyes. What a powerful Rinnegan, Glossi said in admiration. He also learned summoning once, and can summon the big toad from Mount Myoboku. However, he can only possess a summoning beast. However, Uzumaki Nagato can summon 5 or 6 completely different powerful summoning beasts at once, which is indeed the legendary Rinnegan. If it were replaced by someone else, I am afraid that just these summoning beasts would be enough to give him a headache. Boom. With a loud noise, the unbelievably huge crab swung its huge tongs towards Glossi. Its pliers are really too big, pressing over like a hill, and the terrible power is moving. Boom. Glossi stood still, and his right palm fluttered forward. In an instant, the wind blasted loudly, and the force of terror came out like the water of the Yangtze River. A huge palm appeared out of thin air and smashed towards the crab. The pliers greeted. Crack. With a crisp sound, the crab's huge tongs snapped. The crab hissed loudly in pain, and soon disappeared into a wisp of blue smoke. It dare not stay any longer, because if there is a second collision, it will definitely die. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Nagato couldn't help taking a breath. Glossi's combat power was simply too terrifying. The mighty summoning beast summoned by Rinnegan couldn't even catch any of his moves. Bark. A crisp bird's song came from the sky, and a giant bird swooped down from high altitude. At the same time, a blazing lightning spurted from its mouth, and it struck Glossi fiercely. FK. Glossi frowned and shouted impatiently. Advertisement. A larger palm emerged, like a giant arm in myths and legends, and it swooped down from the sky and grabbed it. The giant bird was like a chicken caught by someone, struggling desperately, but it was still unable to break free. Puff. The blood rained, and a powerful summoning beast was easily killed by Glossi. Boom. 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 Glossi waved his right hand continuously, and the summoning beasts summoned by Uzumaki Nagato were like fragile scarecrows, all being fanned out. One by one, they were beaten up and covered in flesh and blood, and they were horribly miserable. Although they have thick skin and thick flesh, how can they stop the bombardment of Emperor Guro Saibu-level flesh? They were already lucky for not being killed on the spot. Open. Uzumaki Nagato didn't hesitate, he directly knotted his hands and sent all the summoning beasts back. Glossi's combat power is too strong, it is simply a humanoid beast, and the summoning beast is almost no threat in front of it. Instead of watching these summoning beasts being killed, Uzumaki Nagato might as well send them all away. Why don't you continue to test me? Glossi said lightly. It doesn't make any sense to continue to test. Uzumaki Nagato stared at Glossi and said in a low voice. Next, I will use Rinnegan's most powerful taboo technique. If this trick still can't help you, then I will lose. In other words, this next move is your last move? Glossi asked. It's not the last trick, but the strongest one, Uzumaki Nagato said, making a quick seal with both hands. To recruit, he folded his hands together, and then slowly moved to the 2 sides, and a pitch black circle the size of a glass ball appeared in his palm. And as soon as the black round object appeared, an extremely dangerous breath burst out. It is like a small black hole, although it is not big, it gives people a creepy feeling. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Glossi's martial arts eyes immediately burst into light, staring at the dark round object in Uzumaki Nagato's palm without blinking, muttering to himself. His eyes became active immediately, and one movement after another appeared in his pupils, just like slow motion in a movie. His martial arts eye is analyzing and dissecting this technique of Uzumaki Nagato, looking directly at its essence and source. Advertisement. Planetary devastation. Uzumaki Nagato growled in a low voice. He violently raised his right hand and threw the dark round object to the sky. Hey! In an instant, the sky was shining brightly, and the dark round object was like a sun, instantly illuminating the earth in a radius of tens of miles. At the same time, an incredible attraction burst out from the sky, sucking everything except Uzumaki Nagato into the air. Boom! The nearest private house collapsed and turned into endless dust and sand shimmering, swiftly flying towards the black circular object in the sky. Wow! The tree shook violently, and countless leaves were swaying desperately, as if an invisible hand was tearing. Swish! 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 Leaves, rocks, flowers, soil. Almost everything is drawn by a terrible attraction and flies towards the sky. This is gravity. At this moment, Glossi's martial arts eyes finally finished analyzing Uzumaki Nagato's ninjutsu. He stared at the small black round object in the sky in surprise, but he didn't expect Rinnegan to have this incredible power. This technique is very powerful, but you only need to smash that small black round object, and it should be able to break open. Glossi said to himself. 8 inner gates, open. Boom. A superbly powerful and domineering aura erupted from Guluxi's body, and his strength instantly increased several times, approaching Emperor Wu. His feet were slightly on the ground, and his whole body flew into the air like lightning. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the dark round object in his hand. Chapter 221 Nagato desperately. Why? How is this possible? Uzumaki Nagato's eyes widened immediately, staring at Glossi, his face full of horror and incredible. Planetary devastation is the ultimate technique possessed by Rinnegan, is the legendary ninjutsu beyond S rank, terrifying. According to legend, Sage of Six Paths used this technique to create the moon. Although his planetary devastation is far behind Sage of Six Paths, it also possesses unpredictable abilities and is powerful and irresistible. He had previously gone out to capture Eight Tails Jinchuriki himself. Eight Tails Jinchuriki is a cage-level powerhouse, and it is also a perfect Jinchuriki, which can borrow the power of Eight Tails in his body, which is extremely powerful. However, as soon as Uzumaki Nagato's planetary devastation came out, it immediately killed Eight Tails Jinchuriki. It can be seen how terrifying the ninjutsu of planetary devastation is. However, his planetary devastation was actually slapped in his hands by Glossi. How can he not be shocked and panicked? What a shocking strength this is! What an incredible and powerful body is this! It is comparable to the gods in myths and legends. Shoo! 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 A dazzling black light blasted out from the dark round object, and a torrent of monstrous force continued to surging. This is planetary devastation, just like a small black hole. Absorb them all and destroy everything. It was a super energy fluctuation that surpassed cage level, and this terrible energy fluctuation was caught by a strong man who was fighting fiercely in the distance. This kind of breath. How is it possible? Hidan was so shocked that he had an immortal body, and he never cared about life and death. However, when he sensed that power, he trembled deeply and was terrified. Such a terrible power, I am afraid that the cage-level strong match will be torn apart in an instant, Sasori also said in amazement. This is the power of Leader Zero. This is the ultimate power of the legendary Rinnegan, Kakuzu yelled frantically. Advertisement, this is planetary devastation? Nagato, he even used this trick, Konan said in a shocked flight. She never thought that Glossi would be so terrible, and even Uzumaki Nagato's strongest skill was forced out. Nagato, you must not die. Yahiko is gone. If you die again, what does it mean to be alive? Konan muttered, his expression extremely worried. She knew that Uzumaki Nagato would definitely meet a super terrifying opponent, otherwise it would be impossible to use even the strongest tricks like planetary devastation. Is this the strongest technique of Rinnegan? It's really amazing. Glossi grabbed the dark round object with his powerful martial arts and felt the terrifying power emanating from it continuously, said in admiration. He felt that the pitch-black round object in his hand was like a huge active volcano, and the terrifying power was like magma continuously erupting, and there was a sign of breaking free from his control. If I hadn't used the 8 inner gates to increase my strength to the peak of the Emperor of Martial Arts, I am afraid I would only be able to suppress it by using my own forbidden secret method. The unbelievably powerful combat power hit the black round object. Crack. Boom. With a crisp sound, the dark round object suddenly shattered, and then, a deafening roar erupted, and the bright light suddenly illuminated the earth in a radius of dozens of miles, terrifying the energy of surging, like the end of the world. He actually broke planetary devastation in this way. Uzumaki Nagato stared at the god like Glossi in the sky, muttering to himself. Wow! Suddenly, Uzumaki Nagato opened his mouth and spit out a big mouthful of blood, his expression languishing. His strongest technique was forcibly broken open by Glossi, and received a powerful backlash. His internal organs were already bleeding. Boom! Advertisement. Glossi gently pressed against the void, and a powerful force burst out in an instant, suppressing the almost violent energy turbulence in the sky in an instant. Calm was restored here in an instant. Nagato. Konan flew desperately from a distance, flew straight to Uzumaki Nagato, grabbed Uzumaki Nagato's hand with both hands, and screamed in horror. Don't cry, I'm not dead yet. Uzumaki Nagato reached out and stroked Konan's hair, and said softly. However, from now on you will have to take care of yourself, you know? While talking, he coughed up blood, and a large amount of blood overflowed from his mouth and nose, staining the front of his chest red, shockingly. Nagato, you will never die. Konan wept bitterly. Although she is very strong and is a quasi-cage level powerhouse, she is a girl after all. When she sees the person closest to her, she is about to die. She is naturally heartbroken and weeping. Konan, you don't cry. Uzumaki Nagato said painfully, reaching out his hand hard to wipe the tears from the corner of Conan's eyes. We can bleed and die, but we can never cry, you know? Yeah. Conan nodded vigorously. However, the tears in her eyes fell like a broken string, which made people feel stunned. Hey. Glossi walked down from the air step by step, looking down at Uzumaki Nagato and Conan condescendingly, and let out a long sigh. This is the so-called war, and the dead are always inevitable. Yeah. You said. That's right, death. Dead people are always inevitable. Uzumaki Nagato suddenly pushed Conan aside, then quickly sealed with both hands, and shouted. But if I die, I will definitely take you on the road. Gedo statue. He roared. Nagato, don't, Conan screamed in horror as if he had seen the most terrible thing in the world. Chapter 222 Revival of Gedo Statue. Boom. With a loud noise, the earth shook and the mountains shook, and a hideous, huge monster suddenly emerged from the ground. It is tens of meters high, and its two huge claws are bound by a thick iron chain, just like a sealed wild beast. It wants to choose people and eat it. A strong and terrifying aura permeated from his body. It was creepy, and that was the horrifying popularity machine that the novice martial sage possessed. Uzumaki Nagato, is this your last trick and killer? Glossi looked very solemn, staring at the huge monster without blinking, and said in a deep voice. Not bad. Uzumaki Nagato said in a languid breath while gasping. Planetary devastation is my strongest trick, but the Gedo statue is my last desperate trump card. He was skinny, and his body was covered with countless black iron rods, which looked like a black fan at first glance. He stood under the huge Gedo statue, his eyes sharp and fierce, giving people a feeling of extreme danger. Nagato, don't, Conan screamed. At this moment, she seemed to recall the scene that happened that year. At that time, Uzumaki Nagato was flourishing, and he opened Rinnegan's strength overnight, and it was so powerful that it shocked everyone. It's a pity that he was spotted by the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo of Konoha village before he really grew up. Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo joined forces to put down the deadlock and seize Conan as a hostage. Not only did they kill Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki organization at the time, but also the exciting Uzumaki Nagato went mad and summoned the Gedo statue to kill in one fell swoop. Everyone except Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo. It is a pity that Uzumaki Nagato, who was originally handsome, was transformed by Gedo statue into such a human and ghost as it is now, no longer the youthful appearance of the time. And now, Uzumaki Nagato once again summoned the Gedo statue. Conan realized that this might be the last time she saw Uzumaki Nagato. Conan, I will die with that guy. Uzumaki Nagato said with difficulty. After I die, you can. Take away my Rinnegan. Hold. With these eyes, that is. Several times in the sinister Shinobu. Ninja World, so can you? Self-protection from. No, I don't want your eyes, Conan cried. I don't want anything, as long as you live. Fool, this is war, where is? There is something undead. Uzumaki Nagato said sadly. Gedo statue, he shouted sharply when asked. Advertisement, roar. Gedo statue seemed to sense the state of mind of Uzumaki Nagato, and suddenly looked up at the sky and let out a dull roar. A trembling breath of terror spread in an instant, shocking everyone's hearts. Chi. One after another, black iron rods extend from the Gedo statue and are inserted on the back of Uzumaki Nagato with great accuracy, accompanied by a series of creepy blood-cracking sounds, blood spatters, making people frightened. The Gedo statue absorbed Uzumaki Nagato's chakra through those black iron rods. Is this taking him as a nourishment? Guro Saibudao's eyes bloomed with brilliance, seeing all this in his eyes, and muttering to himself. His current cultivation base has reached the peak of Martial Emperor, which is logically enough to sweep the entire ninja world without opponents. However, the Gedo statue summoned by Uzumaki Nagato at this time exudes the aura of the first-level martial sage, which makes him have to be careful, stand ready. Boom. After a while, a more powerful and terrifying breath erupted from the Gedo statue, and it was clear that the Gedo statue that absorbed Uzumaki Nagato chakra was activated. If the previous Gedo statue was the body of a dead beast, then it is now completely revived and restored to all vitality. Roar. In an instant, the sky was shaking, and the situation was eclipsed. This is the terrible pressure of the martial saint level. If it is truly released, it will be enough to kill the cage-level master in an instant without any suspense. Shoo. Recruited, the light in Glossi's eyes was great, and two terrifying beams shot out from his martial arts eyes, piercing through the world, like two sharp heavenly swords, swiftly slashing towards the resurrected Gedo statue. Heavenly Slashing Sword, a supreme pupil technique conceived by the martial arts sky, concentrates a powerful combat power in the eyes, and strikes it with all its strength, invincible and unbreakable. Advertisement at this moment, facing the Gedo statue exuding the martial sacred energy, Glossi didn't dare to be careless, and took the initiative to attack. Ding. However, with two soft sounds, Glossi's two gazes seemed to hit an extremely hard stone pillar, unexpectedly unable to cause any damage to it. It turned out to be a martial arts level body. Guluoxi's expression was extremely solemn. Go to hell. Uzumaki Nagato roared. Boom, in an instant, a terrifying chakra burst out of the Gedo statue and went straight into the sky. That chakra is really too powerful, completely materialized, and at first glance it looks like a dragon in myths and legends. Swish, swish, swish. The chakra dragon was incredibly fast, snaking fast in the sky, crossing a distance of tens of meters in an instant, and slammed into Glossi's chest. Soul pumping, Uzumaki Nagato said abruptly. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Glossi stood motionless, like a living dead whose soul had been taken away, Yao silent. It's over, Uzumaki Nagato said slowly after a long time. There was a hint of relief on his face, and a hint of relief, as if death was not something to fear for him. Who told you it's over? Suddenly, when Uzumaki Nagato and Konan thought the battle was over, Glossi suddenly said. Chapter 223 Uchiha Madara. Glossi's voice resounded like a thunder in the ears of Uzumaki Nagato and Konan, and it shook their ears. Buzzing. And they turned pale in amazement, and couldn't believe their ears. He is still alive. How can this be? The Gedo statue is the strongest tail beast in the legend The Fleshy Shell of 10 Tails. It possesses incredible power. Even if a cage-level powerhouse is hit by that chakra dragon, there will be absolutely no one except death. 2 roads. Because that is a direct attack on the soul. They knew that Glossi's body was incredibly powerful, but was it also true of his soul? Isn't this impossible? You didn't die. Uzumaki Nagato muttered as he looked at Glossi with unbelievable eyes with a bitter mouth. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Glossi said with a grin. Tell me how you did it, Uzumaki Nagato said with a wry smile. It's a fluke, Glossi said. A fluke? Uzumaki Nagato was taken aback, then shook his head and said, this kind of thing cannot be a fluke. In the past 2 decades, whoever is hit by the chakra dragon will die immediately. It is an attack on the soul, and no one can escape it. That's why I said it was a fluke, Glossi said lightly. What do you mean? Uzumaki Nagato said leisurely. My most powerful thing is not the body, but the soul, Glossi said in a deep voice. You mean your soul is stronger than your physical body? How is this possible? Uzumaki Nagato and Konan were both stunned. If my body is a genin, then my soul is a super cage-level powerhouse, Glossi said. I think back then, I was faced with the 9-9 calamity that only existed in myths and legends, and was besieged by 81 sacred dragons at the same time. Even so, my soul still survived. If the move just now was an attack on the body, then I would have been dead for a long time now. Unfortunately, it was an attack on the soul. Advertisement, 9-9 tribulations? 81 sacred dragons? Who are you? Uzumaki Nagato asked Glossi in disbelief. My true identity, you are the first to know. Glossi smiled and said, I am not a member of the ninja world. I come from a world called the martial arts world. I am the supreme god of war. With a movement of my heart, I can destroy the heavens and the world, and there is no opponent in the sky and the earth. But I fell when I hit a higher realm, and I came into this world unintentionally and was possessed by this little devil named Rock Lee. Martial world? Martial god? Uzumaki Nagato murmured and repeated. Even if it was him, he had a sense of fantasy when he heard these words of Glossi, because this is no different from a fairy tale. I am not as strong as 1/10,000th of my previous life, Glossi said lightly. Is that so? Uzumaki Nagato said with a wry smile. In this way, it is not wrong for me to lose in the hands of a legendary martial god. It's really not wrong, Glossi said. Can I ask you something before I die? Uzumaki Nagato asked. Say. Glossi said. Can you spare Konan? Uzumaki Nagato said. She is a kind-hearted girl. Even if she joins the Shao organization, she has never killed a person who shouldn't be killed. Yes. Glossi said lightly. Nagato, dare you? Konan roared. Hey. A bright golden light shot out of Glossi's eyes, and it blasted into Konan's mind. Konan was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes became confused. I erased all her memories of the past, is this okay? Glossi said. Advertisement, thank you. Uzumaki Nagato smiled and fell slowly to the ground. The vitality of his body is slowly passing by. Hey, Glossi sighed. Uzumaki Nagato is a wizard who owns the legendary Rinnegan. If he hadn't met him, he might have reached a higher level and realm. Pity. It's really dead. Suddenly, a gloomy, indifferent, almost non-emotional voice came from the ground. A strange man with pitch black all over his body got out of the ground, looked at Uzumaki Nagato with cold eyes, and said disdainfully. Absolutely. Glossi frowned. He found that the appearance of this person was very similar to that of the yin-yang person. The only difference was that the person was completely dark, and there was no half of the white at all. Could it be that this person will split technique unexpectedly? Lend your Rinnegan to use it. The pitch black man was like a snake, and suddenly got into Uzumaki Nagato's body. Boom! Then, an extremely powerful chakra burst out. Uzumaki Nagato stood up again. His hands were rapidly forming seals, as if preparing to perform a forbidden secret technique. Boom! Glossi took a palm. A huge palm appeared out of thin air, and slapped it fiercely. Although he is not afraid of anyone now, he does not want to cause too much trouble. Round revolving heaven technique. In an instant, a huge force burst out, and it immediately resisted the huge palm that Glossi patted over. This is. Master has the power of life and death. Glossi's martial arts eyes were shining brightly, staring unblinkingly at the tall figure that Uzumaki Nagato suddenly appeared, and said in surprise. Ha ha ha, have you finally waited for this day? The tall figure said with a ha ha laughter, and said with great joy. Uchiha Madara is finally resurrected. This person is tall and indifferent. His hair is black and shiny, falling on the back of his chest, constantly drifting in the wind, wearing an old battlesuit, as if he has just experienced a tragic battle. His resolute face was like a knife cut, and his eyes were tightly closed. Although there was no light from the eyes, there was a breathtaking cold light flashing. Chapter 224 The Terrible Uchiha Madara. This person was exuding a chilling aura from all over his body, which was a terrifying aura peculiar to a strong man who belonged to the great perfection realm of Emperor Wu. He is a strong man in the realm of Wu Dizochin, and he calls himself Uchiha Madara. Master Madara, you are finally resurrected. The pitch-black man said respectfully. These are your eyes, please take them back. As he said, he fiercely penetrated into Uzumaki Nagato's pupils like a double dragon, and dug out the precious pair of Rinnegan. Very good. Uchiha Madara said approvingly. He stretched out his hand to take Rinnegan from the dark man, and put it in his two eye sockets. But after a while, he actually opened his eyes and shot out two breathtaking cold lights. Are you Uchiha Madara? Glossi asked with interest, observing the man in front of him. Yes, I am Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara smiled and said, Little devil, who are you? He spoke in a very arrogant tone, facing Glossi with a predecessor master looking down on the new generation. I'm Glossi. Are you really Uchiha Madara? Glossi asked again. Uchiha Madara, the strongest and most prestigious Superman in the history of the Uchiha clan, has a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, known as Konohashira, and has competed with the God of Ninja. First Hokage Senju Hashirama for more than 10 years. Although he failed in the end, he was famous and awe-inspiring. He was the first person to start Mangekyo Sharingan, and the first person to use Sharingan to control the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, leaving countless myths and legends in the ninja world. It's just a name, is it worth impersonating? Uchiha Madara said lightly. Well, that's what I said. Glossi nodded. You planned all this today? He asked. Yes. Uchiha Madara said. In the past, Senju Hashirama and I were defeated in a battle in Endgame Valley, but because of a blessing in disguise, I got Senju Hashirama's power and turned on Rinnegan before I died. Rinnegan has the power to control life and death, so I continue my life with Geto statue, I planned my resurrection. I rescued Uchiha Obito back then, and raised him up, and then asked him to transplant my pair of Rinnegan to Nagato. The purpose is to let Nagato use the revolving heaven technique to bring me back to life. If it's just for resurrection, why collect tail beasts? Glossi asked. Advertisement. Because it has been too long since I died, even if I have Rinnegan, I have to spend a huge amount of chakra to do it. Nagato has collected 1 tail to 8 tails 8-tailed beasts. Such a powerful chakra can already do it. I am resurrected, Uchiha Madara said. Speaking of which, I want to thank you too. If it weren't for your dying Nagato, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to control Nagato to perform the round revolving heaven technique. Master Madara is right, I should thank you well, Black Zetsu said with a grin. You two don't need to be polite, Glossi said lightly. For me, it doesn't matter whether you two exist or not. Boy, you are arrogant. Uchiha Madara frowned and said, Susanoo, he said lightly. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave erupted from Uchiha Madara's body, and a huge skeleton appeared out of thin air. It was Susanoo in the first stage. However, although his Susanoo is only the first stage, its power is not inferior to Uchiha Sasuke's perfect body. Obviously, Uchiha Madara, who has the full strength of Wu Dizochin, can make random shots, which is far better than Uchiha Sasuke's full strength. This is a huge gap in absolute strength. Woo. A huge arm came out, cutting through the air swiftly and unscrupulously, and grabbed Glossi's head fiercely. Huh. Fa heaven and earth. Glossi snorted coldly, and an equally huge arm appeared and blasted towards the arm that Uchiha Madara had grabbed impartially. Crack. With a crisp sound, Uchiha Madara's probing claws were suddenly interrupted. Advertisement. How is this possible? Black Zetsu's eyes widened and his face was incredulous. Good boy. Uchiha Madara was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Apart from Senju Hashirama, you were the first person to interrupt my Susanoo. To show my respect for you, I will start the second stage of Susanoo. Uchiha Madara, I think you'd better do your best, Glossi said lightly. Boom. Accompanied by the terrifying combat power rising into the sky, a giant several hundred meters high appeared behind Glossi out of thin air, like a god of war descending from the sky, looking at Uchiha Madara with extremely cold eyes, killing intent raging. This is the complete form of Dharma heaven and earth, and it is perfect to deal with Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. As this, Black Zetsu took a breath. Completely Susanoo. Uchiha Madara's face changed suddenly, and he no longer dared to have any contempt, directly showing his ultimate power. It was Susanoo, who was a few hundred meters tall and armed with a huge long sword. He is a powerful man in the great perfection realm of Emperor Wu, a realm higher than Glossi, so going all out is naturally extremely terrifying. It is indeed the legendary Uchiha Madara, it is amazing. Glossi stared at the almost invincible samurai Susa behind Uchiha Madara, suddenly grinned, and said, I am willing to bow down to the wind, it is not your opponent at all. Boy, why don't you follow me? Uchiha Madara said coldly. An enchanting genius like you, I really don't want to kill it, because that would be a shame. You are not worthy. Glossi said with a smile. Then you go to die. Uchiha Madara said sternly. Boom. As if responding to his thoughts, the huge warrior suddenly drew out his long sword and slashed at Glossi fiercely. That sword is really too big, it hits over like a mountain, terrifyingly terrifying. Chapter 225 Kaguya Goddess. Flying Thunder God Technique. In the face of Uchiha Madara's terrifying attack, Glossi looked extremely calm and said softly. Brush. In an instant, Glossi disappeared without a trace. Boom. Samurai Uchiha Madara Susa's long sword smashed into the ground fiercely, and violently trembled in an instant, and deep cracks spread in all directions, as if a major earthquake had occurred, and the momentum was shocking. Cut. Let him run away. Black Zetsu curled his lips and said uncomfortably. It doesn't matter, he can't escape my palm no matter where he escapes. Uchiha Madara turned around and looked at the towering Gedo statue not far away, and said coldly. When I absorb the power of Gedo statue and become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, the entire ninja world will be in my pocket. A flash of cold light flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes, but Uchiha Madara turned his back to him and didn't notice it. Master Madara, the Gedo statue just absorbed the chakra from 1 tail to 8 tails. The 9 tails monster hasn't caught it yet. Why? Black Zetsu said. No need. Uchiha Madara interrupted Black Zetsu and said. The power of the 8-tailed beast is enough. I don't need the 9 tails monster. I can definitely get the power of the legendary sage of 6 paths. Yes, Madara-sama can definitely do it, Black Zetsu said. Uchiha Madara ignored Black Zetsu and strode towards the Gedo statue. As he walked, he quickly sealed the seal with both hands. He wanted to seal the Gedo statue in his body with a forbidden secret method, and then let himself become its Jinchuriki, gaining terrifying power beyond the human world. Glossi returned to Wuzong with Flying Thunder God Technique in an instant, and immediately called Hyuga Neji and others to a meeting and ordered them to lead everyone into the underground bunker for refuge. Immediately afterwards, he ran the martial arts eye with the strength of the peak of the martial emperor, looking through the 6 paths of the 3 realms, looking for Orochimaru's figure. Advertisement soon. Glossi determined his goal. Who? When Glossi appeared behind Orochimaru, Orochimaru was like a mouse that had seen a cat. He couldn't help but shudder, and his hair was terrified. He never expected that in just 2 years, Glossi had grown to such a terrifying level. As long as the other party is willing, he can definitely be killed in an instant. Orochimaru, we meet again. Glossi walked towards Orochimaru step by step, and said with a smile. You. Glossi-kun, I don't know what you are asking for me. Orochimaru was worthy of being a man who has experienced strong winds and waves, and soon calmed down. He knew that Glossi wasn't here to kill him, otherwise he wouldn't talk to him like this. I need you to help me in pure world reincarnation alone, Glossi said. Who? Orochimaru asked. 4th Hokage, Glossi rode. Do you want the other half of the 9 tails sealed in his body? Orochimaru quickly thought of Glossi's intentions. Not bad. Glossi nodded. Do you take the initiative to do it yourself, or let me kill you and control your corpse to do it, he said coldly. There is no direct conflict of interest between you and me. I am happy to help you, Orochimaru said. Come with me. Since 4th Hokage was sealed by the Ghoul Seal technique, a special item from the Uzumaki clan is needed to summon him. Orochimaru didn't play any tricks, or he knew that Glossi's current strength was not something that could be shaken by a strategy. He didn't want to die. Glossi didn't mean to avoid any taboos, and directly caught the 9 tails in 4th Hokage's body in front of Orochimaru to refine and absorb. When he finished all this, he finally stepped into the 6th heaven of martial arts and became a martial emperor. From Emperor Wu to Emperor Wu, it was a qualitative leap, and Glossi's strength instantly increased more than tenfold. If supplemented by the forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, and the taboo secrets of the previous life, he would be able to contend with the martial arts powerhouse. Advertisement. What? At this moment, in another direction, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but scream up to the sky, his head full of long hair dancing frantically, his eyes burst with incomparable light, and he felt like he was about to explode, an unimaginable vastness. Power began to flow in his bone marrow and blood. That is the power that belongs to 10 Tails Jinchuriki. So strong. Is this the power of the legendary sage of 6 paths? Uchiha Madara gently clenched his fist. He felt that his body was full of power that was beyond speculation. He felt that he could break the mountains and rivers with a single punch. This is beyond the limit power allowed in the human world. This is the power that belongs to the gods. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. Finally did it. I finally did it. The power of sage of 6 paths. I finally got. Ah. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's crazy laugh turned into a scream of horror, because he discovered that somehow Black Zetsu appeared behind him and punched him in the chest with a punch. A mysterious and weird power spread out from Black Zetsu's arm, eroding Uchiha Madara's whole body in an instant. Black Zetsu. What the hell is going on? Uchiha Madara couldn't believe his eyes. He looked back at Black Zetsu, hissed. You are obviously the life I created with Izanagi technique. How can you have your own thinking? Black Zetsu was indeed created by you, but I occupied his body. Black Zetsu said with a sharp smile at Uchiha Madara. Introduce yourself. I'm the 3rd son of Goddess Kaguya. When we meet for the first time, please take care of me. What are you talking about? Uchiha Madara was completely cold for a moment, and his hair was terrified. At this moment, he actually had a feeling of being driven from heaven to hell. Goddess Kaguya, that exists only in myths and legends, and is longer than sage of 6 paths. My mother will be resurrected with your body. You should feel very honored, Black Zetsu sneered. Ah! Uchiha Madara yelled sternly, struggling and fighting desperately. However, all this was in vain. A breath of timelessness permeated out, and Uchiha Madara was overwhelmed at once. Chapter 226 Sage of Six Paths. A beautiful figure with pure beauty and dust, suspended in the air, like the bright moon, with a faint hazy brilliance. The whole person looks so holy, without the slightest murderous intent. It is simply unexpected. She is Kagaya goddess in myths and legends. Mother, you have finally reappeared in the world again. Black Zetsu knelt on the ground suddenly, and said with excitement. Get up, my child. Goddess Kagaya opened a pair of beautiful eyes, which were a pair of Byakugan. In the center of her forehead, there is an extremely weird eye, the Sharingan eye of the reincarnation of 9 Guyu Jade. Obviously, whether it is Byakugan, Sharingan, Rinnegan, all of its sources are the legendary goddess. Mother, my child has missed you all the time over the years. Black Zetsu said loudly. In order to resurrect you, I did not hesitate to surrender and follow Uchiha Madara, but I finally succeeded, which is great. Good boy. Goddess Kagaya reached out her hand and stroked Black Zetsu's head and said faintly. There is no emotional swing on her face, it looks very unreal. Mother, who sealed you back then? Black Zetsu asked puzzledly. Mother's power is invincible in the world. There should be no opponents. How could it be sealed by others? All this is a good thing your two brothers did. Goddess Kagaya didn't show a trace of emotion until now. Why? Mother said that the people who sealed you were two older brothers. Black Zetsu said incredulously. Why are they doing this? Yeah, why did they do this back then? I also really want to know. Kagaya goddess shot two cold lights in her eyes and looked straight into the distant sky. An icy breath surged all over her, which made her heart tremble. Even Black Zetsu felt very upset, as if the goddess Kagaya would kill him at any time. You really deserve to be my mother. I discovered my existence so soon. With a chuckle, a 27-year-old man appeared out of thin air, condescending, looking at goddess Kagaya calmly. His whole body exudes supreme majesty, which makes people have an urge to worship. Although it is the body of the pinnacle of the prime of life, his eyes are full of the vicissitudes of the years, as if he has experienced thousands of reincarnations, watching the ups and downs of the vicissitudes of life. Advertisement. The aura he exuded was amazing. The whole world seemed to exist because of him, and the whole world trembled because of his arrival. He was like a master looking down on sentient beings, high above him. The legendary ancestor of the ninja, Sage of Six Paths, is still alive. Where is Hamura? Why didn't you come out to see me? Goddess Kagaya said coldly. Could it be that after he did something like that, he didn't have the face to come to see me again? Perhaps it is. Sage of Six Paths smiled and said, after sealing his mother, Hamura became depressed, so he entrusted all his power to me, and then went into seclusion. I haven't seen him for a long time. You said Hamura entrusted his power to you? Goddess Kagaya sneered disdainfully. It's clear that you took away Hamura's power. If I'm not wrong, you were the one who tricked Hamura to attack me together, right? Mother, where am I as insidious as you said? Sage of Six Paths grinned and said. Hi, you dare to talk to your mother like this, you can't die. Black Zetsu couldn't listen anymore, and shouted at Sage of Six Paths. Noisy. Sage of Six Paths' eyes suddenly cold, and Rinnegan instantly turned into a Sharingan of 9 Go Jade, and an incredible mental force rushed into Black Zetsu's body. Lore. Sheer illusion. He shouted in a low voice. What? Almost at the same time, Black Zetsu screamed miserably. His face was full of horror, as if he had encountered the most horrible thing in the world. Hi, your strength is getting stronger and stronger. Goddess Kagaya sighed and said. She stretched out her hand and nodded Black Zetsu. Only then did Black Zetsu stop screaming and fell asleep deeply. Compared with my mother, my strength is still very weak, Sage of Six Paths said. However, fortunately, I invented all kinds of ninjutsu. With the help of these ninjutsu, my weak power can also be used to ultimate, and I can compete with my mother. In that case, the ultimate goal of everything you do is to gain my power? Kagaya goddess asked. Advertisement, not bad. Sage of Six Paths nodded. I hope to gain the power of Mother and use this power to return to our original hometown. Mother came here from another world. I have known this kind of thing for a long time. So that's it. Kagaya goddess said quietly. For this kind of thing, you don't hesitate to do something with your own brother and mother, don't you? For this purpose, I can give up everything I have. Sage of Six Paths said. I hope to see a wider world, rather than call the king the ancestor in this little ninja world. That world is very cruel, far from being as beautiful as you think. Kagaya goddess said. My country was extinct back then, I escaped alone and came into this world. My strength is very strong, but if I return to the original world, I am afraid I will be killed within 3 days. Because there are too many people in that world stronger than me. Because of this, I want to go to that world. Sage of Six Paths said frantically. A wider world, more powerful and terrifying power, this is what I want to pursue. If that's the case, then you go, I won't stop you, Kagaya goddess said. Before that, please ask your mother to lend me all the power. Sage of Six Paths said to the goddess Kagaya. Yiksanaki. He directly used his strongest technique, and the endless brilliant light instantly enveloped the goddess Kagaya. Goddess Kagaya is extremely powerful, and chakra is at least several times stronger than Sage of Six Paths, but because she doesn't know how to use ninjutsu, she was soon overpowered by Sage of Six Paths. Take my power. I hope you can realize your dream. Kagaya Goddess Wu Yu looked at Sage of Six Paths with no joy in her eyes. Sage of Six Paths looked at the goddess Kaguya's eyes and couldn't help but tremble in her heart, involuntarily recalling the good times when she was a child with her mother and brother. However, he quickly settled down, discarded everything in the past, and madly absorbed the power of the goddess Kagaya. Chapter 227 Finale 1. Hee, you're crazy, you don't even let your own mother go. Suddenly, a disdainful voice came from the sky in the distance. Who? Sage of Six Paths Huo suddenly turned around, and a breath of horror ultimate suddenly rose into the sky like a volcanic eruption, blasting away in the direction where the sound came from. At this time, he has basically absorbed the power of the goddess Kagaya, his strength has skyrocketed, and he has become a leader among the martial arts, terrifying. Oh, is this annoyance into anger? Glossi walked from a distance step by step, his feet stepping in the void, as if traveling through space, disillusioned with each step, and arrived in an instant, above the head of Sage of Six Paths. The martial saint level aura released by Sage of Six Paths had no effect on him. Foot on the void. Sage of Six Paths frowned and said, it's really unexpected, besides my Otsutsuki clan, there are people who can reach such a realm and possess such strength. The world is so big, there are no surprises. You haven't seen it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Glossi said lightly. Who are you? Are you from another world? Sage of Six Paths asked. I'm from the martial arts world, Glossi said. As for whether Wujie is your mother's original world, then I don't know. I have no interest in this kind of thing. Sage of Six Paths said coldly. The only thing I want to do now is to kill you. You can try it, Glossi said. Pretend to be a ghost in front of me, and look for death. Sage of Six Paths said sternly. My nine-god jade, Rinnegan, can see through everything. Your strength is very weak, but it's equivalent to the brother whose strength I took away. I can kill you with just one move. Universal pull. He raised his right hand all of a sudden, pointed it at Glossi, and shouted in a low voice. Boom. Advertisement suddenly, an overwhelming force enveloped Glossi, and the terrible attraction wanted him to grab him from the ground, and then flew in the direction of Sage of Six Paths. 8 inner gates, open. Without any hesitation, Glossi opened the 8 inner gates, from the first gate to the 7th gate, and his strength climbed from the peak of Emperor Wu to the first-level martial sage. Hey! Brilliant light bursts from Glossi, and the martial artist of the martial arts level is terrifying to the extreme. He stood there quietly like an ancient magic mountain, no matter how powerful the universal pull of Sage of Six Paths is, it is fundamentally shocked, it doesn't move, like a breeze. This kind of power. Sage of Six Paths' expression immediately became serious, he sensed the same powerful power from Glossi at this time, and he felt a deep sense of crisis. Are you a warrior? Sage of Six Paths snapped. Yes, I am a warrior. Glossi said lightly, it looks like you are not dealing with warriors for the first time. Of course not the first time. Sage of Six Paths said sternly. The ancestor in the samurai legend was killed by me. That ridiculous guy actually said that physique is far more powerful than ninjutsu. I don't know what to say. In that case, my colleague has received a lot of care from you, Glossi said. If I don't get the place back for him today, wouldn't I be very sorry for him? Only you? Sage of Six Paths said disdainfully. The power of a real warrior, let you see it today, Glossi shouted. Woo! In an instant, Glossi's figure disappeared, turning into a black lightning, rushing towards Sage of Six Paths fiercely. His speed is too fast, not much slower than traveling through space. At that moment, it seemed that even time and space were frozen, and Glossi was the only one who was moving fast. With the rapid movement of Glossi, his body slashed through the air, making a creepy sound of breaking through the air. Looking from a distance, you can even see a series of fires bursting out, which is caused by the violent friction between Glossi's body and the air. So fast, advertisement Sage of Six Paths couldn't help taking a breath. At this moment, he abandoned all his distracting thoughts, and even the thought of being high above him, thinking that he could kill Glossi between his hands. Glossi placed on the same height as himself, fighting the enemy with all his strength. Full body Susanoo. Sage of Six Paths snapped. Boom. With an explosion, a flaming red humanoid object with a height of several hundred meters appeared out of thin air, and it immediately protected Six Paths inside, isolating Glossi's attack. Susanoo. Glossi's eyes were cold, and the light flickered. He didn't change his attack, but with an indomitable momentum, he rushed over quickly, raised his right fist and smashed it down fiercely. His current aura is really terrifying, like a comet falling from the sky, dragging a long azure tail, and hitting Susanoo of Six Paths. Boom. With a loud and deafening noise, the bright light burst out, like a small sun, so blazing that it was impossible to look directly at it. What followed was a terrifying turbulence of energy, like a hurricane, impacting in all directions. Everything you pass is turned into ruins within a kilometer. This was the first big collision between Glossi and Sage of Six Paths. The energy aftermath was so destructive that it caused such a terrifying momentum. Kacha. Amidst the deafening noise, an inaudible, crisp sound came from the huge Susanoo, and a small crack appeared. Why? It can shake my complete body Susanoo. How is this possible? Six Paths' face was a little ugly, and he looked at Glossi, his face full of incredible. Swipe. 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 Glossi's figure is non-stop like a gust of wind and lightning. The speed is incredible, and it is impossible to catch with the naked eye. That is, Six Paths owns a pair of 9-hook jade Rinnegan. If you change someone else, I am afraid that even Glossi will not be found. Chapter 228 Finale 2. What technique are you using? Sage of Six Paths shouted at Glossi. 8 inner gates and my own martial arts combat skills, Glossi said lightly. 8 inner gates and martial arts combat skills. Sage of Six Paths said coldly. I have decided that this technique will be extracted from your memory before killing you. With this technique, I can be even more powerful and take me to the next level. Six Paths, instead of having such unrealistic dreams, you might as well think about how to survive my attack, Glossi said, raising his fist and hit Susanoo again, above. Boom. Like a thunderstorm, Glossi's fist collided fiercely with Sage of Six Paths' complete body Susanoo, creating an unparalleled atmosphere of terror. Gotcha, another crack appeared. Six Paths, see how I break your tortoise shell, Glossi shouted. He launched a stormy assault on Sage of Six Paths with incredible speed and terrifying attack power. Boom. 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 One after another thunderous sounds, bright rays of light continued to burst. Such a vision of heaven and earth shocked everyone's hearts. Not only were all those who watched the battle in the distance stunned, but even Sage of Six Paths hiding in Susanoo was shocked, and his mood was extremely complicated. Glossi's speed was so fast, he even launched more than 50 attacks in just 10 seconds. His attack power is so terrible, every punch will leave a crack on Susanoo. After 50 punches, all the cracks merged together, and Susanoo was hit with a huge gap. Six Paths, your Susanoo is nothing more than that, Glossi said with a sneer. Boy, I admit that I underestimated you, but what's the use? In the end, isn't it a needless struggle? Sage of Six Paths said indifferently. Susanoo is a kind of technique that condenses the powerful chakra into shape. What if you open a gap? I can fill it at any time. Advertisement. While speaking, a powerful force surged out of Sage of Six Paths, instantly sealing the gap in Susanoo. Six Paths, don't you think I only have such a trick? Glossi sneered. No matter what means you have, everything is vain in the face of absolute power. Although Sage of Six Paths was awe-inspiring in his heart, he refused to let it go. It's useless to say more, just take it. Glossi took a deep breath and yelled, to the peacock. Following his roar, a pair of iron fists waved rapidly in the sky, and they hit hundreds of punches in an instant. He was very far away from Sage of Six Paths, and he did not make a terrible energy attack, but when he fell in the eyes of Sage of Six Paths, he felt a breath of horror. Is that? What? Sage of Six Paths said in surprise. Could it be fire? He actually used his fists to strike out quickly, attacking with the unpredictable flames of the air? How could this kid have such a strong physique? Is he really human? Boom. With Glossi's final punch, all the flames in the sky immediately boiled, as if they had come to life. They were intertwined in the sky into a huge flaming red peacock pattern. This peacock was hundreds of meters long, and its wings waved slightly, and immediately surged out of the terrifying heat, and rushed towards Sage of Six Paths. In an instant, the fire blazed into the sky, and the huge fire peacock shrouded Sage of Six Paths and his Susanoo below, annihilating the world. Ah! Water-style fairy technique. The wrath of the dragons. Amidst the blazing flames, the roar of Sage of Six Paths came clearly. Along with strong energy fluctuations after another, countless water dragons jumped out from Susanoo and faced the fire peacock. Sage of Six Paths is the originator of the ninja sect and the founder of the ninja. He is strong and invincible throughout his life. How has it been suppressed in this way? Passive defense is not his style all the time. He displayed the water-style magic, transformed more than a dozen huge water dragons, to fight against the fire peacocks of Glossi. Suddenly, the sky boiled. The fiery red peacock and the azure water dragon entangled and collided fiercely, sparks and water splashing everywhere, as if the end is coming. I was shocked to hear it. Advertisement. Water and fire are incompatible and are destined to not coexist. What's more, Glossi and Sage of Six Paths are in a life and death battle, and the collision is naturally extremely tragic. Clouds of water vapor rose up, and the sky was filled with smoke, blocking the sight of many people. However, this couldn't stop the eyes of both of them. Both of them are shining in their eyes, full of self-confidence, and everyone thinks that they are destined to win the final victory. Your martial arts combat skills are nothing more than this, Sage of Six Paths said coldly. This is just the beginning. Glossi said lightly, it won't be too late for you to take this trick from me. You better pick me up first, Sage of Six Paths said sternly. He made a seal with both hands, and Susanoo immediately moved, waved a huge tin rod and slashed towards Glossi. Six Paths, you can't catch up to my speed. Glossi's figure was erratic, like a dreamy empty flower, and instantly got rid of the attack of the tin rod. He soon came behind Sage of Six Paths and shouted, Day Tiger. In an instant, a huge energy fluctuation enveloped the world. The light curtain surrounding Glossi's body seemed to burst open, instantly spreading over a radius of several hundred meters. What's that? Chakra? No, it's not chakra. Could it be the kind of chi that is produced by practicing physical skills to ultimate? Sage of Six Paths said with an ugly face. He could feel it. Glossi's move was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Once stimulated, the world can be messed up and everything can be destroyed. Roar. Raised. A roar of thunder roared in the sky, just like the legendary beast White Tiger. A huge tiger that was hundreds of meters long and like a hill appeared out of thin air. Everyone who looked at it was shocked and completely cold. What is this technique? What is this ability? They have never heard of it, they have never seen it. Chapter 229 Finale. 3. This is... Sage of Six Paths looked extremely solemn, and a pair of 9-hook jade Rinnegan stared at the huge white tiger that appeared out of thin air, shocked. Is this really a martial artist's method? Why does he think this is more like ninjutsu than his ninjutsu, and more like magical powers than magical powers? Roar. It seems that the whole world is shaking. The huge white tiger seemed to be alive, its limbs moved vigorously, and it roared to the sky and rushed towards Sage of Six Paths. It rolls up a terrible storm of energy, and the horror is boundless. Susanoo absolutely can't resist. How amazing is Sage of Six Paths' judgment. I saw the terrifying power of Day Tiger in an instant. This is pure physical power, not chakra, so Rinnegan's hungry Keto can't absorb it either. I never expected that I would be forced to such an extent by such a kid, Sage of Six Paths said in his heart. Izanagi, he roared loudly. Six Paths, I had expected you to use this trick long ago, Glossi said coldly. You want to hide by accident and dream. The martial arts eye. Chi. 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 Suddenly, dazzling rays of light shot out from Glossi's eyes, like shimmering silk threads, linked between Glossi and Sage of Six Paths, an inexplicable power spreading to Sage. Izanagi of Six Paths interfered. Glossi had seen Izanagi in Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Obito successively, and analyzed and dissected it with the power of martial arts' heavenly eyes, and finally understood the mystery of this technique, which can be disintegrated and invalidated, melted. Izanagi is a kind of almost incomprehensible magic. As far as Glossi knows, I am afraid that only Izanami can restrain it. However, Glossi can now use the martial arts eye to interfere with it, destroying the effect of his spells, so that Sage of Six Paths cannot escape the Day Tiger with this technique. Advertisement, boy. Force me to take out the last trump card, you are proud enough. Sage of Six Paths saw that the effect of Izanagi technique was cancelled, immediately shot two evil spirits in his eyes, staring at Glossi, and shouted sharply, Sword of Tian's Spear. Ohm. With a creepy trembling sound, a long sword with a length of several meters, winding twists and turns, and an extremely weird appearance appeared in the hands of Sage of Six Paths. As soon as this Jianfu appeared, Glossi immediately felt the threat of death. Is this the legendary sword of the Sky Spear? Did you use the legendary sword to create the ninja world? Glossi said to himself. If you really have the power in the legend, I am afraid that even the Day Tiger can't help him. Sure enough, the terrifying Day Tiger rushed to the front of Six Paths, and was lightly picked by the Sage of Six Paths Tian's spear sword, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. As if it were an illusion, it had never appeared before. Little devil, everything is over. Sage of Six Paths dispersed to Susanoo, holding the sword of the Sky Spear, flew up to Glossi, and said coldly, You have forced me to this point, even the last all the cards of the Celestial Spear's sword are taken out, which is enough to be proud. You said it was over, Glossi said coldly. You have all your hole cards out, but I still have holes that I haven't played yet. Really? Then do it quickly, otherwise, you won't have a chance again, Six Paths said with a sneer. However, in front of my absolute strength, all your hole cards will be completely shattered. You are right. In front of absolute power, all the hole cards will be completely shattered, Glossi sneered. Today I will let you see what true absolute power is. 8 inner gates formation, dead door, open, he shouted word by word. This is... Sage of Six Paths' pupils shrank immediately, staring at Glossi, shocked. In the sky, a thick bloody mist appeared out of thin air. These bloody mists escaped from Glossi's body, like gasified blood, full of the creepy smell of blood. They were like a thick layer of armor, which wrapped Glossi, making him look like an evil spirit who had just escaped from the 18th hell. It was creepy. Advertisement at this moment, the skin on Glossi's whole body also turned blood red, making people feel that their scalp was numb. This is the ultimate knowledge of the 8 inner gates formation, the dead gate of the 8th gate, when it is opened. Its side effects are powerful and terrifying, and waves of death continue to erode Glossi's body. Even Glossi, who has a martial art that is as powerful as ultimate, feels extremely uncomfortable and painful. In fact, if it weren't Glossi who specializes in martial arts, but replaced by another person, I am afraid that it would have been drowned by the vast sea of death, just like the blue beast Might Guy. However, in contrast to its terrifying side effects, it is an incredible and powerful force. At this time, Gullos only felt that his body was full of endless power, even stronger than when he achieved the peak of martial saint in his previous life. It seems that he can destroy mountains and rivers just by waving his hand. What a terrible forbidden technique. Sage of Six Paths looked solemn, staring at Glossi, who was already covered by the bloody mist without blinking, and said in a deep voice, Could this be the world you were talking about? The power of the warrior? Yes, take the move, Glossi said lightly. Shenxiang. As this? Sage of Six Paths' eyes shrank rapidly, pale in amazement. He did not dare to neglect, and sternly said, Fully Susanoo. Sage art, earth-style armor. He had felt Glossi's attack before, and knew that his attack power could not be terrible, and could even pose a threat to Susanoo. Therefore, this time he not only turned on Susanoo, but also blessed himself with the Earth-style celestial arts. With such a double defense, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, at the moment when Sage of Six Paths' heart relaxed slightly, Glossi moved. He is like a cheetah that has been lurking for a long time waiting to catch its prey, and instantly changed from extreme silence to extreme movement, like a thunder and lightning. Chapter 481, Auto-generated chapter title, the 230th chapter finale, 4. In an instant, Glossi approached Sage of Six Paths from a few tens of meters away, waving a big blood-red hand, and slapped Susanoo fiercely. Boy, this last trick of yours is nothing more than that. It seems to be slower than the previous speed. Sage of Six Paths showed a trace of surprise. Don't you think you can beat me this way? This is just the beginning, Glossi said coldly. One speed. Boom. Glossi's fist is so powerful, it's like a hill hitting Susanoo, which stirs up a monstrous wave of terrifying energy. With a click, a crack appeared on Susanoo. However, as the light flashed, the crack immediately returned to its original appearance. Absolute defense, well-deserved reputation, Glossi said approvingly. Second speed. In an instant, the sound of wind and thunder made a great sound, and Glossi's incredible speed, which was already fast, suddenly doubled. Moreover, as the speed increased, his attack power became more and more terrifying. Boom. Suddenly, Glossi raised his right fist and punched Sage of Six Paths in the air. At this time, Glossi and Sage of Six Paths are more than 10 meters away. In theory, his punch cannot pose any threat to Sage of Six Paths. But, in fact, after he punched out, there was a creepy, piercing sound in the air immediately. Why? It turned out to be an attack in this way. How is this possible? How can pure physical skills be so powerful? Sage of Six Paths was shocked and exclaimed. Advertisement. Boom. With a deafening loud noise, Susanoo, the complete body known as Absolute Defense, unexpectedly appeared out of thin air with a huge gap several meters long and tens of centimeters wide. The body of Sage of Six Paths was immediately directly exposed to ancient times, under Glossi's attack. Air cannon. It turned out to be an air cannon. Is this level of physical skill really something a human can do? Sage of Six Paths muttered to himself, eyes full of suspicion and unbelief. Just now, Sage of Six Paths used the powerful pupil power of the 9-Go Jade Rinnegan to see through Glossi's attack method. It turned out to be an incomparably powerful physical force bombarding the air, and then generating an unparalleled air burst, and then attacking the target. Cause some damages. This kind of air cannon is extremely powerful. Even if Six Paths is the body of an immortal, a punch will inevitably break bones and muscles, and even lose life. Boom. 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 Glossi's eyes were deep, and his fists continuously blasted out, causing a devastating blow to Sage of Six Paths. One after another, air cannons appeared, and they actually surrounded Sage of Six Paths. Earth-style fairy skill. Earth formation wall. Summoning skill. Sevenfold Rashomon. Wood-style fairy skill. Facing such a terrifying attack by Glossi, Sage of Six Paths didn't dare to be big enough, and it actually laid a triple defense barrier in an instant. But it is a pity that Glossi's air cannon is too terrifying, almost indestructible, and defeated the defense of Sage of Six Paths in the blink of an eye. Truth-seeking ball. Finally, Sage of Six Paths burst out with a roar, summoning 9 round black spheres the size of a bowl. As soon as these dark round objects appeared, they immediately changed their shape, intertwined into a dark shield, held by Sage of Six Paths, blocking Glossi's air cannon. After opening the dead gate of the 8th gate of the 8 inner gates formation, Glossi's combat effectiveness and speed have increased to a terrifying level. A random punch will produce a terrifying air cannon. Although invisible and innocent, it is indestructible and unbreakable, completely suppressing Sage of Six Paths. In desperation, Sage of Six Paths can only summon 9 truth-seeking balls, and use nature transformation to turn them into a shield and hold them in their hands to protect themselves. Truth-seeking ball is a fusion of 6 chakra attribute changes, possessing the ultimate power to defend against all ninjutsu attacks. Although the air cannon, played by Glossi, did not contain chakra, it was an air burst, produced by pure physical power, but it was still blocked by it, showing how terrifying its defenses are. Six Paths, you took out all the Sage of the Sky Spear and the truth-seeking ball. You are indeed exhausted. Glossi looked at Sage of Six Paths with a contemptuous look and sternly sneered. Said. Advertisement, boy, you can push me to this point, and it's enough to be proud. For so many years, it was only when I sealed my mother that I used all the means. You're the second one. Sage of Six Paths looked gloomy. Said. He holds the sword of Tian's spear in one hand and the shield transformed from truth-seeking ball in the other, just like a warrior. Six Paths, do you think this can block my attack? Glossi sneered, and raised his right hand to hit 3 consecutive punches. The sharp air burst sounded through the sky, and the horrible energy fluctuations were like a volcanic eruption. It is terrifying to the world. Six Paths stopped talking, and his left hand blocked the shield formed by the truth-seeking ball in front of him. The shield immediately became several times larger, blocking the front like a wall. Boom. 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 The air cannon hit the shield, emitting a bright light, and the terrifying impact was like a mountain, which was beyond the scope of human beings. Even Six Paths felt the irresistible horror power coming from the shield. If it weren't for Truth-Seeking Ball's super defensive power to obliterate everything, I'm afraid Sage of Six Paths would have been beaten into a pile of mud and died. Six Paths, do you think you can sit back and relax like this? Glossi said coldly. I will tell you today, the best defense is offense. Second speed. Ohm. In an instant, Glossi's body turned into a blood-red light, rushing towards Sage of Six Paths at a speed hard to see with the naked eye, fierce and murderous. Chapter 231 Finale. 5. Sage Art. Thunder Spirit destroys the world. Sage of Six Paths knew that at the most critical moment of the battle, he no longer kept defending, but launched a counterattack. Based on the different chakra attributes of the 9 big-tailed beasts, he created 9 kinds of fairy arts, each of which is vast and terrifying. Crackling. Suddenly, the sky was overcast, and thick electric lights fell one after another. The power of these lightnings is shocking, each of them is more than 1 meter thick, and countless electric lights are intertwined into a sea of thunder, just like the legendary thunder god destroying the world. Humph. Facing the amazing lightning-style magic attack of Sage of Six Paths, Glossi just snorted, without any fear on his face. His body turned into a bloody light, walking through the endless sea of thunder like a dragon, extremely agile, there was no lightning bolt that could hit his body. The weird pace of God's changes, and the powerful insight of the martial arts Tianyan were brought to the ultimate by him. Damn it. Sage of Six Paths 9 Go Jade, Rinnegan, has strong pupils, and soon saw a hint from the endless sea of thunder, and said viciously. He Ji and again, sternly said. Sage Art. Destroy Shi Kuifeng. Boom. In an instant, a wave of terrifying energy that could not be described in words burst out, like a Category 12 hurricane in the Pacific, covering the world and rolling towards Glossi. The lightning-style magical attack power is unmatched, almost mortal when touched, but Glossi avoided it all with incredible speed and body style. In desperation, Sage of Six Paths had to use the wind-style magic to attack indiscriminately before, trying to block Glossi's pace. Sage of Six Paths is already a little scared in his heart now. He was afraid of being bullied by Glossi and approaching him. He couldn't fight the terrifying speed of ghosts and charm, and the terrifying super attack power. Day Tiger. After avoiding countless seas of thunder and lightning, Glossi saw Sage of Six Paths cast wind-style magic to seal every inch of space, blocking his way. He simply didn't do 2 things at all, and directly played the 8 inner gates formation, fascinating. Boom. With a terrible loud noise, the sky burst out with light, just like a supernova explosion. The light suddenly covered the sun in the sky and became the only one between the sky and the earth. Advertisement, 3 speeds. At this moment, Glossi yelled, and the speed doubled again. Why? How is this possible? Sage of Six Paths saw Glossi's speed doubled once again, his eyes widened in horror, his face was incredible, like an ordinary person seeing a ghost, and he was shocked again, afraid again. You know, Glossi's previous speed has exceeded the scope of human beings, and it can almost be called shrinking the ground. Every time he moves, his body will violently rub against the air, igniting countless blazing rays of light. Sage of Six Paths thinks that its sage body can't resist this kind of terrifying friction. However, Glossi was blocked by the blood-red light wrapped around his body. Now, his speed has basically doubled once again. How can Sage of Six Paths not be panicked? Swipe. 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 At this moment, Glossi seemed to have transformed into a kunpeng in mythology, with unparalleled speed. Wherever he passed, rows of afterimages were left, and at first glance, it seemed as if there were countless Glossi standing together. Take it. Glossi came to Sage of Six Paths in an instant and punched it. It's useless. Although Sage of Six Paths was shocked in his heart, he didn't want to lose sight of it verbally. He roared and patted the Truth-Seeking Ball shield in front of him. When, with a clear and melodious metal crash, Glossi slammed his fist on the Truth-Seeking Ball shield. An incredible force extended from his fist forward and passed through the Truth-Seeking Ball shield. Inside Sage of Six Paths. Puff. Sage of Six Paths only felt that his chest seemed to be hit by a huge mountain, his throat was sweet, and he couldn't help but spout a big mouthful of blood. This is the first time he has been injured since the start of the war. Good. Very good. Sage of Six Paths said coldly, this is the first time I have been injured in so many years. However, my blood will not flow in vain. Advertisement, really? Glossi was indifferent. His body disappeared all of a sudden, and then instantly appeared behind Sage of Six Paths, slamming his fist against the Sage of Six Paths vest. This is teleport, and Glossi relied on pure physical power to do it. The speed is faster and stronger than the Flying Thunder God technique. Body replacement technique. Sage of Six Paths saw that Glossi was missing before his eyes, and immediately knew that it was not good. Before he could think about it, he directly used the body replacement technique. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying fist slammed on the Sage of Six Paths vest, and it was instantly torn apart, and the whole person was bloody. It was terrible. Sage Art. Earth Style. Shuriken Technique. Soon, the figure of Six Paths appeared in the distance, and he roared like a wild beast. Rumble. The earth trembled violently, and countless dust and smoke rose into the sky, as if a big monster was about to break the seal and resurrect. Countless soil condensed into a few meters long, sharp and stern shurikens, densely packed, and instantly filled the entire sky, magnificent. Sage of Six Paths knew that Glossi's speed was too fast, it was beyond the scope of human beings, and the general attack method simply didn't work. Therefore, every time he attacked, he won by number, and he attacked 360 degrees without dead angles, sealing all of Glossi's retreat. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the sky was like a dense rain of shurikens, heading towards the overwhelming cover of Glossi, and instantly obliterating Glossi's location. Drive me! Ah! Glossi shouted. Chapter 232 Finale, 6. Glossi's double fists were continuously punched, and one after another powerful air cannons burst out. The power of these air cannons is really terrifying, and every blow has made a huge gap in the shuriken in the sky. After a few punches, the original 360-degree, dead angle attack immediately became full of flaws. And at this time, Glossi was finally ready to kill, and sternly shouted, 4 speed. 8 inner gates formation is a kind of super powerful physique, which can instantly increase the user's strength by dozens or even hundreds of times. Moreover, this improvement is an all-round improvement: chakra volume, speed, attack power, defense power. It can be called a heaven-defying invincible plugin. Moreover, there are also many forbidden techniques that are extremely powerful and suitable only for practitioners of physical arts. For example, opening the 5th gate, Duman, can use Lianhua, opening the 6th gate, Scenery Gate, can use Chao Peacock, and opening the 7th gate will have Day Tiger, matching it. Once the Dead Gate of the 8th gate is opened, it corresponds to a forbidden move called Shixiang. Shenxiang is just a general term. It contains 4 levels in total, namely, 1 speed, 2 speed, 3 speed, and 4 speed. Here, the so-called first speed, second speed, etc. are all descriptions of the operator's own speed. In a sense, Shixiang itself does not have any offensive power, it only brings speed to the operator itself. But in fact, people know that no matter what it is, once it has an astonishing speed, it will become extremely terrifying. For example, a weak bird in the sky usually looks harmless to humans and animals. However, when it collides with an aircraft in the sky, its destructive power is absolutely comparable to a missile, and even more powerful than a missile. Speed multiplied by mass, that is the energy of this thing. There is nothing strong in martial arts in the world, but it can't be broken quickly. A creepy trembling sound came from the air, and Glossi's blood-red figure instantly filled every corner of the sky. At first glance, the sky is full of Glossi's figure, which makes the scalp numb. Advertisement: this is not a multiple shadow clone technique, nor an illusion technique, but a phantom. Glossi's speed was so fast, faster than he could travel through space, so that countless afterimages were left along the way. Although these afterimages disappeared quickly, they still brought unparalleled psychological pressure to Sage of Six Paths. At such a terrifying speed, is this really something a human can do? Truth-seeking ball. Change it for me. When Sage of Six Paths started Glossi's 2 speed, it was no longer able to keep up with his speed, not to mention Glossi's current 4 speed. He roared, and the jet-black shield in his hand immediately turned into an oval-shaped sphere 1 person high, and wrapped himself in it. He knew that he couldn't keep up with Glossi's speed at all, so he refused to fight against Glossi. He directly used all his power on defense, but he only looked forward to relying on the strong defense power of Truth-seeking ball to defend against the opponent's attack. And as long as he can withstand Glossi's attack, then the final victory must belong to him. He knew very well in his heart that after Glossi opened the Death Gate of the 8th gate of the 8 inner gates formation, his strength has exceeded the category of human, and is close to a fairy god, even he can't fight against it. Originally, he could easily avoid it with Izanagi, but Lin Feng got rid of it in a weird way. Therefore, he can only make this bad move. 6 paths, do you think it's okay to hide inside? Glossi said lightly, look at how I broke your tortoise shell today. As he spoke, he stepped forward to wrap Sage of Six Paths' lacquered black oval sphere flew away. Brush. As Glossi moved around, rows after rows of afterimages appeared in the sky, making it creepy. The piercing sound of piercing the air vigorously oscillated, and one after another flames emerged from the surface of Glossi's body, which was caused by the violent friction between his body and the air. From a distance, it looks like a human-shaped rocket, piercing the sky. Boom. Just like a level 12 hurricane on Earth coiling, a powerful and irresistible force gushes out of Glossi's right fist and slams into the oval that envelops Sage of Six Paths, above the sphere. When, advertisement, it's like gold and iron crowing, and the bright light bursts out instantly, just like the eternal light in myths and legends. There were a few people who were observing in the dark without any precautions, and they were blinded by the fact that they were too late to take defensive measures. Wow. At this moment, Sage of Six Paths, hiding in the oval black sphere, only felt an unspeakable distance passing through the sphere, like a bull hitting him, rolling over with blood and energy. He opened his mouth and spit out a big mouthful of blood. It shocked me through the truth-seeking ball. What a shocking attack power is this? Sage of Six Paths was shocked. Truth-seeking ball, that is a heaven-defying thing formed by the fusion of 6 chakra attributes, which is more fierce than yin and yang. Used for offense, it is invincible and invincible. Used for defense, it guards against all the spells in the world, and can obliterate all the 5 elements escape. However, Truth-seeking ball couldn't stop Glossi's pair of iron fists. How horrible is this? However, what makes Sage of Six Paths a little relieved is that he is not unbearable through the strength of the truth-seeking ball. The powerful sage body allows him to heal himself completely in an instant. 6 paths, your tortoise shell is quite hard. It seems that I have to use my full strength. At this moment, Glossi's cold voice rang. Immediately afterwards, one after another heavy force slammed into Sage of Six Paths through the truth-seeking ball. Wow! Sage of Six Paths was caught off guard, his face was pale, and he vomited 5 or 6 mouthfuls of blood in a row, completely embarrassed. Moreover, he was horrified to find that the healing speed of his sage body could not keep up with the speed at which he was injured. Chapter 484, Auto-generated chapter title, the 233rd chapter finale, 7. Fear. Sage of Six Paths felt a strong fear that could not be expressed in words. He felt the threat of death for the first time in his life. He had never felt this feeling before. Even when he faced the goddess Kaguya, an unrivaled mother who was almost comparable to a god, he had never felt this way. This is extremely absurd for Sage of Six Paths. Who is he? It is the Sage of Six Paths in the myths and legends of the ninja world. Together with his brother Hamura, he defeated and sealed his mother, Kaguya, goddess, and sealed 10 tails in his body, becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki in one fell swoop, gaining terrifying power beyond mortals and invincible in the world. Even his brother Hamura, who was on par with him and inherited the power of the yang attribute of the goddess Kaguya, is far from his opponent. After Sage of Six Paths became 10 tails Jinchuriki, he attacked his brother Yumura and seized the power of his yang. In the end, yin and yang became one, and got yin and yang escape. The strength was so strong that his mother Kaguya goddess. It can be said unceremoniously that Sage of Six Paths has been going smoothly since its birth, and has never suffered even the slightest setback. However, now he has been suppressed by a younger generation at an absolute disadvantage. How can he not let him be frightened and angry? He couldn't wait to use his own means immediately to tear the young man named Glossi to pieces. However, this idea of Sage of Six Paths can only reverberate in my mind, and it cannot become a reality at all. Because he can't do it at all, although he refused to admit it, the cruel facts were placed in front of him. After opening the 8 inner gates formation, Glossi, who was after the dead gate of the 8 inner gates formation, had absolute strength far above him at this time. Can't fight at all. The only thing he can do now is to defend with all his strength, hoping to use the strong defensive power of the oval sphere turned into by the truth-seeking ball and the terrible self-healing ability of the sage body to withstand Glossi's onslaught and then counterattack. His gaze was very venomous, and at a glance he could tell that the terrifying power displayed by Glossi was temporary and costly. He only needs to survive this round of Glossi's fierce attack, so even if he doesn't counterattack, Glossi will fall by himself and let him dispose of it. However, what he doubts now is, can he really make it through? Advertisement, you know, the series of attacks just now is just the rhythm before the opening, and the back must be a violent attack like a storm. However, just a few rhythmic punches before the opening, they have already hurt him through the truth-seeking ball. This is an extremely terrifying signal. Blood-red chakra, blood-red mist flying in the sky, 8 inner gates formation is so powerful, I really don't know who created this forbidden technique. Sage of Six Paths through a pair of 9 Go Jade Rinnegan, the situation of Glossi outside can be seen clearly, his expression is shocked, and his heart is shocked. Boom. Recruiting. Glossi raised his right fist and hit the oval sphere fiercely. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the Tianhe was hanging upside down. An unbearably sharp air blast sounded, and it spread across the land tens of miles in an instant. The sound was too sharp, just like an ultrasonic weapon. Everyone's face was pale wherever they passed, and even some of them were bleeding from both ears and eardrums. The body swayed and fell soft to the ground. The invisible and intangible air cannon flew at an incredible speed and blasted fiercely on the elliptical sphere. The bright light burst out immediately, just like the scorching sun at 12 o'clock at noon, so dazzling that people can't look directly at it. Immediately afterwards, a monstrous energy storm hit it so fiercely, it suddenly changed its shape. Wow! At almost the same moment, Sage of Six Paths only felt a huge, hard iron fist hit his face. That kind of strength is so terrible, he cut off half of his face directly. Sage body. Sage of Six Paths screamed loudly in his heart. His celestial body began to activate for the first time, and the tyrannical chakra from 10 tails Jinchuriki instantly spread all over the body and began to heal and repair his wounds. His sage body was terrifying, and the part of his face that was cut off by Glossi's punch began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then healed it. And this process takes only 3 seconds before and after. However, Six Paths just breathed a sigh of relief, and another force that was too large to resist passed through the truth-seeking ball. This time, it was his right shoulder that was attacked. Advertisement, crack. A sound of extremely crisp bones shattered. Sage of Six Paths' right arm was hit by a terrible force, and it turned into a cloud of blood on the spot, disappearing without a trace. Sage of Six Paths snorted, his face full of pain. Although he is the power of an immortal, he has the heaven-defying ability that can prevent me from repairing without the seal, but the pain of the flesh is genuine. Sage of Six Paths was holding back the pain in his heart, his eyes were full of fierceness, and he wished to smash Glossi into pieces immediately. However, he also knew in his heart that once he walked out of the truth-seeking ball oval sphere, he would be killed by Glossi in an instant. He had to suppress his inner rage forcibly and waited quietly for the opportunity. The 8 inner gates formation, the 8th gate dead gate, really deserves to be the ultimate physique, with such a terrifying offensive power. Even the oval-shaped sphere that Six Paths uses truth-seeking ball can easily penetrate too. It's terrible. Compared with the martial arts skills created in my previous life, this is not much weaker. Is it really created by people in this world? Glossi said to himself. He has a pair of martial arts eyes open, and now his absolute strength is above Sage of Six Paths. He can naturally see the situation inside through the oval sphere transformed by truth-seeking ball. He clearly saw that the extremely powerful Sage of Six Paths did not have any power to fight back under his attack. It cut off half of his face with one move, and abolished his right arm with a punch. How amazing it was the power of! It is a pity that such a powerful force needs to be exchanged at the cost of life. Recruited, a feeling of extreme weakness surged through Glossi's body. Although this feeling was extremely short-lived, it gave him a creepy feeling. He knew that the side effects of 8 inner gates formation would explode soon, and he must now make quick decisions and solve the trouble of Six Paths as quickly as possible. There is no time, we must fight quickly. Glossi felt awe-inspiring and immediately made up his mind. He raised his hands violently and swiftly waved towards the oval sphere that truth-seeking ball transformed into, and he hit 15 punches at this moment. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the situation changed. The world lost its color, and a huge, almost non-human terrifying energy wave surged in all directions, covering the world, and hitting the sky and the earth toward Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 234 Finale 8. Earth-Style Shanshu. Sage of Six Paths 9 Guyu Rinnegan's insight is not weaker than Glossi, and he immediately noticed the threat of death. He didn't dare to neglect, his hands quickly formed seals, and he immediately set up a triple Earth-style fairy magic defense for himself. At the same time, he held his breath and concentrated his energy, ready to play the Shenluo Tianzheng at any time, and he wanted to cancel out part of his power at the moment Glossi broke through the elliptical sphere transformed into the truth-seeking ball. Boom! 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 15 air cannons bombarded the oval sphere almost at the same time, and the devastating energy turbulence and blazing light immediately annihilated the space where Sage of Six Paths was located. Om! One after another there were creepy tremors, and 7 or 8 big black cracks appeared in the air out of thin air. That is a rift in space. Glossi's attack power was too terrifying. It exploded the space all the time, and created countless space rifts, terrifying. Bang! With a crisp sound, the elliptical sphere transformed by truth-seeking ball was shattered in an instant, revealing the pale Sage of Six Paths inside. Shenluo Tianzheng. Sage of Six Paths roared. However, his resistance at this moment was in vain. A huge force instantly defeated the power of the Shenluo Tianzheng, heavy bombardment on Sage of Six Paths, and instantly destroyed the triple Earth-style fairy magic defense. Wow! A blood arrow spurted from the mouth of Sage of Six Paths. It's all over, Six Paths, Glossi said coldly. Brush. Glossi seemed to have reversed time and space, came to Sage of Six Paths in an instant, kicked Sage of Six Paths' chest fiercely. Kacha! 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 With a series of creepy and chilling bones cracking in the back, Sage of Six Paths' mouth spurted blood, and his body was like an offline bow and arrow, shooting towards the rear like lightning, and slammed into the back, on top of a big mountain. This foot concentrates the ultimate power that Glossi possesses now, and possesses unparalleled terrorist attack power. He doesn't know how many ribs in Sage of Six Paths' chest cavity were broken by this foot, but he knew that it was definitely really hurt. The vitality of Sage of Six Paths. Advertisement Glossi believes that even if Sage of Six Paths has an immortal body, it can heal and repair itself without Jian, and it will definitely be hit hard. Any kind of powerful ninjutsu has to pay a price, let alone this kind of heaven-defying, almost immortal ninjutsu. Damn it's kid, it's so vicious. Sage of Six Paths trembled violently in pain, like a swing. His eyes were fierce, and he had never suffered such a big loss. He wanted revenge, he wants the worst revenge. However, what he needs to do most now is to repair his broken body. I have to say that the sage body of Sage of Six Paths is really too powerful. After being hit and traumatized by Glossi, it quickly repaired the injury and once again returned to a vigorous state. Six Paths, don't worry, the show has just begun. Glossi raised his brows and said with a sneer. Damn it kid, you're right, the show has just begun. Sage of Six Paths also knew that defense alone could not withstand Glossi's crazy attack, so he simply fell into his heart. Prepare to start a battle with Glossi. Sage Art. The thunderous 9 days. Sage of Six Paths attacked first and launched an attack immediately. He used to be 10 tails Jinchuriki, possessing the power of 9 big tail beasts from 1 tail to 9 tails in his body, so he can use the 9 great magic arts to the highest level. As soon as his lightning-style magic technique came out, the sky was thundered, lightning flashed, and thick lightning fell from the sky, densely covering the place where Glossi was standing. A needless struggle. Glossi said coldly, swipe. Glossi moved, and rows of phantoms immediately appeared in the sky. This was the effect of speed reaching the ultimate realm. He is like a phantom of the gods and ghosts, shuttled through the dense lightning, and there is no lightning that can hit him. Even the steps that hinder him can't do it. Sword of Skymar's spear. Sage of Six Paths looked very ugly. Although he had already guessed that this would be the result, he was still somewhat unacceptable. However, now is not the time to entangle this kind of thing. The strangely shaped divine sword in his hand slowly drew across the void, and immediately surged with monstrous power, and a huge force rushed toward Glossi. This kind of breath is too powerful. This is the power to create and destroy the world. Even the current Glossi can't resist it at all. However, being unable to resist does not mean being unable to cope. Glossi looked cold, and shouted coldly, "For speed." In an instant, as if the space was frozen and time was reversed, Glossi's speed was horribly fast. He broke out of the attack range of the Six Paths Heavenly Marsh spear sword in an instant, came to a place a few miles away, and stared at Sage of Six Paths unblinkingly with a pair of cold eyes. I don't know why, being stared at by Glossi, Sage of Six Paths only felt that his scalp exploded, as if a lamb was stared at by a cheetah, and his whole body was terrified. He was shocked in his heart, knowing that his once extremely powerful belief in victory had been shattered, and even the power of the Sword of the Heavenly Marsh Spear had been weakened a lot. Advertisement: the Sword of Heavenly Marsh Spear, also known as the Sword of Wish. Its strength directly reflects the conviction of the operator. If the caster's conviction is firm, then the Sword of the Sky Marsh Spear will be invincible and unbreakable, and can even be used to open up the world. However, once the caster loses the support of his beliefs, the Sword of the Heavenly Marsh Spear will instantly become weak, even weaker than the Shuriken. With the sound of a trembling sound, Glossi, who was tens of meters away, moved suddenly, and a long row of afterimages spread from a distance to the front of Sage of Six Paths. This is a shocking and amazing picture. There is nothing fancy about Glossi's movements, just a right punch to the bridge of the nose of Sage of Six Paths. Glossi's movements were so fast that he deceived him to the front of Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths did not react, and could only watch a huge fist hit the bridge of his nose. With a click, Sage of Six Paths' nosebone broke, and the severe pain immediately spread all over Six Paths, causing his tears and blood to flow down. Damn it! Sage of Six Paths was furious, and swung the Sword of the Heavenly Marsh Spear in his hand towards the gate of Glossi. Brush. Glossi's figure flashed, a teleportation came to the left of Sage of Six Paths, and hit the door of Sage of Six Paths with a fierce punch, and his face flew across the face on the spot, 5 or 6. 2 teeth cracked out and blood was overflowing. Sage of Six Paths suffered such a big loss and became fierce. Instead of resisting Glossi's attack, Sage of Six Paths launched a life-threatening style of play, violently against Glossi. Counterattack. However, Glossi's speed is far above him. Even if desperately, Sage of Six Paths does not have any chance. Glossi is like a ghost, traveling through time and space, and every step falls in a place that Sage of Six Paths can't take care of, launching a stormy attack on it. Bang! Glossi kicked Sage of Six Paths' waist and eyes fiercely, and his body was trembling violently with pain. Pop! A slap in the face heavily slapped Sage of Six Paths' face, causing half of his face to swell immediately, like a pig's head. Boom! A huge iron fist struck Sage of Six Paths' lower abdomen, making his eyes white, and Rinnegan lost his original appearance. Chapter 235 Finale 9. This is no longer a fight, but a unilateral brutal fight, naked abuse. What? Suddenly, there was a screaming scream, which was made after the lifeblood of Sage of Six Paths was hit by Glossi. Sage of Six Paths' face was pale, his eyes turned pale, his hands tightly covering his crotch, his expression was extremely painful. How powerful is Glossi's attack now? With one punch, you can smash the ground hundreds of meters in a radius, turning your hands into clouds and covering your hands into rain, and no one can stop it. A casual punch on Sage of Six Paths made him unbearable, let alone hit the most important part of a man? Had it not been for Sage of Six Paths to have a fairy body and a steady supply of chakra from Ten Tails Jinchuriki, I am afraid he would have been completely abolished by now, and even turned into a pile of blood. Okay, very good. Sage of Six Paths stared at Glossi fiercely, his eyes full of resentment, wishing to smash Glossi's body into pieces. Hey, I said Six Paths, is your head broken? You were so violently beaten by me, you said it's okay? Glossi said teasingly. He said in his mouth, but there was no relaxation in his hands, and he still attacked Sage of Six Paths with his fists. Moreover, Glossi's beatings were not limited to the surface. Every punch he punched was accompanied by an extremely heavy force. Through the surface of Sage of Six Paths, it penetrated into his body and destroyed its powerful physiological functions. He can clearly feel that although Sage of Six Paths is not life-threatening, the vitality in its body has been weakened a lot. In other words, that is that Glossi's terrorist attack power is gradually diminishing. Sage of Six Paths' fairy body, truly hurting his life. Damn it, kid, you can't kill me. Sage of Six Paths said viciously while enduring the severe pain in the body. Your power is temporary and can't be long. Moreover, you should have paid extremely. This kind of power was gained at a heavy price. Once the forbidden technique fails, your power fades, and your death date will come. Sage of Six Paths smiled sternly. Well, you are right. Glossi nodded and said, but before that, I will take care of you. Advertisement, really? Sage of Six Paths sneered. I am Ten Tails Jinchuriki. I have endless chakras. As long as there are enough chakras, I will never die with a sage body. It's still a long way from you. Can't kill me. Six Paths, stop dreaming there. Glossi said tit for tatly, the fairy body has the ability to heal and repair itself without forming a seal. However, it is not perfect. Because what it does is to increase the speed of cell sorting and regeneration by hundreds of times. As far as I know, the number of cell divisions and regenerations in a person's life is limited. Once your cell division and regeneration reach a critical point, your sage body will lose its effectiveness and cease to be an immortal body, Glossi sneered. Perfectly Susanoo. Sage of Six Paths seemed to have been pained by Glossi. With a sharp roar, the violent chakra instantly spread and enveloped the world. Six Paths, stop struggling, it's useless. At this moment, all your skills are useless, Glossi said coldly. An unimaginable wave came. Glossi surpassed the extreme speed of the world, and even affected the stability of time and space, turning into an eternal light. Boom! With a loud bang, Glossi smashed his entire body with a punch, hitting Sage of Six Paths' right shoulder heavily. Immediately, a terrible blood hole appeared on the right shoulder of Six Paths, and half of his body became muddy and ugly. Yin and Yang escape. Sage of Six Paths screamed sternly. He had never suffered such a big loss. Under his anger, he couldn't even take care of the recovery of his wounded body. He directly urged the yin-yang evacuation technique to launch a counterattack against Glossi. However, it is a pity that Glossi's speed is too fast. That kind of speed is unparalleled, searching the whole world, no one can compete with it. Hey! Like the divine light coming from outside the sky, Glossi Ruolong rises and falls, and every time he makes a shot, he creates monstrous energy fluctuations, and his attack power is extremely astonishing. His every blow is devastating, and his speed has reached the limit, unparalleled in the world. This is the ultimate power possessed by a martial artist at the martial level. Advertisement, puff, puff, puff. With a series of sounds of flesh and blood being penetrated, Sage of Six Paths was covered with blood holes all over his body. However, even so, Sage of Six Paths showed no signs of dying. Ten Tails Jinchuriki's endless chakra madly emerged, repairing his body. In the sky, the fierce and tragic battle continued. Glossi continued to shoot at his utmost speed, like a fairy phoenix spreading its wings, like a rabbit rising and falling, launching the most terrifying attack. He knew that his time was running out and wanted to solve Sage of Six Paths as quickly as possible. Kacha! 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 With three crisp sounds, Susanoo was completely destroyed by Glossi's unparalleled attack power, revealing the true body of Sage of Six Paths. Glossi's double fists gathered his mighty power and began to brutally beat Sage of Six Paths. In just an instant, there were more than a dozen blood holes in Sage of Six Paths, which was miserable. By this time, Sage of Six Paths no longer counterattacked, but used all its power on defense. He could see that Glossi had reached the final moment, and he just had to survive it, and he would have the chance to win. However, Glossi clearly understood the psychology of Sage of Six Paths, and his attack power became more and more terrifying. One after another fists that were more terrifying than a hammer continued to fall on Sage of Six Paths, and every punch would bring six paths. A blood hole was punched out of his body, and the front and back were translucent. Sage of Six Paths' face is getting more and more ugly. The attacks he has received are really terrifying and the frequency is too alarming. As Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he should have chakra endless and endless. However, he now feels that chakra is not enough. Yes, he spent too much chakra to heal his injuries. Even if he was Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and drew energy from the natural world with celestial arts, he still couldn't keep up with the terrible consumption. Am I dying? Sage of Six Paths felt a trace of despair in his heart. Chapter 487, Auto-generated chapter title, the 236th chapter final chapter. Six Paths, it's over, raised, and there was a violent shout from the sky. Glossi raised his right fist to gather his life's strength and slammed it against the heart of Sage of Six Paths to kill it. Ah, no. Sage of Six Paths felt that he was so close to death for the first time in his life. He shouted in horror, Earth-style fairy magic. Lightning-style fairy magic. Wind-style fairy magic. Water-style fairy. Fire-style fairy. Block me. Sage of Six Paths was going crazy, and all his defenses were used in an instant. He blocked Glossi's pace with the Five Elements Immortal Escaping Technique, and used Truth-Seeking Ball to transform into a shield to move forward. He had a hunch that this was Lin Feng's last blow. As long as he can carry it, he will be fine. Boom. A huge fist flew, and the light was shining brightly, just like the arrival of the legendary creator, and a hand stretched out is enough to smooth everything in the world. That kind of power is really terrifying. Wherever it goes, destroy all obstacles and obliterate all defensive spells. Hey, with a soft sound, the sea of celestial fire from Sage of Six Paths is ahead, and the raging flames can almost burn the heavens and destroy everything. However, Glossi punched it like a black hole, instantly extinguishing it. Boom. Iron Fist was invincible, and blasted heavily on the Earth-style fairy technique, which was known for its strong defensive power, and instantly broke it to pieces, even blocking it. Glossi's fist was like sweeping a hole in a plowing court, terrifying, and with one punch, the five-tiered fairy defense under the Sage of Six Paths was instantly cracked, and then it directly blasted on the shield formed by the Truth-Seeking Ball. Crack. Just like the exquisite porcelain was struck by a hammer, the Truth-Seeking Ball shield, which was extremely tough and claimed to be able to defend against all spells, shattered in an instant. Glossi's eyes were cold, and he never stayed. He slammed into the chest of Sage of Six Paths with a punch, actually grabbing the heart in the chest cavity of Sage of Six Paths. This is a very bloody picture. Glossi punched into the chest of Sage of Six Paths, blood spurted wildly, and hit his face and body, but he never wrinkled his brows, and even grabbed the heart of Sage of Six Paths. Come out, bloody and cruel. The heart is bright red, beating constantly, exuding incomparable vitality. However, to everyone's horror, even with such trauma, Sage of Six Paths still showed no signs of falling. He was covered in blood and his eyes were spiteful, like a ghost that escaped from hell, making people shudder. Six Paths, your heart is no different from ordinary people. I thought you really are some kind of fairy, Glossi said. While pressing his hand, he actually pinched the heart with a pouch. It became sludge, bloody. Advertisement, damn kid, I am immortal, Sage of Six Paths yelled frantically. You're immortal? Ridiculous. Glossi slammed a fist on Sage of Six Paths' head, turning him into a pig's head for an instant. Even the Supreme Valkyrie may fall. You, a little martial sage, dare to say that you are immortal. Bang. Glossi kicked Sage of Six Paths' chest fiercely, kicking it out again. Oops. My chakra is getting less and less, I can't keep up. Sage of Six Paths was horrified. His heart was grabbed by Glossi just now, and he had to spend a lot of chakra to regenerate one, which was already unsustainable. Six Paths, if I'm not mistaken, your chakra is running out. Even if it's a sage body, it's useless without enough chakra for support, Glossi said lightly. You. Sage of Six Paths was frightened and angry. Killing you is too cheap for you. Be my pet for life. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Glossi's mouth. He grabbed the body of Sage of Six Paths with one hand, and a teleport came to Wuzong. He found a big black dog with a bald tail, and his hands began to form the mark of martial arts. You. What are you going to do? Sage of Six Paths yelled in horror. Be my dog, Glossi said. No, Sage of Six Paths shouted sternly. Hey. An endless brilliant light burst out, and Sage of Six Paths was sealed in the body of the big black dog by Glossi's shocking means. At the same time, the confused eyes of the big black dog suddenly became cold, staring at Glossi, desperate to choose someone. If you think you can kill me, you can do it. Glossi grinned and said, however, I only give you one chance. If you can't kill me, I will make you a pot of dog meat soup. Hearing what Glossi said, the big black dog couldn't help but shudder in Lingling. He didn't dare to look ferocious at Glossi anymore, as if he was afraid to offend Glossi. He really made him a pot of dog meat. Actually, it is not wrong for you to follow me. I was the supreme warrior in my previous life. I came here for some special reason. Glossi said lightly. Don't you want to see a wider world? I can take you there. Wow. The big black dog's eyes suddenly lit up, and his eyes seemed to be full of expectation. Humph. Suddenly, Glossi let out a muffled snort, and his body trembled violently and convulsed. The terrifying and boundless momentum on him receded like a tide. This is the time for the forbidden technique. 8 inner gates, and his strength is declining at an incredible speed. Advertisement. Crunch. Crunchy. Crunchy. A creepy bone crunch sounded like fried beans, and his meridians were also disintegrating. The side effects of 8 inner gates broke out. In just a split second, Glossi's strength fell from the peak of Martial Saint to the peak of Jonin. Cut. Really, I thought I would soon be able to shatter the void and return to the martial world, but I didn't expect the side effects to be so terrible, Glossi said to himself. Well, I will stay with them in this world for another 10 years. Let's go, little black, Glossi said to the big black dog. Brother, I'm pregnant. When Glossi returned to Wuzong, Gu Tenten rushed out for the first time, hugged Glossi's body, and said with excitement. Why, you said you were pregnant, Glossi said incredulously. Yes, brother, I'm pregnant. Gu Tenten said shyly. This is the child of the two of us, so hurry up and give him a name. Name? I'm the least good at this kind of thing. What's the name? Glossi hugged Gu Tenten in his arms and said softly. Big brother, you're back. Gu Xingyue happily ran toward here. Big brother. Hyuga Hinata was also very excited. Sovereign Lord, Hyuga Neji, Kimimaro, Sasori, Mifune Admiral and others came out to greet all the Wuzong disciples. Haha. Get up, everyone. Gurozi laughed and said. This world will belong to our Wuzong in the future. End of the book.